Chapter 1: The Chosen One's Breakdown. Name: Su Chun. Profession: artist. Why did you engage in a fight? Because I wish to stab that vile couple. In the interrogation room of the police station in the bustling metropolis, Su Chun answered Uncle Hat's questions with an impassive expression. The officer taking notes furrowed his brow upon hearing this, ultimately letting out a sigh. Young man, I understand your feelings, but a moment of impulse may lead to lifelong regret. If they choose to hold you accountable, you could find yourself in a predicament. As the officer spoke, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and another officer entered. Zhang, the complainant has stated that they will not pursue charges against Su Chen. All right, I understand, replied the officer conducting the inquiry, patting Su Chen's shoulder earnestly. You are a prominent star with a long road ahead. Do not act impulsively again. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Outside the police station, Su Chen raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. Contrary to expectations, there were no journalists lurking at the entrance, only a man and a woman who regarded him with indifference. The middle-aged man with slick-back hair was Chun Fei, the president of Dragon Country Star Entertainment and Su Chen's employer. The woman, whose exquisite features were concealed beneath a baseball cap, was Shi Yuqi, the hottest rising star under Star Entertainment and Su Chen's current girlfriend. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Chun Fei, with two noticeable scratches on his face, forced a stiff smile. Su Chen, I admit it was my fault, but Yuqi and I are genuinely in love. You should be able to understand us, right? Understand? Su Chen scoffed. Understand that you two were carrying on behind my back. Noticing Su Chen's attitude, Chun Fei exchanged a glance with Shi Yuqi, who immediately stepped forward. Su Chen, what's done is done. You even hit President Chen, and he isn't pursuing charges against you. Let's put this behind us. We are both top stars. After we finish the couple's reality show on Fruit Platform, we can announce our breakup. It will be for the best for everyone. Indeed, Su Chen, we are all adults here. Let's discuss the practical matters. To compensate you, I've decided to increase your remuneration by 20% in the new contract. How does that sound? Chun Fei added. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instinctively clenched his fists. The memories began to swirl. In his past life, he had already risen to the pinnacle of fame, having met the then unknown Shi Yuqi on set. After falling in love, it was Shi Yu's expression of insecurity that prompted Su Chen to reveal their relationship at the height of his career, nearly leading to his being sidelined by his agency. However, Su Chen remained unfazed and dedicated all his resources to support Shi Yu. Over the course of 3 years, Shi Yuqi transformed from an obscure figure into a burgeoning starlet in the Dragon Kingdom, ultimately signing with the prestigious Stars Entertainment. Consequently, Su Chen and Shi Yuqi became the industry's quintessential golden couple, their sweetness overwhelming and attracting a multitude of devoted fans. Su Chen had believed that they would eventually walk down the aisle together. Thus, during those 3 years, he chose to respect Shi Yu deeply, refraining from intimacy. However, the outcome was that Shi Yuqi secretly became involved with her boss, Chen Fei's a son-in-law who had risen to prominence through his wife's family connections. Chen Fei feared the repercussions of their affair being exposed. Together with Shi Yuqi, they orchestrated a scheme on a reality dating show, deliberately provoking Su Chen into making suggestive gestures while subtly portraying resistance when his attention waned. Once the show concluded, Shi Yuqi emerged, tearfully accusing Su Chen of forcing her into intimate acts. Under Dragon Kingdom law, even within marriage, coercion is deemed illegal, let alone in a mere romantic relationship. The various clips from the show served as damning evidence. In a single night, Su Chen's world crumbled, while Chun Fei seized the opportunity to sue him for breach of contract. The exorbitant penalty not only drained Su Chen's savings accumulated over the years, but also burdened him with crippling debt. By the time Su Chen learned the truth and sought to clear his name, it was too late. Everyone believed him to be a desperate man, lashing out in a futile effort to save himself. After enduring multiple blows, on a particularly dark night, Su Chen leapt from the 32nd floor of Stars Entertainment. The physical pain of his bruises now an echo of deep-seated anguish. Yet a day prior, he found himself reborn, awakening just after signing the dating show contract, yet before the renewal agreement was finalized. In a fit of emotion, Su Chen, without a moment's hesitation, grasped a fruit knife from the table, intent on bringing ruin to the treacherous pair. Alas, the knife was too dull, and with others intervening, his attempt not only failed but also led to a visit from the police. Once his emotions had cooled, Su Chen recognized the folly of his impulsive actions. For such a deceitful duo, death might merely be the lightest of punishments. Su Chen, you must understand that letting go of this matter and continuing your contract with Stars Entertainment to pursue your stardom is the wisest choice. After all, you are merely a pretty face with little acting skill, having gained fame solely through your looks and the backing of a major IP. Moreover, the contract for the romantic reality show has been finalized. Should you choose to abstain from participating, it would still constitute a breach of contract. You must understand that Fruit Television is not an entity you can afford to offend. As Chen Fei perceived Su Chen's silence, his tone began to carry an ominous edge. Su Chen, jolted from his reverie, regarded Chen Fei with a disdainful smirk. The Perfect Lover is a production by Fruit Television, heralded as the nation's inaugural reality show featuring celebrity couples. The production team has enlisted 5 pairs of star couples, aiming to captivate audiences through the contrast between celebrity and ordinary relationships. However, the reality is that true couples in the entertainment industry are scarce. Most are merely fabricated for publicity. Unlike others, Su Chen and Yuchi are a well-known, genuine couple within the industry. Thus, they're afforded the finest treatment, and naturally, the penalties for breach of contract are the steepest. That I will undoubtedly participate in the romantic reality show, Su Chen stated calmly. Chen Fei and Yuchi presumed he had chosen to acquiesce, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. However, it certainly will not be alongside you, Yuchi. The smiles of Chen Fei and Yuchi immediately faltered. Su Chen, with deliberate clarity, articulated, "We are merely a couple, not spouses. Therefore, we have signed individual contracts. My participation in the show does not constitute a breach. And as for the couple aspect, the production team has not specified that it must be you. With so many faux couples, why should I not seek an alternative? As for the renewal contract with Fanqing, do not harbor such illusions." Su Chen had come to a profound realization. Even as a rising star, he remained vulnerable against the formidable forces of Fanqing and Fruit Television. Having signed a contract for the romantic reality show, participation was obligatory. All he needed was to navigate the show without incident, allowing his contract with Fanqing to expire. Without renewing that contract, he would be free to soar unrestrained. With so many entertainment companies, Fanqing is not the sole player in the field. Su Chen's reaction incensed Chen Fei and Yuchi further. "How can you act this way? Su Chen, President Chen has chosen to overlook past grievances and absolve you of responsibility, yet you persist." Yuchi's patronizing tone was almost unbearable for Su Chen. "Absolve me of responsibility?" he retorted, finding humor in the absurdity clearly. Chen Fei sought to extract every last bit of his savings. Is it not because he fears his wife will discover the truth? Chen Fei, rendered speechless by Su Chen's retorts, could only glare menacingly. Su Chen, do you think that by offending us, any female artist would dare to pretend to be your partner on The Perfect Lover? I can candidly inform you that if you refuse, I will promptly leak information that you are participating in the romantic show, thus incurring the ire of Fanqing. No one would willingly choose to sever ties with us because of you. Should you breach the contract, the only fate awaiting you is a dual ban from both Fanqing and Fruit Television. Chen Fei played what he believed to be his trump card, assuming Su Chen would be unable to resist its weight. Su Chen squinted at Chen Fei, pondering whether he truly had no preparations for the confrontation. He had chosen to AT that moment. A series of mechanical synthesized sounds echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Host identified as a hapless individual. Breach defense system successfully bound. When a host causes others to breach their defenses through their own actions or words, breach points will be awarded. Breach points can be utilized in the system's marketplace for a lottery, with rewards encompassing but not limited to cultural entertainment, life skills, and special items. Upon first binding, the system generously offers a reward. Within 1 minute, accumulate 80 breach points to claim a novice gift package. Should the specified time elapse without acquiring the requisite breach points, the system will automatically unbind and choose to perish alongside the host. With a ding, a red countdown timer appeared before Su Chen's eyes, visible solely to him. Countdown. 59. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. shifting his focus from Chen Fei to the system. Good heavens! Others received gifts from their systems, yet his threatened mutual destruction at the slightest disagreement? Ding! Countdown, 58. What kind of wretched system is this? Su Chan cursed inwardly. Please acquire breach points promptly as the illustrious breach defense system. If the host is not the chosen one, binding to the system amounts to mere drooling. Damn! Ding! Countdown, 57. Sweat began to bead on Su Chen's forehead. He did not wish to have undergone this rebirth in vain. A storm of ideas surged within him. Shi Yuqi and Chen Fei were both public figures, having endured their fair share of online accolades and vitriol, rendering them highly resilient to typical verbal assaults. Su Chan decisively relinquished the elegant retort he had nearly voiced. Ding! Countdown, 55. The flickering numbers resembled grim notes of a death march. Su Chan forced himself to regain composure, gazing at the two who continued to threaten him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, bringing him a sense of calm. Yet, almost instantly, sorrow filled his eyes as he turned to Shi Yuqi and softly said, Yuqi, have you ever considered our unborn child? Chapter 2. The Innocent Flower? The Mother of a Child? Suddenly, Su Chen's tone shifted, each word reverberating like thunder in their ears. Su Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Shi Yuqi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did I ever have a child with you? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Shi Yuqi's defense value. Chen Fei, nearing 40, devoid of talent or charm, had spent years navigating the entertainment industry, which rendered him suspicious and sensitive. Su Chan and Shi Yuqi had been together for 3 years, and at this moment, such a statement ignited his doubts. The delicate flower he cherished turned out to be a mother? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Chen Fei's defense value. Countdown, 30. Shi Yuqi, aware of Chen Fei's temperament, recognized the suspicion in his gaze and hastily clarified, Chen Fei, don't listen to his nonsense. I am not pregnant. Yet, the more she insisted, the more it seemed to backfire. Observing the flustered Shi Yuqi, Chen Fei's suspicions deepened. He clenched his teeth and pointed at her abdomen. Are you pregnant? Is it Su Chen's child? No, I am not. I love only you. Shi Yuqi exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. Su Chen hasn't touched me at all. Su Chen did not glance at Chen Fei. Instead, he directed his questioning toward Shi Yuqi. Yuqi, why did you team up with him against me? Didn't we agree that your relationship with him was merely a charade? Have you forgotten how countless nights you called me dad in place of child? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Chen Fei's defense value. Su Chen, be quiet. Shi Yuqi interjected, gripping Chen Fei's shirt tightly. Chen Fei, let me explain. It's not what you think. Su Chen's accusations were pointed and precise, igniting a fire within Chen Fei's mind. He had always believed he was in cahoots with Shi Yuqi to toy with Su Chen, but now it appeared that the two had conspired against him all along. It seemed that Shi Yuqi had merely changed her mind at the last minute, and Su Chen had turned against him. The term rebound felt as though it were branded on Chen Fei's forehead. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Chen Fei's defense value. You deceitful wretch, you dare to lie to me. Chen Fei roared, his eyes ablaze with anger. Su Chen did not afford Shi Yuqi an opportunity to explain, positioning himself once more in front of her, turning his back to Chen Fei. Yuqi, please grant me another chance. Let's stop this act. Come back to me. Chen Fei is only attracted to your youth. He explicitly told me he prefers young girls. Once you grow old and lose your appeal, he will surely cast you aside. Su Chen, you're talking nonsense. It's you who is aging. Shi Yuqi retorted, her blood boiling. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Shi Yuqi's defense value. You said you never had relations with Su Chen. Chen Fei's eyes narrowed as he glared at Shi Yuqi. I was too agitated. That is not what I meant. Shi Yuqi realized her verbal blunder. What do you mean by not what I meant? I am merely stating. You are the one who is talking nonsense. It is clearly you who is aging. How could this be Yuqi's fault? Amidst the chaotic exchange, Su Chen seized upon the opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of Chen Fei's defense value. Yuchi felt somewhat dazed as she gazed at Chen Fei, whose expression was filled with disdain. Memories of his once fervent promises of eternal love flooded her mind. Chen Fei, is what Su Chen said true? You merely wish to toy with me, don't you? She exclaimed, recalling the other woman's garments she had discovered in his car last time. Are you out of your mind? Yuchi, I already told you, those are my mother's clothes. Chen Fei retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Yuchi, ever the cynical one, sneered in response. Your mother's clothes? She seems quite fashionable, adorned in black lace stockings. At that moment, Su Chen, unable to contain himself, struggled to maintain a neutral expression, his eyes pleading as he looked at Yuchi. Yuchi, please come back. You clearly do not love Chen Fei. You mentioned a friend who is with a man in his 40s, despite being rather unimpressive, insists on questioning her prowess. Oscar owes your friend a little golden statue. How can you repeat the same mistake your friend made? You even praised my youth and vigor. Su Chen's words trailed off as his gaze darted between Chen Fei and Yuchi, suddenly gasping in astonishment. So you are the source of false friendships. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of Chen Fei's defense value. Countdown, 15. Chen Fei felt a sharp pain from Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze. In a moment of fury, he raised his hand and struck Yuchi across the face. The imprint of his palm was stark against her fair skin. One side of her face visibly swollen as she pointed at Chen Fei, tears brimming in her eyes. Chen Fei, how dare you hit me? Vile woman, what of it? You are merely a canary I keep. I will strike you if I wish. You disgusting old man, I will fight back. In an instant, Chen Fei and Yuchi were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 points of Yuchi's defense value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 80 points of defense value within the stipulated time, confirming the host as a rare master of defense value. A beginner's gift package has been successfully dispatched. Upon hearing the reward notification, Su Chen cast a cold glance at the grappling pair of Yuchi and Chen Fei, smirking as he turned to leave, preferring to remain anonymous in his achievements. Now this feels delightful. System, open the beginner's gift package. Curious about the rewards earned through such intense effort, he eagerly anticipated the contents. Beginner's gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining lyrics and melody of Xinhua, master-level music production skills, master-level vocal abilities, master-level acting skills, special skill, animal communication, ability to converse with animals. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a melody began to unfold in his thoughts, accompanied by a slightly husky voice that resonated with narrative depth and atmosphere. The willows shed their fluff in March. Lovers hurriedly part. My love remains unperturbed. With just a fleeting glimpse, Su Chen was certain that this emotionally intricate piece, Xinhua, possessed the potential for great acclaim. As the song faded, he found himself captivated. Various vocal techniques have now become ingrained in Su Chen's very DNA. His ability to comprehend and embody different roles has undergone a profound transformation. Although Su Chen has now ascended to the ranks of top-tier celebrities, he alone knows that, aside from his superficial charm, much of his success is attributable to luck, as fans enamored with looks often require nothing more than mere appearance. His acting and singing skills have always been his Achilles heel. Countless times, Su Chen has observed the furrowed brows of his sound engineer, leaving him deeply embarrassed. However, a new beginner's package has now augmented his overall capabilities. While his acting may not yet reach the level of an award-winning actor, it is certainly sufficient for the time being. The entertainment industry is replete with fresh faces and fleeting stars. Yet it is the true, multifaceted warriors who remain the perennial favorites. P.S. In the context of the Blue Star worldview, the development of the entertainment sector is relatively underdeveloped, and no rewards for artistic endeavors have yet manifested. With the rewards set aside, Su Chen feels increasingly confident about his future in the entertainment industry. The gentle yet warm sunlight envelopes him, allowing the somewhat dazed Su Chen to gain a more authentic appreciation for this reborn world. Presently, participation in a dating reality show looms ahead, making the search for a faux romantic partner the most pressing matter at hand. Chapter 3. An example from you. The underground parking lot of the Shanghai hospital, Xia forcefully tossed her cap onto the seat, clutching a pregnancy test report, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed towards Chen Fei beside her. Chen Fei, the results are right here. How could you strike me because of Su Chen's malicious instigation? Woe is me. Chen Fei bore fresh marks of blood on his face. He glanced at the report in Xia's hand, then, with a sheepish grin, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, offering gentle comfort. Yuqing, I didn't mean to. It was my impulsiveness born from my deep affection for you. Can you forgive me? Who needs your apology? Xia shot him a reproachful look, yet leaned against his shoulder. The imprint of a slap upon her cheek still burned fiercely. Thoughts of Su Chen ignited a flame of resentment in her eyes. It's all because of Su Chen. My dear, you must deal with him properly. At the mere mention of Su Chen, Chen Fei's expression darkened swiftly. Observing the mark on Xia's face, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Since Su Chen has completely severed ties with us, I shall not be held accountable. You should hold a press conference and assert that Su Chen abused you. I'll spread the word, ensuring no other artist dare to feign a relationship with him. He'll be unable to participate in dating shows, and the Fruit Television Network will undoubtedly pursue him for accountability, perhaps even banishing him. I shall make him kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Xia tenderly touched her still-burning cheek, nodding earnestly. Chen Fei glanced at her, his expression shifting to one of unusual complexity. Hesitantly, he inquired, You truly have not had any intimate relations with Su Chen? Chen Fei, do you not know that I am a virgin? Xia straightened in her seat, her indignation evident. I thought there were restorative surgeries for that. You scoundrel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points in Xia's emotional defense value. Are they still in conflict? Su Chen mused, sitting at home with a bemused expression as he held his phone. After sifting through his contacts, he directly dialed a number. Hello, Shaoling, I need your assistance with something. It's like this. 10 minutes later, after dialing the 5th number, Su Chen held his phone with a solemn expression. It's not that I don't want to help, but there's truly nothing I can do. You should check the trending topics right away. All right, thank you. Su Chen hung up and opened the trending topics. Scoundrel Su Chen, cheating and domestic violence. Xia, this time, I truly cannot forgive you. Salt, the rising star, brutally abused by her top-tier boyfriend. Xia remembers the live press conference. Su Chen instinctively clicked on the live stream title. In the broadcast, Xia, with swollen eyes, sat at the center, sobbing profusely. When I first discovered Su Chen's infidelity, I prayed he would return to me, but he resorted to violence instead. She pointed at her inflamed cheek, choking on her tears, nearly breaking under the weight of her despair. Even now, I can hardly believe this is real. Clearly, Su Chen is the one at fault. He is the one who cheated. He once treated me with such kindness. Little did I expect that it was all a fade. Sisters, you must open your eyes and not trust scoundrels as easily as I did. With just a few words, Xia branded Su Chen with labels of domestic violence and infidelity, resonating with the audience. Su Chen opened his social media, and, unsurprisingly, he had already fallen from grace. Su Chen, you despicable scoundrel. Why don't you just disappear? Cheating and being abusive. I see your star status has come to an end. Su Chen, I used to admire you so much. You truly make me feel cold. Su Chen glanced through the comments, ignoring them, as a smile spread further across his face. Amused, he shook his head and dialed the number once more. At Fruit TV, in the director's office of Perfect Lover, the chief director, Zhu Delong, along with several assistant directors, furrowed their brows as they watched Xia's live stream. What is going on? Are Xia and Su Chen out of their minds? Is Star Entertainment out of its mind? Perfect Lover is set to premiere soon. At such a critical moment, you choose to announce a breakup? Zhu Delong slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. Perfect Lover is an exceptionally high-budget SS-level variety show. They had invited 5 couples, all top-tier celebrities. But apart from Su Chen and Xia, the others were mere publicity stunts. Hence, they had invested heavily in this genuine couple. And now, the most significant attraction is inexplicably a breakup and accusations of domestic violence. The mere thought made Zhu Delong's head spin. This program is a disaster. a blemish on his career. Just then his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhu Delong's anger flared. Chen Fei, how dare you call me? Your two artists are causing chaos, and you can expect a lawsuit. Calm down, Director Zhu. Chen Fei chuckled lightly. The situation is not as dire as you think. You're full of nonsense. Are you trying to fool a fool? Zhu Delong swore in frustration. At this point, let me be direct with you. When Su Chan renegotiated his contract, he hiked the price, and we at Star Entertainment are ready to let him go. As for the dating show, you can directly sue him for breach of contract. We will arrange for Xia Xinghe to be paired with Shun Chen from our company. Isn't the essence of variety shows all about hype and traffic? Just imagine a top-tier star who has just experienced domestic violence, facing her most disheartening moment, suddenly finds herself being confessed to by a longtime admirer who is also a top-tier male artist. How captivating would that be? Upon hearing this, Zhu Delong's eyes lit up. Shun Chen is also a top-tier singer under Star Entertainment, with solid vocal skills and a vast fan base. The only downside is his overly immersed performance style, which has led netizens to jokingly refer to him as a sorcerer. However, these details are no longer significant. At this moment, having a new angle to support the variety show is what truly matters. Given the circumstances, Zhu Delong had no choice but to acquiesce. After hanging up, before he could catch his breath, the phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller, Zhu Delong's previously extinguished anger flared up once more. Su Chen, how dare you call me? On the other end, Su Chun, seemingly anticipating the reaction, held the phone a meter away from his ear, maintaining a nonchalant tone. Director Zhu, please don't be upset. Things are not as dire as they seem. Zhu Delong retorted. So it's just me who's fuming, is it? Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability. Wait, I haven't even exerted myself yet. Su Chan was somewhat taken aback by the sudden influx of vulnerability points. Ahem. Director Zhu, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Although there have been some unpleasantness between Fanqing and me, it won't hinder my participation in the variety show. I will be appearing with my new partner. Do you think I'm a fool? Have you seen the public's opinion of you online? You're still going on a variety show. Zhu Delong felt that Su Chan was being absurd. Anticipating Zhu Delong's reaction, Su Chan continued, if I'm not mistaken. Sure, Yuchi will also be appearing on the variety show with her new partner, right? How do you know that? Zhu Delong scanned the office, finding no surveillance cameras. I know Chan Fei and Sure Yuchi's personalities too well. It's not difficult to guess. But that's not the main point. I'm calling today to offer you an opportunity for an overwhelming surge in traffic. What do you mean? Zhu Delong's brow furrowed slightly. Let me be straightforward. Sure Yuchi and I are at odds, and both of us will be showcasing our new partners on a romantic reality show. Have you considered the chaos that might ensue? Surely no headline could be more sensational than that. Zhu Delong found himself nodding inadvertently. After all, who could resist the allure of scandal and the chance to witness a dramatic showdown? Not to mention, both individuals are top-tier stars, ensuring ample intrigue. But Zhu Delong's expression became somewhat peculiar. Is your Fanqing group conspiring to stir up trouble for other artists? It was not unreasonable for Zhu Delong to suspect this. The entertainment industry is a curious realm where popularity reigns supreme. Sometimes, even notoriety can be beneficial. The series of maneuvers by Fanqing indeed resembled a scripted drama. Su Chan chuckled softly, refraining from offering an explanation, and instead posed a question. Director Zhu, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Imagine this. You and your wife are living harmoniously, and suddenly she cheats on you, even collaborating with her lover to slander you. Could you endure such a betrayal? Just think about it. From that moment on, your rival is sharing your wife's bed and perhaps even raising your child. When you meet her, what do you think will transpire? Zhu Delong's mind raced at high speed, and he felt he was on the verge of uncovering a monumental scandal. You and Sure Yuchi have a child. Not at all. I was simply using you as an example. Su Chen replied indifferently. Using me as an example. What does that have to do with me? Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 20 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability. Chapter 4. The wind rises. Zhu Delong's emotional collapse was not Su Chen's intention. If only Chen Fei and Sure Yuqing were equally fragile. However, can you find a new CP? It seems Chen Fei has already made it clear in the circle that no one would dare to get involved in this murky water at this time. I have my own plans. Zhu Delong furrowed his brows, contemplating for quite a while before finally nodding. I understand. Let us discuss it further once you find someone. As the call ended, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhu Delong. After grasping the situation, a collective gasp filled the room. This circle is indeed chaotic. Director, shall we prepare for Su Chen and Shi Yuqing to appear together on a variety show? Asked the assistant director, Wu Cheng. Hold on. Let us first see what kind of CP Su Chen can find. If the choice is unsuitable, we'll have Shi Yuqing go on the show and hold Su Chen accountable for breach of contract. If Su Chen's new CP proves viable, we'll eliminate the one with the least popularity. Regardless, we must prioritize the interests of the production team. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gaul, within a luxurious box on the second floor of an International Fashion Week venue, stood a tall figure with exquisite features and an ethereal demeanor. Clad in a white strapless gown, she calmly observed the international supermodels swaying down the runway. Xia Xinghe, merely standing in silence, radiated brilliance that eclipsed the gathering of supermodels. The door behind her creaked open, and an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, yet possessing an impressive aura, entered the room with a stack of documents. He lowered his voice respectfully. Miss, the investigation has been completed. Chen Fei, the owner of Starry Entertainment, has been involved with Shi Yuqing privately. Upon discovering this, Mr. Su had a falling out with Chen Fei, which led to a series of retaliations from him. Xia Xinghe slowly turned, her brows furrowing as her gaze fell upon the large screen in the room. It displayed a live replay of Shi Yuqing tearfully accusing Su Chen of infidelity. I knew Su Chen couldn't possibly cheat. It turns out Shi Yuqing is quite the master of manipulation. Xia Xinghe no longer paid attention to the screen, portraying Shi Yuqing in tears. Instead, she quietly moved towards the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the fashion capital. The cool evening breeze slipped through her fingers, chilling her expression further. The wind has risen, she murmured, her words reaching the elderly gentleman behind her, causing him to shiver slightly. He looked at her stunning silhouette with increasing reverence. Very well, miss, please grant me 3 days' time. By the way, Mr. Su's contract with Starry is nearing its end. Should we arrange for him to connect with a new company? Our Shengshi has been developing quite well domestically over the past 2 years. Sure, I feel more at ease with him in our company. As Xia Xinghe spoke, her phone vibrated twice, signaling a new message. Su Chen, brother, I urgently need your help. It's a matter of life and death. Upon reading the message, the icy demeanor on Xia Xinghe's face melted away, and a smile crept onto her lips as her fingers danced across the screen. Star River, did you accidentally delete the hard drive resources? Su Chen, I can't believe this. Teletubby Flying Kick JPG. Su Chen, I remember you have a small modeling agency, right? Xia Xinghe lifted her gaze to survey the numerous international supermodels below. Star River, do you really want to drag the girls down? Su Chen, are you out of your mind? After all these years, you still don't know what a good person I am? Here's the thing. Su Chen recounted the entire story, and Xia Xinghe's beautiful eyes flickered. Uncle Zhang, let us put aside the matter of Fanqing for now. I will notify you. Yes, miss, I shall take my leave. Once the door closed, Xia Xinghe, holding her phone, replied tersely. Star River, your excuse for flirting is truly pathetic. Su Chen, on the other end, stared at the message, puzzled. Su Chen, didn't you say you don't check Weibo? Why would I need to deceive you? Star River, just looked. What is the request? Su Chen, preferably someone more attractive. Sly. Star River, aren't you just a lecher? I'm a law-abiding citizen, you know? After finalizing the matter, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the chat window labeled Star River, he suddenly smiled. 5 years ago, before Su Chen graduated from university, he met Star River in the game Honor of the Dead. Star River was an exceptional marksman, akin to a gaming deity. And at that time, Su Chen, a mere novice, desperately clung to this formidable ally to climb the ranks. As time passed, the two developed a friendship. Star River had a somewhat aloof personality. Not only did he dislike using voice chat during games, but he also spoke sparingly in messages. Yet, This did not prevent him from expressing the most provocative remarks with minimal words. Thus, Chen never questioned Star River's gender, assuming he was a seemingly cool, yet secretly passionate, good buddy. Later, Chen was discovered by Talent Scout and entered the entertainment industry. From an ordinary person to a minor celebrity, and then to a top star, Star River witnessed every step of the journey. After graduation, as far as Chen knew, Star River took charge of a small modeling agency owned by his family, surrounded daily by beautiful women, living a blissful life. Despite the growing disparity in their statuses, it did not diminish their profound camaraderie. In his previous life, Chen's fall from grace was so abrupt that a series of blows followed in quick succession. When he leapt from the high building, he didn't even have time to bid farewell to his good brother. Thankfully, everything has been reset. 2 hours later, at the airport in the capital of Gaul, Xia Xinghe ascended the steps of a private plane. Uncle Zhang stood below, his expression complex as he attempted to dissuade her. "Miss, are you truly going to Magic City? Your parents have gone to great lengths to protect you over the years, never revealing any of your personal information to the outside world. If something goes awry, I want to be able to account for it. Moreover, without you, these companies can't function." Xia Xinghe tucked a strand of hair, tousled by the wind, behind her ear, her gaze towards the Dragon Kingdom radiating determination. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I won't rashly reveal my identity. Business matters will be handled by a professional manager, and I'll be informed of any major issues." "What? I thought you were just going to help Mr. Su in return?" Uncle Zhang was taken aback. A rare smile graced Xia Xinghe's lips, more dazzling than a sky full of stars. "Yes, but also no." Chapter 5. Staying at your place the following morning. A private jet from Gaul gracefully touched down in the enchanting city of Imo. Xia Xinghe descended the staircase with her long, fair legs, pressing her phone to her ear. "Hello, is this Chen? I have arrived." In Imo, inside a discreetly charming CF, Chen, fully equipped for the occasion, cautiously pushed open the CAF door after confirming that he was not being followed by paparazzi. The hour was still early, and the CAF was relatively empty. By the window, a slender figure clad in a strapless mini dress, showcasing her long swan-like neck and porcelain skin, appeared tranquil as if she were a living painting. After verifying her location, Chen approached her directly. Upon locking eyes, Chen was momentarily taken aback by the girl's striking beauty. As a top-tier celebrity, he had encountered countless stunning actresses, and his standards had been raised to an extraordinary level. Yet, at the sight of Xia Xinghe, he could not help but concede that this girl could undoubtedly dominate the entertainment industry solely based on her looks. A flicker of emotion crossed Xia Xinghe's eyes as she noticed Chen's momentary daze, prompting her beautiful eyes to glimmer. "Hello. Hello." Chen quickly extended his hand. His friend was indeed reliable. Bringing this girl onto a dating reality show would certainly bolster his confidence against Yuchi. Removing his cap and mask, Chen offered a polite smile. "You must be the model sister that Xinghe introduced. I am quite satisfied with your appearance. Let us discuss your remuneration." Xia Xinghe fixed her gaze upon Chen, seemingly attempting to etch his image into her memory. After a prolonged silence, she blinked and spoke with a clear, earnest tone. "There is no sister. I am the sister." Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his mind momentarily faltering. "What does that mean? Let's start over." Xia Xinghe rose, extending her hand towards Chen once more. "I am Xinghe." Xia Xinghe. Observing her hand suspended in the air, Chen's expression turned peculiar. What manner of riddle was this? "Wait, Xinghe? No, who do you claim to be?" Chen suddenly raised his voice, leaping up from the sofa. "Do you mean to say?" "Yes," Xia Xinghe replied. "So you're actually a—" "Yes." Each time, Xia Xinghe managed to respond before Chen could finish a sentence. After a moment of astonishment, Chen abruptly slapped his forehead and laughed. "I see. It must be that rascal Xinghe deliberately sent you to mess with me, right?" Xia Xinghe regarded Chen with a somewhat frosty tone. "You and Yuchi have been together for 3 years without progressing further. You sing in the shower, but it is painfully off-key. You prefer to sleep in the nude, claiming it saves you from the dilemma of choosing left or right." As Chen listened, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he bent down to cover Xia Xinghe's mouth with his hand. You really shouldn't say such things. Unfazed by Su Chen's sudden action, Xia Xinghe's expression remained calm, although her ears inexplicably flushed. This little rascal, how could he know everything to set me up like this? Realizing his own boldness, Su Chen hastily released his grip. So, you still do not believe me? Xia Xinghe inquired. Huh, who would believe that? That person speaks with such ferocity. How could she possibly be his sister? Su Chen appeared to be fully aware of the situation. Xia Xinghe, with a slight smile playing on her lips, continued. When you were 10, you were caught peeking at the neighbor's sister while she bathed, and, as a result, she spanked you. The most humiliating part? You weren't even as strong as she was. At 16, a female classmate penned you a love letter. When your father discovered it, instead of reprimanding you, he placed a box of condoms in your backpack. When the class teacher found out, you insisted they were balloons, and she made you blow one up for the entire class. At 18, you ventured into entrepreneurship selling chestnuts, but your business collapsed halfway through because you consumed too many yourself. Su Chen's face twitched in embarrassment. Enough. I beg you, please stop. He was genuinely flustered. If I must call someone father, perhaps dad would sound more agreeable, Xia Xinghe said with a hint of indifference. Su Chen was utterly perplexed by how Xia Xinghe managed to deliver such biting remarks with a straight face. Are you truly Xinghe? Indeed, I am Xinghe, she replied. Su Chen approached her, surveying her from an elevated position. Her figure was flawless, her beauty extraordinary, and her long legs were fair and delicate. Certainly, she was not just a fleeting indulgence. Coughing lightly, he noticed that Xia Xinghe was also observing him, prompting him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Xia Xinghe's eyes were clear as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen with a cool tone. It's fine, if you like what you see. Feel free to look more. It's not every day one gets to embrace womanhood. I wouldn't want you to miss out. Su Chen was taken aback, his cheeks reddening at the unexpected exposure. Despite the discomfort, he conceded, all right then, let us proceed to sign the contract. Xia Xinghe nodded in agreement and quietly followed him to the chauffeur-driven vehicle. An hour later, at the office of Fruit TV's perfect lover, Zhu Delong scrutinized Xia Xinghe, stealing glances at Su Chen. Is she really not from the industry? No. I am merely a small model hoping to leverage this opportunity to increase my visibility. Xia Xinghe replied, her tone steady and cool. Zhu Delong rubbed his chin, internally astonished. Initially, he had not held high hopes for the pairing Su Chen brought. After all, the rising star Shi Yuqi was indeed dazzling. While a competitive setting could be entertaining, it required a balance of strengths to enhance its appeal. However, upon meeting, aside from Xia Xinghe's somewhat cold demeanor, her looks were undeniably capable of overshadowing many top-tier actresses. With such captivating beauty, one could easily overlook whether she was a newcomer or a minor model. Zhu Delong suddenly sensed a burgeoning opportunity for Perfect Lover to achieve unprecedented success. If Su Chen can make this happen. Director Zhu, do you have any questions? Su Chen inquired. No more questions. Let us sign the contract now. In just 10 minutes, the contract was finalized. Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng exchanged glances, grinning like two cunning foxes at the sight of Xia Xinghe and Su Chen departing. The program is set to air in a day, and the guest list is to be released now, though we shall refrain from including a photograph of Xia Xinghe to create a buzz first. Below the Fruit TV building, Su Chen noticed that Xia Xinghe was still following closely behind him. There's nothing more for you to do. You may return to rest, he suggested. I have no place to go, Xia Xinghe replied, clutching her small white leather bag and blinking her beautiful eyes. So, what do you mean? Stay at your place, she declared, not waiting for Su Chen's consent as she stepped into the chauffeur-driven car. No, this isn't appropriate. Su Chen was taken aback. Isn't it only natural for couples to live together? She countered. Rest assured, I won't make any advances, she added. It's not that, my friend. I fear I might be the one to make a move. Chapter 6. A life at stake at the entrance of Su Chen's home. He had managed to unlock the password lock halfway before scratching his head and suddenly turning around. Perhaps you should stay at a hotel for now? I have no money. I can pay you in advance. I'm not accustomed to hotels. But we're brothers. Why are you being so indecisive? Xia Xinghe frowned gracefully, directly pushing past Su Chen and swiftly tapping the password lock. The door clicked open. Wait, how do you know the code to my house? You told me yourself, saying I should make myself at home when I visited. Xia Xinghe swung open the door, kicked off her high heels, and her delicate feet touched the carpet with a soft thud, her bright eyes surveying Su Chen's abode. Su Chen's home was a spacious flat with an exquisite view, adorned in a minimalist style, simple yet sophisticated. Despite having seen this scene in photographs countless times, standing there in person, Xia Xinghe felt an almost surreal sensation, as if a dream had materialized into reality. Taking a deep breath of the air filled with Su Chen's refreshing scent, a rare hint of joy flickered across her usually frosty visage. I'm going to take a shower. Su Chen stared blankly as Xia Xinghe confidently made her way toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Behind a frosted glass, steam rose, revealing a blurred silhouette. The thought of Xia Xinghe's flawless figure and striking beauty stirred something within Su Chen that had long been dormant. How shameless. A good brother comes to offer help. And here you are, lusting after her? Su Chen scoffed, about to turn away when he suddenly caught sight of a delicate face peering out from the bathroom, raising an eyebrow at him. Ahem. He turned back into the room. I'll find you a disposable bathrobe. Half an hour later, Xia Xinghe emerged in a white bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. Her cheeks flushed, yet her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Although my home has many rooms, there's only one bed. Has Shiryuchi ever stayed here? Xia Xinghe withdrew her gaze from the bed. Su Chen, taken aback by her sudden question, answered honestly. She has visited, but never stayed over. That's good. Xia Xinghe visibly relaxed, flopping onto the soft bed. What a troublesome woman, sharing the same bed with me. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed his concern about sharing a bed was misplaced. Was this sister not worried about that at all? But where will I sleep if you take the bed? How about we split it and squeeze together? In his innocence, Su Chen simply wished to avoid the sofa, as his bed was ample enough. Xia Xinghe lifted her head from the blanket, tossing a pillow at Su Chen. Not happening. Her refusal was resolute. Xia Xinghe propped her chin on her hand, her smooth legs exposed to the air, swaying gently. You prefer sleeping naked. I can wear my clothes. It is quite unacceptable. I too enjoy sleeping in the nude, which poses significant risks and could lead to dire consequences. As Su Chen and Xia Xinghe engaged in a heated contest for their respective sleeping arrangements, the trending news exploded due to a revelation from the production team of Perfect Lover. Perfect Lover will air as scheduled tomorrow. My goodness. Su Chen and Shiryuchi will appear alongside their new partners on the same screen. Perfect Lover, a program destined to be a battleground of intense emotions. Who exactly is Xia Xinghe? The comment section of the trending topic surged with activity. Is it true that Su Chen, this scoundrel, has found a new girlfriend so swiftly? Who is this Xia Xinghe? Not an industry insider? I've never heard of her before. Is Xia Xinghe the mistress involved in Su Chen's infidelity? What a sight to behold. A mistress and a scoundrel on a dating show. Will the rightful partner not tear them apart? I've heard that Chen has harbored a crush on Shiryuchi for many years. Finally, his persistence pays off, and he gets to be with her. The comments overwhelmingly leaned in one direction. Even some fans who had previously supported Su Chen chose to remain silent after the announcement of his new relationship. Just after being exposed for infidelity and domestic violence, he swiftly parades his new girlfriend on a dating show. How could he possibly redeem himself? In the office of the president at Fancheng Entertainment, Chen Fei gazed at the name Xia Xinghe trending online, then turned to Shiryuchi with a furrowed brow. Who is this Xia Xinghe? She does not seem to belong to the industry. I've inquired with numerous acquaintances, and none are familiar with her. Is she an ordinary person or merely an obscure internet celebrity? It is perplexing how Zhu Delong permitted Su Chen to bring her onto the show. Chen Fei found himself at a loss. Shiryuchi quietly approached Chen Fei from behind, resting her hand on his shoulder and gently massaging it as she spoke sweetly. Fei Gu, do not concern yourself with this. She is merely an unknown individual. If she lacks the backing of a company, dealing with her will not be difficult. Even if she does have company support, with just a flick of your finger, she could easily be silenced. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei's furrowed brow began to ease. That makes sense. I shall instruct the online army to steer the narrative, ensuring that their public appeal is thoroughly diminished. Yuchi, your appearance on the dating show should not be for a long duration. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone shattered the morning tranquility. Hello, understood, I'm on my way. Su Chen hung up on Zhu Delong, eyes still closed, and turned to find himself startled. Xia Xinghe lay on the bed, wrapped in a bathrobe, her charming peach blossom eyes playfully gazing at him. Her long hair, tousled from sleep, exuded a disheveled beauty. Upon noticing Su Chen's awakening, Xia Xinghe quickly averted her gaze. You've risen quite early, brother. After spending a day together, Su Chen had come to accept the fact that his good friend was a girl, and their interactions had become considerably more natural. Indeed, I didn't engage in much activity last night, hence my early rise. Su Chen found a phrasing of his words somewhat peculiar. At the washstand, the two brushed their teeth side by side, observing their reflections in the mirror. Both clad in sleepwear, Su Chen felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping the atmosphere. After having breakfast, Su Chen boarded the shuttle bus heading to the recording site of Perfect Lover. Upon opening his phone, he was greeted by a plethora of 99 messages on Weibo. A glance at the trending topics instantly clarified the situation for him. Dear family, how could there be such a scoundrel named Su Chen? It makes me so furious that I'm nearly succumbing to my princess syndrome. Seeing this comment, Su Chen unhesitatingly clicked to reply. Su Chen, so, you consider yourself a princess? You despicable man, how dare you respond? All my friends are delicate little princesses. Su Chen, a true princess's tantrum is called princess syndrome. What you exhibit is merely a case of wild chicken syndrome. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 defense points from Zhang Xiaomei. You vile man, how dare you hurt Yuchi? You deserve to die. Damn it. Su Chen, insulting others is not right. Abusive man, what's wrong with cursing you? Su Chen, that's hilarious. You threw the first punch. You're like that silly sheep. Lost for over 3,000 episodes, crying for your mother. Are you so starved from eternal love? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 defense points from Chen Qianqian. Hearing the system's notification, Su Chen let out a long sigh. Ever since he adjusted his mental state to a more carefree one, the world appeared significantly brighter. Let those who choose to suffer do so. Xia Xinghe, so is you who seduced Su Chen into infidelity, right? You vixen. A comment intruded into Su Chen's view. He glanced at the composed Xia Xinghe beside him, unable to suppress a frown of guilt. Xia Xinghe was enduring this online bullying for his sake. Just as Su Chen prepared to engage in a battle of wits, another reply appeared beneath that comment. Xia Xinghe, with 2 eggs hanging below your eyebrows. Can you even see? Who's the mistress here? What is Sure Yuchi anyway? Su Chen must have been blind to have chosen her. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 defense points from Wan Lingling. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. Although he was thrilled to confirm that Xia Xinghe was standing up for him and that he could earn defense points, he couldn't help but wonder if his brother was this fierce. But it seemed this was merely the beginning. Oh, the mistress has ascended. Are you not feeling guilty about meeting the main character soon? Xia Xinghe, what would I feel guilty about? Even if I did, it wouldn't compare to your kidney deficiency. Stop barking at me. I've been afraid of dogs since childhood. Xia Xinghe, who do you think you are, a nobody? How could you possibly be worthy of our Su Chen? Xia Xinghe, how am I unworthy of him? I could match him 800 times over. If we talk about looks, I've got the face. If we talk about figure, I'm D. My legs are longer than your life. And you say I'm unworthy? I could outshine him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained. Su Chen watched the incessantly refreshing replies on his phone. Stealing a glance at Xia Xinghe, he found, as expected, that her pretty face remained as serene as ever, though her fingers were flying across the screen with remarkable speed. Chapter 7. Hello, ex-sister-in-law. All teams, take your positions. Final adjustments to all equipment. 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast begins. In a picturesque village on the outskirts of the Magic City, the scene for Perfect Lovers unfolds. All live streaming cameras activate simultaneously. The host, Heling, appears on screen, adorned with her signature smile. Hello everyone. Welcome to Perfect Lovers, the nation's first all-time live streaming variety show. Except for the moments when our guests are sleeping, during which we will temporarily cut the broadcast. We will showcase all their activities through split screen for the entire duration. What sweet moments will unfold under the live cameras for our 5 celebrity couples? Let's embark on this delightful journey together. We eagerly anticipate the arrival of our first celebrity couple. A surge of viewers floods into the live stream. Sweet moments? More like a battlefield moment, if you ask me. Haha, I've never been this excited for a variety show. That scoundrel Chen and that homewrecker Xia Xinghe. I'm curious to see who this Xia Xinghe really is. Backstage, Zhu Delong gazes intently at the live camera and inquires about the viewership. Wu Cheng, observing the data, beams with delight. Director, just as expected, the viewership is soaring. At the start of the broadcast, we already have 5 million viewers. Zhu Delong grins broadly. Not only do the audience want to watch, but I find myself feeling quite eager as well. By the way, who is the first couple to arrive? It's Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu. They've arrived. A van comes to a halt in front of the program team's mountainside villa. A man and a woman slowly step out of the vehicle. Be careful, Hanyu. If you fall, I will be heartbroken beyond measure, Lu Yuan says, his lips curling into a tender smile. Li Hanyu briefly displays a flicker of disdain, but nonetheless smiles as she takes Lu Yuan's hand. Thank you, brother Lu Yuan. Having you is truly a blessing. Lu Yuan tilts his head with a grin, suddenly perplexed. Hanyu, did you hear that sound? Li Hanyu pauses. Are you referring to the birds chirping in the mountains? No, it's the sound of my heart racing at the sight of you, like a fawn startled within me. Li Hanyu. I can't handle Lu Yuan's charm. Someone save me. Watching Lu Yuan on a variety show makes me feel like I don't need to use oil when I cook. Is there a feature to block the live stream? I want to mute Lu Yuan. Look, Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan have arrived. The car door swings open. A tall woman with her long hair elegantly pinned up and a clean-cut, sunny young man step out of the van. Their appearance causes a frenzy in the comments. I wish I could experience Su Jingwan's happiness. Having a younger boyfriend is just too delightful. Stop dreaming. That is Qin Yuxuan, a top-tier idol. How bold are you to even think about it? Lin Lin and Bai Yao are here. Another couple emerges. The young man sports slightly long bangs that cover his forehead, giving him a somewhat naive look, while the young woman is poised and radiant with a bright smile. Help! Bai Yao, please stop smiling. I can see your stomach. A beautiful woman, alas, with a penchant for laughter. Lin Lin remains ever so courteous, and I am utterly enamored with his comedic performances. Just then, the livestream camera abruptly shifted away from Lin Lin and Bai Yao. Chen, with his striking pale complexion and exaggerated catfish hairstyle, along with the visibly weary Shiyuki, alighted from the nanny van. Yuchi carefully navigated the steps. Thank you, Chen. Shiyuki has arrived. Oh dear, she looks so haggard. It's all that scoundrel Su Chan's fault. My heart aches for her. Fortunately, Yuchi has the protective presence of Shun Chen. They appear so sweet together. I ship them. Please, let Shiyuki and the warm-hearted Shun Chen become a couple. Healing, as the esteemed host, understood precisely when to direct the focus. Upon seeing Shiyuki, he approached her, embracing her gently while concealing his disdain beneath a veneer of concern. My dear, how had you become so worn? Though it was merely a fade of politeness, it provided Shiyuki with a moment of solace. The heat in the live stream studio surged instantaneously. Thank you, Teacher He, for your concern. I will soon regain my composure. Healing nodded, refraining from commenting on Shiyuki and Su Chun's predicament. After all, at a certain level of stardom, some scandals are all too transparent. As more people gathered, the atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Yet, amidst the laughter, many cast furtive glances toward the villa's entrance. After all, with Shiyuki's appearance, how far could Su Chen be? A sudden, sharp screech of brakes echoed. A nanny van, its tires emitting smoke, came to a halt at the villa's entrance. Su Chen slammed the car door as he leapt from the driver's seat. Old Wong, your driving skills as a professional chauffeur leave much to be desired. I almost arrived late. A middle-aged man in the back seat chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the livestream camera swiftly focused on Su Chen. The domestic abuser has made his entrance. Let us unleash our wrath, sisters. How dare you? Su Chun, appear on a variety show. I swear, I could strangle Su Chun through the internet. And where is that mistress, Xia Xinghe? Is she too ugly to step out? The side door of the nanny van slowly opened. A long, luminous leg emerged from the vehicle. Su Chun timely extended his hand to clasp Xia Xinghe's. Clad in a white short skirt, with softly curled long hair cascading gracefully, her eyes sparkled, and her demeanor was as ethereal as a fairy who had unwittingly strayed into the mortal realm. Everyone in the villa was taken aback. He Ling instinctively rose. He had heard from Zhu Delong about Xia Xinghe's beauty, yet he had not anticipated such splendor. Even when standing among other top-tier female celebrities within the villa, she was in no way overshadowed. In fact, with her icy elegance, one could confidently assert that she surpassed them. The numerous critical comments that had been brewing in the live stream's chat suddenly faltered. My goodness, this girl is stunning. Mom, at this very moment, I feel as if I have fallen in love. Is this really Xia Xinghe? It can't be. She is too beautiful. I think I can understand why Su Chen strayed. Who could resist such a lure? Previously, I believed that Su Che's abandonment of Yuqi was a grave error. Yet now I find myself unable to refute his aesthetic sensibilities. Hello, Xinghe Xiaochun. He Ling approached with purpose. Xia Xinghe offered a slight nod to the crowd, displaying no signs of intimidation despite their celebrity status. Welcome to Perfect Lovers. He Ling and Su Chun clasped hands firmly. However, He Ling unexpectedly found herself with a handful of sunflower seeds. Having driven here without the chance to eat, she urged, "Don't be shy, please indulge." Su Chun, in response, spat out a sunflower seed shell. He Ling's lips quivered slightly. Was this such a significant blow to Su Chun? "Come, allow me to introduce everyone," He Ling said, guiding Xia Xinghe forward for introductions. When they reached Yuqi, Xia Xinghe suddenly interjected, "No need for introductions. I'm already acquainted." He Ling sighed in relief, having been uncertain of how to introduce them. With poise, Xia Xinghe extended her hand toward Yuqi, her voice clear and resonant. "Hello, ex-sister-in-law. Chapter 8. To catch you." One must seek the dog-catching brigade. Yuqi had yet to recover from the stunning appearance of Xia Xinghe. The term ex-wife nearly left her breathless. Her gaze, once filled with curiosity, swiftly transformed into one of hostility. "So you are Xia Xinghe. Indeed, you possess a striking beauty. It is no wonder that Su Chun strayed because of you. However, beauty alone, accompanied by any additional attributes, is a powerful combination. Yet, beauty in isolation is of little value. Furthermore, my relationship with Su Chun was merely a fleeting chapter. He will no longer occupy a space in my life." Xia Xinghe nodded impassively, acknowledging her words. "Understood. Well then, farewell, deceased wife." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of Yuqi's defensive value." After delivering her retort, Xia Xinghe turned and seated herself beside Su Chun. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantaneously. The guests regarded Xia Xinghe with a myriad of expressions. Some were astonished, others shocked, while a few held an air of appreciation. He Ling hesitated, her lips moving as if to mediate the situation, only to find herself at a loss for words. Wow, the tension is palpable right from the start. This is truly a battlefield. What does this mean? I'm not quite following. You don't understand? Yuqi implied that Xia Xinghe is merely a pretty face, claiming that Su Chen's reputation has crumbled and that he no longer holds a place in her life. Yet, Xia Xinghe boldly declared that she is deceased. Is there truly so much information in those two sentences? The class representative should elaborate. How audacious is Xia Xinghe, boldly usurping the position of the mistress. Nevertheless, as a mere spectator, I find myself oddly entertained, perhaps even slightly fond of Xia Xinghe. Ha ha ha. Director's team. Zhu Delong's ears still echoed with Xia Xinghe's words, "deceased wife," causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. This seemingly quiet woman possesses quite a sharp tongue. Director, the viewership has surged, now reaching 6 million. Wu Chang exclaimed, exhilarated by the live statistics. Haha, I place my bets wisely. Quick, amplify the excitement. Draw more viewers to this battleground. Director, should we impose some restrictions? Su Chun is still munching on sunflower seeds. Zhu Delong glanced at the detached Su Chun, then at Xia Xinghe, a sly smile creeping across his face. For the sake of ratings, certain sacrifices could be made, provided that no physical altercations ensued. After all, it was Fanxing who instigated this turmoil. Recording venue. Following Xia Xinghe's remark about the deceased wife, Shi Yuqi was momentarily choked, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. The only sound piercing the stillness was the crunching of sunflower seeds by Su Chun, which felt rather jarring. He Ling shot Su Chun a glance, exasperated. Seriously, how can you be so engrossed in your own snacks? With a cough, she attempted to redirect the conversation. Since we are all acquainted now, let us discuss the arrangement of the rooms. The production team had prepared a total of 5 couples' rooms, ranging from the top-tier suite on the 3rd floor to ordinary and modest couples' rooms on the lower levels. As He Ling laid out 5 photographs of the rooms on the table, Chen swiftly seized the top-tier suite on the 3rd floor. Ladies and gentlemen, recently Yuqi's health has not been at its best, and I trust you all can comprehend our choice to stay here. The other couples immediately furrowed their brows upon hearing this, yet none dared to retort, maintaining an atmosphere of feigned camaraderie. Su Chun spat out a sunflower seed shell. Raising an eyebrow, "What? Are we nurturing a child? If you're unwell, perhaps you ought to refrain from making an appearance." Everyone's gaze oscillated between Su Chun and Chen, their expressions laden with an unspoken tension. "Not you two, come on." Shiyuki's mind raced back to that conversation with Su Chun at the police station, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 20 points of Shiyuki's vulnerability. Chen shot a glare at Su Chun. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuqi is in this state because of you. What? The child is not mine. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. Who claimed Yuqi was pregnant? Chen was beside himself. Then why are you two staying in a top-tier suite? Su Chun tilted his head in inquiry. The bus merely states that seats should be offered to the elderly, the sick and the pregnant. Since you are neither, then, seizing upon Su Chen's slip of the tongue, Chen interjected, "We are sick, do you understand?" "Oh, so you are ill. What kind of illness? Is it contagious?" Su Chen's face contorted with an indescribable horror, instantly sending a chill through the others present. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing stares, Shiyuki gritted her teeth and tugged at Chen. "Has this guy lost his mind? You are the one who is sick. I am perfectly fine and do not need anyone's pity. We can discuss this matter rationally. If blame is to be assigned, it is solely due to my poor judgment in choosing the wrong person." Shiyuki expressed her grievances, employing a strategy of retreat to advance, which incited a fervor in the comment section. Su Chun, are you even human? Treating Shiyuki like this? Indeed, Shiyuki misjudged. Su Chun is truly a scoundrel. Oh my heart aches for Shiyuki. Yes, if one is blind, it is best to seek treatment early, lest it become a burden later on. Here, take this. Do not accuse us of lacking sympathy for the disabled. As the comment erupted, Su Chun seized a microphone stand from nearby and presented it to Shiyuki. A guide stick? BFF. Bai Yao, who had overheard some gossip, couldn't help but laugh, then hastily waved her hands. "I apologize. I just recalled a joke. I am not laughing at you." Chen snatched away the guide stick Su Chun had offered. "Su Chun, are you out of your mind? Right? It's contagious thanks to you, my goodness. What a severe infection." The world seemed to revolve in circles, the previously broached topic resurfacing once more. When had Chen ever been treated in such a manner? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase his boyfriend prowess. Upon seeing this, Su Chun promptly stepped back. "No, you'd best maintain your distance. I suffer from phobia of large objects. I fear extravagant displays." Chen. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 20 points of Chen's vulnerability. Xia Xinghe, who had been discreetly shielding Su Chun, also burst into laughter upon hearing this. The creaking sound of Chen grinding his teeth resonated clearly in the air. Were it not for He Ling's intervention, Chen would have truly wanted to rush forward and sink his teeth into Su Chun. Yuqi regarded Su Chun with a sense of terrifying unfamiliarity. She began to feel grateful for her decision to distance herself from him. Pulling at Chen's clothing, Yuqi cast a cold glance at Su Chun. "Su Chun, this is a live broadcast. Please be mindful of your words. Continue like this, and I won't hesitate to report you for slandering others. Report me? Are they going to arrest you? That won't work. We would need to call the dog-catching squad. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of Shiryuchi's defense value. Suche nonchalante remarked. The police station? It's not like I haven't been there before. Every officer inside is quite the talent, handsome and articulate. I absolutely adore being there. Chapter 9. The first Wild King of the Entertainment Circle with Su Chen's explosive exit. The fervor surrounding Perfect Lover surged once again. Zhu Delong, the man privy to the most insider knowledge, found himself unable to remain composed. Within less than 20 minutes of the show's airing, the situation had escalated to a point where police intervention seemed imminent. Damn, I underestimated this kid Su Chen. I initially thought it was merely Xia Xinghe's sharp tongue. But Su Chen's audacity is even more astounding. Director Wu, please advise Yiling to discreetly remind Su Chen to temper his behavior, the director instructed. Director, the online viewership has hit 10 million. What? Zhu Delong exclaimed, his attention snapping back to the live viewer count. Director, what was it you wanted me to relay to Yiling? Tell Yiling to refrain from meddling in the matters between Su Chen and Shiryuchi. Understood. Meanwhile, Shun Chen and Shiryuchi had already entered a heated exchange. Yiling, realizing the situation could not be prolonged any further, interjected, "Calm down, everyone. This just has gone too far." Too far? Teacher your rescue was rather forced, wasn't it? Haha, Su Chen is absolutely hilarious. His rhymes are on point. Are you preparing for the entrance exam? Why do I feel that the dynamic between Su Chen and Xia Xinghe is off? There is no hint of guilt from the cheating man and his mistress when confronted by the rightful partner. Could there be more to the story? What story? Su Chen is nothing but a scoundrel and an abuser. Xia Xinghe is merely the mistress. Although I admit, she is somewhat attractive. But let us not dwell on that. Upon Yiling's intervention, the group quieted down considerably. In truth, the production team had already devised a solution for the room allocation. Our sponsor, Glory of the Fallen, would provide a competitive platform where 5 couples would be divided into 2 teams to engage in a best-of-5 series. The couple with the highest combined score would have the priority in room selection. Teacher how will the teams be divided? Lin inquired. We can either draw lots or allow for self-selection. Lin and Bai Yao exchanged knowing glances, a smile of tacit agreement blossoming between them. Since there will be couples separated, brother, let them part us. After all, I'm the eldest sister and can make the sacrifice, Su Jingwan remarked, glancing at Qin Yushuan. Upon hearing that games would dictate the room assignments, Shun Chen's lips curled into a wide grin. Yuchi, don't worry, I excel at gaming. I've even gone head-to-head with professional players, who dubbed me the first Wild King of the Entertainment Circle. Then it all rests on you, Chen. Let us show those who are all talk that mere bravado leads to nothing. I hope you won't be hiding in a shabby couple's room crying tonight. Lu Yuan, who had remained silent, perked up at the mention of gaming. Han Yu, rest assured, I shall transform into the most loyal knight in the canyon. Ever vigilant at your side. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Li Han Yu feigned modesty, her gestures delighting Lu Yuan, who immediately adopted a bubbly tone, turning to Shun Chen. First Wild King of the Entertainment Circle, greetings. The first archer of the Entertainment Circle requests to join the team. Welcome aboard. Shun Chen and Lu Yuan harmonized in agreement. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin and Bai Yao rose with a sense of satisfaction and hurriedly made their way to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's side. Then we shall form a team. However, I must admit I am somewhat inexperienced. You won't cast me aside, will you? Bai Yao blinked her large eyes, her gaze entirely fixed on Xia Xinghe, the ethereal yet sharp-tongued beauty she adored. Count me in, Xia Xinghe responded coolly, exuding an aura of a leading lady. Lu Yuan cast a glance at Su Jingwan, who had yet to choose a team, and a smirk crept upon his lips. Sister Jingwan, shall we have a night, also protect you? He teased. Their feeble team is destined for defeat. I am no longer a little girl. I can defend myself, Su Jingwan retorted, her toes awkwardly fidgeting. Are you truly not reconsidering? Your coyness is becoming rather evident, Lu Yuan continued. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard that Sister Jingwan is currently on a diet? What do you mean? She shouldn't be indulging in overly rich food. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of defense against Lu Yuan. As the foremost queen of the entertainment circle and a seasoned observer of gossip, she favored the sharp-tongued Su Chun, who was practically her mouthpiece. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, wishing for an encounter in the canyon where Su Chun would maintain such bravado. Rest assured, brother Lu Yuan, with me, the top wild card of the entertainment industry, he won't even manage to escape the fountain. Su Chen's team is destined to lose, as Chen and Lu Yuan are notorious for their gaming prowess. Let's smash Su Chen's ego and see how tough he really is. Previously, at the Carnival of the Fallen, it appears that special guests included Chen and Lu Yuan. Quite impressive indeed. However, Su Chen paid them no mind, his thoughts drifting as he stared contemplatively at the switch connecting the internet cable beneath the table. Do not even think of disconnecting the cable. I will lead you to victory, Xia Xinghe whispered suddenly in his ear. How well do you understand me? Brothers communicate at heart. If something happens and the phone is unreachable, ouch, why are you pinching me? With the team allocation complete and heroes banned, they swiftly arrived at the game's character selection page. Chen was the first to pick, selecting the jungler Chen Yaojin and casting a disdainful glance at Su Chen. From this day forth, Chen Yaojin shall be your eternal nightmare. How ridiculous, Su Chen retorted. On the 5th floor, he observed as Xia Xinghe swiftly selected Gong Sunli, prompting his question, can you withstand 2 opponents? Let loose and fight, Xia Xinghe replied. Su Chen then chose Zhong Kuei on the 5th floor. TCH, I thought you might select something worthwhile. Zhong Kuei is a rather mediocre support, Chen scoffed. Su Chen shot him a look, his smile taking on a somewhat enigmatic quality. The game commenced in earnest. Xia Xinghe signaled a feigned engagement at level 1. After exchanging a few skills in the mid lane, both teams retreated to their respective lanes. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the lower right corner of the map, a stealthy Zhong Kuei lurked, stealthily approaching the vicinity of Shun Yichen's red buff. As the jungle monsters respawned, Shun Yichen's Cheng Yaojin swung his axe, ruthlessly hacking away at the red buff. As he approached the threshold for a decisive strike, before he could press his punishment, a formidable hook suddenly shot out, seizing his red buff and making it vanish on the spot. Damn it, Shun Yichen cursed. Su Chen, after securing the hook, turned to leave, leaving behind a bewildered red buff that wandered back to the jungle while regenerating health frantically. Is this all you can do? Is your only talent to annoy others? Shun Yichen remarked, yet he cautiously drew the jungle monsters into the brush. As the jungle monsters once again reached the critical threshold, whoosh, the great black hook reappeared. Is this amusing to you? What are you doing down there? Can't you see the hook in play? Meanwhile, in the lower lane, Lu Yuan starry-eyed Ho-E, accompanied by Li Hanyu Zhuang Zhou, unleashed a flurry of skills, all of which were deftly evaded by Xia Xinghe's agile movements, leaving them trembling beneath the tower. The red buff was engaged once more. Cheng Yaojin stood guard around a red buff, warding off the great black hook. Whoosh! The great black hook returned, this time pulling in Cheng Yaojin. Upon encountering his nemesis, Shun Yichen's fury ignited. I will end you, he shouted, swinging his axe in pursuit of Zhong Kuei. Suddenly, a floral umbrella descended from the heavens as Xia Xinghe's Gong Sunli arrived, effortlessly claiming the nearly defeated Cheng Yaojin's life. Bang! Shun Yichen slammed his phone down on the table. What on earth are you all doing? Support. Do you even understand what that means? Chapter 10. Are you just excrement that I must sift through? 10 minutes later, under the oppressive fear instilled by the dark hook, Shun Yichen finally secured the first red buff of the entire game. However, before he could boast, the camera abruptly swung behind him, revealing 2 glaring red characters spelling failure. The defenses of an adult can crumble in an instant. Su Chen, employing such despicable tactics, how shameless you are. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of Shun Yichen's defense value. Shun Yichen pointed accusingly at Su Chen, seething with rage. You don't deserve it anyway. Su Chen replied with a smile, putting down his phone. After a triumphant high-five with Lin Lin and Bai Yao, he playfully massaged Xia Xinghe's shoulder. Greatness begets greatness. Su Chen's hand, Thereupon Xia Xinghe's fair shoulder felt somewhat heated. Xia Xinghe's ears gradually reddened, yet it did not prevent her from calmly taunting Chen. If you're lacking, just practice more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of Chen's defense value. Ah, I can't breathe. The most merciless taunt is the deadliest. Wow. Is Xia Xinghe really this skilled at gaming? Her level is nearly that of a professional player. Could we skip the exaggerated flattery? It's true she's impressive, but she's still far from a pro. I'm literally a pro player. Spare me. Oh no, I think I might be shipping Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Don't worry, I've already started. Unable to retort Su Chen, Chen turned to Lu Yuan. Laughable, the entertainment industry's #1 marksman can't even leave the tower. Likewise, I didn't expect the entertainment industry's #1 jungler would only secure his first red buff before the base exploded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of Chen's defense value. Chen was infuriated. He wished he could raise a microphone on the spot and cast a curse upon Su Chen. Being trapped at the fountain was utterly humiliating. It's fine. It's a best of 5. We still have a chance, Yuchi consoled. Chen gritted his teeth and nodded. As the second game commenced, Chen immediately banned Su Chen's Chan Qua. Thus, Su Chen was left with no choice but to select Lu Chan as his support. Don't worry. This time we'll focus on the bottom lane. We shall redeem ourselves. Lu Yuan fiercely chose Gongsun, Li for Xia Xinghe in the top lane. Chen sneered, brimming with ambition. Su Chen glanced at them, then turned to Xia Xinghe and whispered, selecting Hou-Yi. The game began. Chen opted to forego the level 1 skirmish, and the team guarded the red buff diligently. After securing the first red buff without incident, Cheng Yaojin swaggered confidently towards the bottom lane, heading straight for Su Chen's Lu Chan and Xia Xinghe's Hou-Yi. However, halfway there, a bright yellow exclamation mark appeared above Cheng Yaojin's head, signaling danger. What the? Lanling Wang. With that exclamation, Chen unwittingly gifted the first blood. TSK, this one do, Su Chen remarked, pursing his lips. Lin, you. Chen glared at Lin, who had chosen Lanling Wang. Lin offered an apologetic smile. Yu Guang glanced at Su Chen. A few minutes later, Hou-Yi reached level 4. A magnificent golden bird soared towards the mid lane, landing squarely on the head of the Angela played by Yuchi. Immediately, a bright yellow exclamation mark appeared, heralding the ghostly arrival of Lanling Wang. Angela down. 40 seconds later, the golden bird ascended once more, targeting Angela, who had just arrived at the mid lane's second tower. The exclamation mark flared again. Angela down. Another 40 seconds passed. Angela down. Chen, stop farming your wretched jungle. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu scolded in unison. Yuchi cast a resentful glance in his direction. Yet Chen, lost in the thrill of jungle farming, remained oblivious. Farming is exhilarating. The game may be lost, but Su Chen must suffer. Su Chen, look at me farming. If you dare, come and kill me. Chen taunted brazenly. Just as he finished speaking, a large bird descended, striking him squarely on the forehead. Lanling Wang flashed in. Why didn't you use your ultimate? Lu Yuan inquired. He was too fast. I forgot, Chen replied, slightly awkward. However, it was no great matter. Lin had slain him. So what if he sent a little money to his brother? Lin chuckled nervously and glanced at Su Chen. From this point on, Angela and Cheng Yaojin found themselves ensnared in the terror orchestrated by Hou-Yi and Lanling Wang. What on earth are Hou-Yi and Lanling Wang doing? Help! Help! Lanling Wang is coming again. Yuchi shrieked in an instinctive reaction upon seeing the exclamation mark. She even momentarily suspected that there was some form of GPS on her, allowing Hou-Yi to shoot so accurately. Su Chen's presence in this match is rather minimal. Indeed, without the dirty plays, he is utterly inconsequential. Do you still expect this scoundrel to possess any remarkable skills? Chen slays Lu Chan, damn him. Did you all not notice that shot just now? It seems Su Chen just exchanged phones with Lin under the table. So, oh no, Chen is going to lose it soon. At that moment, the camera shifted again. The glaring word failure appeared on the game screen of Chen and the others. Yet Chen regarded it as a promising beginning. After all. Huh. How amusing. Su Chun, you were quite the show-off earlier. Playing a mere Zhong Kue, did you really believe yourself invincible? Why didn't you hook me this time? Playing Lu Chan, weren't you just my prey? Bai Yao, Su Jingwan, and Lin Lin watched Shunnichen's frenzied taunts, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. At this point, their lips were practically twitching like AKs. Speak up, why have you gone silent? Su Chan lifted his eyelids, smiling at Shunnichen, acknowledging he had indeed been preyed upon. Suddenly, Su Chan flipped his phone, revealing the game's summary screen. Lanling Wang, with his green poisonous blade, stood cold and proud. The venomous blade pierced directly into Shun Yichen's heart. No, wait, what does this mean? This means I exchanged phones with Lin Lin, so Lanling Wang is me, and I am Lanling Wang. With a thud, Shunnichen fell. Shunnichen leaned back and tumbled over. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points of defense breach value from Shunnichen. Su Chun put down her phone, beckoning to Shiryuchi with a playful gesture. Suck, suck, suck. How ridiculous. You. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of defense breach value from Shiryuchi. Shunnichen's head spun dizzily. His chest felt tight and uncomfortable. Reflecting on the mocking words he had just directed at Su Chun, he realized that the true fool was none other than himself. He scrambled to his feet, pointing at Su Chun and turning to He Ling teacher He-S cheating. This is cheating. He Ling's expression was stiff. The rules didn't explicitly prohibit switching phones. Su Chun, I challenge you to a duel, you sly one. You're nothing but filth. And you still want me to challenge you? Do you think you're worthy? Suck, suck, suck. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points of defense breach value from Shunnichen. Oh my. I can't believe Su Chun is like this. My heart aches for my brother Chen. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Su Chun is truly cunning. This is entertaining. If this variety show continues like this, I shall definitely follow it. Chapter 11. You have a grand vision. Calling everyone father, Shunnichen glared at Su Chun, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He was consumed by hatred. How about you refrain from jungling? Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu could no longer contain themselves. They never wished to witness Cheng Yaojin jungling again in their lifetimes. Although Shiryuchi remained silent, her furrowed brow spoke volumes about her sentiments. The illustrious king of the entertainment circle had never endured such humiliation. Fear not, I have discerned their champion pool. We shall undoubtedly triumph in the next match. The third game commenced swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunnichen banned Lanling Wang, Zhong Kue, and Ho Yi, then fixed his gaze firmly on Su Chun, denying him even the slightest opportunity to cause mischief. What a predicament. I am left without any champions to use, Su Chun lamented. Shunnichen, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to writhe in glee amidst the darkness, coupled with a maniacal cackle. Su Chun, you've had your fill for 2 rounds. Next, I shall unveil to you the true meaning of despair. Why do I feel that Shunnichen is somewhat unhinged? It's normal. When Lanling Wang dominated me, I nearly smashed my phone. With both Zhong Kue and Lanling Wang banned, Su Chun should be unable to employ any dirty tricks, right? Is Su Chun no longer jungling? Xia Xinghe hasn't selected a marksman either. It seems he truly has no champions left. On the game interface, Su Chun opted for Sun Tzu in the solo lane, while Xia Xinghe chose Neza for the jungle role. Amidst Shunnichen's relentless mockery, the game began. 5 minutes later, Neza, soaring on his windfire wheels, launched from the jungle, followed closely by Captain Sun Tzu, racing towards Cheng Yaojin with fervor. Cheng Yaojin defeated. Ha, how amusing. You require 2 ultimates to slay a single foe. You truly are inept. 5 minutes later, have you all lost your minds? I am at the high ground, and yet you still come soaring at me. A few minutes passed. Why are you attacking me? Go and slay Cheng Yaojin instead. Shiryuchi's Daji, initially enjoying a cozy time in mid lane, was abruptly interrupted by 2 descending brigands who kicked down her door, stripping her of her fox fur. Daji defeated. Cheng Yaojin defeated. Daji defeated. Shunnichen's game interface turned black once more. He beheld his score of 0-20-0, utterly aghast. He could neither vanquish his opponents nor escape their grasp. To make matters worse, Su Chun and his team were not even pushing the towers. At that moment, Su Chen leaned toward Xia Xinghe, who was clad in 6 full items, and whispered in her ear, "Let us ease up a bit." Xia Xinghe cast a perplexed glance at Su Chen, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. "Are you feeling nostalgic? Crazy, as if I have any past ties with you. Trust me on this." Xia Xinghe nodded, agreeing to ease up. Yet, her attacks on Shi Yuqi became even more ruthless, diving straight into the fountain for kills. Lin Lin by Yao and Su Jingwan also received Su Chen's directive. Although they were unaware of the reasoning, they did not question it. After all, the true patriarch was none other than Xia Xinghe. Soon, with Xia Xinghe's 5 consecutive fountain dives, the match began to turn in their favor. Chen decisively eliminated Su Chen's team, sounding the horn for a counterattack. If you're lacking skill, just practice more. Do you think I remain by the fountain out of fear? How amusing. I await your self-destruction. His excitement reached a fever pitch. Your crystal shall be shattered by my mighty blows. Lu Yuan, equally exhilarated, could not resist flaunting his undeniable charm. Hanyu, your knight has risen. Lin Lin and Bai Yao, glancing at their remaining resurrection timer of over 10 seconds, felt a sense of urgency. Su Chen's team is about to push the high ground. What do you mean by letting us go easy? Oh, it seems Su Chen is about to lose. The 5-man push is remarkably swift. This game is slipping away from Su Chen. In favorable wins, they flaunt. In adversity, they falter. I perceive in Su Chen the same unfortunate teammates I've encountered. Shoo! Let the bullets fly for a moment. Su Chen smiled mysteriously, stepping onto the WF power switch. Instantly, the game screens froze, displaying a message, network failure, attempting to reconnect. The moment Chen and his companions reached the high ground, they were left bewildered. It's lagging. The connection is lost. I'm under the tower. They shouted in frustration, their expressions a tapestry of rage and disbelief. Life's despair is not merely a continuous descent. It is the arduous climb up a cliff, only to be unceremoniously kicked back down by a seemingly jovial individual. Who kicked the network cable? Su Chen set aside his phone, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. It wasn't me. Lin Lin raised her hands in innocence. Nor I. My legs are too short to reach it. Bai Yao quietly tucked away her long legs. It definitely wasn't me. I was sitting the farthest away, Su Jingwan asserted, feigning innocence. Su Chen, in a moment of realization, pointed at Chen, exclaiming, "It must be you, in your excitement, who knocked the cable loose." Impossible. How could it be me? Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. You claimed you couldn't die by the fountain, yet here you are defeated. He Ling quietly glanced at Su Chen, ducking beneath the table to reconnect the power, restoring the network. However, there was no doubt that Chen and his companions' game screens had turned gray. Woohoo! The network is back. Let us roll. Su Chen, as Sun Tzu, unleashed his ultimate ability, while Bai Yao and the others finally reacted. I'm coming. Bai Yao hopped into the fray. Neza took to the skies simultaneously. I didn't get on the vehicle. I didn't get on. Lin Lin lamented. 30 seconds later, Su Chen executed a counter-push, obliterating Chen's team crystal. As he gazed upon the blood-red letters spelling defeat, Chen suddenly pounded his chest and howled at the heavens. Heaven seeks my demise. Just as he finished his cry, a realization struck him as he turned to Su Chen. No, you intentionally disconnected the network and allowed us to push the high ground. You're playing us, Su Chen. You rule-breaking scoundrel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Chen's vulnerability. Shi Yuqi, too, grasped the situation, a wave of intense embarrassment washing over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Despicable, shameless, petty individual. Su Chen, how could you behave in such a manner? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of defense value from Shi Yuqi. Lu Yuan also glared at Su Chen, stating, Su Chen, I never anticipated that you would resort to underhanded tactics in a mere game. Your perspective is truly diminutive. You possess a grand perspective, calling everyone father. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of defense value from Lu Yuan. Chen's expression was tense, remarking, Su Chen, apart from your verbal antics, what else can you do? Perhaps urinate on your own grave. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of defense value from Chen. At this moment, the online spectators finally understood. Chen's heart is indeed foul. He could have won outright, but chose to deliberately lose and then sabotage the connection, turning the tables to manipulate the mindset. Chen, you have truly lost all sense of shame. You made our Yuchi cry, you scoundrel. Haha. Am I the only one finding this amusing? While I do not acknowledge Chen's acting skills, I wholeheartedly admit his prowess in direct confrontations. At first, while watching the live stream, I thought Chen was merely being brash. Upon further viewing, I realized he is quite the cunning strategist. Chen's mental state is undeniably beautiful. Chapter 12. I need a bath, and I require your assistance, as Ling observed that Chen's team had turned completely red. She hurriedly attempted to mediate the situation. We did not witness Chen kicking the internet cable. It would be unwise to make hasty conclusions. However, since the incident has occurred, I propose we nullify this round and commence a new one. I have no objections. Chen was the first to express agreement. The others concurred, including by Yao and Xia Xinghe. Chen, with tears in his eyes, gritted his teeth and forcefully slammed his phone onto the table. I refuse to play. I am too ashamed to be in the same summoner's rift as someone like Chen. What a joke. Play again? To seek further humiliation? He is not foolish. Chen's mindset resonated with the majority of his team, as anyone would be frustrated after being continuously ambushed at the fountain. Seeing this, Ling ceased her attempts to persuade him. Very well. Let us select rooms based on the current game ratings. Is Chen really this fragile? Incredible. Chen has effectively helped Chen overcome his internet addiction. Has no one noticed Xia Xinghe's game ratings? She is truly formidable. If I could date Xia Xinghe, I would gladly let her carry me through games. Goodness, one and all are we. In the director's group, Zhu Delong watched the online viewership soar to 13 million, his heart racing uncontrollably. I told you, Chen has been exceptional since childhood. Director, shouldn't we be concerned about Chen's lack of decorum? He even kicked the internet cable. Who knows what he might do next? Wu Chang expressed his worries. Kicking an internet cable is not the same as touching a high-voltage line. What's the big deal? Zhu Delong's eyes gleamed with admiration as he observed Chen's performance, rubbing his hands on the armrests in awe. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a talented artist. Wu Chang. On the trending topics list, the names of Xia Xinghe and Chen surged to the top due to the popularity of Perfect Lover. With beauty, skill, and a charming voice, where does Xia Xinghe come from? Chen's dating show made his ex-girlfriend cry. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Since the premiere of Perfect Lover, it has exploded in popularity, with Chen showcasing his unique confrontational style. Psychologists suggest that Chen may be suffering from a syndrome of confrontation. The heat continued to rise, with Chen's popularity nearing a breaking point, albeit for less than favorable reasons, until Xia Xinghe's variety show photos appeared in the comment section, bringing the mistress to meet the legitimate partner. Chen has indeed made history, but I am genuinely taken by Xia Xinghe's looks. Xia Xinghe does not seem like someone who would play the mistress. She clearly has been deceived by Chen. Help! Who is dating a girl like Xia Xinghe? It's Chen, are you blind? In the hillside villa's luxurious suite, Chen and Xia Xinghe surveyed the couple's room before them. The suite was equipped with an array of high-end appliances, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon a picturesque landscape of green mountains and clear waters. A massive double bathtub exuded an unmistakable aura of intimacy. The program thoughtfully provided 2 beds, allowing Chen to finally avoid sleeping on the floor. Which bed do you intend to sleep in? Xia Xinghe inquired, pointing to the other bed that Chen was gazing at. What else? Chen replied. Couples should share a bed, Xia Xinghe stated earnestly. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Chen teased with a smile. Xia Xinghe shook her head, explaining that she preferred not to sleep nude in unfamiliar places, thus avoiding any potential calamities. Chen, captivated by Xia Xinghe's serious demeanor, suddenly leaped in surprise. Are you serious? I never joke about such matters. As their conversation continued, viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Do you not consider us outsiders? Is this free to listen to? Disaster? Chen, Let go of Xia Xinghe. Girl, you're mistaken. Take care of yourself. Su Chen isn't worth it. A sudden splash interrupted them as the bathtub faucet was turned on. Xia Xinghe stretched her body, showcasing her graceful figure. I'm going to take a shower. I need your help. Su Chen's heart raced at her words. Are you implying? Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt invigorated, yet slightly bashful, reluctant to refuse a close friend's request. Suddenly, the livestream camera was obscured by clothing. Why are you undressing? Xia Xinghe's voice echoed from the darkened screen, followed by a series of rustling sounds. What did I miss? I'll pay. I'll pay. Just let me see. Let me see. I'm not greedy. If there is no image, a little sound will suffice. In broad daylight, you're showing me something scandalous. 2 minutes later, Su Chen rubbed his nose and closed the door to Xia Xinghe's room. If you need help turning off the camera, just say so. This makes me look like a total lecher. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had never actually contemplated such matters. Once the door was securely shut, he began to inspect the room. A top-of-the-line recording setup caught his eye. Instinctively, he recalled the song Qinghua lingering in his mind. The system had provided the lyrics and melody, along with the support of a masterful music producer and exceptional vocal talent. With the camera and microphone now disabled, Su Chen decided to attempt his first independent music production. An hour later, his rendition of Qinghua resonated gently through the exquisite sound system. Su Chen's voice was pure, lacking the original singer's slightly husky timbre. Yet this did not detract from the overall ambience. Rather, it enhanced his youthful essence. If the original singer embodied a weary, disillusioned soul, then Su Chen was a lovesick dreamer filled with regrets. Though the style remained the same, he infused it with a distinctly different flavor. As he listened to his own song, he savored its essence, as if discovering a brand new self, blossoming anew. The door creaked, opened quietly. Xia Xinghe, drying her damp hair, paused at the familiar melody drifting through the air. March has passed, willows shedding their fluff, lovers in haste. My love remains unmoved by the winds of time. The memories of yesterday still possess warmth, cloaked in dust and unspoken thoughts. A profound sense of disconnection has lingered, as I realize my heart contracts with regret. Su Chen, lost in the narrative of music, stood with his back turned to her. Summer Xinghe found herself ensnared by the enchanting melodies, drawn into a whirlpool of recollections. As the sole daughter of the illustrious Ya family in the capital, Summer Xinghe was adorned with numerous accolades from the moment of her birth, becoming the epitome of a cherished gem. The boundless affection and lofty aspirations of her parents rendered her existence anything but ordinary. Yet, the weight of such overwhelming love often morphed into a burden, a shackle, a veritable mountain to bear. From the moment she gained consciousness, her time was meticulously orchestrated, measured down to the minute. Fortunately, Summer Xinghe did not disappoint. She possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also an extraordinary intellect, achieving remarkable success in the business realm. From the moment she took the reins of her first company, she managed to amplify its market value tenfold within 3 short years, surpassing 100 billion in valuation, with subsidiaries spanning modeling, luxury goods, and fashion. However, these 3 years were not filled with joy. The man she cherished had entered a romantic relationship. 5 years prior, she had ventured abroad for her studies, facing an unfamiliar environment and the immense pressure of academia. Her somewhat introverted nature led to an internal struggle, where only the occasional gaming session provided solace. Gifted in gaming, yet always playing solo, her fortune changed when she encountered a novice support player, who tearfully implored her to assist him in climbing the ranks. Thus, a new attachment formed upon her lap. This support player, though lacking in gaming prowess, possessed a delightful personality. As their camaraderie deepened, he, being the older of the two, consistently lightened her mood with playful banter whenever her frustration peaked. Addressing her as good buddy for 2 years, Summer Xinghe never contested the title. Eventually, he was discovered by talent scouts and ascended to stardom, with Su Chen's name trending on social media marking the happiest day of her 24 years. Yet, the subsequent revelation of his romance with Shi Yuqi jolted her into a realization of her feelings for Su Chen that surpassed mere friendship. He had become an indispensable part of her life, repeatedly rescuing her from the brink of despair. Regret washed over her for her late realization, but she silently wished him well, accepting his continued presence as her good buddy. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's breakup with Xia Xinghe, aware of the sacrifices he made for that relationship, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, heartache, and ultimately, a surge of joy and fervent excitement that flooded her thoughts. Without a second thought, she cast aside all business commitments, determined to reclaim the opportunities she had once overlooked. This time, she vowed not to let go. Chapter 13. Cheap goods are never good after a prolonged moment. The singing gradually ceased. Xia Xinghe stifled the tears welling up in her eyes, regaining her aloof demeanor. When did your singing become so melodious? Su Chen turned his head at her remark, noticing the redness in his eyes. Did shampoo get in your eyes? I've never heard this song before. It's quite beautiful, Xia Xinghe remarked. Can a song written by me be anything less than enchanting? Of course, it's captivating. You compose songs? Xia Xinghe's expression was peculiar. While singing techniques could be learned, innate creative talent was undeniably a gift one could not acquire later in life. This unknown song, both in its lyrics and composition, was profoundly moving. The pervasive sense of regret woven throughout the melody stirred her thoughts, prompting her to recall the myriad memories shared with Su Chen. If released, it would undoubtedly possess the potential to become a sensation. It truly is my creation. The song is titled Qinghua. Qinghua. Xia Xinghe murmured the title softly. If you like it, consider it a gift. After all, my contract with Fanqing has yet to expire. Releasing it would merely benefit them, Su Chen stated, oblivious to the fleeting sharpness in Xia Xinghe's gaze at the mention of Fanqing. Then I shall accept it as compensation for our romance, Xia Xinghe said, contemplating for a moment. Yes, I genuinely adore it. As long as you like it, that's what matters. I wouldn't want to shortchange a brother. Who knows, this song might even catapult you into the Dragon Kingdom's music scene. Su Chen was exceedingly confident about Qinghua. Xia Xinghe nodded, but suddenly her eyes dimmed with a hint of frost, given the song's sense of regret. It wouldn't be about you and Shiyuchi, would it? Impossible. If I were to write a song for him, it certainly wouldn't be this one. Then what is it? Chop the heads off those devils. Xia Xinghe chuckled, sitting side by side with Su Chen, gazing out the mountainous landscape. A good brother truly is remarkable, capable of crafting such a song. Indeed, I had a dream in which I acquired a dog system that gifted it to me. Xia Xinghe responded softly. Wait, do you genuinely believe that? Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. I believe everything you say. On the first floor of the villa, in the innermost corner room, Shiyuchi and Chen, the couple with the lowest game ratings, found themselves assigned to the most rudimentary of rooms. The entire space measured less than 60 square meters, aside from 2 separate small beds. There were merely a few essential household appliances. The most absurd aspect was that even the windows were drafty. Are we not going to be devoured by mosquitoes tonight? Shiyuchi questioned, her tone stiff as she blocked the camera. After Chen complied, he removed their microphones from their clothing and placed them into the open shower of the bathroom. Once he had completed these tasks and shut the bathroom door, Shiyuchi's already unremarkable face darkened to the utmost degree. Chen, what did you say earlier? You claimed to be adept at gaming, which led me to inform the production team that I could play as well, resulting in this game-based room allocation. And what happened? You're utterly pathetic. In the entertainment industry, the leading jungler's reputation is indeed puzzling. One cannot help but wonder who they aim to amuse. Chen, already beleaguered by being disparaged in the game, found his mood further soured by Shiyuchi's relentless mockery. Am I incompetent? Can I possibly be less skilled than you? With your performance as the G, I could play better with my feet. He retorted vehemently. Let me clarify. My involvement in this CP pairing is merely orchestrated by the company to aid you. Do not presume that your association with President Chen elevates your status to that of my superior. He would never dare to speak of me in such terms. What are you anyway? Chen, who had long been exalted by others, was indeed a formidable talent. Not merely a mage, as some jested, but a true vocalist. Unlike the likes of Su Chen, who relied solely on his looks. Among the top stars, There are no favors to be expected. Sure, Yuchi's cheeks flushed crimson from the rebuke. Biting her lip, she redirected her ire towards Su Chun and Xia Xinghe. She retrieved her phone, prepared by the production team, and dialed Chun Fei's number. As soon as the call connected, she burst into tears. Why must I, a prominent star, reside in such a shabby room? That wretched Su Chun and Xia Xinghe even insulted me. When have I ever expressed such grievances? Are you going to address this or not? On the other end, Chun Fei furrowed his brow but spoke soothingly. It's all right, Yuchi. I just spoke with the production team. There will be opportunities to change rooms. However, Su Chun and Xia Xinghe have indeed surprised me. He had initially assumed that Xia Xinghe, who had been labeled a homewrecker, and Su Chun, burdened with a reputation as a cad, would find themselves at a disadvantage against Sure Yuchi. He expected her to garner sympathy and easily overshadow them in the reality show, thus diminishing their appeal among viewers. Yet, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Xia Xinghe, relying solely on her beauty, managed to reclaim some favor. And alongside Su Chun's sharp wit and humor, they unexpectedly gained an upper hand in the variety show. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Chun Fei had never witnessed a rise to fame through sheer audacity. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. They had become the most popular couple and perfect lovers. Even if some criticized them, negative attention still constituted attention, did it not? As Su Chun remained in the spotlight, there lay an opportunity to undermine them. As for Xia Xinghe, rest assured, Yuchi, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. Xia Xinghe is undoubtedly not an ordinary person. She is likely a trainee from some company aspiring to ride on Su Chen's coattails to fame. Once I uncover her background, I shall ensure she weeps as she exits the Perfect Lovers production team. Oh dear, you are so kind. That Xia Xinghe even referred to me as the deceased wife's sister. You must not let her off lightly. Suddenly, a system notification jolted Su Chun back to reality. Just moments ago, he realized the system had inexplicably granted him a generous reward, allowing him to enter a lottery with merely 1,000 points of defense value. The wool has been thoroughly sheared, and the consequence is, System, I am a star. What does it mean for you to bestow upon me the culinary god talent? This is merely a lesson for the host. Huh? To make the host aware that a bargain is seldom a good deal. You, Su Chun has been insulted. System, I was merely jesting. As the chosen one, the host must tread carefully, for the foundations may crumble overnight. Thus, the culinary god talent has been deliberately granted to the host. Su Chen contemplative. Does this imply that I might leverage the culinary god talent to, if necessary, participate in a culinary program like Dragon Restaurant? No, it suggests one could resort to selling fried noodles at the train station for mere sustenance. Begone. After cursing, Su Chen's eyes suddenly darted about. System, are you male or female? System, refusal to answer personal inquiries. Oh, then can you marry? As the esteemed breach-breaking system, I disdain matters of gender. The implication is clear. You are a eunuch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 breach-breaking points. Ding. Hidden reward triggered. Mouthy expert. When insulting others, the agility of your tongue is enhanced by 200%. Wow. Chapter 14. Not feeding the dogs. Su Chun initially intended to merely test his thoughts, not anticipating that the system would be a frenzied fountain of rewards. Moreover, it came with hidden skills. Although these were of little use to the currently formidable Su Chun, they were better than nothing. Thus, he affectionately referred to the system as the rewarding system. You are the one who rewards. The system retorted, why do you want to become a eunuch? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 points of defense value. Hey. Oh, come on. Are you anxious? This time the system fell silent, as if it had perished. Oh no, my rewarding system has been driven to its demise. I demand your demise. Ding. Knock, knock, knock all guests. Please proceed to the first floor of the villa to discuss today's lunch menu. The voice of the production crew echoed through the room's loudspeaker. After several futile attempts to tease the system, Su Chun had no choice but to accompany Xia Xinghe downstairs. On the first floor of the villa, the guests had gathered, bustling around a short, slightly plump middle-aged man with long hair, chattering away. Mr. Huang, I thought you wouldn't come this time. Fantastic, we're in for a treat. The esteemed Huang Wei, basking in the spotlight, proudly waved the ingredients he had brought. I knew you all couldn't cook. I just returned from grocery shopping. Huang Wei, oblivious to his own culinary inadequacies, reveled in the admiration. You wouldn't believe how disappointed they were when they didn't see you upon arrival. He Ling, a regular supporter of the business, relished in Huang Wei's happiness. Xia Xinghe noticed a peculiar expression on Su Chen's face, and her tone turned icy. What's wrong? Does this person bear a grudge against you? Su Chen shook his head. No, this man is Huang Wei, an utterly incompetent cook who remains blissfully unaware. The troubling part is that he has sycophants, which inflates his ego to the point where he believes himself to be my equal. Your equal? Xia Xinghe's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. I forgot to inform my good brother that I am nicknamed the culinary god. But I haven't heard that you can cook. Just wait and see. What will you serve? Su Chen. Once everyone had gathered in the center, He Ling addressed the guests. Today, let us not hold back from tomorrow onwards. Everything we consume, imperfect lovers will require earning heart tokens through tasks for purchase. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more animated. I want spicy chicken. I want sashimi. All right, take your time. Huang Wei diligently recorded the dishes requested by everyone, before finally turning to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. A mere nobody and a fledgling star on the brink of scandal, Huang Wei, seasoned in the entertainment industry, hardly regarded them as relevant. He tossed his notepad onto the table before them and stood up. Time is a bit tight. You two can write down what you'd like. The others, being veterans of the circle, quickly grasped the situation. Xia Xinghe's expression instantly cooled, yet she remained silent, merely looking at Su Chen. Pt. Ryan, Ji, Shen, Yi, Chen, and Lu Yuan, while enjoying the performance, did not forget to stoke the flames. Su Chen, you are utterly oblivious. Teacher Huang's culinary skills are renowned in our circle, and you expect him to craft a menu for you? Indeed, do you truly believe Teacher Huang is a mere servant? The quickest to react, Lin Lin, promptly seized a small notebook from the table. Brother Chen, what would you like to eat? I shall jot it down for you. Yes, time is of the essence. Teacher Huang is eager to cook. Let us take matters into our own hands. He Ling attempted to mediate. Su Chen shook his head at Lin Lin, reclaiming the notebook and tossing it back onto the table. Let us forego that. We shall cook ourselves. Teacher Huang's meals are not meant for mere mortals like us to enjoy. Self-sufficiency leads to abundance. If you choose to bully others, don't blame me for retaliating. Just as Huang Wei approached the open kitchen with a whole fish in hand, he turned around, clearly displeased upon hearing these words. If you don't want to eat, just cook for yourself. It conveniently spares me the trouble. But be careful not to end up starving. An air of tension suddenly permeated the scene. It is well known that offending Huang Wei on a variety show is never a prudent choice, as he will undoubtedly find ways to target you later. Su Chen had unwittingly become the solitary valiant. Su Chen is being exceedingly reckless, flaunting himself before Teacher Huang, whose cooking is so delectable. Have you dined upstairs? Huang Wei's cooking is notoriously unpalatable. Only He Ling, from a distance, begins to extol his virtues. He Ling, wow, what delectable dish is Teacher Huang preparing? It smells fantastic. Huang Wei, just boiling water. In this instance, I stand with Su Chen. We are here to earn money on this show, not to play the seasoned veterans. However, it seems Su Chen truly cannot cook, and Xia Xinghe does not appear to be skilled in the kitchen either. It would be unwise to let pride lead to hunger. At this moment, Huang Wei had commenced preparing the fish in his possession, rinsing and slicing it. In less than 5 minutes, a plate of Huang Wei's original flavor sashimi was placed before Lu Yuan. The smile and hopeful glimmer in Lu Yuan's eyes turned rigid as the sashimi was served. Huang Wei, harboring a desire to showcase his culinary skills through Lu Yuan's praise after Su Chen's earlier comments, handed him a pair of chopsticks and stood waiting for Lu Yuan to begin tasting. Hurry and taste. If the fish sits too long, it will lose its elasticity, Huang Wei urged. Before Lu Yuan lay the sashimi, merely cleaned and sliced, devoid of marination or seasoning, with even the skin left intact, accompanied by a solitary pair of ginger slices. The overpowering fishy aroma churned in Lu Yuan's stomach. Has this fish not been skinned? It seems to still have scales. Bai Yao, ever candid, spoke before noticing Huang Wei's murderous glare, promptly silencing herself. At this moment, Lu Yuan deeply regretted his choice to indulge in sashimi. He should have declared his desire for boiled instant noodles instead. Why aren't you eating? Are you perhaps afraid to try teacher Huang's sashimi? Su Chen suddenly interjected with a mischievous grin. Huang Wei cast a glance at the sarcastic Su Chen and patiently began to explain to Lu Yuan, "Do not worry. The fish skin is intentionally left on. It allows one to savor the essence of the sea." "Indeed, I understand the taste of the ocean," Lu Yuan retorted, reflecting Su Chen's earlier sarcasm. He scrutinized Su Chen for a moment, a mischievous grin forming as he pushed the sashimi towards her. "You seem quite eager to indulge. Perhaps you should partake first." Su Chen regarded the sashimi on the plate with a tinge of regret, but ultimately decided against it. "This sashimi has been overly processed for my palate. It has lost the flavor of the sea." Overly processed? The group stared at the unidentifiable sashimi with puzzled expressions. Su Chen nadider mistri. "When I dive to the ocean floor, I usually carry an oxygen tank, chasing fish while nibbling on them." "Ha ha ha." Bai Yao erupted into a fit of giggles, quickly covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle her laughter. This child's tongue is swifter than his mind. Realizing he had been mocked, Huang Wei's face flushed crimson. Shini Chen let out a cold laugh. "Su Chen, do you take us for fools?" Su Chen shot him a sidelong glance and turned to Lu Yuan. "Are you going to eat? If not, I shall feed it to the dogs." In the next instant, the sashimi inexplicably appeared before Shini Chen. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Shun Yichen's vulnerability." Chapter 15. You're quite particular about hygiene. The scene appeared to be suddenly frozen in time. Shun Yichen's face twitched, his chest heaving with fervent breaths. As he slammed his palm against the table, casting a furious glare at Su Chen. "Whom are you calling a dog?" Su Chen gazed back at him languidly. "Isn't a vegetable dog still a dog?" "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points in breaking Shun Yichen's defenses." Xia Xinghe erupted into laughter, followed by a chorus of chuckles from Bai Yao and the others. "Ha ha ha. That makes perfect sense. A vegetable dog is indeed a dog. Goodness, if I had Su Chen's thought process, I would surely send my boss's ancestral grave into a frenzy. Ancestral grave in a frenzy. Why would you reward your boss?" Huang Wei glared at the sashimi he had painstakingly prepared, now treated like refuse, his expression darkening to an extreme. Particularly vexed by Lu Yuan, who was now laughing heartily. His displeasure intensified. "Lu Yuan, you ordered this dish. You shall be the first to taste it." Moments ago, Lu Yuan had been giggling. Now he was anything but. Shini Chen, as if granted a reprieve, pushed the sashimi toward Lu Yuan, offering him chopsticks with a considerate gesture. Under Huang Wei's piercing gaze, Lu Yuan could only muster the courage to timidly extend his chopsticks. A piece of sashimi was lifted. Ugh! Before it even reached his mouth, merely approaching his nose made Lu Yuan recoil, promptly shoving the sashimi into his mouth. After a frenzied chewing session, he discovered it was nearly impossible to chew through the fish skin. Gulp! The sashimi was swallowed whole. Ugh! Huang Wei's face turned a shade of iron as he glared at Su Chen, teetering on the edge of an outburst. He Ling, the designated savior, timely interjected, "Lu Yuan, what seems to be the problem? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you yesterday?" Lu Yuan fervently nodded after taking a couple of gulps of water. Yes, it's definitely not the sashimi's fault." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei seized the opportunity to reprimand. "You youngsters never pay attention to your health. Look, now you're feeling unwell, aren't you? You should eat something light. I'll prepare a bowl of clear noodle soup for you." Lu Yuan nodded again. At this moment, Lin chimed in, "Mr. Huang, I'm not feeling great either. Perhaps I could have a clear noodle soup as well." "Yes, Mr. Huang, me too. Me too. Huang Wei gritted his teeth in silence, but attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. "Very well then, but you all must be understanding. The poached egg I make isn't perfectly round." "No problem at all, as long as it tastes good." The group chimed in to support him. Su Chen, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled out some sunflower seeds, spitting out the shells. "Well, you're certainly 1 TB round. It must be from a chicken." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points in breaking Huang Wei's defenses. Ha ha. Bai Yao laughed heartily again. Why aren't you all laughing? This is truly hilarious. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Huang Wei blushed in response. Huh? Did I say something wrong? All right. Your eggs are the roundest, the very roundest, okay? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points in breaking Huang Wei's defenses. I should not stoop to your level, Huang Wei exclaimed, storming off towards the kitchen. Perhaps it was due to his determination to salvage the last remnants of his dignity with a simple bowl of clear noodle soup. Thus, the time taken to prepare the noodles felt particularly prolonged. Gurgle Yuchi shyly covered her stomach. Excuse me. Chen Chen immediately stepped in as the thoughtful gentleman, seizing the teapot from the table to pour her a cup of tea. Have some water to stave off hunger. Oh, you're quite particular about hygiene. Su Chen interjected unexpectedly. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ahem. Xia Xinghe. Su Chen, your remarks are rather crude. Yuchi, now realizing the implication, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. I will only acknowledge 2 words in your statement that pertain to measurement. I can't take it anymore. I must laugh. Su Chen is simply too witty. I would gladly call him the master of innate humor. Su Chen, if you continue like this, I might truly become your fan. Suddenly, it seems quite challenging for Yuchi and Chen Chen to earn their keep. The clear noodle soup is ready. Just then, with a shout, Huang Wei approached, carrying a large bowl of clear noodle soup. The brewing conflict was interrupted. Ling had not even taken a bite before exclaiming, Wow, this clear noodle soup looks delightful. How did you make it? Huang Wei spoke enthusiastically. Ling, reassured that the method posed no issues, served herself a bowl. To put it simply, at least the noodles are familiar. This clear noodle soup is simply exquisite. Ling's praise pleased Huang Wei immensely. He beamed at Su Chen. Well, the kitchen is now free. Since you all do not wish to eat what I have prepared, feel free to help yourselves. The ingredients are right there. By the way, you know how to ignite the stove, right? The mockery and schadenfreude in Huang Wei's words were nearly palpable. I not only know how to ignite it, but I also know how to start a fire. Su Chen replied coolly. Is there a difference? Huang Wei sneered. Your eggs are indeed not perfectly round. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 30 points of Huang Wei's vulnerability. As the group savored the bland, clear noodle soup, their peripheral vision couldn't help but be drawn to Su Chen, who had stepped into the kitchen. They truly found it hard to believe that Su Chen could cook. Their instincts warned them that if he failed to produce a decent meal today, another conflict would surely ensue. Su Chen skillfully washed the rice before placing it in the pot. He then surveyed the ingredients, taking a large piece of fatty pork belly, cleaning it, drying it, and cutting it into 12 by 12 centimeters cubes. Next, he heated the pot, waiting for the temperature to rise as he pressed the pork skin into the bottom of the pot. A whiff of burnt aroma wafted up, causing everyone to frown. Lin and Bai Yao, intrigued, asked, Brother Chen, what dish are you preparing? Dompa pork. Su Chen continued his task, unperturbed. Dompa pork is not made like that. You must first blanch the meat. Huang Wei seemed to foresee Su Chen's impending failure. Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, If you do not prepare the meal, encountering me would be akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. However, should you choose to cook, it would be as if I were an ant before the vastness of the sky. Huang Wei's lips twitched at this. Su Chen continued to pour cold water into the pot, followed by the sequential addition of ginger, scallions, and cooking wine. Once the pot reached a boil, he skimmed off the scum and continued to simmer for half an hour. Only when the chopsticks could easily pierce the meat did he retrieve it, cutting it into 5 centimeters cubes. He then bound the meat pieces with bamboo leaves into a crisscross shape, which appeared ornate yet served no practical purpose. Huang Wei grimaced. Any deviation from his expectations in the cooking process was undoubtedly erroneous. To be fair, Su Chen's knife skills are quite professional. Goodness, it seems Su Chen truly knows how to cook. Binding meat with bamboo leaves is indeed a traditional method. Can those upstairs refrain from excessive flattery? Is this truly traditional? I am the head chef at Jiangzhou restaurant. Do you imply I am exaggerating? The use of bamboo leaves to bind the meat prevents it from falling apart during prolonged cooking. Cotton string could also suffice. At this point, Su Chen switched to a clay pot, heating oil anew, adding ginger, scallions, and spices to saute. The meticulously cut meat cubes were placed atop the seasonings. Su Chen then added yellow wine, yellow soybean sauce, fermented bean curd, a spoonful of yellow soybean paste, and rock sugar. Have I not seen this before? He even added fermented bean curd? I might retch. I detest fermented bean curd. Lu Yuan grimaced in anguish. However, Lin Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nudged by Yao, whispering, "Do you wish to taste the dompa pork made by Brother Chen? Huh? Is it truly delectable? Absolutely delicious." Do not heed Lu Yuan's nonsense. The essence of dompa pork lies in that spoonful of red fermented bean curd. This is how Master Yu prepares it, and Brother Chen's approach is undoubtedly authentic. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao glanced at her insipid bowl of clear noodles and immediately licked her lips. The two, in perfect harmony, disregarded the others and stealthily approached the kitchen. Chapter 16. How could it possibly taste good? Brother Chen, Yao, and I also wish to savor dompa pork. Lin expressed with eager anticipation. Not a problem, Su Chen replied, having already reduced the heat and covered the pot. In the remaining time, he prepared a dish of fermented black bean fish with oil wheat greens. As the aroma of the fermented black beans wafted through the villa, the mocking remarks from Huang Wei and the others reached a crescendo. What on earth? Fermented black beans can be stir-fried with oil wheat greens? Ha ha! Su Chen's culinary skills are truly dark cuisine. Only Lin rubbed his hands together in excitement. His Master Yu, was a true connoisseur, and this dish of fermented black bean fish with oil wheat greens was one of his specialties. The combination of fermented black beans, fish, and oil wheat greens promised an exquisite flavor. Half an hour later, Su Chen lifted the lid of the clay pot, and the savory aroma of meat enveloped the air. The group, having just finished their clear soup noodles, instinctively swallowed. "It smells delightful," Li Hanyu remarked. "Hanyu, do not be deceived by appearances. Some dishes may smell enticing due to their seasonings, but are far from delicious," Lu Yuan cautioned. Yet he could not help but swallow his own saliva. Su Chen turned up the heat to thicken the sauce, plating the dish and drizzling the savory broth over it. The dompa pork in the white porcelain dish gleamed with a rich red hue, its texture tender and gelatinous. As he lifted the plate, the meat wobbled slightly like jelly. Sitting at the table, Xia Xinghe could not resist licking her lips. "Give it a try," Su Chen urged as he placed the dish before her, preparing to serve more rice. Lin grasped Su Chen's arm, saying, "Brother Chen, you've worked hard all day. You should eat first. We'll handle the rest." Bai Yao nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Chen had no choice but to sit beside Xia Xinghe. As a piece of dompa pork approached her lips, an inexplicable sense of anticipation filled Su Chen as he awaited his friend's evaluation. The pork melted in her mouth, with the skin tender and the meat succulent. A hint of sweetness followed by a delightful blend of savory and meaty aromas. Xia Xinghe's eyes instantly narrowed in delight. "Delicious. Let me try this as well." Su Chen pushed the fermented black bean fish with oil wheat greens towards her. The oil wheat greens were salty and slightly spicy, harmonizing beautifully with the unique flavor of the fish. "This is delicious too." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled contentedly. How could it possibly taste good? It's utterly exaggerated." Shen Chen turned his head away, trying not to look at the food on the table. "Indeed, nothing compares to Teacher Huang's clear soup noodles," Shi Yuqi chimed in, a hint of envy in her tone. "Help! Who understands this?" Su Chen's hopeful gaze towards Xia Xinghe was irresistibly affectionate. Xia Xinghe's delight is simply adorable. "Oh no, I think I might be shipping the Xingchen couple." "The Xingchen couple? That is Xia Xinghe and Su Chen. Is it really that hard to comprehend? Are these two really just a player and a mistress? Their interactions seem so sweet. Please, it's all scripted. How could it taste good? That is just forced flattery. Not delicious?" Bai Yao is practically squealing in delight. Lin and Bai Yao transformed into a duo of enthusiastic diners, relishing every morsel as if they could consume their very tongues. "Is it truly that delectable?" Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan licked their lips and inquired, "Is it delicious?" "So delicious that one wouldn't let go even when slapped." Lin replied without lifting her head. Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan exchanged glances, both eager to partake. Su Chun. Little Chun Chun, I wish to taste it as well. Su Jingwan seated herself opposite Su Chun and winked at her. Suddenly, Xia Xinghe's gaze sharpened, and she pushed a piece of dompa pork that she had yet to taste toward Su Jingwan, her tone brusque. You can have half. Eat over there. Such a wretched possessiveness. Qin Yuxuan and Lin Lin, who shared a good rapport, promptly indulged in a portion of dompa pork. He Ling watched as the others savored their meal with great delight, yet Huang Wei persistently cast sidelong glances in his direction, seemingly conveying, if you're a brother, don't eat. Lin Lin discerned the desire flickering in He Ling's eyes and swiftly tugged at by Yi Yao beneath the table. Bai Yao comprehended instantly, slightly reluctant. She said, Teacher, this portion of dompa pork is far too much for me to finish alone. Could you help me eat some? Well, principally I'm on a diet, but in the spirit of not wasting food, very well. He Ling responded, already clutching a bowl of rice. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he lifted a piece of dompa pork to his lips. The tender, glutinous meat skin, infused with a robust aroma, instantly filled his mouth. He became radiant, complimented by a bite of steaming hot rice. He immediately reached for a chopstick full of fermented black bean mackerel and oil wheat greens, the freshness of the vegetables harmonizing beautifully with the richness of the meat. He savored the moment, his eyes squinting in pleasure. The flavor is truly exquisite. The group devoured the dishes voraciously, soon leaving 2 plates nearly empty. Su Chan observed Xia Xinghe's lips smeared with grease, yet still longing for more, and without hesitation, placed the last piece of dompa pork in her bowl. Xia Xinghe's eyes widened slightly in surprise, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Eat more. MHM. Xia Xinghe lowered her head again, unable to conceal the joy that danced at the corners of her mouth. A couple of minutes passed, and the dompa pork and fermented black bean mackerel with oil wheat greens were entirely polished off. Even the sauce from the dompa pork was mixed into Lin Lin's rice, leaving not a drop behind. The group sat back, satisfied, patting their bellies, relishing the lingering taste. Such pretentiousness. How could it possibly be that delicious? Chen rolled his eyes, but remained fixated on the 2 empty plates, swallowing hard. Huang Wei remained defiant. What? It's just dompa pork? I can make it too. I'll make it for you tonight. Su Chen's recipe is utterly inauthentic. He Ling, fully sated, awkwardly approached Huang Wei. Su Chen's flavor is indeed quite good, but it certainly cannot compare to teacher Huang S. Huang Wei's expression twitched. He Ling had just enjoyed his meal so thoroughly, and the intent of consolation was unmistakably transparent. This was more discomforting than if He Ling had outright acknowledged that Su Chan's cooking surpassed Huang Wei's. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points of Huang Wei's vulnerability. After the meal, Lin Lin and Bai Yao voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Huang Wei waved them off. All right, you all go rest. The production team has arrangements for this evening. I'll handle the dishes today. Then let me assist teacher Huang as well. Chen, unusually proactive, also offered his help. As someone took the initiative to work, others began ascending the stairs. Once most of the people had departed, Huang Wei frowned as he gazed at the plate of dompa pork, now merely stained with remnants of oil. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing only Chen, who had his back turned towards him. In the next moment, a finger unexpectedly swiped across the oily residue on the dish and was swiftly brought to his lips. Huang Wei felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. The rich aroma of meat, with a hint of saltiness and sweetness, enveloped him. Merely a drop of sauce held such a profound flavor. If he could savor a piece of dompa pork, he could hardly fathom the exquisite experience it would offer. He took a slurp, then another. For so long, his culinary prowess, which he held in such high regard, now lay in shambles. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of defense break value from Huang Wei. Behind Huang Wei, Chen fixated on a single fermented black bean nestled among the oil-simmered fish and lettuce, his gaze drifting momentarily before he let out a cold chuckle. Just a piece of lettuce, spoken of as if it were something exceptional. How delicious could it possibly be? Just then, Chen abruptly seized the last remaining fermented black bean and popped it into his mouth. The intense fragrance of the black bean combined with the unique aroma of the lettuce engulfed him in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of defense break value from Chen. Chapter 17, Without My Awareness. Do you sleep soundly? Why is there still a defense value? Chen pondered as the barrage of comments erupted. Did I see that correctly? Huang Wei and Chen are secretly licking the plate. Help! Is this something a celebrity can do? I refuse to believe it. It must be scripted. How could Chen's cooking possibly be that delectable? In the director's team, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng observed the footage of Huang Wei and Chen indulging in their secret feast, their faces twitching. Huang Wei and Chen had indeed evaded the usual filming angles. However, unbeknownst to them, the production team had set up several hidden cameras to create unscripted moments. After all, what excitement could there be in washing dishes? The outcome, however, captured this astonishing scene that left everyone astounded. Curiosity truly has its perils. Zhu Delong sighed, rubbing his temples. Honestly, if I were in their shoes, I might have tasted it too, as Lin and the others reacted so dramatically, Wu Cheng remarked candidly. Zhu Delong clicked his tongue. Who could argue otherwise? But I can't shake the feeling that whenever something involves Chen, the atmosphere becomes bizarre. And it's quite a headache. If Huang Wei and Chen were to find out about this, they would probably lose their minds. I even question whether inviting Chen onto the show was a wise decision. Zhu Delong spoke but did not await Wu Cheng's response. What are you looking at? Director, our show has surpassed 15 million live viewers and is dominating the top 3 trending topics. What nonsense! Zhu Delong leaned closer to the screen. Several trending headlines flashed in bold red. Shocking. The culinary god Huang has been caught licking plates, leaving hearts shattered. Exposed. Chen once attended New Oriental Lanxiang Culinary School and practiced cooking while operating an excavator. I would like to declare Chen as the innate meme-generating entity. The sales of his skins for the deceased's glory, Zhong Kuei and Lanling Wang, have skyrocketed. I can't believe this innate traffic phenomenon. Zhu Delong was bewildered. He had never imagined that Perfect Lover could achieve such phenomenal popularity. I knew it. Inviting Chen to participate in the variety show was a sagacious choice. Achoo! Who's insulting me? In a suite on the 3rd floor, Chen scrutinized the empty room with suspicion. Xia Xinghe observed Chen's vacant gaze and frowned. Are you him? I am I. What sort of new constitution is this? Xia Xinghe seemed to encounter a knowledge gap. Individuals are introverted and shy away from direct affection with girls. Xia Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. When did Chen gain the upper hand in their dynamic? Or was it merely a suggestion? You seem genuinely different from before. Xia Xinghe remarked. Indeed, I have become frighteningly strong. No, I feel that your playful mood swings are quite unfortunate for not helping with the hot pot. Chen fell silent. Xia Xinghe's eyes sparkled. The barrage of comments became static. Wait, were your previous interactions so profound? I never anticipated that the interaction between 2 sharp-tongued individuals could be so amusing. How did Xia Xinghe and Chen manage to engage in such entertaining dialogue? Filled with an intimate atmosphere and a hint of flirtation, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, please refrain from mentioning scoundrels and mistresses. I genuinely ship them. Witnessing their dynamic has made me question Yuqi's assertions. By the way, does Yuqi possess any tangible evidence of Chen's infidelity? Within the apartment, following a brief exchange of kisses, Chen yawned, appearing somewhat fatigued. A rematch could be arranged for another day, as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, yearning for a moment of rest. Yet I was far from sleepy. Xia Xinghe, clutching a plush toy, knelt on his lap, her demeanor decidedly aloof. You may continue your play. I shall take a nap, he remarked. Without me, you won't understand the nuances of sleep. Really? Chen, accustomed to Xia Xinghe's manner of speaking, countered playfully. Indeed, she replied, her stubbornness evident, though her ears betrayed a hint of warmth. I concur, Chen affirmed, nodding emphatically as he nudged the toy from her grasp, resting his head on her smooth thigh. Now I understand how to sleep. How absurd, Xia Xinghe retorted, turning her head away, but unable to suppress a slight smile tugging at her lips. As the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the air, Her gaze shifted back to Su Chen's face, feeling a rush of heat. Upon learning of Su Chen's betrayal, her initial instinct was to dismantle the Starlight Entertainment. Yet, when Su Chen approached her regarding the contract girlfriend scenario, she decided to take a step back and relish the time spent with him. However, after hearing the song Blue and White Porcelain, Xia Xinghe gained a renewed appreciation for Su Chen's creative prowess. Her plans shifted once more. She wished for Su Chen to rise to his pinnacle in the most dazzling manner, delivering a resounding slap to Chun Fei and Shi Yuqi. Men, after all, must undertake certain endeavors themselves to find true enjoyment. Thus, she resolved to prompt Starlight to breach the contract, granting Su Chen his freedom. Suddenly, a voice echoed. All guests, please proceed to the first-floor hall for the program's inaugural couple activity. Su Chen stirred from his slumber, stretching contentedly. Sensing movement on his thigh, Xia Xinghe opened her sleepy eyes. Let us go. It's time for action, Su Chen said, brimming with energy. Xia Xinghe nodded, but as she stepped off the sofa, she unexpectedly stumbled. Su Chen reacted swiftly, catching her slender waist, drawing them exceedingly close. Their eyes met briefly before averting, the fragrance lingering in the air causing Su Chen's throat to dry slightly. Legs weak? Numb. Xia Xinghe shot him a glare, her expression tinged with discomfort. Beg me, and I shall give you a massage. You want me to plead for you to touch my thigh? She narrowed her beautiful eyes, seemingly ready to strike. Though your reasoning is rather flimsy, I am a kind-hearted individual, Su Chen declared, extending his hand, only for Xia Xinghe to swat it away mid-air. A blush crept across her cheeks as she glared at the mischievous Su Chen, a mix of anger and annoyance evident. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, and she wore a mischievous smile. The typically aloof Xia Xinghe opened her arms like a young girl seeking affection. Su Chen's eyes widened in realization. It was evident that Xia Xinghe was being deliberately playful. Come on, don't go too far, my good brother. Su Chen whispered close. Are you incapable? Xia Xinghe replied with a calm voice. Let us go. At the moment of contact between the astonishing elasticity and her back, Su Chen inexplicably felt a gust of wind beneath his feet. The sweetness in the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented level. On the first floor, before the event commenced, the other guests had already begun showcasing their exceptional talents. Lin Lin remarked, I don't really have any special skills. I can only tell a few jokes. My survival in the entertainment industry relies entirely on the generosity of the audience. Lu Yuan asserted, the directors all say that I embody the quintessential domineering CEO. There is no actor more suited to play such a role than me, for I am, in essence, a domineering CEO. Chen Yichen stated, my musical talent ensures that mediocrity is not my destiny. After all, my proficiency in all musical instruments makes me truly radiant. As Su Chen entered, carrying Xia Xinghe, the gazes of all present turned peculiar. Ah, she really knows how to steal the spotlight, Shen Yichen mused, increasingly envious of Xia Xinghe's striking beauty. Shi Yuqi rolled her eyes, thinking it was only natural, considering Su Chen was not like Chen, who was brimming with musical talent. Aside from his looks, he possessed little else of value. Just as Su Chen placed Xia Xinghe onto the sofa, Shen Yichen began to speak sarcastically. Su Chen, we were just discussing musical instruments. As a top-tier celebrity, you must have at least a bit of talent in that area, right? Su Chen glanced at him. Of course. There wouldn't be a top-tier artist lacking in talent, would there? I certainly play instruments. I excel at the tangu, a type of drum. Chapter 18. With a new boyfriend, my mouth has grown larger. Countless sarcastic remarks have been brewing in my mind, and I had even devised a way to incite a raucous mockery, compelling Su Chen to perform a little act while I displayed my skills to the audience. However, it felt as though my powerful punch had merely landed on a pile of cotton. To make matters worse, Su Chen hurled a disdainful remark my way. Come on, my friend, have you already given up before completely collapsing? Everyone was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's retort. Shi Yuqi snickered coldly. It's a rarity to encounter someone so confident despite lacking any talent. Don't you feel embarrassed, Su Chen? Su Chen shot him a glance and waved dismissively. All right. Just shut up. I see you've recently started dating someone, and it seems to be going quite well. Yuchi assumed Su Chen was attempting to change the topic, but nonetheless clung to Shun Chen's arm, sweetly declaring, Chen and I have always had a great relationship. You think? Before she could finish, Su Chen interjected, I can see it. I can see it. Your mouth has grown larger, and your chatter has increased. The atmosphere suddenly froze in silence. In an enclosed villa, a chilly breeze swept through Yuchi, infuriated, pointed at Su Chen. What are you barking about? I'm merely trying to communicate with you, I retorted, stifling a laugh. With such a plethora of risque jokes, you must find it amusing, right? If you're laughing, show me your filial piety with a couple of claps. Yuchi's chest heaved with rage, tears welling in her eyes. Who could comprehend her plight? She couldn't win an argument nor retaliate effectively. Her frustration was palpable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 50 points in Yuchi's vulnerability. Shun Chen also stood up, glaring at Su Chen. Ignore him. Yuchi, he's just a lunatic. Xia Xinghe, her legs no longer numb, shot him a cold glance. And when have you appeared any more rational than Su Chen? Shun Chen could hardly fathom that Xia Xinghe would dare to confront him. What right do you have to speak, you mere bystander? And what's wrong with being an ordinary person? Do you believe that arguments should differentiate between commoners and artists? You must be Aristotle's sibling, perhaps even Jenny Master. Xia Xinghe maintained an icy demeanor, her insults delivered with an air of superiority, rapidly escalating the tension. So you dare to insult someone live on air? Are you feeling desperate? If a dog bites you, do you not feel urgency? Ding! Congratulations, host. You've gained 50 points in Shun Chen's vulnerability. With the influx of vulnerability points, Su Chen silently appreciated Xia Xinghe's performance. He recognized her combat prowess. The sudden chaos left He Ling, a veteran in the hosting realm, feeling slightly flustered. Although Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's banner was quite pleasant to the ears, all right. We've had our fun. Let's transition into today's couple activities, He Ling announced. Teacher He's classic intervention is back. Just kidding, it's a game. Let's commence the activities. The Xingchen couple is absolutely delightful. Their repartee is full of humor, haha. Xia Xinghe is correct during an argument. It matters not whether one is a commoner or an artist. Insults are fair game. Your rhymes are so fluent. Are you two preparing for exams? Exams? Both of them have graduated and become professors. Haven't they? Regardless of the circumstances, they're still a cad and a mistress. This evening's couple activity is set in an outdoor location, and everyone is invited to join. He Ling interjected, interrupting everyone's incantations, and began to explain the rules of the event. Tonight's couple activity, titled Sweet Confession, requires one partner to confess their feelings to the other, while the viewers in the live stream will cast their votes based on the sweetness of the confessions. The couple with the highest votes will receive a reward in the form of heart coins. I must once again emphasize the importance of heart coins. In our future lives within perfect lovers, all necessary daily items, whether food, daily necessities, or consumer goods, must be purchased using heart coins. The couple who secures the first place in the voting will receive 500 heart coins, while the second and third places will earn 300 and 100, respectively. Couples who rank lower will not receive any heart coins. Therefore, I urge everyone to take this sweet confession seriously. As soon as He Ling finished explaining the rules, Shun Chen immediately cast a provocative glance at Su Chen. This is a sure win. He whispered to Yuchi, I'll use my long-standing crush on you as the backdrop for my confession. When you're moved, I will passionately sing on sight. First place is definitely ours. Yuchi listened to Shun Chen's words with a composed demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When she previously lamented Su Chen's infidelity, portraying Shun Chen as the warm-hearted admirer, it was hailed as a touching tale by countless netizens. Bringing it up again today, accompanied by Shun Chen's love song, would surely be explosive. What good is Su Chen's cooking if he fails to secure a ranking and cannot afford ingredients, ultimately leading to hunger? Now, let us commence drawing for the order of confessions. Several white canopies have been erected outside the villa, adorned with twinkling starlights. In the center, a bonfire crackles, its dancing sparks enhancing the romantic ambience. The gentle tunes of love songs perfectly encapsulate the atmosphere. The drawing soon concluded, and Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan were selected as the first couple. Su Jingwan, clad in a fiery red spaghetti strap gown with her hair elegantly pinned back, stood beside the bonfire like a resplendent rose. After several deep breaths to muster his courage, Qin Yuxuan approached Su Jingwan by the bonfire. The comments section erupted with excitement. Is it this sweet on the very first night of the broadcast? 5 couples confessing their true feelings. The sweetness is off the charts. I'm so excited. Can't wait for the Lin and Xiao by S confession. Chen will definitely sing a love song for sure Yuchi. His musical talent is extraordinary. Which good-hearted person confesses while performing spells? The most anticipated are undoubtedly Su Chun and Xia Xinghe. Their interactions are the sweetest among everyone. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, Qin Yuxuan stepped towards Su Jingwan, under the gaze of all. As their distance closed, the air thickened with a palpable tension. Su Jingwan's alluring eyes fell upon Qin Yuxuan, the shyness unique to the younger brother, enveloped by the mature aura of the gentle elder sister, feels utterly harmonious. The two are merely a fabricated couple for publicity. For Qin Yuxuan, who has long played the leading man in romantic dramas, such flirtation should be a trivial matter. Yet, when Su Jingwan's breath brushed against his face, he found himself momentarily flustered. The romantic scripts he had previously enacted faded from his memory. After a prolonged pause, Qin Yuxuan mustered the courage to gaze at Su Jingwan, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Su Jingwan burst into laughter, her mirth erupting as she placed her hands on her hips, tears of laughter streaming down her face. The once ambiguous atmosphere shattered in an instant, prompting Qin Yuxuan to join in her laughter. He, along with Yiling and the other guests, erupted into cheerful giggles. Although they shared a moment of laughter, it felt particularly harmonious. This is the correct way to embrace a sibling romance. If I were Su Jingwan and my younger brother confessed to me earnestly, I would laugh too. Are you kidding? If Qin Yuxuan were to confess to me, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Chapter 19. A Good Deed. A Reward. With the warm-up provided by Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan, the popularity of a live stream began to surge rapidly. Soon, it was the turn of the second pair, Lin and Bai Yao. As the youngest couple on average, Bai Yao approached the bonfire with a slight blush on her charming face, exuding an air of shyness. Lin, equally flushed, gradually closed the distance between himself and Bai Yao under the gaze of all present. Before long, Lin came to a halt. Bai Yao lowered her head slightly, while Lin nervously fidgeted with the back of his head, his lips moving uncertainly. Yao. Bai Yao responded softly, her bashfulness mirroring that of a couple in the throes of youthful romance, as if they were performing a heartfelt love story before an audience. Now, I shall formally confess my feelings. Lin's voice trembled slightly. Bai Yao's shoulders quivered as she suppressed a smile. Lin took a deep breath, grounding himself, and spoke with newfound clarity. Yao, you possess a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, an elegance that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Your brows resemble distant mountains cloaked in mist, and your eyes reflect the autumn water's gentle waves. Your complexion is akin to a peach blossom kissed by sunlight, your lips reminiscent of cherries in their first bloom. That visage of yours, radiant with a blend of white and rosy hues, emanates a captivating freshness. When you smile, you are a vision of unparalleled beauty, akin to spring flowers blossoming under the gentle sun. Your eyes shine with brilliance, illuminating all around with their enchanting allure. Lin spoke at a rapid pace. At first, Bai Yao appeared intrigued, but soon her expression shifted to one of amusement. You were asked to confess, yet you seem to be performing a comedic monologue. Lin's dedication is both amusing and pitiful. Lin, are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my Aunt Flower? What a guy. I'm simply a remarkable fellow, delivering a comedic confession. The crowd was utterly bewildered. It was not until Lin, in the midst of his fervent delivery, suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch. Yeah, why did you step on me?" With a smile that was both playful and slightly menacing, Bai Yao retorted, What do you think I stepped on you for? Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Speak properly. Bai Yao huffed, feigning indignation. Lin, feeling embarrassed, took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Honestly, I'm unsure how to confess, however. I believe love can be both intense and subtle. It may take the form of heartfelt letters conveying longing, or it could be the simple joy of sharing life's little moments together. It may involve eloping to escape the world's gossip, or enjoying the vibrant nightlife of the city as a couple. Love can be unrequited. It can be something we cannot let go of, and it can lead to a transformation that leaves one weary for the sake of another. Do you not see the sorrow of Daiyu for Baoyu, or the tragic love of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, who turned to butterflies in flight? I have a message to convey about the path of my heart. Love, at its core, is selfless and requires magnanimity. Yet, if emotions are inherently selfish, how can one speak of generosity? Even if it leads to ruin, I shall still regard you with the same affection, as if time has stood still. Lin's voice rose passionately, each word resonating like a solemn vow. The once playful Bai Yao now wore an expression of earnest contemplation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. A unique romance exclusive to the art of crosstalk permeated the night sky with a sweet fragrance. Just as Bai Yao found herself unable to contain her emotions and was about to envelop Lin in a warm embrace, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Well done, Hori. Su Chun tilted his head, clapping his hands with a resounding echo. Xia Xinghe, with 3 lines of annoyance etched across her forehead, covered her face in exasperation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points in Bai Yao's vulnerability. Damn it! That's Su Chun. What a lunatic! The director's team, led by Zhu Delong, erupted in furious complaints. Just when a hint of romantic tension was being built, you reward me with applause? Director, this show is bound to meet its demise at his hands someday. Wu Chen wore a face of resignation. He Ling maintained a polite smile, urging the audience to exercise restraint. Lin, do you have anything to add? Lin opened her mouth, glancing awkwardly towards Su Chun, but was suddenly at a loss for words. Teacher He, could we perhaps start over? Haha, start over indeed. Su Chun, are you a devil? They're confessing their feelings, for heaven's sake. I hereby declare that Lin and Bai Yao shall marry on the spot. I'll contribute 100 million. Bill it to Su Chun. Su Chun, wait a moment. Let me see which model to burn for you. Ultimately, the disheartened Lin could only step down, casting a resentful glance at Su Chun. Brother, what are you doing? We bear no ill will towards each other. Su Chun chuckled awkwardly, primarily overwhelmed with emotions. Xia Xinghe gazed at Su Chun with a tinge of concern. So, it's our turn to perform next. Are you ready? Su Chun paused, frowning in contemplation. Among the rewards the system provided, the only noteworthy one seemed to be the song Qinghua, yet he truly did not wish to let Fangxing benefit from it so easily. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him. Ah, Lin, I recall you have a set of clappers? Yes, I do. May I borrow them? Xia Xinghe inexplicably sensed an ominous undertone. The third couple, Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, had already taken the stage. Clad in a white short skirt, Li Hanyu stood confidently by the bonfire, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear. It was evident that one could indeed perform the act of loving someone. As she gazed toward the direction of Lu Yuan's impending entrance, her heart fluttered with sweet anticipation. The air thickened once more with an enchanting ambience. At last, Lu Yuan emerged into the frame, sporting a slick-back hairstyle typical of a domineering CEO, adorned in a black shirt. With each step closer to Li Hanyu, the corners of his mouth lifted higher. By the time he stood beside her, his grin nearly reached his ears. Lu Yuan produced a rose from behind his back and took a deep whiff. Achoo! Apologies, I seem to be allergic to pollen. A slight mishap could not deter the CEO's declaration of love. With a mix of nonchalance, ease, and confidence, Lu Yuan playfully asked Hanyu, I'm thinking of changing my hairstyle. Can you guess what will be? Li Hanyu appeared momentarily dazed. What on earth was this eccentric man up to now? I beg you please, not again. Is it the micro-powdered lid? No. Lu Yuan shook his head. Then, is it the side of the 3-7? Of course not. Lu Yuan shook his head once more, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It must be. Before Li Hanyu could finish her sentence, Su Chan slapped his forehead like an excited monkey, exclaiming, "It's not you who is unrefined." The scene was once again gripped by an icy breeze. Even the flames flickered askew. Lu Yuan squinted, visibly displeased. "Su Chun, do you realize how impolite that is? You interrupted my meticulously crafted confession." Li Hanyu felt a bit awkward. So, Su Chun was right? Huh, he was just lucky for a moment. How could he possibly comprehend my sophisticated romantic lines? Never mind. Hanyu, let's continue. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he pulled a bag of salt from his pocket, which he had surreptitiously taken from the kitchen. With a bubbly tone, he said, "Hanyu, I just bought a bag of salt. Can you guess what kind of salt it is?" Li Hanyu looked at the bag, with a brand name read absolutely salty, feeling uncertain. "Is it absolutely salty table salt?" No. Lu Yuan winked ambiguously. Suddenly, Su Chan raised his hand high, exclaiming, I know. It's love that needs no seasoning." Li Hanyu, spitting blood and laughter. "Su Chen, no. Just because you learned my romantic lines in secret, you think you could be a domineering CEO like me?" Su Chen hesitated, Why not give it a try? Lu Yuan immediately turned to glare at Su Chen. "I just bought a very mysterious clock. Can you guess what kind of clock it is?" "It's a clock that cherishes you." Lu Yuan, enraged, retorted, "I just drank a bottle of medicine. Can you guess what kind of medicine it is?" Su Chen replied, "It's the kind of love that is hopeless." Lu Yuan, fuming, continued, "I went fishing today. Can you guess what fish I caught?" Su Chen answered, "It's the kind of love that is steadfast until death." Lu Yuan, blushing, said, "I bought a bucket of oil today. What do you think it is?" Su Chen replied, "It's love oil." Chapter 20. Happiness must be earned in a deathly silence. Lu Yuan's mind buzzed incessantly. The eloquent declarations of love, which he had always prided himself on, were known even to a scoundrel like Su Chen. Was this not a humiliation? Meeting Lu Yuan's gaze, Su Chen pounded his chest and pointed at Lu Yuan. "What a delightful exchange of romantic verses. And my dear friend, I shall refer to you as the innate sovereign of charm." Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 30 points in defense against Lu Yuan. After a brief lull, laughter erupted in the audience like thunder. "Lu Yuan, you've stolen my lines. What am I to say now?" "Su Chen, say you love me." I was going to mute Lu Yuan's confession, but I didn't expect such a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha. He Ling felt a tremor of embarrassment. Whoever wishes to be the host may do so. He is not a firefighter. Why must he extinguish flames daily? Cough, cough. Who would have thought that Su Chen and Lu Yuan both possessed such unique insights into romantic dialogue? He Ling felt awkward even speaking at this moment. Zhu Delong, staring into the camera, clicked his tongue. "What are you doing, old man? Are you not going to confess soon?" At that moment, Wu Cheng suddenly turned, exclaiming with delight, "Director, the live stream has reached 20 million viewers." "What?" Zhu Delong's expression shifted to one of joy. "I knew Su Chen could pull this off." On stage, Lu Yuan grumbled as he walked down from the confession area with Li Hanyu, taking his place beside Shen Chen. "What a despicable fellow Su Chen is. Disrupting my meticulously planned confession." Lu Yuan cursed. Shen Chen glanced at him, thinking that his friend was blissfully unaware of the privilege he possessed. Yet in an instant, his demeanor became haughty. He had already devised a complete confession plan. The backstory involved 3 years of secret affection for Yuchi, during which he had intended to remain in the shadows, silently wishing her well. As long as he could see her happy, that was enough. However, he never anticipated that Yuchi would end up with a rogue. He regretted his previous hesitance, which nearly cost him the love of his life. This time, he would see Yuchi's hand and not let her slip away. He had even chosen the song to sing once the story was told. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, Su Chen has no talents to boast of. His confession will surely lack originality. Renki and I will undoubtedly win first place. In a couple of days, when Su Chen finds himself unable to afford a meal, he'll be begging us for scraps. Lu Yuan nodded emphatically, placing all his hopes on Shen Chen. Just as the two were quietly discussing their plans, it was time for Su Chen and Xia Xinghe to take the stage. Xia Xinghe, adorned in a flowing white spaghetti strap dress, revealed her delicate, fair shoulders and collarbone. The flickering flames cast a rosy glow upon her serene face. She stood there quietly, as if adding the finishing touch to this meticulously arranged confession scene. Outside the camera's view, her subtly clasped hands unconsciously tapped her thumb against her index finger. As she gazed in Su Chen's direction, her calm eyes concealed a torrent of anticipation, until the moment when the crisp clattering of clappers suddenly echoed through the air. Su Chen strolled into the confession area with a light-hearted step, clappers in hand. With a cheerful Tianjin accent, he began to set the rhythm. The lively beat resonated, and his spirits soared as he proclaimed his affections. "I like you so much, come sleep with me." Lin Lin gasped, taken aback by this unexpected competition for attention. The infectious rhythm compelled the audience to sway gently in unison. Yet only Xia Xinghe's initial hopes dimmed swiftly. Just as Su Chan was caught up in his exuberance, Xia Xinghe's gaze flickered with newfound determination. She stepped forward and snatched the clappers from Su Chen's hands, bringing the rhythm to an abrupt halt. Su Chen, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched his nose, pondering how this could not be considered a talent. Little did he know that his partner had reached her limit first. Shunyi Chen smirked. While amusing, Su Chen's actions verge on disrespectful. Exactly. What does playing clappers have to do with confessing? Xia Xinghe, teach him a lesson. Just when everyone anticipated a debacle between Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, she suddenly lifted her head, her fervent gaze locking on Su Chen's face. "I no longer need your confession. My happiness is something I will strive for myself." In a moment of clarity, she leapt into Su Chen's embrace, her voice soft yet deliberate. "5 years ago, we crossed paths. I never imagined that the friend who playfully bickered with me would come to hold such significance in my life. It was 3 years ago, on the night you announced your relationship with Shiyuchi, that I belatedly recognized my feelings for you. Countless times in the stillness of night, I lamented my own naivety, having missed out on the most important person in my life. Upon hearing of your breakup, I was torn between relief and sorrow for the heartache you endured. Yet, as I gather my thoughts, I realized that none of that truly mattered. What holds significance is that through all the twists and turns, you remain you, and I remain me, and now it is us." Xia Xinghe's voice maintained a steady tone, devoid of dramatic fluctuations. However, only Su Chen, enveloped in her embrace, could perceive the tremors coursing through her body and feel the dampness spreading across his shoulder. In that moment, he found himself unable to discern whether her heartfelt words were meant to aid him in a variety show or were a genuine confession of her feelings. The expressions of the other guests shifted subtly as they gleaned profound insights from Xia Xinghe's brief declaration. Piecing together the fragments of information they had previously encountered, a genuine narrative unfolded before their eyes. Consequently, Shunyi Chen, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, instinctively distanced himself from Shiyuchi, whose complexion had darkened to an alarming degree. She is now firmly convinced that Xia Xinghe is not a mere fabricated couple, but genuinely harbors feelings for Su Chen. Is it not entirely natural for an ordinary person to admire someone like Su Chen? A person of Su Chen's stature is indeed only deserving of the affections of someone unremarkable. Shiyuchi strives to overlook Xia Xinghe's astonishing beauty, repeatedly comforting herself with the disparity in their social standings to soothe her conflicted emotions. Oh my! Xia Xinghe's statement carries significant implications. Did they only come together after Su Chen and Qi parted ways? Wait, does this mean Xia Xinghe is not the mistress? So when Qi accused Su Chen of infidelity, was there another person involved, or was this entire affair a fabrication? Xia Xinghe's words do not seem insincere. There appears to be a narrative between Qi and Su Chen. This is undoubtedly just Su Chen's attempt to rehabilitate his image. Princess Yuqi is the true victim. Chapter 21. Who invented the concept of shipping? As discussions erupted in the comments section, the director's team, including Zhu Delong, exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor. With the questions articulated by Xia Xinghe, it became apparent that the impending chaos would arrive sooner than expected. It was even possible that after this variety show, Su Chen and Shiyuchi would be destined for a complete downfall. Goodness gracious! Su Chen and the others had immediately gone all out. Wu Changshan nodded in agreement, then hastily shook Zhu Delong's shoulder with excitement, exclaiming, "The live stream has reached 21 million viewers. Gulping, Zhu Delong felt a tightening in his throat and swiftly seized the intercom. Teacher He, keep an eye on the scene. Do not allow anyone to interrupt Su Chun and Xia Xinghe's confession. Let them express themselves freely. Hearing the instructions through her earpiece, He Ling nodded gently, her gaze immediately fixating on Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen. Keeping them in check was paramount. By the bonfire, Su Chun inhaled the delicate fragrance of Xia Xinghe's hair, offering a serene smile as he tightened his embrace. Regardless of the truth, the affection of a good brother was undeniably genuine. Suddenly, Xia Xinghe whispered in his ear, "Shall I sing you a song?" "All right," Su Chen replied softly. Xia Xinghe gradually withdrew from Su Chen's embrace, signaling to the music teacher beside her. The rhythm began to rise, and the soothing prelude of the song Qinghua, gifted by Su Chen to Xia Xinghe, filled the air. Holding the microphone, Xia Xinghe gazed at Su Chen, who was but a step away. As the willows scatter in March, lovers hurry along. My love remains unmoved, turning the pages of yesterday's warm, yet dusty secrets. In a daze, we seem to exist in another world. That night of reunion halted the drifting. You had returned. Mutual oblivion brings only pain. All because of yesterday's kind-hearted stubbornness that burdened us both. Shattering tokens cancels the next life. Regret cannot be spoken. As the heart tightens in realization, tightly grasping the Qinghua token, honoring the promise. Parting is always endured in discontent. Xia Xinghe's voice was ethereal and melodious, devoid of any bitterness, reminiscent of a maiden under the moonlight reminiscing about her beloved, stirring the hearts of all who listened. Each word in her poignant song conveyed a deep sense of regret. He Ling, a singer with an album to her name, possessed a profound appreciation for music. The moment the prelude played and Xia Xinghe's voice harmonized perfectly with the accompaniment, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Firstly, she knew without a doubt that she had never heard this song before. Secondly, she recognized the song's lyrics and composition were imbued with remarkable artistic merit. Who penned this song? This question not only lingered in her thoughts, but also echoed in the minds of all viewers. Whose song is this? It's absolutely beautiful. This song is so evocative. It captures regret so profoundly. Brothers, keep watching the live stream. I'm heading to my ex-girlfriend's wedding. I won't miss it this time. Who understands? Lying in bed, listening to this song, has me feeling emo about my wretched ex-husband. Although it is evident that Xia Xinghe's vocal technique is somewhat limited, her performance is imbued with deep emotion. Under the moonlight, by the campfire, the young girl sings softly. After her song concludes, before anyone can react, she gently cups Su Chen's face and kisses him swiftly on the lips. This kiss is fleeting. Su Chen hardly has time to comprehend it before he is left with a lingering sweetness and a refreshing softness. The comments explode once more. Wait, I was just starting to feel emotional. Did you all just witness that? No way. Don't bring a dog in to witness this slaughter. Why doesn't Xia Xinghe kiss me? Is it just because I am not Su Chen? This is what sweet love looks like. Meanwhile, my love life is abysmal. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of defense from Chun Yuhan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of defense from Tian Fei. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of defense from Shuni Chen. At this moment, Shuni Chen is rigid with envy. Is it because he admires Su Chen? Certainly not, though perhaps to a slight extent. The real issue lies in the fact that he realizes the background story Xia Xinghe shared, along with the subsequent romantic ballad, mirrors his own experiences almost perfectly. If Xia Xinghe's song were mediocre, it would be understandable, but the lyrics, melody, and overall presentation are commendable, even to him. More importantly, he is certain that this song has not graced the music scene in Longhua, suggesting it could be an original composition by Xia Xinghe or perhaps written for Su Chen. How could Su Chen possibly deserve such a song? Wait, Xia Xinghe is just an amateur, yet possesses such musical talent? He Ling, momentarily forgetting her role as host, watches Xia Xinghe and Su Chen with a motherly smile. How sweet, truly sweet. Who invented this concept of shipping couples? It is simply delightful. Zhu Delong suddenly breaks the silence, pulling He Ling back to reality. Why are you sitting there grinning like a fool? Continue hosting. Shuni Chen and Shi Yuqi have yet to perform. He Ling hastily stands up, But as she glances at Yuqi and Chen, she inexplicably feels a sense of ennui. How peculiar. Why has she slipped into this contemplative state? Next, we invite the final couple of the day, Chen and Yuqi, to the stage for their confession. Yuqi, adorned in a flowing blue gown, steps towards the campfire first. Meanwhile, Chen and Xia Xinghe, having descended from the confession area, fall into a gentle silence. After a long pause, they both speak simultaneously. You go first. Their eyes meet, and they echo each other once more. Forget it. Once again, they speak in unison, but this time, there is no further dialogue. Instead, they share an understanding smile, turning their heads away in delight. In the confession area, the background story can no longer be used. Chen swiftly adjusts his strategy. The greatest fear for a faux couple is the mention of marriage, so he resolves to start with a bold move. Amidst the soothing strains of background music, the ostensibly sentimental Chen faced the feigned sweetness of Yuqi. Yuqi, I am grateful for your presence in my life. Today, I wish to announce a decision of utmost importance to me. After a brief pause, Chen inhaled deeply, his countenance grave as he declared, Yuqi, when your hair reaches your waist, just as the words will you marry me perched on the tip of his tongue. They were abruptly stifled by Chen's loud interruption. Chen abruptly turned, his eyes aflame with indignation. Chen, I am here. Can you not see that I am professing my feelings? Chen, bewildered, lifted his gaze not to Chen, but to Xia Xinghe. Didn't you say waist-length hair? That was indeed my remark. Xia Xinghe quickly responded with a slight nod. Only then did Chen offer an apology to Chen. My apologies, I misunderstood. Please continue. Chen's teeth nearly ground to dust. After several deep breaths, he managed to recalibrate his emotions and gently address Yuqi once more. Yuqi, in the past, travel was slow, letters were distant, and one could love but a single individual. Yet one could take many concubines. Chen was once again rendered speechless. He mechanically turned his head, only to encounter the apologetic expression on Chen's face. Xinghe, please refrain from posing questions. Chen is clearly upset. Understood. Xia Xinghe nodded expressionlessly. Once again, Chen faced Yuqi, but this time, before he could utter a word, he abruptly turned to glare at Chen. Chen raised his hands in innocent surrender. Chen composed himself and spoke softly, Yuqi, I wish to convey that happiness has always been within your reach. Yes, it has always resided with your more attractive friend. Chen, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 70 points of Chen's vulnerability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Yuqi's vulnerability. Chapter 22. I become the essence of Dao milk. The expressions of the crowd varied greatly, and even Lu Yuan wore a look of contentment. Thankfully, I was not the only one facing misfortune. Online users were equally astonished by Chen's peculiar thought processes. This is simply hilarious. Is it really appropriate to tease while relieving oneself? My ex-girlfriend constantly asks me why she's unhappy. I tell her that living well with her best friend is far more significant. I was laughing so hard at night that I pounded the bed. My mother asked if I had consumed bee droppings. Chen, are you even human? Chen is confessing, and what kind of manners do you possess? Healing forcibly suppressed a smile, clearing his throat to feign seriousness. Chen, you and Xia Xinghe will continue your conversation later. Of course. Chen obediently nodded. Seeing his meticulously prepared confession shattered into pieces, Chen had to rely on his exceptional improvisational skills to swiftly alter his plan. Indeed, at the end of all schemes, it is one's innate musical talent that serves as the ultimate trump card. Chen shook his head dismissively. Ruichi, although Chen has disrupted our pure atmosphere of love, it does not diminish my fervent affection for you. I have decided to present to you the strongest new song I have ever written. Come witness our most genuine love. This song symbolizes rebirth, embodies suffering, and represents the days I endured alone, grappling with longing. I shall use this song to express my love for you. Is Chen really going to sing? I can't wait. Once Chen sings, it will be a definitive kill. Goodness, if the confession fails. Is he preparing to cast a spell? As the fans anticipated, Chen raised his head high and turned to signal the sound engineer for his efforts. In the next moment, the previously tranquil and intimate night was suddenly enveloped by a subtle, haunting melody, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of tension. As Chen began to sing, the oppressive ambience transformed into something eerie and unsettling. Especially for Yuqi, standing before Chen, the moment she faced this magical onslaught. Every hair on her body stood on end, sending shivers down her spine. A unique, otherworldly romance cloaked everyone present. The fans who had just been clamoring for Chen to sing froze, their phones clutched tightly. "Hey man, we asked you to confess, not to summon the Ghost King for a wedding. Help! I've never harmed anyone. Why must I listen to this at such an hour? My goodness, brother. I beg you to stop singing. I'll give you my tickets, anything you want. What do you know? This song integrates 15 different vocal styles. Only Chen in the entire Dragon Kingdom can perform it. Don't be ridiculous. If you spend 2 days at your local crematorium, you'll find people who can sing 20 styles." Chen continued to sing with unrestrained passion. Director Zhu Delong, listening to Chen's haunting melody, couldn't help but rub his arms. "Teacher, should we perhaps ask Chen to stop singing?" "Director, look." Wu Cheng suddenly pointed at the screen in astonishment. In the scene, as Chen sang by the bonfire, a sudden gust of wind enveloped the flames, causing countless sparks to rise like a fiery tempest. Zhu Delong was genuinely alarmed. Meanwhile, Chen remained lost in his song, only to hear Su Chen's frantic shout beside him. "Chen, you're summoning your great-grandmother." Chen was about to retort when Yuqi, with a look of panic, tugged at his sleeve and pointed behind him. The wind made the bonfire crackle ominously, and the orange-red flames instilled an unsettling chill in the air. Just as everyone gazed at the fire in trepidation, Su Chen, who had just let out a loud cry, suddenly froze, staggering towards the bonfire with a drunken gait, and patted Chen on the shoulder. "Good grandson, are you looking for me?" Chen was startled, turning to find Su Chen bowing with rolling eyes. He shrieked. "Good grandson, don't leave. Don't you want to see your great-grandmother?" Suchin Kakliv, chasing Chen around the bonfire, plunging the scene into chaos. "Teacher, save me." Ling's scalp prickled as she hid behind Lin. "Oh no, great-grandmother. I'm not familiar with you. Stay away." Lin, in sheer terror, bolted towards the sound engineer. "Don't come near me." The sound engineer was in utter disarray, stumbling and pressing his hands on the music console. The hum of the background track abruptly switched to the original recording, amplifying the sound several-fold. The cacophony of shrieks echoed like a procession of vengeful spirits. "Great-grandmother, I'm not recording anymore." Lu Yuan trembled beneath the table. "This is madness. I haven't even sung, yet there's still music." Chen felt numb. "Good grandson, I knew you could see me." Su Chen laughed ominously, enjoying the chase even more. The scene erupted into chaos, with viewers in a live stream collectively losing their composure. "Monsters be gone. Monsters be gone. I thought I was watching a romance show. What is this? Help. Don't scare me at night. Please don't come through the internet." At that moment, a muscular man quietly retracted his foot that had been resting outside the blanket. Breaking. A supernatural event occurs at the live set of Perfect Partner. Breaking. Chen performs a ritual and successfully summons his great-grandmother. Breaking. Su Chen possessed by a spirit at Perfect Partner. The timid Bai Yao and the utterly bewildered Su Jingwan clung to Xia Xinghe's arms, trembling on either side. "Xinghe, why do you seem so composed? Aren't you afraid?" Xia Xinghe coldly observed Su Chen chasing Chen, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Why should I be afraid?" There's a ghost," Bai Yao exclaimed. "Where?" "Isn't Su Chen possessed by a ghost?" Su Jingwan pointed at the still, cackling Su Chen. "It's an act." Bai Yao and Su Jingwan were momentarily taken aback. "Impossible. How can one explain the swirling flames? Is it not a skill manifesting from Chen's grandmother?" Xia Xinghe calmly elucidated while glancing at the two stunning women, one tall and one petite. In the coolness of the concrete ground at night, the temperature within the fire pit soared, causing the hot air to rise continuously while the cooler air descended. thereby forming a whirlwind, akin to the formation of a typhoon. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Netizens reacted with confusion. Is it truly not his grandmother's appearance? Is she not unleashing her full power? After Xia Xinghe's explanation, she turned her interest toward Su Chen. Suddenly, with a stumble, Chen fell to the ground, frantically pushing away while pleading in terror. Grandma, Grandma, I did not mean it. I beg you, please leave. Upon hearing this, Su Chen halted, his body quivering, his hunched back straightening like a gun, and his gaze radiated an intimidating dominance. My dear grandson, at this moment, I have reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations. I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my sight, that the earth can no longer bury my heart, and that all beings comprehend my intentions. Now, I merely need to sever this familial bond to attain immortality. Assist me. Dear grandson, allow me to refine you. No, Grandma, please. Su Chen's expression shifted abruptly as he madly lunged at Chen, seizing his neck and shaking him while laughing maniacally. Ha ha, am transcending. Chen was utterly shattered. Before Su Chen could finish his laughter, he succumbed to unconsciousness with a soft gasp. TSK. Is that all it takes? Su Chen rubbed his nose. With a splash, a large bucket of water extinguished the fire in an instant. After hearing Xia Xinghe's explanation, Zhu Delong furiously tossed aside the bucket. Su Chenyu. He was on the brink of exasperation, genuinely believing that Shun Yichen's grandmother had arrived. He Ling and the others looked at Su Chen, their faces twitching in disbelief. They quickly applied pressure to Shun Yichen's acupoint. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to grasp the situation, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Su Chen. You are truly absurd. It's like a bamboo shoot knocking on the door, absurdly arriving home. You've consumed all the bamboo shoots of the panda. How outrageous you are. What kind of thought process could conceive such an operation? 9 transformations of the grandmother, refining one's own grandson. I cannot even imagine the psychological trauma this will leave on Chen. Chapter 23, you just rolled your eyes. Aside from Chen, it was only Shiyu Qi who was closest to Su Chen. After a series of events, she was thoroughly shocked. Now that she understood the situation, she stormed up to Zhu Delong, venting her frustrations. Director, where can you find someone like Su Chen? Scaring people at night. I'm merely trying to enhance Chen's live broadcast effect. Su Chen replied with a smile. Su Chen, how can you even say that? It appears you possess neither acting skills nor good character, and your lack of decorum is simply appalling. Decorum is something I typically reserve for those of talent. You, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of Shiyu Qi's defense value. At that moment, Lu Yuan crawled out from beneath the table, his face ashen as he glared at Zhu Delong. Director, look, you frightened Chen to the point of losing control. He is a celebrity. Doesn't he have any pride? I strongly demand that Su Chen be removed from the variety show. The dazed Chen was startled awake by a sudden sharp pain. He heard Lu Yuan's words and instinctively glanced down at his pants. Fortunately, they remained quite dry. Suddenly, he leapt up, glaring at Lu Yuan. You're the one who was scared. Lu Yuan's expression froze. Wasn't I just defending you? Chen turned to Su Chen, his teeth nearly grinding together. Although he desperately wished for his great-grandmother to take Su Chen away, maintaining his own dignity was of utmost importance. He couldn't fathom how the marketing accounts would portray him if this matter remained unresolved. Men can sometimes be as stubborn as titanium steel. Chen let out a cold laugh. Of course, I understand it's a joke. I was merely acting alongside Su Chen. Conversely, it seems you were hiding under the table just now. Lu Yuan, in disbelief, exclaimed, How could that be? You just rolled your eyes. Chen continued to chuckle coldly. It appears my acting skills are indeed exceptional if I've managed to deceive you all. Su Chen glanced at Lu Yuan, then at Chen, and suddenly pointed behind Chen, exclaiming, Oh no, your great-grandmother is back. Gah! Chen rolled his eyes once more. Indeed, your acting is commendable. Su Chen, that's enough. Zhu Delong was genuinely furious now. What did I do? Su Chen retorted. You scare people. The production team never said I couldn't. Su Chen feigned innocence. Zhu Delong fell silent. Su Chen, I must inform you quite seriously that this is a live dating show. If you continue to disregard the rules, we... Zhu Delong's sentence was cut short as Wu Cheng discreetly tugged at his sleeve. What is it? Zhu Delong asked, visibly displeased. The live stream audience has surpassed 27 million, and all the trending topics are dominated by Su Chun. Wu Cheng whispered. Zhu Delong raised an eyebrow, but maintained a serious tone. Deputy Director Wu, have I not instructed you not to interrupt when I'm discussing serious matters? After finishing his words, Zhu Delong turned to Su Chun, stating, Su Chun, I must earnestly inform you that if you continue to disregard the rules in such a manner, we can only conclude that you are indeed a remarkably innovative artist. Your creative spirit aligns perfectly with our style of live variety shows. I also encourage other guests to embrace innovation like Su Chun, thereby better demonstrating that our program is truly a spontaneous live dating show. As Lu Yuan, who was anticipating Zhu Delong's decision to expel Su Chun from the program, stared in disbelief, he exclaimed, No, you can't just change your stance like that. Director. All right, let's discuss any issues later. If you wish to learn from Su Chun, please converse privately. The scheduled duration of our activity has already exceeded expectations. Let us hasten to commence the voting so everyone can rest early, Zhu Delong concluded, exchanging a knowing glance with Yiling before swiftly returning to the directing team. Hurry, let me see the live data and trending lists. We've truly taken off now. As Chen was once again awakened, Yiling continued to cue the process. All right, all 5 couples have completed their confessions. Now, staff members, please prepare to tally the votes from our online viewers and determine today as sweetest couple. A large projection screen was brought in, displaying photos of the 5 couples. With the countdown to voting initiated, 3, 2, 1, begin. The live chat became lively. Support the EU, Shuni Chen, Shuyuchi, couple, let us go. I think Lin Lin and Bai Yao are truly adorable. That segment of heartfelt confession really touched my heart. I believe Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu are also quite impressive. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yuan is so oily that I wouldn't even need to add oil when cooking. And Shuni Chen's ghostly marriage proposal is another story. Xia Xinghe truly captivates me. Setting aside Su Chun, I genuinely admire Xia Xinghe. She is both beautiful and perceptive. While the rest of the scene was chaotic, she remained rationally analytical. Perhaps that is the synergy between her and Su Chun. The Xingchen couple is simply delightful. He causes mischief while she laughs. I'm utterly enchanted. I trust Xia Xinghe. If anyone dares to label her a homewrecker, we shall confront them in person. The voting data for the 5 couples began to soar. Initially, they were neck and neck, but within a few minutes, the Xingchen couple surged ahead with a dramatic advantage. Soon, the voting concluded in the presence of all, with the live stream boasting 27 million viewers. Su Chun and Xia Xinghe garnered a total of 12 million votes, while Lin Lin and Bai Yao received 6 million votes. Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan amassed 4 million votes. Shuni Chen and Shuyuchi obtained 3 million votes, and Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu attracted 2 million votes. Upon seeing the results, Su Chan flashed a mysterious smile at Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan, asking, Why didn't you solicit votes? Don't you desire the rewards? In unison, Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan began to grind their teeth in response. The series of events from today had already deeply unsettled Yiling, who merely wished to conclude the variety show promptly. As the voting results have emerged, we shall proceed to distribute the rewards accordingly. Congratulations to Su Chun and Xia Xinghe for receiving 500 heartbeat coins. Moments later, Su Chun found himself in possession of a small yellow pouch, which contained 5 pink heartbeat coins, each valued at 100. He weighed the pouch in his hand, the coins jingling delightfully within. Here you go. Su Chun offered the pouch to Xia Xinghe. I do not want it. Xia Xinghe replied with an air of tranquility. Are you truly rejecting our family's financial authority? At these words, Xia Xinghe felt her heart skip a beat, inexplicably stirred. What did you just say? I said the financial authority belongs to you. He reiterated. Please elaborate. Xia Xinghe pressed earnestly. Su Chun gazed into her serious expression and, leaning closer to her ear with a playful smile, simply said, Forget it. In the office of the CEO at Starry Entertainment, Chen Fei stared intently at the trending topics with a grave expression. Su Chun and Xia Xinghe sweetly interact on site. A song Qinghua evokes memories both poignant and unforgettable. Explosive. The first pair of female protagonists in Perfect Lover confess their love, with Xia Xinghe bravely pursuing her affection. Xia Xinghe, a woman of extraordinary talent and beauty, embodies the essence of clarity in a chaotic world. Each trending topic clawed at Chen Fei's heart, akin to the sharp paws of a cat, inciting profound discomfort. How could a nearly washed-up young idol and an unknown individual seize such attention? Turning his gaze to the trending topics surrounding Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen, he noted, Shuni Chen performs a ritual live, with Su Chun cosplaying as a nurturing figure. The stream reached unprecedented heights. The mage's ritual falters for the first time, and he suffers the consequences. Explosive. Shuni Chen's ghostly wedding features supernatural phenomena on site. Bang! Chen Fei slammed his fist against the table, his expression morphing into one of barely concealed rage. Su Chun, Xia Xinghe, as long as I am here, do not expect to have it easy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, and a beautiful secretary, her heels clicking against the floor, entered. Mr. Chun, I have gathered information on Xia Xinghe. She is backed by Shengshi Entertainment. Chapter 24. The Futility of the Mind. Exchanged for a stainless steel basin, Chen Fei furrowed his brow as he perused the documents. Shengshi Entertainment had emerged 3 years prior, surging into the limelight of the Longwa entertainment industry, buoyed by formidable capital strength. Initially, they invested heavily in acquiring a cadre of top-tier artists, subsequently establishing the largest training base for aspiring talents in Longwa, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh talent for their company. They also forged partnerships with several prestigious international fashion brands. Presently, they are regarded as a T0 level entertainment company domestically. As for the mastermind behind this company, some speculated to be the handiwork of an heir from a prominent domestic family, while others whisper of foreign capital magnates. Even Chen Fei could not ascertain the truth. Reflecting on the strikingly beautiful Xia Xinghe, whose sudden appearance seemed to align perfectly with Shengshi Entertainment's extravagant star-making strategies, he found the situation intriguing. The intersection between Fanxing and Shengshi was minimal. Had Xia Xinghe not been paired with Su Chun, Chen Fei would have decisively quelled any thoughts of pursuing her. However, Su Chun was aware of his relationship with Shi Yuqi, akin to a ticking time bomb for Chen Fei. Thus, even if he could not suppress Xia Xinghe, he was resolute in ensuring she kept her distance from Su Chun, thereby rendering Su Chun powerless in the variety show arena. Contact the general manager of Shengshi Entertainment. I wish to meet him. Understood. At Shengshi Entertainment, the usually dimly lit Shengshi building was ablaze with light that night. A Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt outside the edifice. The long-awaited general manager, Wang Quan, promptly bowed and opened the car door. A lean, silver-haired elder alighted from a vehicle. Wang Quan's face instantly brightened with a beaming smile. Zhang Bo, you remain as impressive as ever. Zhang Bo offered a slight nod in acknowledgement and strode into the Shengshi building. You are aware of the young lady's situation, I presume? Indeed, Zhang Bo. The young lady communicated with me prior to her last show, Wang Quan replied, following closely behind Zhang Bo with utmost respect. Very well. I shall refrain from interfering in the daily operations of Shengshi Entertainment, but I will take charge when necessary. Yes, I shall adhere to your instructions, Zhang Bo. As the two conversed, a secretary hurriedly whispered in Wang Quan's ear. Understood. Wang Quan, slightly puzzled, turned to Zhang Bo and cautiously inquired, Zhang Bo, Chen Fei from Fanxing Entertainment wishes to meet with me. It is likely regarding the young lady. Zhang Bo's weathered eyes flickered briefly. Let him come to see me. 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door of the president's office at Shengshi Entertainment. Zhang Bo sat at the head of the table as Chen Fei entered, shutting the door behind him and diving straight into the matter at hand. Moments latte. A glint of sharpness emerged in Zhang Bo's eyes, though his expression remained enigmatic as he chuckled softly. Mr. Chen, are you suggesting that we relinquish Xia Xinghe? Seeing Zhang Bo smile, Chen Fei mistakenly believed there was room for negotiation. Ah, Zhang Bo, I am not insisting that your company abandon Xia Xinghe. I merely wish for her to withdraw from the romantic variety show and distance herself from Su Chun. I'm willing to provide her with alternative platforms for exposure. I'm also aware that Shengshir's influence extends abroad. Should you agree, I would be glad to assist in introducing some domestic resources. Zhang Bo gazed thoughtfully at Chen Fei, seemingly intrigued, and boldly inquired, Mr. Chun, how exactly did Su Chun offend you to the extent that you are willing to expend such effort to bring him down? Chen Fei chuckled heartily. It's quite simple, really. Fangxing has nurtured Su Chun for many years, and now that he has grown confident, he wishes to demand exorbitant prices. If I do not curb his ambitions, more artists will follow his example, treating the company as a stepping stone, and I cannot allow such a situation to unfold. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo's smile deepened. I understand. I will contemplate this and provide you with a response in a couple of days. With that, Chen Fei took his leave. Wang Quan knocked and entered. Zhang Bo, seated at his desk, suppressed his smile, replaced by an expression of cold disdain. What a narrow-minded fool, introducing resources to us while attempting to blacklist our young lady? Wang Quan, teach them a small lesson for now. We shall discuss the rest after I speak with the young lady. Wang Quan nodded, inquiring, and Zhang Bo, what should be the extent of this small lesson? Zhang Bo waved his hand dismissively. Terminate all collaborations with international brands for Fangxing Entertainment, leaving their artists speechless. On a rural path near the hillside villa, the scattered lights of the night resembled hidden stars, occasionally twinkling. The bright moonlight complemented the chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs. Su Chun and Xia Xinghe switched off their microphones and live-streaming cameras, strolling leisurely under the moonlight amidst the evening breeze. Is it cold? Su Chun asked. Not at all, came a reply. Yet, Su Chun removed his jacket. Xia Xinghe made no objection, merely holding the pouch containing peach blossom coins, her cool, charming face occasionally brightening with a hint of joy. Su Chun glanced at her with a smirk. Good buddy, your acting skills are commendable. Even I felt moved by that story. Just then, as they walked side by side, Xia Xinghe suddenly halted, and the joy on her face dissipated. Her calm gaze fixed on Su Chun, making him feel a twinge of unease. She enunciated slowly, fools have their own fortunes. Huh? Su Chun replied, puzzled. But fools do not, Xia Xinghe retorted sharply. If your brain is useless, then trade it for a stainless steel basin. After her words, she strode ahead with long legs, quickly putting some distance between them. Su Chun sensed the shift in her mood and hurried to catch up. Wait, buddy, you can't be serious, can you? Xia Xinghe maintained her pace. Her charming face, hidden in the night, began to flush. Su Chun exaggeratedly called out, hold on, I'm afraid of the dark. Xia Xinghe's voice echoed back. Then are you afraid of green? Why can't you engage in conversation? Let us talk. Su Chen poursuivre. Aside from romance, there is nothing for us to discuss, Xia Xinghe replied, her face nearly crimson. Su Chun froze, casting a peculiar glance at Xia Xinghe, recalling her earlier story. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps we should discuss how we're going to sleep tonight? Sleep while touching your non-existent conscience. Xia Xinghe shot back. Su Chun felt a sudden, electrifying sensation in his heart, momentarily paralyzing him. He spat in frustration. What kind of brotherly assistance is this? You dare to entice him? This is truly unbearable. Moments later, Summer Xinghe vanished at the end of the road. In the adjacent grove, Elder Zhang, donned in the attire of a humble farmer, gazed at Summer with affection. Miss, you are indeed difficult to find. Perhaps you should carry a mobile phone? No need, she replied. It's rather pleasant without any disturbances. Yet her gaze drifted towards the path beyond the woods. By the way, Elder Zhang, find an opportunity to have Su Chun leave the Stardust Company. Miss, that is precisely why I sought you. Chen Fei has arrived at Shengshi today and requested that I help keep you out of the limelight. Elder Zhang's words were laced with a teasing undertone. Summer was not taken aback. Perfect, let us handle this together. However, do not allow Stardust to go bankrupt just yet. I want Su Chun to personally shatter this wretched company. Elder Zhang bowed respectfully. Understood, Mississippi. Within 3 days, Mr. Su will receive our contract from Shengshi. Chapter 25. Your dog can do a backflip on the winding country road leading back to the half-mountain villa. Su Chun walked alongside Xia Xinghe once more. Occasionally, he cast a glance behind him, a puzzled expression adorning his brow. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Just a moment ago, 4 or 5 children rushed out and clung to my leg, calling me daddy. Otherwise, I would have definitely chased after you. Xia Xinghe listened, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. You certainly have a way with children. What? Don't joke around. I'm as innocent as they come. As they conversed, a faint wolf howl echoed through the mountain village, adding a chilling ambience to the tranquil night. Xia Xinghe bit her lip, frowning as she inquired, Are there wolves in this village? Su Chun, with a peculiar expression, tilted his head to listen. Awo, I gaze into the distance. Awo above the moon. Awo, how many dreams soar freely. There really are wolves. A hint of panic washed over Xia Xinghe's delicate features. Someone is singing. Su Chun appeared bewildered. Are you crazy? Xia Xinghe thought he was merely jesting. The howls grew closer. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Su Chen's arm, her body trembling slightly. Awo, the vast horizon is my love. Awo, beneath the undulating mountains, flowers bloom. Su Chun cast a strange look in the direction of the sound, rubbing his ears vigorously. Suddenly, something clicked, and he gently released Xia Xinghe's hand, striding towards the source of the melody. Su Chen, what are you doing? Don't go. It's fine, I'll just take a look. Wait here for me. No way, I'm going with you. Xia Xinghe's resolve was firm. Be obedient and stay here. He turned back, affectionately ruffling her hair. The sweetness of his gesture filled her heart, and by the time she regained her senses, Su Chen had already walked a fair distance away. As the sound became increasingly distinct, Su Chen squinted to assess the scene before him. Upon realizing what it was, a bemused smile crept onto his lips. Under the moonlight, a blue-eyed husky pranced along the path, clutching a bone in its mouth, striding with an air of indifference, its tail wagging as it howled. So it's just a silly dog, Su Chen remarked, exasperated. The husky, upon noticing Su Chen, paused in surprise. Recognizing the disdain in Su Chen's eyes, it suddenly bared its teeth. Woof woof. Who are you calling silly? I'm a noble Siberian husky. Woof woof. The brothers on the street know to call me Biao Ge. Can you understand me? Su Chen queried, suddenly reminded of the forgotten animal communication system reward he had neglected. Woof woof. Why are you wasting breath? You look unfamiliar. You're new around here. Stick with me. Biao Ge will take care of you. Su Chen cast a haughty glance at the dog, realizing it was just a foolish creature. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of Biao Ge's defense value. Woof woof. Who are you calling a foolish dog? Biao Ge, indignant, chased after Su Chen. Rolling his eyes, Su Chen muttered, A foolish dog is just a foolish dog. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained another 20 points of Biao Ge's defense value. Woof woof. If you keep insulting me, I might just retaliate. Su Chen halted his steps, pointing at the large bone in its mouth. Between biting me and the bone, you can only choose one. If you abandon the bone, you cannot bravely be yourself. If you choose to be yourself, you cannot sustain your livelihood. Now, make your choice. Biao Ge's azure eyes revealed a glimmer of human contemplation, even tinged with heaviness. With a thud, the bone fell to the ground. Unrestricted by the bone, Biao Ge's voice rang especially clear. Woof woof woof, hiss. I find your words quite reasonable. Silly dog. Su Chen rolled his eyes again and turned to continue walking. Woof woof woof. Hey, I'm talking to you. You really lack manners. Su Chen kept his pace. Woof woof woof. Stop right there. You can understand Biao Ge, which makes me happy, but your tone just now displeases me. Su Chen did not glance back. Woof woof woof. If you keep walking, I will truly bark at you. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, cursing the silly dog once more. At that moment, Biao Ge suddenly accelerated, stepping in front of Su Chen. Woof woof woof. You shall not leave. Angry growl. Finally, Su Chen lifted his eyelids, inquiring, What do you want? Woof woof woof. You've eaten meat today? East pork. Wow, not bad, considering you're a dog. Your sense of smell is impressive. However, Su Chen chose not to continue listening to Biao Ge. Before he could take a few steps, a gust of wind swept from behind. Biao Ge made a sliding tackle, nearly knocking Su Chen over. Woof, woof, woof. I'm giving you a chance to take me in. Not interested. Woof, woof, woof. I can guard your home. As long as you feed me meat. Not needed. Woof, woof, woof. Don't force me. Are you going to bite me or bark? Biao Ji's eyes sparkled, suddenly executing a backflip, standing proudly. Your dog can do backflips. Isn't that enough? This seemed somewhat intriguing. Just as Su Chan was still contemplating whether to take in this silly dog as a pet, a sudden exclamation came from behind Biao Ge. A dull thud resounded from above Biao Ji's head. The fierce dog howled in distress, rolling on the ground. Xia Xinghe, wielding a wooden stick, cautiously eyed Biao Ge, raising her hand to swing again. Wait, Su Chan called out. Why are you hitting it? Xia Xinghe replied coldly. It bared its teeth at you. Biao Ge shook his head, and upon seeing the stick in Xia Xinghe's hand, let out a howl, darting behind Su Chan. Woof, woof, woof. Inhumane. Even dogs are beaten. This matter isn't over without 10 large bones and 10 sausages. Still alive. Xia Xinghe tightened her grip on the wooden stick. Woof, woof, woof. Speak up. Don't make me beg you. Biao Ge whimpered, nudging Su Chen's pant leg. Perform for me, said Su Chen. Xia Xinghe had yet to react. In an instant, Biao Ge executed another swift backflip. The icy glint in Xia Xinghe's eyes finally revealed a hint of amusement. This dog seems rather perceptive. If you don't wield that stick, I reckon it could be even more perceptive. In the next moment, Xia Xinghe tossed aside the stick she held. Biao Ge affectionately nuzzled against Xia Xinghe's leg. Woof, woof, woof. This girl is truly beautiful and fragrant. Before Biao Ge could finish his words, a sudden jab to his snout left him bewildered. Su Chen glanced at Xia Xinghe, noting that the dog was still unbathed and rather dirty. Biao Ge looked perplexed. In front of the hillside villa, as the microphone and live stream cameras were activated, Xia Xinghe and Su Chen had just reached the doorstep when Ling hurried over. Why did you turn off the camera and microphone? Isn't the event concluded? Su Chen inquired. The director mentioned that they can only be turned off when sleeping. Otherwise, they can be muted only when necessary. Besides, you underestimate the popularity you both currently possess. During their stroll, the CP fans in the live stream had nearly erupted with excitement. After all, witnessing the interactions between these two was indeed quite addictive. At that moment, Lin also approached, somewhat bashful, leaning close to Su Chen's ear. Morning, brother. I wish to seek your advice on a matter. Isn't that straightforward? Su Chen responded, whispering back to Lin. Upon finishing their exchange, they both shared a flirtatious smile. Chapter 26. Are you boiling water? As night deepened, all the live streaming cameras were obscured. In the humble couple's room on the first floor of the hillside villa, Yuqi switched off the microphone and, after retrieving her spare phone, began to sob before uttering more than a few words. Woo-woo, President Chen, when have I ever endured such humiliation? You have no idea how outrageous Su Chen is. When will he leave, perfect lover? On the other end, Chun Fei was in high spirits. Do not worry. I have already contacted the owner of Xia Xinghe's company. They won't be able to last much longer. As he spoke, he glanced at his phone with a twinge of sympathy and complained. This production team is truly excessive. They even require us to boil water on the spot. Yuqi turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at Shunny Chen, who was hiding under the covers and emitting muffled cries. Yes, boiling water, there's a big kettle. It's all ready. Shunny Chen, a product of subpar education, a champion debater, and a notorious troublemaker in Longhua, suddenly flung the covers off his head and glared at Yuqi. Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for helping you stir up a romance, would I be here enduring this nonsense from Su Chen? Yuqi, equally furious, retorted, You can't outsmart me in a fight, nor can you in an argument. Why blame me? I have never encountered such a spineless man. If you have the guts, confront Su Chen. Chun Fei, weary of their bickering, hung up the phone. Shunny Chen felt the heat of Yuqi's confrontation. Anger surged within him, but suddenly a spark of inspiration struck. Hand over your spare phone. What for? Yuqi clutched her phone warily. Give it to me. Before long, Shunny Chen began typing on the search page. What to do if you can't out-argue someone? 1. No matter what others say, respond with yes, yes, yes. Maintain your stance amidst chaos. 2. When faced with questioning, state, if you think that way, I can't help it. Focus on exhausting others instead of yourself. 3. When you provoke someone, turn the tables by asking, are you angry now? Use your composure as leverage to make them retreat. As Shunny Chen read the contents, his eyes brightened with resolve. After perusing all the information, he felt an exhilarating surge of strength. He longed to storm into Su Chen's room and engage him in an epic battle. In the penthouse suite on the third floor, Su Chen sneezed inexplicably. He no longer doubted that someone was speaking ill of him, merely the chill of the night. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of defense against Bai Yao. Huh? Hearing the system's notification, Su Chen was puzzled. He hadn't provoked Bai Yao at all. Before he could ponder further, the bathroom door swung open, and Xia Xinghe, her cheeks flushed, slipped into bed wearing a bathrobe, revealing only her bright, curious eyes as she scrutinized Su Chen. I'm going to sleep now. Su Chen nodded and pretended to lift the covers. What are you doing? Xia Xinghe's heart raced. Didn't you say you wanted to sleep soundly with me beside you? We're friends. No need to be shy. Alas, do not kick me. The following day, sunlight penetrated the thin mist of dawn, and the chirping sparrows heralded the arrival of a beautiful day. Su Chen, who had engaged in a 2-hour battle for the bed with Xia Xinghe the previous night, groggily tossed aside the covers. On the first floor of the villa, the drowsy Su Jingwan rubbed her eyes as she descended the staircase. Huang Wei, with drooping eyelids and a toothbrush clamped between his teeth, was vigorously scrubbing his tongue. Ugh, Teacher Huang, your pharyngitis seems rather severe, Su Jingwan remarked. Just then, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe also made their way downstairs. Huang Wei immediately retorted in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, it's not pharyngitis. I just feel nauseous when I see something revolting." Su Chen, barely lifting his eyelids, replied, "Teacher Huang, I've told you not to brush your teeth in front of the mirror." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Huang Wei's vulnerability. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu followed suit, greeting each other with exaggerated enthusiasm. Everyone is up so early. Good morning. Su Chen sprawled across the sofa, utterly exhausted, lamenting. Who invented the phrase good morning? Who is actually having a good morning while others are embracing outside? And I'm stuck in this production crew. Xia Xinghe glanced at Su Chen, playfully tugged at his hair, and rested his head on her thigh. Rest here. It's soft and quite comforting. Su Chen is simply my mouthpiece. Here I am, getting up early to squeeze into the subway, my grievances heavier than a malevolent swordmaster. And what good morning am I having? Su Chen, let us not be ridiculous. What do you mean by good reception? Work is already bothersome. And now what's even worse? Come on, Su Chen, be reasonable. If I could rest my head on Xia Xinghe's thigh, I'd be fine at any time. The crowd continued to descend the stairs. With dark circles under their eyes, Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen also emerged from their rooms. What's wrong, Yuqi and Chen? You both look like you didn't sleep well, He Ling inquired. Teacher could you spare me a coil of mosquito repellent? Shuni Chen replied. I spent half the night mastering the art of arguing and the other half exterminating mosquitoes. I feel utterly shattered. Turning around, he spotted Su Chen napping on the sofa, which only added to his annoyance, prompting him to take a combative stance. Everyone else is awake, yet some people are still sleeping. Do you really think the sofa is your bed? As expected, Su Chen was sound asleep, oblivious. Who? Hey, everyone is chatting. Don't you think it's rather impolite to be sleeping? Finally, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Don't you think it's even ruder for you to chat while others are sleeping? Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Shuni Chen instantly perked up. People lacking decorum might think that way, but I can't help it. Then just do as your father instructed, Shuni Chen retorted. Wait a minute. That is not what the internet says. After being momentarily bested, Shuni Chen launched another attack. No way. Are you really getting upset over this? I'm not upset. Why would I be angry at you? Su Chen closed his eyes once more. Shuni Chen's face flushed with indignation, and he gritted his teeth with a sarcastic smile. Yes, whatever you say is right. Is that satisfactory? If you know your father is right, make sure to jot it down. I don't know how to write. Su Chen looked up at the delighted Shuni Chen and shook his head, apologizing. I'm sorry. I regarded you as a human being. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of Shuni Chen's defense value. Early in the morning, Shuni Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. At that moment, Lin Lin and Bai Yao arrived on the first floor. However, the two who usually laughed and joked appeared to be in an unusual atmosphere today. Bai Yao occasionally let out a cold snort while looking at Lin Lin, who merely fidgeted awkwardly. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lin immediately approached him and poked him with a finger. Morning, Xinghe, wake up. What happened? I just took a short nap, Su Chen complained. But upon realizing it was Lin, he instantly perked up. Quick, tell me how it went. Lin's expression turned bitter. The situation arose after he confessed to Bai Yao yesterday, only to discover his genuine feelings for her. He sought Su Chen's advice on how to pursue Bai Yao. As a first-time strategist, Su Chen's counsel was to give gifts. Bai Yao was famously fond of necklaces and jewelry. Thus, the primary dilemma was determining her size. However, this challenge was no match for Su Chen. Did you not tell me yesterday to measure her neck with a string while she was asleep? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Did you not find the string? I did. Lin's expression grew increasingly bitter, but when I measured, she woke up. Chapter 27. The duck thief. Neither Su Chen nor Xia Xinghe could conceal their astonishment for a moment. Xia Xinghe cast a sympathetic glance towards Bai Yao. Although their voices were muted, the details of their conversation were crystal clear to the audience in the live stream. In an instant, the barrage of comments erupted. Did I hear correctly? Lin tried to strangle Bai Yao with a rope in the dead of night. Ha, seriously? Are you trying to make me laugh to death this early in the morning? Bai Yao, what romance? That's called being a defendant. Shocking. Lin actually did such things to Bai Yao late at night. Question. How hilarious can a dating show be? Lin Yao, let me explain. As the trending topic gained momentum, the fervor surrounding perfect lovers remained unabated on its second day of broadcasting. Zhu Delong could hardly have imagined that the first trending topic of the next day had been seeded from the very first day. Observing the rising excitement, he began to urge Ling to cue the process. Upon receiving the news, Ling casually strolled around the room. Before long, he mysteriously produced a bowl of beef noodles and began to slurp them down. The enticing aroma instantly heightened everyone's appetite. Chen turned to Huang Wei. Teacher Huang, what are we having for breakfast? Huang Wei shrugged. Anything is fine, but I have no ingredients. Just as Ling was poised to interject, he promptly added, did everyone forget? Starting today, all food and daily necessities must be purchased with heartbeat coins. If you buy them, Teacher Huang can assist with the cooking. After hearing this, Su Chen, unusually serious, inquired, by the way, Teacher I have a question. Are the items sold in the Heartbeat supermarket in limited supply? Or can they be purchased at any time as long as one has heartbeat coins? Ling was taken aback by Su Chen's question and immediately glanced towards the director's team. Zhu Delong's voice resonated from the other side. In principle, all daily consumables will be kept in ample supply. However, to prevent waste, we will calculate and provide a specific quantity of goods, typically restocked every 3 days. Understood. So each phase's supply has a set limit, correct? Su Chen probed. Zhu Delong contemplated before nodding. Yes, that is a valid interpretation. Su Chen further inquired. Is there a guarantee that the quantity of goods will not be arbitrarily increased or decreased? Of course. Our production team will adhere to the rules, came the assured response. All right. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Zhu Delong was uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a shiver upon witnessing Su Chen smile. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted towards Su Chen, particularly since he had been the grand winner of heartbeat coins the previous day. However, little did they know, Su Chen had no intention of spending his heartbeat coins. Instead, he took Xia Xinghe by the hand and headed towards the door. As they stepped outside the villa, a black and white figure darted towards them. Woof woof. Call the master. Woof woof. Yes, master. Su Chen had not brought the dog, Biao Ge, back to the villa the previous day. Instead, he had given it a bottle of shower gel to freshen up. After a refreshing bath, Biao Ge's long, fluffy fur accentuated his striking appearance. His eyes, forever imbued with the characteristic wisdom of a husky, sparkled with intrigue. Looking cleaner, he appeared far more agreeable. Xia Xinghe affectionately ruffled Biao Ge's head. What is going on? Why does Su Chen have a dog? This husky looks rather handsome. Good grief. Why do I feel this husky has a bit of a mischievous air? Could it be a case of Su Chen's influence? The barrage of comments flowed in with laughter. Humanity has always exhibited a unique tolerance toward dogs, and it's not uncommon to witness earnest exchanges between humans and their canine companions. If a dog can cleverly respond to human commands, it's often praised for its understanding. In front of the camera, Su Chen whispered a few words into Biao Ji's ear before taking Xia Xinghe and walking further away. Inside the villa, Lin Lin exchanged 10 heart tokens for breakfast for two. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan, with only 100 heart tokens, could afford just 2 eggs. Meanwhile, Shun Yichen and Lu Yuan, with empty pockets, found their only source of amusement in berating Su Chen. It was utterly absurd that Su Chen, with 500 heart tokens, would not even buy breakfast. This clearly indicated his frugality in daily life. Unable to bear the pangs of hunger, Li Hanyu inquired of Yiling if there were alternative ways to earn heart tokens. We could weed the vegetable garden or chop wood, Yiling replied. Just then, at the villa's entrance, Biaogu strutted in with an air of nonchalance, drawing attention once more. Why is there another dog? Shun Yichen sprang up, eager to pet Biaogu. However, as he reached out, Biaogu swiftly dodged, nuzzling against Yiling's leg instead. This husky is quite well behaved. You don't like to destroy things, do you? Woof woof. Sure Yuchi, who despised dogs, feigned affection on camera, remarking, "This dog is adorable, though it looks like it might belong to the village. I wonder if it carries any germs." As Biaogu rubbed against Yiling's calf, he suddenly turned and bared his teeth. "Woof woof, you're the filthy one. This dog, it's quite fierce." Sure Yuchi appeared genuinely startled. Yiling glanced at her, knowing it was her comment about the dog's cleanliness that had upset it. All right, we're not dirty, right? Woof woof. Biaogu responded with a cheerful wag of his tail. After teasing Biaogu for a while, Yiling continued to introduce small tasks to earn heart tokens. While everyone listened attentively, unbeknownst to them, Biaogu gradually rose and stealthily approached the vicinity of the refrigerator. With a soft thud, the double-door refrigerator swung open. Biaogu slyly snatched a packaged duck leg, his intelligent blue eyes scanning the surroundings like a radar on high alert. The dog is opening the fridge. Shun Yichen shouted in surprise. Everyone turned their heads. Realizing the precarious situation, Biaogu bolted towards the door. Oh my, this dog. It came here to steal something. This dog is remarkably intelligent. Observe as I tag a fool. I seem to still be in a haze of slumber, for I have discerned a smile on the dog's face that resembles the satisfaction of a plot successfully executed. Stop it. Lu Yuan gazed at the braised duck, his eyes practically bursting with envy. Yiling, however, remained indifferent, concluding that it was merely a pitiable dog, so let it indulge. 20 minutes later, atop a small hill 500 meters from the villa, a fire crackled to life, sending wisps of smoke spiraling into the air. A braised duck was suspended over the flames, rotating and warming. Biaogu sat on the ground, fixated on the duck, nearly drooling. Su Chen tore off a leg of the duck and offered it to Xia Xinghe, urging her to eat. Here, he said. Xia Xinghe blinked. The braised duck, having undergone Su Chen's careful preparation, gleamed with a golden hue and had a perfectly crisp skin. A single bite left a lingering flavor on her palate. Savoring her meal, Xia Xinghe did not forget to affectionately pat Biao Ji's canine head. Woof, woof, woof. I want some too. There was no one to contest with you. All the bones belong to you. The case is solved. The duck thief is none other than Su Chen. I knew there was something off about this guy. He skipped breakfast, clearly with ulterior motives. Su Chen retorted, Who is the duck thief? I simply could not refuse the kind invitation of my canine companion. Chapter 28. Gratitude for Nature's bounty. Director Zhu Delong, upon striking the table, was suddenly jolted into awareness. I distinctly see a reflection of Su Chen in this dog. Wu Cheng pondered, but is Su Chen truly that stingy? He has 500 heart coins in his pocket, which, according to our program's purchasing power, should afford him a rather comfortable life. You do not comprehend, do you? It is preferable to indulge in fine and expensive food, especially if it is free. Su Chen's voice resonated through the screen. Opposite him, Xia Xinghe nodded earnestly, akin to someone who, after long drives, simply desires to experience another's vehicle, not for performance, but merely for the joy of driving. Are you referring to a car? Su Chen felt a twinge of disbelief regarding the seriousness of this vehicle. This is a dating show, not a deserted area. What on earth are you two up to? The peculiar thought process of Xia Xinghe often left him concerned that their show might one day cease to exist. Well, regardless of the vehicle's nature, It is certainly not one meant for a kindergarten. The two, along with the dog, remained oblivious to the fervent comments streaming in. Having finished a duck leg, Xia Xinghe propped her chin on her hand, watching as Su Chun devoured the remaining spiced duck with remarkable speed. Beside them, Biao Ge munched on the crispy duck bones, emitting sounds reminiscent of a pig. "Ah, I am thoroughly satiated," Su Chen remarked, wiping the grease from his mouth, patting his belly in satisfaction. "Though, it would be delightful to have some fruit." Bark, bark, bark. "Brother, there's a peach orchard in the village." Bark, bark, bark. "I am quite familiar with the golden retriever that watches over the peach orchard." Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet his expression remained serious. "What does the existence of a peach orchard in the village have to do with me? The farmers toil so hard. I to steal their peaches?" Xia Xinghe had grown accustomed to the interspecies communication style between Su Chun and Biao Ge. However, the idea of enjoying a peach did seem appealing. "Do you wish to eat one?" Su Chen inquired. Stealing is not an option. Xia Xinghe concurred with Su Chen's reasoning, yet continued, "However, I did not believe the villagers would accept heart coins as currency." Without a word, Su Chun merely smiled mysteriously, extinguishing the fire and proceeding towards the villa. 10 minutes later, Su Chun was driving a rugged vehicle from the production team, leisurely exploring the village. Before long, a dense orchard came into view. Bark, bark, bark. "Look, brother, it's right ahead. Be quiet. I have already told you we cannot steal the farmer's fruits." Su Chun shot a glare at Biao Ge in the back seat. Seated in the passenger seat, Xia Xinghe glanced at Su Chun, then at the urea sack he had handed her. "Did you not say we cannot steal?" The off-road vehicle continued onward. Along the narrow concrete road, trees laden with ripe peaches grew wildly on either side. Each pale pink peach exuded an enticing fragrance. Biao Ji's bright blue eyes twinkled with keen intellect. Bark, bark, bark. "Brother, you aren't seriously contemplating sending me to steal, are you?" "Humph," Su Chen scoffed, subtly reducing the vehicle's speed. I acknowledge Su Chen's capability for mischief, yet I remain skeptical of his character. I must be dreaming. I can't believe I just witnessed someone shift the blame onto a dog. If Su Chun does not take action to steal peaches today, I shall eat my own hat. Su Chun, a rather unscrupulous individual, would undoubtedly resort to theft. I have already prepared to report him, for those who reach out will surely be caught. As Su Chun leisurely drove his off-road vehicle, his speed gradually diminished until he came to a complete stop. He opened a sack and remarked, Xia Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. With a low humming sound, the passenger window slowly descended, the glass brushing against the branches of peach trees adorned with fruit, producing a rustling noise. As the window lowered halfway, with a sudden whoosh, a branch of peaches gracefully danced before Xia Xinghe's eyes. The window began to rise slowly once more, and with a crisp snap, a plump, juicy peach unexpectedly fell into the palm of Xia Xinghe's hand. "Xia Xinghe, why are you looking at me? Just put in the bag." Su Chun flashed a toothy grin, placing his hands together in a gesture of reverence, as if to express gratitude for nature's bounty. "Woof, woof, woof. My head feels itchy, as if I'm about to grow a brain. But didn't we agree not to steal?" Xia Xinghe was at a loss for words, yet couldn't he help but feel amused. "I didn't steal. These peach trees invaded my vehicle and attempted to ambush me. I merely subdued them. It was a case of vehicular robbery," Su Chun declared with a serious expression, then slowly restarted the vehicle before lowering the window again. "No, my friend, you. Ha ha ha." Such behavior from Su Chun would likely leave even the police unable to charge him. I genuinely imagined Su Chun would send a dog to steal, but I never anticipated he would play it this way. Peachtree, not only did he steal my body, but he also slandered me as a carjacker. Of course, as a celebrity, Su Chun had his principles. After picking a few, he tied the remaining 50 to the tree before departing leisurely. By the riverbank, Su Chun presented the washed peaches to Xia Xinghe's lips, although reluctant to admit it. Once the sweet juice burst in her mouth, a hint of delight inevitably graced Xia Xinghe's small face. Free treats indeed tasted quite sweet, and those washed by Su Chun were even sweeter. On the first floor of the villa, the moment Su Chun returned with the peaches, chaos ensued. Lin Lin and Bai Yao held 2 peaches, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother Chun, where on earth did you acquire So many peaches. Chen Chen, with an empty stomach pressing against his back, could not resist his tongue. Where else could they come from? It must be that Su Chen went and stole them. Lu Yuan swallowed hard. I never imagined you to be this kind of person, Su Chen, to steal even the fruits that hard-working farmers cultivate. Bai Yao, mindful of her words, quickly interjected with a laugh. Brother Chen would never steal. He merely borrowed them at most. Lin Lin tugged at Bai Yao, whose mouth was quicker than her brain. Perhaps you should just eat the peach. Su Chen looked at Bai Yao, exasperated. Even eating a peach wouldn't silence her. He was about to suggest feeding her to a dog when he noticed an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in Shuni Chen's eyes. Goodness! Su Chen suddenly recalled the large yellow dog that Biaoge had mentioned. Of course, they weren't stolen. The local fruit farmers are quite generous. Upon hearing we were filming a show, they insisted on gifting us some, and it would be rude to refuse. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener had taken the words to heart. Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan's minds instantly became lively. Lu Yuan, do you think what Su Chen said is true? Shuni Chen inquired. I believe it could possibly be the case. After all, we are celebrities, and it is quite customary for ordinary people to present us with gifts. Lu Yuan thoughtfully analyzed. Indeed, I think there is a strong likelihood that Su Chen is speaking the truth, added Shiryuchi, who was also feeling extremely hungry. The thought of Su Chen harvesting so many peaches and giving them to Su Jingwan and Lin Lin, yet not sharing any with herself, intensified her resentment towards Su Chen to its peak. If you want to share, we shall gather them ourselves. The four, lacking heart coins and unwilling to undertake tasks, immediately reached a consensus. Chapter 29. Oh, brother. At the orchard entrance, Shuni Chen, Lu Yuan, and two others each held a urea sack. Director Zhu Delong gazed in bewilderment at the leisurely quartet, questioning their intentions. Just as Wu Cheng, who had just taken his seat before the monitor, removed his headphones in confusion, he inquired, Director, are you not aware they're going to pick peaches? Pick what? Peaches. Su Chen mentioned that the fruit farmers are giving away peaches for free, and that's why Shuni Chen and the others went. Upon hearing this, Zhu Delong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are they insane? Who sent them to pick peaches? Wu Cheng timidly replied, I wasn't here earlier, and I thought you were letting them have some freedom since you were silent. Zhu Delong's heart sank. Good heavens! Su Chen's methods, let alone him. Even the fruit farmers would scream in shock. They just went to pick peaches while I was in the restroom? Hurry, hurry, call them back. Is it really that serious just to pick a few peaches? Wu Cheng reluctantly stood up. Zhu Delong's voice pierced the air, damn it. Every household here has dogs. Do you think it's trivial? Inside the orchard. Hello, is anyone here? Shiryuchi surveyed the orchard, but saw not a soul. Only dew-laden peaches dangled enticingly from the trees. Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan, unable to contain their excitement, began stuffing peaches into their sacks with laughter. Viewers in the live stream initially expected to witness some clever antics from them. However, witnessing their unceremonious act of filling sacks, interest quickly waned. I thought these individuals would engage in some clever tricks like Su Chen, but they're just picking fruit? The production team is being way too lenient. Knowing these four lack the heart tokens, they let them pick peaches to stave off hunger. It's widely acknowledged that if you casually pick a peach while passing through an orchard, it's not a big deal. But bringing a sack makes you a thief. Case solved, a clear script. The comments section erupted in boredom. Seeing Li Hanyu standing idly with her sack, Lu Yuan remarked, Hanyu, darling, why are you dawdling? Pick peaches. Li Hanyu hesitated, glancing back at the orchard. Is it really okay to do this without permission? What if we get mistaken for thieves? Shuni Chen, rinsing a peach with water, replied with his mouth full. Don't worry, Su Chen took half a sack back, and no one called him a thief. We're four big stars. Surely we can't be worse than him. But Li Hanyu remained skeptical. Nearby, by a doghouse, a black and white husky proudly pawed at the wooden structure. Hearing the commotion, a light-colored rural dog suddenly peeked out. Upon spotting the husky, the rural dog eagerly bounded forth. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, brother. Biaoge looked at the rural dog, his mouth crooked. Woof, 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 little brother. You've lost weight after a few days apart. Woof, woof, woof. Indeed, I observe the orchard daily, yet my master denies me meat. Woof, woof, woof. Yes, yes. How did you know I just devoured some soy sauce duck? Smell it. I still have the flavor lingering in my mouth. Consider a treat for you. The rural dog appeared bewildered, but upon hearing about the soy sauce duck, a glimmer of yearning shone in its eyes. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, you have tasted that marvelous delicacy? Biaoge wore an air of superiority. Woof, woof, woof. Before I was abandoned, I roamed the city, indulging in all manner of delicacies. Woof, woof, woof. It's all thanks to my esteemed brother. Just as the rural dog spoke, its droopy ears perked up, and it let out a whimper. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, stay put for a moment. I think I hear someone stealing peaches. Biaoge's azure eyes flickered with thought, reminiscent of his beloved elder brother. Woof, 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 wait. I shall accompany you to investigate. Meanwhile, Chen and his companions worked diligently, swiftly stripping several nearby peach trees bare. 4 bulging sacks were filled to the brim. Almost done. Shall we take our leave? Li Hanyu glanced around, feeling a twinge of guilt. Chen rolled his eyes. Having come this far, they must return laden, lest the fruit farmer perceive them as ungrateful. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, reassuring Hanyu that even if the production team hadn't informed the farmer, upon seeing their celebrity status, he might even welcome their harvest as a form of endorsement. Well, all right then, hurry up. As the 4 conversed, they remained blissfully unaware that 2 pairs of piercing eyes were fixated upon them from the side. Woof, woof, woof. Celebrities? Nonsense. How dare they pilfer peaches? The rural dog bared its teeth, ready to pounce. Biaoge restrained it, his azure gaze fixed intently on the sweat-drenched Shiyuchi. Wasn't this the same woman who had just insulted him? The rural dog was perplexed. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, do you recognize them? Biaye smirkid michivusli. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, I know them all too well. Patience, Shaling, wait for my return. With that, Biaoge nimbly vanished into the orchard's exit. 5 minutes later, while Li Hanyu was busy picking peaches, a rustling sound interrupted her. She looked around in terror at her companions. Did you hear that? The others halted, glancing about, as the leaves of a low-hanging fruit tree trembled. Suddenly, a rural dog burst forth, whimpering at the group. A dog! Chen exclaimed in alarm. Lu Yuan, quick to react, grabbed a wooden stick and held it defensively. Trembling as he spoke, "Don't come any closer. I mean you no harm." Shiyuchi observed the 2 large men, bemused at their fear of a small rural dog. Do we, 4 of us, truly fear one dog? 2 of them stared at the dog, while the other 2 continued to clutch peaches. Just as Shiyuchi finished her thought, the leaves rustled again, and Biaoge emerged with a keen gaze. Peach thief. Chen pointed at Biaoge. Upon seeing him, Shiyuchi quickly seized the stick from Chen-Chen's hands, pretending to shoo him away, thinking this foolish dog wasn't worth their concern. Let us go. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, she is scolding you. Biaoge stood his ground, neither barking nor moving. After a few moments, a resounding howl erupted from his mouth. Oh, get lost. Do not bark. Shiyuki felt an inexplicable sense of eeriness emanating from the husky. A gust of mountain wind swept through, ruffling Biaoge's fur, enhancing his formidable presence. In the next instant, the orchard was filled with the sound of frantic rustling. Over a dozen farm dogs charged towards Biaoge at breakneck speed, their barks reverberating like thunder. Woof, woof, woof. Damn, brother. The multitude of dogs surged towards the 4 like an army on the march. Run, run. Chen, terrified to the core, turned and fled. Woo-woo. I told you not to steal the peaches. Li Hanyu was overwhelmed with despair. Help, help. Chapter 30. The great demon, Su Chun in the orchard. Chaos erupted as the group found themselves in a frenzied state. Chen and others could no longer concern themselves with the notions of couple dynamics or celebrity identities. They were in a pitiful plight, pursued by a relentless pack of dogs. Shiyuchi, tears streaming down her face, frantically lifted her skirt and ran, exclaiming, "Woo, didn't Su Chan say we could pick peaches? Woo-woo, why are there so many dogs? Please stop chasing us." The sudden appearance of the dogs caught even the viewers in the live stream off guard. It was not until a farm dog tore at a corner of Shiyuchi's skirt, transforming her long dress into a short one, that they snapped back to reality. No way, this isn't scripted. Chen even lost his shoes. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How could you dare to listen to Su-chan? Su Chun appreciates the gifts of nature, while you become nature's offering. Laughing all the way to the bank. Ever since Su Chun appeared, the entire dating show has gone wild. The desire to become a dog has reached its zenith. Zhu Delong, while running, glanced at the live stream. His heart nearly leapt from his throat upon seeing Xiu Qi and the others being chased by dogs. Su Chun, it's all because of Su Chun. If these celebrities truly get bitten by dogs, this show is finished. The director shouted. The program's popularity has surged again. Wu Cheng, panting heavily, yelled in response. Zhu Delong, momentarily losing his composure, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? It's not the time to be concerned about ratings. If they get hurt, it's a major incident." But the live stream audience has reached 30 million. What the hell? 30 million. Zhu Delong turned back in disbelief towards the direction of the villa. Quick, call the medical team and have them prepare rabies vaccines. Also, arrange compensation for the 4 of them, and let the station manager get ready to contact 2 new couples. Breaking. Perfect Lovers experiences a major incident. Breaking. Perfect Lovers surpasses 30 million viewers in the live stream, becoming the pinnacle of reality shows. Question. Did the peach intrude into the carriage count as robbery or as a gift from nature? Notable lawyer Zhang San stated, "In the past, I considered myself a legal expert. But after watching Su Chun, I believe he has redefined theft." Xia Xinghe Tsinghua tops the short video music charts. In the office of the president of Fanxing Entertainment, Chen Fei watched Shuni Chen and Xiu Qi being relentlessly pursued by dogs on screen. His gaze shifted to the trending topics highlighting Su Chun and Xia Xinghe. A surge of anger rushed from his feet to the crown of his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I will not give Su Chun the opportunity to rise again. Prepare the car. We're heading to Shengshi Entertainment. 1 hour later, in the president's office of Shengshi Entertainment, Zhang Bo observed the restless Chen Fei with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you seem rather unwell." Chen Fei forcibly suppressed his frustration and forced a smile. "It's just a minor issue, nothing serious." "Mr. Zhang, let us discuss the matter at hand. When will Xia Xinghe finally withdraw from the recording of Perfect Lovers?" Zhang Bo listened quietly as Chen Fei finished speaking, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "You must be aware of the Song Xinghua, which has gained immense popularity recently, correct?" Chen Fei sensed an ominous undertone in the conversation. Thus, the price you proposed earlier may not carry the weight you assumed. His greatest fears had indeed come to fruition. However, as fellow merchants, he refrained from reprimanding Zhang Bo for his perceived lack of integrity. Instead, he began to weigh the pros and cons, contemplating the cost he would have to bear. Yet, before he could fully grasp the situation, his phone began to ring. Irritated, he answered, "What is it?" After a few seconds of silence, he abruptly stood, shouting, "What did you say? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? How could I jest about such matters, Chun? I cannot fathom what has possessed those foreign brands to collectively opt for termination of our contracts." The secretary's words struck Chun like a hammer, leaving him breathless with a sense of constriction in his chest. His face flushed with anger as he pocketed his phone and cast a dark look at Zhang Bo. "There's been an issue with the company. We shall discuss this another day." Zhang Bo nodded in understanding. Once Chen Fei departed, Wang Quan entered the room with a smile, respectfully addressing Zhang Bo. "What shall we do next, Zhang Bo?" Zhang Bo glanced in the direction Chen Fei had left, confidently sipping his tea. "As per the young lady's instructions, have Fanxing proactively terminate the contract with Mr. Su. His contractual agreement is significant. You must oversee it personally." "Understood." Not far from the orchard, by the riverside, Shuni Chen and his companions lay sprawled in the sun, drenched like drowned rats. Occasionally, they cast terrified glances towards the orchard. Shuni Chen patted his chest, anxious. "Those dogs shouldn't have followed us, right?" "They shouldn't, should they?" Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Poetic and gentle, Shi Yuqi's face was pale as she gazed longingly towards the orchard, her heart aching. "So many peaches, yet I didn't get to taste a single one. That scoundrel Su Chun, if he hadn't deceived us, we wouldn't have been chased by those dogs." Her teeth clenched at the mere mention of Su Chun. Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan's frustration peaked at that moment. "I know it. Su Chun must have used his charm tokens to buy those peaches, then tricked us into thinking he picked them. He intentionally set us up to be chased by dogs. Chen, now a master of logic, declared, "This is murder. I must report it to the authorities." Lu Yuan slammed his fist into the riverbank, only to wince at the pain from the pebbles. Enduring this moment of calm will only lead to greater frustration. Yuqi clenched her fists tightly, unreserved about her anger at the malfunctioning live-streaming equipment due to water damage. We must retaliate. We cannot allow him to get away with this. Exactly. The group united in their resolve, yet a prolonged silence followed. After all, Su Chun, the embodiment of a great evil, seemed impervious to their insults. He remained unresponsive to their barbs and was beyond reproach. A group of individuals, deep in contemplation and racking their brains, engaged in a fervent brainstorming session. Yet, alas, their efforts yielded little fruit. At that moment, a convoy emblazoned with the logo of the Perfect Lover program slowly passed by in the distance. Exhausted, Li Hanyu longed to return home for a soothing bath and a restful sleep. "It seems to be the program's vehicles. Shall we head back?" she suggested. After all, sometimes it is best to set aside perplexing matters and let them fade from memory. The group readily agreed and made their way toward the convoy. However, the vehicles showed no sign of stopping. They trudged along for a few more minutes, their weariness palpable, until the convoy finally halted in front of a dilapidated 3-story village school. Chen weakly rapped on the door of a truck. As the door swung open and he prepared to board, a ghastly paper visage, smeared with 2 large splotches of sunburned white, suddenly thrust itself before him. A cacophony of buzzing filled his mind, and an overwhelming dread, akin to that of a great-grandmother's dominion, enveloped him in an instant. "Ah!" Chen shrieked, tilting his head back and collapsing. The others were startled by his outburst, and the staff member clutching the paper figure jolted in surprise. Upon seeing a person sprawled on the ground, the staff member wiped the sweat from their brow. It was already a taxing day, and the added fright was most unwelcome. "What are you shouting about?" The staff member snapped impatiently. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to the staff member. "Do you not recognize us?" The staff member squinted, scrutinizing the ragtag group before hesitantly inquiring Lu Yuan? "No. How did you all end up like this?" Xia Xinghe offered no reply, instead fixating on the paper figure in the staff member's hand and the crumbling school behind them. "This must be the new task, right?" The staff member hesitated. "The director has instructed us not to divulge anything." Xia Xinghe nodded, her gaze turning steely. She pulled the others aside and whispered, "It seems we had no activities during the day. I suspect today's task must involve these. An opportunity to deal with Su Chun has finally arrived." The group began to murmur excitedly, oblivious to the pair of cerulean eyes peering curiously from the underbrush. Chapter 31. Such sweet words. "Did you wipe your mouth after using the lavatory?" Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of emotional defense against Chen. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of emotional defense against Yuqi. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of emotional defense against Lu Yuan. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points of emotional defense against Li Hanyu. Ding." Within the villa nestled in the mountains, Su Chun reclined on the sofa, pondering the incessant system notifications that flooded his mind. Was it truly necessary to be so emotionally affected just for being reprimanded by the orchard owner? The resilience of the youth appears to be rather fragile. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your accumulated emotional defense points have reached 3,000, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. Lottery. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the extraordinary talent of a master fisherman. Host's binding ability has reached max. Host's rod control ability has reached max. Host's casting accuracy has reached max." The series of rewarding notifications invigorated Su Chun momentarily. However, upon discerning the nature of the rewards, he was left speechless, contemplating whether to utter an expletive. "System, what are you playing at? I'm a star, and you want me to be a fisherman?" The system remained silent. "Playing dead? System, do you not desire a partner? System, go to hell." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of emotional defense." As expected, the system's temperament was not particularly forgiving. Was it merely a comment about being a eunuch? With the system now in a state of silence, Su Chun had no choice but to relent. Lin Lin, lying nearby, expressed concern over Shunny Chen and the others' delayed return. Brother Chun, do you think they might encounter any trouble while picking peaches? Without raising his eyelids, Su Chun inquired. What did you have for breakfast, Lin Lin? I had milk, eggs, and the peaches you gave me, Brother Chun. Ah, that meal lacks salt, yet you seem overly worried. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of emotional defense from Lin Lin. Lin Lin coughed twice. Brother, you are truly devoid of any pretense. At that moment, Xia Xinghe stretched out her hand and pinched Su Chen's face, remarking coolly, my leg has gone numb. It was then that Su Chan realized that the soft pillow beneath his head was, in fact, Xia Xinghe's delicate thigh. He sprang upright, exclaiming, "It is indeed a splendid pillow. How could I forget? Not only was it comfortable, but it was also fair and tender." Xia Xinghe nonchalantly added, adjusting her position to drape her long legs over Su Chen's. There, all set. What is wrong with giving my good brother a little leg massage? It's merely an act of kindness that I am owed. Su Chun rubbed his hands together, just as he placed them on Xia Xinghe's thigh. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in, colliding directly into Su Chen's embrace. What on earth, a dump truck? Woof, woof, woof. Hey, big brother. Biao Gu excitedly opened his mouth wide, only to receive a hefty nose bump. With a whimper, Biao Gu nestled closer to Su Chun, resembling an old, gossiping woman at the village entrance. Woof, woof, woof. Big brother, someone is gossiping about you behind your back. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar as he processed Biao Ji's words, and it dawned on him. No wonder the production team had not organized any activities today. As evening approached, it seemed they were all eagerly anticipating a visit to the haunted house. Were they conspiring to frighten themselves? Perhaps. Su Chen used. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in front of the villa as all the staff rushed toward the scene of chaos. Su Chan turned to see 4 figures in a state of utter disarray. Oh dear, did you fail to pick any peaches? Su Chan inquired with a smile. Upon spotting Su Chun, Shunny Chen stormed over in a fit of rage. You deceiver. How could you trick us into going peach picking? Sure, Yuchi, with tears in her eyes, pointed accusingly at Su Chun. We may have had our disagreements before, but did you really need to endanger us like this? Do you have any idea how many dogs inhabit that orchard? Lu Yuan's eyes were red with indignation. Su Chun, this is murder. Murder. Even Li Han Yu could no longer contain herself. Indeed, Su Chun, this time you have gone too far. Su Chun regarded them with amusement, their words dripping with irony. Did I compel you to go peach picking? Shunny Chen retorted. Didn't you say the orchard owner would allow us to pick for free? Would we have gone otherwise? I might as well claim the bank is full of money. Are you planning to rob it too? Were you all hiding when humanity evolved? Su Chen shot him a disdainful glance, continuing, and let's not forget my status compared to yours. Picking the same peaches? I have acquaintances in the orchard, do you? Sure, Yuchi burst into laughter despite her anger. You have acquaintances in the orchard? Who are you trying to fool? This is our first visit to this village. Su Chun then grasped the dog, Biao Gu, who had been nestled in Xia Xinghe's arms, and declared, while I lack acquaintances, I do have a familiar dog. It led me here, claiming that the orchard's large yellow dog is its sworn brother, allowing me to pick at my leisure. Biao Gu proudly raised its head, exclaiming, this is what we call status in the dog world. However, the moment Biao Gu was mentioned, Sure Yuchi and the others immediately became agitated. That wretched dog summoned others. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Shunny Chen clenched her teeth and lunged for Biao Gu. The normally agile Biao Gu, however, stood its ground, allowing Shunny Chen to approach. But before she could act, Biao Gu began to whimper and tremble violently. Woof! Help! Someone is committing doggy murder in broad daylight. With a final gasp, Biao Ji's body went rigid, its head drooping. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Is it dead? Xia Xinghe sprang from the sofa, forcefully removing Shunny Chen's hand and coldly declaring, if you cannot bully people, do not take out on the dog. If it dies, you shall not escape unscathed. Su Chun, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly noticed a pair of blue eyes blinking at him. He leapt up, pointing accusingly at Shunny Chen. You fiend! You murderer of dogs! Caught stealing peaches, and yet you strike down this adorable, gentle creature. Xia Chen was bewildered. I didn't do anything. She recoiled her hand as if burned. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Are you still attempting to argue your case? Relentlessly. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. You have gone too far. After stealing the peach, you are being chased by a dog, yet you dare to mistreat it. Xia Chen, have you no humanity? This adorable husky deserves better. Xia Chen, just wait. I will contact the Animal Protection Association immediately. You are finished. Concurrently, the program's backstage phone was inundated with calls from animal lovers questioning Xia Chen's treatment of the dog. Zhu Delong was drenched in sweat, never having anticipated that his meticulously crafted variety show could teeter on the brink of collapse due to a single dog. This dog must not perish. Zhu Delong cast aside his headset and shouted, "Quickly, find a veterinarian. Director, where on earth can we find a veterinarian for the show?" Wu Cheng exclaimed, agitated like an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 32. Do you have bad breath? With a swift stride, Zhu Delong rushed in front of Biao Ge. You cannot die. You mustn't die. Biao Ji's tongue dangled at the edge of his mouth, swaying in tandem with Zhu Delong's movements. Director, it's just a dog. Before Xia Chen could finish his sentence, Zhu Delong shot him a threatening glare. Xia Chen, I don't care how many fans you have behind you. If this dog dies today, you can forget about appearing on any variety show on Fruit TV from now on. Fruit TV holds an absolute dominance in the domestic variety show scene, a coveted platform for celebrities vying for attention. Xia Chen panicked. Hey, don't die. Su Chun, observing the commotion surrounding Biao Ge, exclaimed, it's moving. This dog is moving. Quick, perform artificial respiration. Zhu Delong immediately echoed in excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. He scanned the room, only to find that everyone was retreating, their eyes averted. Zhu Delong seized Xia Chen, insisting, you caused this mess. You take charge. Me? Xia Chen's mouth formed an O shape. No, I haven't even given my first on-screen kiss yet. Isn't that perfect? It's a real dog, and you're just a novice. You two make a fitting pair. What does a singer need with an on-screen kiss? Zhu Delong chimed in loudly. Shut up, Su Chen. Xia Chen roared. Ding. Congratulations. The host has gained 70 points of defense value from Xia Chen. Zhu Delong's expression turned icy as he looked at the reluctant Xia Chen. It's you, Xia Chen. Directo. Xia Chen's thoughts raced. I don't know how to perform artificial respiration. Su Chen, maintaining a serious demeanor, began to compress Biao Ji's chest. It's fine, I will do it. Just blow air into its mouth. Under Zhu Delong's urging, Xia Chen gazed at Biao Ji's gaping mouth, swallowing hard. No way, no way. Am I really going to give my first on-screen kiss to a dog? Hurry up. We might miss the optimal time for rescue. Su Chen eddied. In that moment, Xia Chen's mind was flooded with thoughts. He envisioned the dog tragically perishing due to a failed rescue, leading to the cancellation of Perfect Lovers after a collective outcry from dog lovers. He pictured himself bearing the brunt of Fruit TV's wrath, ultimately retreating from the industry in disgrace. No, he could not accept that. Resolutely, Xia Chen steeled himself, grasping Biao Ji's mouth and suddenly leaning in. Biao Ji's azure eyes widened in shock. Woof, woof, woof. Bro, he's sticking out his tongue. Woof, woof, woof. Ugh. Bro, I'm not clean anymore. The entire scene fell into a tense silence, with everyone furrowing their brows in disbelief. Hurry, it's working. Su Chun exclaimed with excitement. Just as the churning in Xia Chen's stomach reached its peak, he was forcefully pushed down again by Su Chun. Huh. Another breath was taken. Biao Ji's body convulsed suddenly, and in the next moment, he let out a loud retch. A chilling silence enveloped the room. Even Su Chen's lips twitched as he looked at Xia Chen. Dude, do you have bad breath? Uffed. Bai Yao could no longer contain herself, and the others burst into peals of laughter. Xia Chen's face reddened, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. When will you stop being sick? You speak nonsense. I do not have bad breath. If you don't believe me, go ahead and smell. Xia Chen opened his mouth to exhale, causing others to retreat in haste. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 defense points from Xia Chen. At that moment, Biao Ge stifled his nausea and looked at Su Chan with a pitiful gaze. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, I exerted too much force. Su Chun quickly retracted his small hand that had been pressing on its heart. Upon seeing Biao Gu revive, Zhu Delong was instantly filled with joy. It's alive. The dog has come back to life. Is Shunny Chen's bad breath truly that exaggerated? Even the dog couldn't tolerate it? Help! I have instantaneously unfollowed Shunny Chen. I can scarcely bear to look at him. I was initially inclined to scold Shunny Chen, but now I fear he might blow his breath on me. Breaking. Shunny Chen is suspected of animal abuse. The Animal Protection Association has voiced their concerns. Shocking. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Shunny Chen has done these things to a dog. Shunny Chen's severe halitosis. Xiu Qi remains tight-lipped on the matter. Following this farce, under Zhu Delong's tacit approval, Biao Ge firmly established himself within the production team, vigorously gnawing on a large bone. He Ling, observing the somber atmosphere in the room, patted Biao Ge on the head and initiated a conversation. Su Chun, it seems you are familiar with this dog. Does it have a name? It says its name is Biaozi. It says its name is Biao. Z? He Ling cast a peculiar glance at Su Chun. Indeed, you can ask it yourself. Su Chun pointed at Biao Ge. Biao Ge, dissatisfied, lifted his head. Woof, woof, woof. Big brother, why do you insult me? My surname is Biao, but I am not fierce. Goodness, are they actually conversing? He Ling felt a shiver run down his spine. Has the world truly descended into such madness? Biao. Z. That name is indeed quite unique. He Ling, fearful that Su Chun might misdirect the program's tone, turned to comfort the gloomy Shunny Chen and the others. Chen, Lu Yuan, do not be too disheartened. This misstep in plucking peaches was merely an accident. Shunny Chen opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. Su Chun leisurely crossed his legs, affirming, indeed, I understand. Although failing to steal peaches is dreadful, my success is far more distressing for them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 defense points from Shunny Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 defense points from Xiu Qi. Exhausted, the four glanced at Su Chun and ultimately decided to retreat to their respective rooms. Soon it was lunchtime. This time, Su Chun prudently spent 40 heart coins to purchase a serving of pork tenderloin and green peppers. A simple farmhouse stir-fry, its aroma enticing Xia Xinghe to devour 2 bowls of rice. Su Jingwan, Lin Lin, and Bai Yao, along with others, shamelessly begged for a few bites. Ultimately, the ravenous Shunny Chen and his companions had no choice but to accept the weeding task. After laboring under the scorching sun for an hour, they successfully earned 10 heart coins. The 4 inept cooks, after intense discussion, prudently decided to exchange for 3 packs of instant noodles. 10 minutes later, tears of joy filled Shunny Chen's eyes as he cradled a bowl of instant noodles. Oh my heavens, this is undoubtedly the most delectable instant noodles I have ever tasted. Lu Yuan slurped his noodles with gusto, showering praises, proclaiming that it was indeed teacher Huang's culinary prowess at work. The broth is simply exquisite. Sure, Yuqi felt like the happiest person in the world at that moment. Having satisfied their hunger, Su Chun lazily basked in the sun, gazing at Huang Wei, who cast a smug glance in her direction. She mused, indeed, it is those with thick skin who truly relish life's pleasures. Is this the social intricacies of the entertainment industry? These 4 are utterly insincere, just like me in front of the boss at the company. You weren't saying that when you were choosing the instant noodles. It seems Su Chun has become my internet spokesperson, confirming that Huang Wei's cooking is truly subpar. The leisurely afternoon passed swiftly, and soon dinner was over. Just as everyone presumed it to be a day of idleness, the program's loudspeaker suddenly echoed throughout the villa. All guests, please proceed to the first floor of the villa for today's mission. Chapter 33. Existing CP. No Didi in a room where Shunny Chen was swatting mosquitoes. He suddenly turned excitedly towards Shiryuchi upon hearing a commotion. Gathering late at night, we must have guessed correctly. Today's task is surely related to the haunted house. Shiryuchi scoffed, declaring that tonight she would make Su Chun repay the humiliation she had endured over the past 2 days, with interest. Before long, all the guests had gathered on the first floor of the villa. As Ling made her entrance, the lights within the villa flickered ominously. An eerie background music began to resonate from the corners. Bai Yao, the most timid among them, let out a piercing scream. Xia Xinghe quietly linked her arm with Su Chen's. Satisfied with the guest's reactions, He Ling smirked and, in a tone laced with feigned terror, pointed at the flickering lights to enhance the atmosphere. In the stillness of the mountain village, with the lights flickering, what could possibly transpire tonight? It's nothing. It's probably just Shunichun's grandmother looking for him, Su Chen reassured, giving Xia Xinghe a comforting pat on the shoulder. Puffed. Xia Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. He Ling's expression turned particularly resentful. The terrifying atmosphere she had painstakingly created dissipated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of He Ling's vulnerability. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Shun Yichen's vulnerability. Shun Yichen was taken aback at being caught in the crossfire. Su Chen, what madness are you up to? Su Chen waved his hand apologetically. My sincerest apologies. Please don't hold it against me, as I rarely have a moment of normalcy. Su Chen trulias anak forumor. I'm dying of laughter. Earlier, I was watching the live stream. So scared. Now I'm watching the live stream. So funny. Su Chen is simply the ultimate atmosphere killer. Seeing that the terrifying ambience had evaporated, He Ling promptly produced a luminescent card adorned with the logo of Perfect Lover. Let us not waste any more time. I trust everyone has already guessed that this episode's task theme is the haunted house. The production team had chosen an abandoned school site to construct the haunted house, placing several heart-throbbing cards within. The guests would pair off as couples to enter the haunted house, and their rankings would be determined by the number of heart-throbbing cards they collected. A friendly reminder, the couple that secures first place will receive a reward of 500 heart-throbbing coins. However, the couple that finishes last will face punishment. Upon hearing about the impending punishment, the expressions of the guests became particularly vivid. Shun Yichen, Lu Yuan, and the others exchanged knowing glances, ultimately directing their mischievous gazes towards Su Chen. 20 minutes later, under the guidance of the production team, they arrived at their destination. Shrouded in darkness, the already dilapidated three-story teaching building appeared even more haunting. Shun Yichen nudged Li Hanyu and exchanged a knowing look. Though reluctant, Li Hanyu steeled herself and turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, this haunted house is so terrifying. I feel that among us, you are the bravest. How about we team up to enter the haunted house? Su Chen regarded her with a quizzical expression. Team up with you? What if your brother gets angry? Li Hanyu. No, what I mean is, I understand. Although my charm is considerable, I must apologize. I have a significant other and cannot entertain your advances. Su Chen shook Xia Xinghe's hand lightly. Li Hanyu felt a bit strained. What I mean is, we should enter the haunted house as a group and collectively search for the heart-throbbing cards. This way, our chances of finding the designated items will be greater. At this moment, Lu Yuan and the others also felt a sense of tension. If Su Chen declines to join them in the haunted house, the subsequent plans would be jeopardized. However, unexpectedly, Su Chen seemed particularly agreeable today. Certainly, Su Chen replied. Lin glanced at the terrifying haunted house and chimed in. Shall we all go together then? Lu Yuan interjected, that won't do. Why? Lin was momentarily taken aback. Well, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and chuckled awkwardly. Having too many people in a group isn't ideal. After all, it would limit our search area. All right then, Lin said, somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that she particularly wanted to team up with Lu Yuan. She simply felt a sense of security being with Su Chen. Ultimately, the group divisions concluded. Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan, along with Lin and Bai Yao, chose different entrances to enter the haunted house. Shun Yichen, Shi Yuqi, Lu Yuan, Li Hanyu, as well as Su Chen, Xia Xinghe, and Biao Ge, decided to enter through the main entrance of the school together. He Ling then began to cue the process, urging everyone to step inside the school. Shun Yichen, having witnessed the haunted house's props during the day, was the first to stride toward the school entrance. The others followed closely behind. However, the moment they officially stepped into the school, Shun Yichen realized her naivety. In the silent hall, a sickly green glow flickered ominously. As Shun Yichen placed one foot inside, a sharp click resonated beneath her. Suddenly, a human head hurtled toward Shun Yichen. The piercing scream echoed like a procession of vengeful spirits, instantly amplifying the terrifying atmosphere. Oh my goodness! Chen gasped in terror and turned to flee toward the exit. Yet, the door behind the crowd slammed shut with a resounding bang. Panic ensued among the group. The barrage of comments erupted as well. What on earth are you trying to scare to death tonight? Help. This is a dating reality show, not a horror variety show. No intention to offend. Please don't cling to me. Meanwhile, a muscular man quietly retreated back under his blanket. Muskulaman, was it at you last time? Sure, Yuchi, equally frightened, turned pale, but upon spotting Su Chun, who seemed unfazed and was inexplicably munching on seeds, she huffed and dragged Chen out from behind her. Look at you, acting so cowardly. It's all fake. What are you afraid of? Chen regained composure, glancing at the calm Su Chun, and immediately feigned a relaxed smile. I was just joking. I'm not scared at all. Su Chun nodded, of course. You have your grandmother's protection. The smile that had just graced Chen's face froze abruptly. Let us proceed deeper within. The group continued to advance under the dim light. At this moment, Lu Yuan let out a faint cough, prompting Chen to halt immediately, his expression turning grave as he strained to listen. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and in a trembling voice, he exclaimed, Did you hear something? What? Did your great-grandmother summon you home for dinner? Su Chen quipped, ever the one for a biting retort. Yet, this time, Chen exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, his urgency was palpable as he insisted, I am not joking. Please, listen closely. I think I hear a woman weeping. Yuchi cast a furtive glance at Su Chun, her own anxiety rising. Is there truly a woman crying? Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, equally astonished, surveyed their surroundings, and in unison, they shrieked, I heard it. I heard it too. Su Chen, skeptical, scrutinized the eerily silent environment. Do not deceive me. There is no woman crying. Surely you must be hearing things. Chapter 34. Have you been haunted? Xia Xinghe also tilted her ear to listen, yet she heard nothing. Chen and the others, astonished and theatrical, turned their gazes towards Su Chun and Xia Xinghe. Did you really not hear anything? No, Su Chun replied, though her eyes involuntarily flickered with trepidation. It's late at night. Please don't jest. Who is joking? Chen declared. There's indeed a woman weeping, right over there. He pointed toward the end of the corridor, and the others echoed his sentiments. We truly heard it. Is this place really that eerie? Shoo. Listen, the cries are growing louder. Su Chun, feeling a pang of anxiety, glanced toward the corridor's end and stammered. This is no jest. Frightening someone can indeed lead to dire consequences. Just as Su Chun finished speaking, Chen shrieked once more. A shadow just flitted past. I saw it too. Let us run. Yuchi's face turned pale, as if she had encountered something truly terrifying. Are we truly witnessing a ghost? No. Why can't I hear it? I can't hear it either. Please don't play like this. It's genuinely frightening. However, some netizens were human, while others were truly dogs. The barrage of comments in the live stream suddenly surged. What? You can't hear it? I can. I heard it too. Is it really selective? I heard the crying 10086. The comments split evenly between those who heard and those who did not. At that moment, not only those present, but even the netizens, separated by a mere internet connection, began to feel a sense of dread. Noticing Su Chen's fearful expression, Chen forced a smirk, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Have you ever heard of a folk saying? It is said that when a female ghost lures someone, she uses her cries to attract them. Su Chun, half believing, retorted, Aren't you being ridiculous? If one hears crying, wouldn't they just run away? Chen waited for this, suddenly clapping his hands. Exactly. So, we heard the cries and you did not. What does that mean? Su Chun's eyes widened, as if her CPU had overheated. Chen's expression turned complex as he sympathetically explained, It means we heard the cries and fled, while you did not hear them, and continued forward. Most likely, that female ghost has set her sights on you and Xia Xinghe, intending to lure you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face turned as pale as a sheet, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. You mean I've been haunted? Yuchi and the others exchanged glances, eventually nodding in unison. Su Chen's face was a mask of terror, her lips moving as she muttered, I have been haunted. I have been haunted. At that moment, Chen pointed once more, the cries crescendoing. Su Chen screamed, bolting away. By the time Chen and the others reacted, Su Chen had already faded into a distant blur. Is she truly that easily frightened? The four exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. As the realization dawned upon the viewers in the live broadcast room, the comments began to flood the screen. Oh my. So it turns out these four are collaborating to scare Su Chen. You should have mentioned it earlier. It was so terrifying that I thought something truly dreadful had occurred. Su Chen is quite the coward. I just saw him munching on sunflower seeds, thinking he was braver than he appeared. Chen's acting is superb. He nearly frightened Su Chen to death. As the laughter subsided, Chen glanced at the abandoned Xia Xinghe and couldn't resist mocking her. Su Chen really lacks responsibility. He abandoned his partner over such a trivial matter. Sure, Yuqi, observing the solitary Xia Xinghe, harbored vengeful thoughts. Isn't it quite normal for a cheating man to discard his mistress? Lu Yuan, captivated by the striking beauty of Xia Xinghe, felt a mischievous thought emerge. Su Chen may be fierce in words, but Xia Xinghe, why not leave him and join our team? The implication in Lu Yuan's words was clear to all. Li Hanyu's expression darkened. Unexpectedly, in the face of their taunts, Xia Xinghe did not respond with her usual bravado. Instead, she gazed solemnly into the depths of the corridor and spoke gravely. Did you not hear the sound of crying? Ha ha, we already said it was to scare Su Chen. And look, we've managed to frighten another. Chen laughed uncontrollably. Xia Xinghe slowly turned, her face devoid of color, but there really is a crying sound. Can you not hear it? The expressions of Chen and the others froze momentarily before they erupted into laughter again. Ha ha ha, Xia Xinghe. Do you think you can scare us with your tricks? It's really not terrifying at all. We thought you would come up with something clever, but it turns out to be this. Their derision rang particularly sharp. At that moment, however, the usually quiet Biao suddenly began to bark furiously at the end of the corridor. The intense barking echoed eerily within the empty space. Sure, Yuqi felt a chill run down her spine. Shut up, don't bark. Xia Xinghe swallowed hard and whispered, have you heard the saying that dogs can see things that humans cannot? Her voice, though soft, struck the others like a thunderclap. They were all too familiar with that saying. What was even more chilling was that Biao Ge, who had been barking vigorously, suddenly ceased his yelping. His bright blue eyes reflected a green hue in the dim light, fixated on something ahead. Then, a mournful whimper escaped his throat, as if he were human and terrified. Woof, woof. Another fierce bark erupted, and Biao Ge turned and sprinted away in a frenzy. There really is a ghost. Xia Xinghe's usually calm tone was tinged with rare, emotional fluctuations. With a scream, she dashed in the direction Biao Ge had fled. Chen and the others stood frozen, a chill creeping up from their feet to the crown of their heads. If what Xia Xinghe said was false, then how could they explain the dog's reaction? There's a ghost. The air was filled with earth-shattering screams. No way, are you joking? Have we truly summoned a real deal? In my childhood, the elders at home often remarked that dogs possess the ability to perceive things invisible to ordinary humans. The dog's reaction was truly unsettling. It was promised to be a non-frightening experience. Yet who could withstand such a phenomenon? Breaking. The show Perfect Lover reawakens supernatural events. Shocking. A fabricated paranormal occurrence inadvertently attracts genuine spirits. The contemporary celestial master from Longhu Mountain asserts that the filming location of Perfect Lover is plagued by negative feng shui. The director team, comprising Zhu Delong and He Ling, huddled before the monitor, their expressions etched with terror. Zhu Delong swallowed hard. He Ling, do you think this could possibly be real? He Ling, drenched in cold sweat, pondered, after so many years of hosting, had he ever encountered such an eerie situation? Perhaps. Perhaps we should consult a master to investigate? Zhu Delong nodded in deep agreement. This is indeed too uncanny. Chapter 35. Your presence is my blessing without hesitation. Zhu Delong began to rummage through the contact list. At that moment, the monitor flickered to life once more. The mischievous laughter grew increasingly familiar to him. When he looked up, he saw Su Chen grinning widely, his pearly whites on display as he affectionately patted the head of Biao Ji's dog. It was unexpected. Biao was quite the performer. Beside him, Xia Xinghe had adopted a frosty demeanor, showing no signs of panic whatsoever. The deceptive tactics employed by Chen and his companions were rather juvenile, yet encountering Su Chun seemed to be a twist of fate for them. Su Chun chuckled, reflecting on the vast sea of humanity, suggesting that their meeting was perhaps poetic justice. Let us go, I just discovered a hidden chamber. There's activity over there. Zhu Delong silently observed the scene, his face twitching involuntarily. So, it was all a ruse. Had he somehow offended the heavens in his past life? To find himself entangled with Su Chun while filming a variety show? He clutched his chest, hastily swallowing 2 heart-saving pills. Su Chun's acting skills were deserving of an Oscar, if not more. Yiling was equally bemused. At that moment, Wu Cheng dashed over, exclaiming that the live broadcast had surpassed 31 million viewers. Zhu Delong, having just regained his composure, was immediately set ablaze with excitement. 31 million. Another 2 pills went down the hatch. He exhaled deeply, proclaiming, "With you, I am truly blessed." Inside the hidden chamber, Su Chen led Xia Xinghe down a corridor towards the school's dormitory area. The spacious hallway, lined with darkened dorm rooms, resembled beasts lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Yet, Su Chen was animatedly leading the way. Upon reaching the innermost dormitory, he turned to Xia Xinghe and gestured for silence. Before she could comprehend, they were greeted by a familiar robotic voice announcing, "The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All units advance." Xia Xinghe shot a questioning glance at Su Chen, only to turn around and see him stealthily opening the dormitory window. I knew Su Chen wasn't that timid. He has quite the actor. Report. An NPC plays games on duty. Wait, what is Su Chen doing opening the window? He just came from Shunnichen's side. Those 4 are nearly paralyzed with fear. 1 kill. 2 kills. The triumphant kill notifications drowned out the sound of the window creaking. Su Chen nodded at Xia Xinghe, then nimbly climbed through the window. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, the white walls were scrawled with an abundance of ominous characters and bloody handprints. The floor was littered with dismembered limbs. Above the iron-framed beds stood an NPC, bloodied and triumphant, engrossed in a fierce battle within the canyon, exclaiming, "Go, Xiao Qiao, unleash your ultimate ability." Su Chen stealthily clambered onto the upper bunk of the adjacent bed, pushing aside a prop skeleton that was missing its lower half. However, something felt amiss, prompting him to decisively don the grotesque mask from the prop skeleton's face. What on earth is Su Chen doing? He did not seek the heartfelt card, instead resting his chin on the bedside, watching the NPC engage in the game. I can hardly imagine the psychological trauma the NPC would experience upon realizing that a pair of eyes had been observing him all along. A skilled hunter often enters the scene in the guise of its prey. Su Chen quietly leaned against the bedside, observing the NPC, who was fervently unleashing attacks. The NPC became increasingly engrossed in the game, eventually even activating his microphone. Seriously, do you even know how to play this character? Han. Xin? If you're struggling, just practice more. The game situation grew ever more tense, with sweat beading on the NPC's forehead as he muttered to himself, "Hurry up. I have to get to work soon." No sooner had he spoken than the game screen rapidly rewound. Defeat. Work was already vexing enough, and losing at the game only added to his frustration. The NPC lamented. Just then, a soothing male voice drifted into his ears. "Don't fret, don't fret. After all, the work is never-ending. However, I believe your greatest mistake was using your ultimate ability just now." The NPC reflected on his actions, smacking his forehead. "Wasn't it? You're absolutely right, my friend." Before he could finish, his body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in terror, and his lips quivered. His gaze instinctively drifted backward. He mechanically turned his head, only to be met with a grotesque and bloodied visage suddenly looming before him. In an instant, the NPC felt every hair on his body stand on end. What the hell? A ghost! The NPC scrambled off the bed, his eyes now completely filled with horror. Su Chen, lowering his voice, replied in a stuttering manner, "Ghost? Where? Is there a ghost?" The NPC let out a piercing scream, leaping off the upper bunk. However, he stumbled upon a prop limb and fell to the ground. The red paint on the severed limb smeared across his hand, and upon closer inspection, he let out another shriek, instinctively rolling and scrambling towards the door. As he grabbed the doorknob, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in excitement. But suddenly his calves felt heavy. Su Chen had grasped his leg tightly, exclaiming, "Hey buddy, don't go." Hey hey hey. The NPC, resembling a startled cat, yelped and leapt 3 feet into the air. Wah! I've led a virtuous life, merely indulging in a few harmless films. Why must you torment me? The NPC struggled desperately. Su Chen cackled maniacally. The NPC pleaded for mercy. Su Chen continued to laugh. Ultimately, the NPC managed to break free at the cost of 1 shoe. He twisted the doorknob and dashed outside without looking back. Woof! A fierce dog barked. Brother Biao's eyes glimmered ominously. The NPC's mind buzzed, and he collapsed. Quick, pinch his acupoint. Su Chen reacted swiftly, his hands moving even faster. The NPC, who had just fainted from fright, was jolted awake by a sudden pain. Buddy, a ghost. Get off. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of Wu Chang's breach defense. Xia Xinghe emerged from the side, her gaze filled with melancholy. You might as well take off the mask. As Su Chen gradually prepared to remove his mask, the NPC in his arms suddenly sprang to life, jumping up and fleeing into the distance while shouting, "Wah! Mommy, this ghost still wants to pretend to be human." Su Chen thought to himself, what a clever ruse. Watching the NPC's retreating figure, he felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to inquire about the location of the heartbeat card, but alas. Wong, brother this. Biao emerged from the room, holding the luminous heartbeat card in his mouth, emitting a faint glow. Upon receiving it, Su Chen noticed that in addition to the heartbeat card, there was also a map of the employees, clearly marking the locations of various secret rooms. A surge of joy filled Su Chen's heart. The heartbeat cards were typically hidden in these areas. With this map, it was as if he had unlocked a divine perspective. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret room, Chen and his companions, after the incident with Biao and Xia Xinghe, found themselves ensnared in several more secret rooms, nearly meeting their demise at the hands of the overly diligent NPCs. They had become utterly sensitive to their surroundings, feeling as though something terrifying might leap out from the dark corners at any moment. In front of the live-streaming camera, Yuqi could not express her distress and could only glance helplessly at Chen and Lu Yuan, who were huddled behind her for comfort. Xia Xinghe is definitely pretending. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. We should focus on finding the heartbeat cards, or we'll go hungry again. Upon hearing these words, Chen gradually regained his composure. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something, and his expression brightened. In the far corner of a nearby classroom lay a heartbeat card, glowing softly. The heartbeat card, in the eerie silence surrounding them. Chen and Lu Yuan mustered their courage. Just as Chen stepped through the classroom door, a chilling scream pierced the air. A skeleton suddenly dropped from the ceiling. Hanging midair, a mournful wail followed, and the empty desks and chairs within the classroom began to tremble ominously. The scene was extraordinarily bizarre. Chen and the others felt a prickling sensation on their scalps and instinctively turned to flee. But at that moment, terrified screams echoed from the corridor behind them. The sound grew closer, racing towards them. Ghost, there's a ghost. With a sense of instinctive dread, Chen turned back. A white, ghostly figure, drenched in blood, with disheveled hair and a twisted face, charged towards them with alarming speed. Chapter 36. The specter of grace screams echoed through the air. Just moments ago, Yuqi had confidently asserted that there were no ghosts, yet she was the first to flee in terror. Meanwhile, Chen, who was last in line, felt his heart race with fear. A ghost! He screamed. Behind him, the ghostly figure echoed his cries. Don't run. Please wait for me. Insanity. Don't chase us. The more the specter pleaded, the faster the four fled. As they sprinted, the ghost pursued relentlessly, creating a chaotic scene for the live broadcast. What a turn of events. Is that ghost the NPC that Su Chen just chased? Ha! The NPC thought it had found a human organization, only to be rejected. He runs, they flee. It's a game of cat and mouse. Could this be the fabled plight of kindred souls? Chen and his companions brought this upon themselves, attempting to scare Su Chen, only to have fate's boomerang strike them instead. Congratulations, host. You have gained 70 points of defense against Chen. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of defense against Shiyuchi. Chime. Meanwhile, at the front of a classroom, Biao Gu paused, a mischievous grin on his face. Wong. Big brother, someone S here. Su Chen also caught faint whispers and halted to peer into the classroom. Hurry up. The guests will arrive soon. You're utterly hopeless. You can't even tie a knot properly. A young girl, clad in a blood-stained white slip dress and adorned with a ghostly visage, voiced her dissatisfaction, her voluptuous figure accentuating her complaints. The exposed skin at her joints bore the illusion of stitches, crafted with special effects to create the appearance of having been dismembered and reassembled. A staff member stood nearby, drenched in sweat, holding a wire rope. All right, it's time to elevate. The lighting dimmed to a deep crimson. Amidst the buzzing mechanical sounds, the ghostly NPC began to ascend, creating an oddly enchanting yet eerie atmosphere. 3 pairs of wide, curious eyes peered from the window, each reflecting a different glimmer of excitement. Xia Xinghe focused intently on the ghost's waist, her heart racing as she felt a connection to the NPC. Biao Gu licked his lips and exclaimed, "Big brother, let me take action this time. I promise to complete the task." Su Chen chuckled, rubbing his chin. That heart card is truly exquisite. Ouch! A sudden pain shot through Su Chen's side, as Biao Gu received a similar jolt. Xia Xinghe's gaze turned icier than a fishmonger's knife. Just a joke. I am determined to obtain that heart card. High-stakes endeavors often employ the simplest of strategies. Su Chen turned and donned a ghost mask, previously collected from other escape rooms, then slipped into a bloodied ghost costume. As a classroom door creaked open, Su Chen slipped inside. The suspended ghost swayed leisurely, a testament to the director's playful ingenuity. This was sure to terrify any ordinary person. Just as the thought crossed his mind, with a sudden crack, the ambient lights in the room extinguished, leaving only a faint green glow emanating from a safety exit sign, illuminating the doorway of the classroom. The female ghost NPC, striving to immerse herself in her role, froze in place. What does this mean? Have the guests already arrived? In the desolate classroom, only her echo remained. The word death, which she had painted onto the blackboard with her own hands, appeared particularly chilling. A suppressed, eerie laughter pierced the silence, causing the female ghost NPC to shiver. Her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Hey, that's not funny. Hey!" The classroom fell silent once more. Yet, scarcely 5 seconds passed before another sinister chuckle echoed through the air. A flicker of fear spread across the ghost NPC's eyes. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but the ropes binding her tightly held her aloft, forcing her to struggle helplessly in midair. The laughter rang out again, this time closer. The female ghost NPC's body trembled involuntarily. In the next moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, leaving a bloody imprint on the floor. Following that, a grotesque head appeared. Witnessing this horrific scene, the female ghost NPC was instantly paralyzed with fear. The sinister laughter grew louder. The ghostly figure twisted and crawled across the ground at an alarming speed, reaching the female ghost NPC in the blink of an eye. A piercing scream, mingled with sobs, echoed throughout the classroom. The more terrified the female ghost NPC became, the harder she struggled, swaying back and forth in midair. "No, don't come closer. Please, I beg you." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 defense points from Zhang Yaya. The ghostly figure rose, struggling to stand less than a meter from her. Su Chen tilted his head and, suppressing his voice, chuckled. "Oh, you're a ghost too?" The female ghost NPC's mind was in disarray, and she found herself responding involuntarily. Yes. I'm also a ghost. We are kindred spirits. Please, keep your distance." Su Chen took 2 steps forward, circling the suspended female ghost NPC, grinning mischievously. "If we're all ghosts, then this is quite manageable. I see you still possess your charm. Enchantress, I want you to assist me in my cultivation." NPC. What on earth is is happening? As the female ghost NPC screamed, Su Chen let out a strange cry and pounced. The female ghost NPC felt a sudden movement at her waist, and in an instant, she fell from the air, only to be caught in a strong embrace and placed gently on the ground. Su Chen pocketed the love card, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and a rope in the other, his eyes scanning the female ghost NPC intently. Filled with terror, yet embarrassed by his unwavering gaze, the female ghost NPC thought, "Does anyone understand? I've encountered a lecherous ghost." As Su Chen advanced, closing in on her, the female ghost NPC resignedly shut her eyes. "Su Chen, what are you doing, you rascal? This is a live broadcast." "Do not speak of Su Chen. I must admit, this female ghost indeed possesses an undeniable charm." Su Chen remarked, "I am grateful for nature's gifts." "Oh my, Su Chen, I believe I'm experiencing a nosebleed. Damn, who on earth censored the female ghost?" A minute later, Su Chen exhaled deeply, triumphantly completing his task. The ghostly NPC hesitantly opened her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, her embarrassment was palpable, as if she wished to vanish into the earth. The ropes that once bound her had been untied, replaced instead by a masterfully crafted knot. Su Chen admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. It was all thanks to a tong. The fishing knot skill he provided is simply unparalleled. Gentlemen, please forgive me. Certain descriptions cannot be included, as they would not pass review. It is the first time I have encountered someone discussing knots in such a manner. The author has been reprimanded. Chapter 37. Handsomeness is a lifelong affair. The director's team was engulfed in a cacophony of ringing phones. Wu Cheng, his forehead lined with frustration, grasped the receiver tightly. "This is a dating show. A dating show. There are no paid contents." Zhu Delong's gaze was fixated on the alluring female ghost on the live broadcast, his face twitching sporadically. "Su Chen." Zhu Delong squeezed the name out through clenched teeth. "Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you spouting to the NPCs?" Wu Cheng hung up the phone, only to pick up another, his expression turning peculiar after listening for a mere 2 seconds. Director, the Black Lace Company is inquiring if they can exclusively sponsor our program. However, the condition is for Su Chen to endorse their newly launched knotting props." Zhu Delong felt his temples throb, tossing 2 heart-saving pills into his mouth. He huffed angrily. Let them negotiate with Su Chen themselves. He can forget about being on our show. They're offering 80 million. 80 million. Zhu Delong paused, then laughed coldly. How ridiculous. This is a dating show. Do they really think that money can buy them whatever they want? Breaking. Perfect Lovers makes history as the first variety show to secure additional sponsorship after airing. Breaking. Perfect Lovers successfully signs a strategic partnership agreement with Black Lace. Exposed. Su Chen's hidden identity revealed as the foremost knotting master of the Dragon Kingdom. Hot. Perfect Lovers alters its promotional tagline. In the offices of Starry Entertainment, Chen Fei watched as Su Chen surged back into the trending topics. His anger boiled over. With a crash, a glass cup shattered against the wall, sending shards scattering across the floor. Why? Why is it that my company faces unceremonious termination by foreign brands while that scoundrel Su Chen can rise to fame? Beside him, his beautiful secretary stood frozen in place, allowing Chen Fei to vent his fury. Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Chen Fei turned, bellowing, "What the hell do you want?" The business director poked his head in, unable to hide the joy on his face. "President Chen, I have splendid news. The renowned luxury brand Gucci is interested in collaborating with us." "Really?" Chen Fei's face lit up with delight. Yet, the business director hesitated momentarily before continuing. "However, they have one condition. We must terminate Su Chen's contract. Apparently, he offended one of their executives at a gala." Offended an executive? That does sound like something Su Chen would do. Chen Fei confirmed. "Is that the condition?" Seeing the business director nod, Chen Fei burst into laughter, eagerly preparing to discuss the termination of Su Chen's contract. Once the business director left the office, Chen Fei couldn't contain his amusement. He had been troubled by Su Chen's recent resurgence. With the escalating demands from Shangshi, he felt it was becoming increasingly unwise to target Su Chen. Now, unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him. Moreover, When the contract with Su Chen was initially signed, Starry had safeguarded their interests. Should a star breach the contract, the penalties would be exorbitant. Conversely, if the company defaulted, the repercussions would be minimal. Regarding the situation with Su Chen, Chen Fei's gaze turned exceedingly sinister. As long as one remains in the entertainment industry, how could opportunities not arise? Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you truly are my benefactor. Who would have thought you would ultimately assist me in resolving this crisis? At Shengshi Entertainment, Wang Quan cheerfully knocked on the door and spoke respectfully to Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, we have received news from Fanqing. They will soon initiate a contract termination with Su Chen. Shall we proceed according to plan? Zhang Bo took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, yes, proceed as planned. Fanqing has always enjoyed leveraging their power. This time, let them experience what true coercion feels like. Understood. Wang Quan responded before exiting the room. Zhang Bo reopened his computer, fixating on the screen, showcasing the exquisite art of rope binding, and fell into deep contemplation. Su Chen truly treads an unconventional path. Within the haunted house, Su Chen continued to admire his rope art masterpiece. A melodious female voice drifted through the air. I never would have guessed you were fond of such things. Clearing his throat, Su Chen replied, please don't misunderstand. I realize certain actions may have led you to misjudge me, but that was in the past. And now you are a pervert? Xia Xinghe retorted coldly. Su Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Biao Ge chimed in, woof woof. Big brother, I smell the fragrance of Shi. They are nearby. Su Chen's eyes brightened. This is all part of the subsequent plan. Plan? Xia Xinghe hesitated for a moment. Su Chen turned to the sorrowful-looking female, ghost NPC, and reassured her, I understand your urgency, but please remain patient. I will untie you shortly, but you must remain silent. Can you manage that? Upon realizing that Su Chen was the one who had bound her, the female, ghost NPC's expression transformed into one of bashful acknowledgement. She nodded. Su Chen then retrieved a heartbeat card, examining it closely. The card was round with a small loop for hanging. Under Xia Xinghe's puzzled gaze, Su Chen approached the classroom door and tossed the newly acquired heartbeat card onto the ground. Before Xia Xinghe could inquire, Su Chen pulled a fishing line and reel from his pocket, then reached towards his pants. What are you doing? Xia Xinghe's face flushed. Su Chen smirked suggestively. Let me show you my prized possession. Xia Xinghe hastily covered her eyes, yet her clear gaze peeked through her fingers, fixated on Su Chen. Upon recognizing what Su Chen held, she nearly wanted to spit out a mouthful of soda in disbelief. When did you bring a fishing rod? Xia Xinghe questioned. Incorrect. Allow me to correct you. This is called a lure rod, a divine weapon I spent an entire afternoon searching for in the villa. Is there really a difference? Su Chen chuckled silently, swiftly assembling the fishing rod. Ha ha, Su Chen, you seem to have quite the peculiar obsession. I thought something paid was about to pop up, but you just show me a fishing rod? Exactly, I even started recording. This is absurd. I've already taken off my pants, and all you show me is this? Wait a moment. Su Chen grasped his trousers, exclaiming, what are you doing, you rascal? Within less than a minute, a fishing rod appeared in Su Chen's hand. He released the line, aimed, and with a flick of his wrist, the fishing hook soared through the air, expertly landing on the ring of the heartbeat card. He gently shook the hook, and indeed, the heartbeat card began to dance in synchrony with his movements. Xia Xinghe seemed to have anticipated Su Chen's intentions, thinking to herself that it need not be so complicated. She could simply help him tie the hook to the heartbeat card. Su Chen, with an air of pride, turned his head and raised the fishing rod, declaring no. Looking good is a lifelong endeavor. Xia Xinghe rolled her eyes at him. However, the barrage of comments was soon filled with astonishment at Su Chen's pinpoint casting. Su Chen is definitely a fishing expert. He's hooked on it now. The heartbeat card will be reeling in several catches. Wow, is this for real? From nearly 20 meters away, Su Chen managed to snag the heartbeat card with a fishing hook. It's just a hook toss. Look at your naive reactions. It was merely good fortune. Are you still asleep upstairs? As a seasoned angler with 20 years of experience, I can tell from Su Chen's casting motion that he is indeed a master. Let me put it this way. If Su Chen were given a fishing rod, he could swing it from 20 meters away and accurately hook the phone case from your back pocket, reeling in your phone. and that might not even be his maximum range. Shanghai police have entered the live stream. Chapter 38. I have to secure this heartfelt card. Xia Xinghe remained oblivious to the fervor of the comments rolling in. She observed Su Chen's playful manipulation of the fishing rod, which struck her as reminiscent of a child who had just discovered a beloved toy, exuding an inexplicable charm. So what must I do now? Su Chen had long been concocting a plan. With a mysterious smile, he readied the fishing rod, and of course, it was time to bait the hook. In the corridor, Shuni Chen, Lu Yuan, and Shi Yuqi turned their gazes toward Li Hanyu. Are you certain that is an NPC and not a ghost? Li Hanyu nodded solemnly, asserting, but don't you think that's even more terrifying? NPCs are meant to frighten us. Yet it seems one got scared off instead. Shuni Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Shi Yuqi suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Surely you jest. Are you all truly frightened by this? Knowing that individual is an NPC, could it not be that the production team deliberately orchestrated that statement? Variety shows are known for their elaborate antics. I see no reason to be afraid. With this explanation, Lu Yuan and the others found it somewhat reasonable, their previously ignited fears dissipating considerably. However, Shuni Chen, overshadowed by the lingering dread of the supernatural, felt unease creep back in. What if it is real? I still fear ghosts. Shi Yuqi, having exhausted her dwindling patience, retorted with exasperation. If you wish to withdraw, I won't stop you, but I must say, I fear far more the prospect of not earning any heartfelt coins today and going hungry. Her words resonated deeply with the group, for the discomfort of hunger was a universally shared plight. Just as they were deliberating their next course of action, a creaking sound echoed from the side door of the classroom, reminiscent of wood scraping against wood. The four of them snapped to attention, directing their focus toward the source of the noise. Can you truly find Su Chen? If so, take me to him immediately and inform him that there is a heartfelt card here. However, I dare not enter alone. Bark! Bark! The sound of footsteps followed closely. In the next moment, Xia Xinghe appeared before Shuni Chen and the others, accompanied by Biao Ge. Xia Xinghe momentarily froze, a rare look of fluster crossing her face. But she quickly regained her icy demeanor, locking eyes with Shuni Chen and the others. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. Shuni Chen grinned mischievously. Xia Xinghe, still haven't found Su Chen, have you? None of your concern, Xia Xinghe retorted coolly, turning to leave. Yet, just as she lifted her foot, she pivoted back, feigning terror as she pointed toward the adjacent classroom. You all would do well to avoid this classroom. Something feels amiss. Watching Xia Xinghe hastily retreat, Lu Yuan burst into laughter. Surely she doesn't think her acting is commendable. Shuni Chen scoffed as he gazed in the direction Xia Xinghe had vanished, musing. Her intellect is rather simplistic. This is no different from a blatant attempt to mislead. Shi Yuqi, grinding her teeth with a smirk, remarked, I believe her acting is indeed quite effective. Otherwise, how could she have successfully lured Su Chen astray, seizing the rare opportunity to tarnish Su Chen's reputation? Shuni Chen was not about to let it slip away easily. He pretended to be deeply affectionate as he gently ruffled Shi Yuqi's hair, affectionately saying, It's all right, Yuqi. It's not her. I fear I shall miss you for all my days. The fans who had been glued to their split-screen livestream exclaimed in unison, So sweet. Chen's head-patting technique has truly melted my heart. Brother, I want it too. I want a head pat. How can Xia Xinghe even compare to Yuqi? Aside from having a sharper tongue, slightly better looks, and a more melodious voice, what gives her the right to be so arrogant? Damn it, you fake fan. Get lost. Once Xia Xinghe had completely departed, Shi Yuqi exchanged a knowing glance with her companions, and the four swiftly made their way toward the classroom where Xia Xinghe had just exited. At the classroom door, Shuni Chen gave Lu Yuan a gentle shove. You go in first. Lu Yuan shot him a glare. Why not you? Your head is bigger than mine, your thought process slower, and you handle fear better. Lu Yuan? Yet you are shorter than me and faster at escaping. Useless fellow. Shi Yuqi silently cursed, pushing past the two and stepping forward. The classroom door creaked open a crack. With a grave expression, Shi Yuqi peered inside. The dimly lit classroom revealed walls adorned with various grotesque graffiti. However, nothing seemed amiss apart from that. As she tentatively took a step forward, everything appeared normal. Yet a flicker of fluorescent light caught her eye, igniting a spark of joy within her. A heartbeat card. Just as she was about to enter the classroom to retrieve it, Chen suddenly grasped her arm from behind. "Wait, what is it?" Yuchi stiffened. Chen flicked his bangs with a flourish. "Let me handle this." "What do you mean?" "I simply believe such a perilous place is better suited for a man to lead." Chen straightened his posture with newfound confidence. After the embarrassment caused by the milk incident, he couldn't let this opportunity for both safety and glory slip away. He was determined to demonstrate his unparalleled bravery to everyone, proving that Chen was indeed a real man. Without further ado, Chen boldly flung open the classroom door and proclaimed, "NPCs, stop pretending. I've uncovered your ruse. This heartbeat card is mine. Not even Jesus could take it from me." Wow, Brother Chen is so manly. Awesome. Brother Chen is on fire. How shameless. Seeing the spotlight stolen from him, Lu Yuan turned back to shield Li Hanyu. "Don't worry, Hanyu, I'm here." Li Hanyu, awkward yet polite smile. At that moment, Chen strode gallantly into the classroom. The heartbeat card lay merely 5 meters away. 1 step, 2 steps. Bending down, he picked up the card and flicked his bangs. Fans gasped, "Brother, so handsome." He chuckled mischievously. "Chen, why are you grinning like a fool instead of picking up the heartbeat card?" Chen regained his composure and awkwardly rubbed his nose. He took a few steps towards the heartbeat card, ready to perform the anticipated actions one by one, only to grasp at empty air. Chen was taken aback. The heartbeat card still lay quietly beside him. What was happening? An illusion? With a slow and deliberate motion, Chen extended his palm towards the heartbeat card. Just as he was about to seize it, the card glided back 5 centimeters, shimmering enticingly just beneath his eyelids. Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he imagining things? No, the heartbeat card was still there. Lu Yuan, growing impatient, urged him, "Chen, what are you doing? Why is it taking you so long to pick up a heartbeat card?" Chen turned his stiff body slowly, and as incredible as it may sound, he stammered. It seems the heartbeat card is alive." "I think you've been scared silly these past few days." Chen furrowed his brows and bit his lip, determined to try once more. This time, he bent down, assumed a stance, and aimed both hands at the heartbeat card. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. Thud! He fell flat on the ground, looking down into the void of darkness in his embrace. Yet, the heartbeat card remained, a mere 5 centimeters away, serene and untouched by time. In that instant, Chen's mind exploded with realization. The heartbeat card truly had a will of its own. Chapter 39. The Greytan's disdain for foolishness. Chen's peculiar behavior failed to alert anyone else. Instead, it was met with mockery. "You truly appear terrified. Hasn't that heart card always been there?" One remarked. "Forget it. Let me handle it." Another chimed in. Lu Yuan, Yuchi, and Li Hanyu entered the classroom together. Pointing disdainfully at the heart card on the floor, they taunted Chen. "Look, can it even grow legs now?" Chen's complexion turned ashen. Could it be that he was genuinely losing his sanity? A sneer played upon Yuchi's lips as she bent down to pick up the heart card. Just as her fingers brushed against it, the previously silent heart card abruptly moved back 5 centimeters before the astonished eyes of everyone present. "Wow!" Lu Yuan exclaimed, startled. The unexpected shift left everyone in a state of shock, momentarily paralyzing their ability to react. Gulping, Lu Yuan felt an unshakable heaviness in his feet, as if they were encased in lead. The words of Xia Xinghe echoed ominously in their minds. "I dare not enter alone. Something feels off in that classroom." Truly, Xia Xinghe's warning held merit. Chen, trembling, pointed at the heart card, stammering, "I told you. It would run away." Li Hanyu snapped out of her stupor, her voice laced with terror. "It's too frightening. We must flee." That NPC spoke the truth. "There are ghosts here." Her words ignited the collective dread within everyone. At that moment, the motionless heart card began to tremble in place. "It's moving again." Chen screamed. As the shriek echoed, The heart card began to dart about chaotically. In the dimly lit classroom, the glowing heart card left behind mere trails of light, resembling ghostly flames flickering in the night. This scene utterly shattered their last vestiges of composure. "Run!" Lu Yuan shouted, his eyes ablaze with fear. The four of them turned and bolted toward the exit, casting aside thoughts of hunger and any trivial entertainment. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 110 points of defense breach from Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 70 points of defense breach from Shiyuchi. Ding! As the four of them screamed and scrambled, just as they were about to burst out of the classroom, a sultry figure entwined in a tortoise shell glanced mournfully at her surroundings before stepping on a trigger. Bang! The wooden door of the classroom slammed shut. Chen stared at the firmly closed door, engulfed by a wave of despair. He could no longer feel the pain. He pounded on the door repeatedly, wailing, "Why the hell does it keep closing? Open door! Open the door! Director, help me! I'm done, I want to quit." While chaos reigned within the classroom, a beam of phosphorescence illuminated them. The eerie heart card had mysteriously floated beside them, leaping in midair. A new scream erupted as a deep, gravelly voice resonated throughout every corner of the classroom. "My dear grandson." As the door was knocked upon, Chen felt as if struck by lightning. How could it be Granny? Hit out. "My dear grandson, it has been far too long since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Why do you refuse to come down and keep me company? Accompany me. Accompany me." The hollow echoes resonated like the whispers of a demon. Shiyuki cried and shouted, "Woo! Chen, please make your granny let us go." Lu Yuan shrank behind Chen, asserting, "If there is a debt, let it be settled with the one who owes it. Granny, if you seek someone, let it be Chen, not us." Li Hanyu was utterly terrified, tears streaming from her eyes like a faucet turned on. "My dear grandson, why do you ignore your granny?" In the hoarse calls, the heartbeat card once again soared above Chen's head. The up and down motion mirrored the gentle pat of an elder's hand atop his crown. Chen leaned against the door, retreating with no place left to go, his hands flailing as he shouted, "Dame! Chen, perhaps you should sacrifice yourself and have a chat with your granny," Lu Yuan stammered. Chen exploded in frustration. Your granny. Why don't you go yourself?" Lu Yuan, steeling himself, replied, "If she pats your head, who else will go if not you?" No sooner had Lu Yuan spoken than the heartbeat card abruptly reversed direction, leaping above Lu Yuan's head. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. His legs turned to jelly, and just as he prepared to beg Granny for mercy, the heartbeat card jumped back to Chen's head. Before Lu Yuan could feel relief, the raspy voice echoed again, "This won't do. Granny, I have a phobia of fools." Lu Yuan? Under immense pressure, Chen finally snapped. He began to scream and dashed around classroom. This sudden dash prompted the remaining few to join in the chaos. Behind him, the heartbeat card pursued him relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. He fled, but there was no escape. In desperation, Chen noticed the window to his side. "Quick, run through the window." A fierce will to survive ignited Chen's inner cosmos. He sprang onto a desk with agility, gazing at the nearby window, revealing a smile of survival. Just as he prepared to leap, the heartbeat card abruptly flew backward. Then came a swift sound, whoosh. Chen felt a tight grip from behind, a tremendous force yanking him back from midair. With overwhelming pull, Chen could only watch helplessly as the window grew farther away. The remaining three had completely lost their minds, for they too saw something dragging Chen back. Yet behind him, there was nothing at all. What on earth did I just witness? Su-chan used a fishing rod to reel Chen back. Though it seems absurd, as a fellow fishing enthusiast, I can hardly fathom how strong Su-chan's fishing prowess must be at this moment. I implore you to reveal the brand of Su-chan's fishing rod. I am willing to pay handsomely for it. This is hilarious. Do you think it's the rod that's remarkable? It's Su-chan's incredible control that is truly impressive. I care not, with his fishing rod in hand. I am a mightiest angler. As Chen fervently splashed water on the ground, grappling with Su-chan, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. He quietly pulled Li Hanyu to the window, muttering softly, I am a fool. I am a fool. Oh dear, I am foolish, please spare me. The inexplicable rhyme and melodious cadence compelled Li Hanyu to join in his chant. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan leapt forward, flinging open the window, his body darting out like a cheetah. Freedom. This is the essence of liberation. As Lu Yuan leaped from the window, he took a couple of deep breaths, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Behind him, Li Hanyu followed suit, leaping out as well. Their overwhelming elation led them to embrace one another, weeping with abandon. Nearby, Yuchi witnessed Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu's successful escape through the window and promptly mimicked them, murmuring as if casting a spell. I am a fool. I am a fool. Oh dear, I am foolish, please spare me. Having completed her incantation, Yuchi made a swift attempt to climb through the window. However, at that very moment, Chen felt a sudden release at his lower back, the pulling sensation vanishing. A terrifying force instantly tightened Yuchi's clothing, yanking her back with formidable might. Chapter 40. Madness is normal. Emotional stability comes at a different price. Panic, helplessness, disbelief. These myriad emotions intertwined in the moment when Yuchi was pulled from the windowsill. Woo, I'm not Chen. Why won't you let me go? Yuchi cried and struggled. The voice of Grandma Tai echoed. Hee, dear grandchild, do you not want a wife? Chen, having stealthily approached the window once more, shivered and fell to his knees. Grandma, please spare me. Our Shun family has but one remaining descendant. Since you cherish Yuchi so much, let her stay and keep you company. Yuchi gazed at Chen in astonishment. Chen, what are you babbling about? Have you lost your mind? Chen paid no heed to her words and prepared to leap from the window. At that moment, he felt a sudden weight behind him. But this time, it was Yuchi who grabbed hold of him. I can't leave, and neither shall you. This is all because of you. Yuchi fiercely tugged at Chen. Chen, utterly exasperated, retorted, You woman, are you out of your mind? You may have deceived others, but now you are ensnaring me as well. Yuchi disregarded his protests, resolutely clinging to Chen's leg. In a fit of desperation, Chen threatened, If you don't let go, I will reveal everything you've done. Yuchi, determined, replied, No matter what you say, I won't release you. Fine. You are forcing my hand, Yuchi. What on earth is happening? It seems there is more to this story. Quick, tell me more. I feel like a weasel in a melon patch, unafraid of any pitchforks. Su Chan probably never imagined that while fishing, he could also reel in a tail. This is hilarious. Look at Su Chen's expression. His smile is almost reaching his ears. In the director's booth, Zhu Delong suddenly leaped from his seat, his instincts telling him that Su Chan had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Quick, hurry to the haunted house and rescue Chen and Yuchi. If they start blabbing, our show is doomed. Wu Cheng, bewildered, responded, Director, what does their downfall have to do with us? We still have Su Chun. Zhu Delong shot him a disdainful glance. If they collapse and exit the program, who will Su Chun entertain? I'm going right now. Inside the haunted house, Chen and Yuchi dramatically exemplified the adage that in times of great peril, one tends to flee. Chen, seething with rage, declared, You initiated this. You cannot blame me. To be honest, you look quite ordinary without makeup, he added. Yuchi, triggered, retorted, Ordinary? You're overly confident. Muscular physique cannot compare to the smooth lines of a plucked hen I bought. Chen was on the brink of grinding his teeth to dust. Even if my muscles are lacking, I'm not a fraud like you, who enjoys slandering others. Outside the classroom, Wu Cheng and a throng of staff members finally rushed to the scene, only to find. Xia Xinghe, what are you doing here? Wu Cheng inquired. Xia Xinghe silently released the tightly gripped doorknob, a perplexed expression adorning her cool visage. How strange. Why can't this door be opened? Wu Cheng pondered. Could it be possible that this door is meant to be pushed? Perhaps. Within the classroom, Yuchi cast a disdainful glance at Chen, remarking, I may be a fraud, but at least I possess a confidence that surpasses your ordinariness. Your singing is utterly dreadful. Chen, his once proud musical talent now called into question, felt a surge of indignation. Yuchi, I have no desire to disclose your affairs with Su Chun. He treats you so well, yet you. Before he could finish, a loud crash interrupted their exchange. Wu Chung, accompanied by staff, burst through the door, stumbling into the classroom. Wait! Wu Chung grimaced in pain, yet suppressed his discomfort to cut off Chen. Both Chen and Yuchi were momentarily taken aback. But upon recognizing Wu Cheng's face, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wah! You're finally here, Yuchi wailed, tears streaming down her face. Hurry! Save me! There's truly a ghost here. Chen screamed frantically. Yet, to their astonishment, Wu Chung remained remarkably composed. He rubbed his bruised backside, disregarding their outcries, and strode directly toward the furthest corner of the classroom. Don't go there, it's dangerous. Chen warned, but Wu Chung paid no heed. Suddenly, the classroom lights flickered on, illuminating the previously dim space as bright as day. The eerie atmosphere dissipated under the newfound brightness. Wu Chung pulled aside a black curtain, revealing a sight that made everyone's lips twitch in unison. Su Chun sat perched on a desk, a fishing rod in hand, his face adorned with an exaggerated grin. Completely captivated by their attention, Su Chun let out a forced chuckle and instinctively twitched the fishing rod, causing Yuchi's clothing to shift slightly. Surprise! The room fell into an uncanny silence. Chen stared at Su Chun, realization dawning upon him. So, you were the one tugging at me with that flimsy fishing rod. Su Chun promptly corrected him. No, it's called a lure rod. Yuchi felt her temper rise, her head spinning in disbelief. She swayed unsteadily, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Su Chun, I will kill you. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of Yuchi's defensive value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 120 points of Chen defensive value. With eyes ablaze, Chen and Yuchi lunged at Su Chun. Observing the impending physical confrontation, Wu Chung swiftly embraced Chen, while another female staff member restrained Yuchi. Calm down. Don't act impulsively. Impulse is the devil. Chen shouted from a distance. Su Chun is the devil. He is. Yuchi flailed her arms in the air, declaring, Su Chun, you can't have me today. You must perish. Seeing that both were subdued by the staff, Su Chun calmly retracted his fishing rod, saying, There's no need for such theatrics. Just live well. After all, each day brings new challenges. Yuchi was left speechless, nearly gasping for breath. If a gaze could kill, Su Chun would surely have been subjected to a slow and painful demise under the weight of her stare. Chen, suppressing her fury momentarily, found herself increasingly agitated with each passing thought. Su Chun, you are utterly deranged, a complete lunatic. Your mind is simply not akin to that of a rational person. Upon hearing this, Su Chun felt a flicker of delight. Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. It's perfectly normal to act a bit crazy on a show. After all, maintaining emotional stability comes at a different price. Haha, Su Chen's tongue is like a blade. It slays me with laughter. I absolutely adore Su Chen's unique state of mind, where everyone else appears normal, yet she revels in her own delightful madness. Su Chen, please ensure you lock your doors at night. I fear these two might come after you. Did no one notice that Chen's previous statement was left unfinished? She mentioned that Su Chun is actually quite kind to Yuchi. Wow, it seems there are untold stories lurking beneath the surface. Where's the evidence? Where lies the truth? What about Chen's incomplete remark? Chapter 41. Roaming the Jianghu, too busy to care for face in a shocking revelation. The reason behind the breakup of Yuchi and Su Chun may hold deeper secrets. On the set of Perfect Lovers, Yuchi and Chen engage in an explosive showdown. The variety show once again brings forth the delightful presence of Grandma Tai. Under the cover of night, the guests who had just exited the haunted house stand before an abandoned classroom building, their expressions a mixture of suppressed laughter and inexplicable sympathy. Su Jingwan and Lin Lin are unable to contain their amusement, while Lu Yuan's gaze towards Su Chun is nearly ignited with fury at the mere thought of the phrase aversion to foolishness. Fraud, utterly deceitful, devoid of any moral compass. Su Chen does not deny the accusation, replying with a calm smile, "If life has deceived you, do not rush to anger. Tomorrow will be just the same." Li Hanyu, recalling her own flustered self as she lamented her foolishness, feels a surge of frustration. "Su Chen, do you not feel the slightest remorse towards us?" "Remorse? Apologies." But in the Jianghu, there is no time for face. Seeing the tension escalate amongst the group, He Ling quickly interjects, "Now that the haunted house task is concluded, let us swiftly announce the results of this round. Guests, please reveal the heart-throbbing cards you have obtained." The mismatched duo of Shun Chen and Shi Yuqi ultimately garnered 3 heart-throbbing cards. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, under the pressure of hunger, managed to find 2 cards. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan, the elder brother-sister pair, secured only 1 card, while Lin Lin and Bai Yao, the timid duo, unfortunately found none. As the camera focuses on Su Chen, the brightness of the scene intensifies. 6 luminous heart-throbbing cards shimmer under the moonlight, illuminating Su Chen's broad smile, which is nearly blinding. Congratulations to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, who, with an overwhelming 6 heart-throbbing cards, have once again claimed the top position in this round of the haunted house task, earning a reward of 500 heart-throbbing coins. Shun Chen and Shi Yuqi, along with Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, secured 2nd and 3rd places, receiving 300 and 100 heart-throbbing coins, respectively. As for Lin Lin and Yao, He Ling cast a sympathetic glance at them. "As we mentioned before the task began, there will be a punishment. Are you prepared?" Bai Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'm ready." "Very well, the punishment is solitary confinement on a deserted island." He Ling pointed towards a small island, resembling a dark creature lurking in the shimmering lake, cold and desolate. Still haunted by the memories of the ghost house, Lin Lin and Bai Yao appeared visibly distressed. Though the haunted house was terrifying, at least they understood that the ghosts were merely NPCs in disguise. However, on a deserted island, the slightest sound could potentially terrify them to death. He Ling suddenly smiled and added, "However, there is good news. For this solitary confinement, you may choose 1 person to go." Without hesitation, Lin Lin declared, "I can go alone. That's simply one to-do." After Bai Yao spoke, a twinge of regret washed over her. She was genuinely fearful. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension as Lin Lin and Bai Yao exchanged glances, their mutual attraction palpable. Suddenly, the usually quiet Su Chen sprang forth, shattering the intimate ambience with a playful remark. Meeting Lin Lin's sorrowful gaze, Su Chen earnestly declared, "I will take Lin Lin's place." "What?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The sorrow in Lin Lin's eyes visibly transformed into gratitude. "Teacher, the production team surely did not mention that one could substitute for another's punishment, did they?" He Ling glanced at the director nearby, confirming that such a stipulation had indeed not been articulated. Since it had not been stated, it was permissible. Su Chen firmly patted Lin Lin's shoulder, reassuring her, "If you're afraid, then don't go. I'm brave enough for a little deserted island. I can handle it with ease." The gratitude in Lin Lin's eyes cascaded like an endless river as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Chen. Brotherhood forever." Su Chen nodded resolutely, extending a finger, and Lin Lin instantly understood. "Yes, lifelong brothers." Su Chen waggled a raised finger, 100 heart coins. Lin Lin blinked in confusion. "What? 100 heart coins?" Her face twitched slightly. Su Chen's tone was enticing. "Forget about 998 or 888 for just 100 heart coins. You can spend a delightful and cozy night on a soft king-size bed with your beloved, while I must endure solitary suffering on a deserted island." Clearly, the true brother benefits here. Lin Lin hesitated. Although the last reward had been 300 heart coins, there was no guarantee of rewards this time. And what if there was no food later? Su Chen, sensing Lin Lin's concern, assured, "You can mooch off meals." "Really?" Bai Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. To be able to enjoy meals from Su Chen for just 100 heart coins seemed like a bargain, not to mention avoiding the deserted island. Lin Lin was instantly swayed. "Deal." Once the 100 heart coins were transferred, Su Chen, like a finance enthusiast, fondled the coins for a moment before tossing them to Xia Xinghe. "To the treasury." Xia Xinghe opened her pouch, the coins clinking beautifully. The sound of these seemingly worthless tokens resonated delightfully, causing her heart to tremble with satisfaction. Now armed with heart coins, Chen stood a little taller, teasingly commenting, "I never expected you, Su Chen, to willingly venture to the deserted island for 100 heart coins. These are heart coins, not Dragon Country currency." Lu Yuan weighed the coins in his hand, adding sarcastically, "But that is only natural. After all, Su Chen had quite a bit of scandal recently. Learning to save money early is wise. Consider it an adaptation to the financial strain post-controversy." Laughter erupted among Yuchi and others. Xia Xinghe's smile gradually faded, though she remained unaware of Su Chen's recent strict control over his heart coin expenditures. However, Su Chen's actions undoubtedly hold their own rationale. Having merely indulged in a few hearty meals, he dares to mock others. Does he truly believe that a wretched loach, having touched the sea, is now a seafood delicacy? It would be wise for you to retreat to your drafty couple's suite and rest. Remember to cover yourself well as the chill sets in, lest you catch a cold. Xia Xinghe's indifferent words pierced the hearts of the four like a barrage of sharp daggers. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 110 points of defensive breach against Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 90 points of defensive breach against Yuchi. Ding! Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at them, chuckling. Indeed, after merely resolving the issue of sustenance, one tends to feel rather smug. After all, even a beggar feels a sense of pride when acquiring some coin. Upon hearing this, Chen was incensed. "Who are you calling a beggar? Whoever is red hot, I shall speak of." Chen's demeanor hardened. "Very well. I hope you maintain such bravado when you are left to suffer alone on a deserted island." Su Chen turned away, not even sparing Chen a glance. "Rest assured, my words may be tough, but they are no match for the hardness of your bed's wooden frame. After sleeping on the plush bed of this luxurious suite for so long, one longs for something firmer. Teacher, prepare the boat. We are heading to the island." Chapter 42. On the boat, 200. Just as Su Chen was preparing to leave with a stylish demeanor, suddenly, someone tugged at the hem of her clothing from behind. A pair of sparkling, beautiful eyes fixed their gaze upon her face. "I'm going with you," declared Xia Xinghe resolutely. Su Chen looked at her with a hint of trepidation. "There are mosquitoes on the island. Then you could take off your clothes and feed them," Xia Xinghe retorted. Su Chen's mind was clouded with a question. What if there were spirits as well? "You would help me fend them off and let me escape." Su Chen shook her head. "It will be cold while sleeping." "That's perfect. We can sleep in each other's arms." Su Chen fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Her teeth clenched in frustration. "Must I really go?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xinghe shook her head. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Her succinct reply inexplicably warmed Su Chen's heart. Ruffling Xia Xinghe's hair, Su Chen, resigned, nodded. "Let us depart." Creak. The sound of grinding teeth erupted from Chen and Lu Yuan. Su Jingwan, by Yi Yao, He Ling, and the others wore amused smiles. Love, it seemed, was far more enjoyable when observed from the sidelines. Zhu Delong's attention remained fixated on the monitor, still grappling with the question of why Su Chen was so fervently accumulating heart tokens. Suddenly inundated with dog food, he was left speechless. Beside him, Wu Chang tilted his head, chuckling, and then abruptly exclaimed, "Director, the live stream's popularity has reached new heights. A staggering 33 million. Truly delightful. I feel like I might develop diabetes. Who understands? Xia Xinghe's simple 'where you go, I go' makes my heart melt. How infuriating. What merits does Su Chen have to deserve a girlfriend like Xia Xinghe? If only I could date Xia Xinghe, I would gladly become a superstar. But wait, doesn't anyone wonder why Su Chen is so obsessed with earning heart tokens? He has almost amassed over 1,000. The roar of the engine shattered the night sky. Under the watchful eyes of He Ling and the others, Su Chen emerged from the villa with a backpack and leapt onto the deck of the small boat. Xia Xinghe stood at the dock, arms outstretched. Afraid of the water? Come here. What could Su Chen say? Naturally, she chose to relish the delightful proximity to her dear friend. Once aboard and seated securely, Su Chen produced 2 cans of beer from her pocket and popped them open. As the small boat slowly set sail, ripples spread across the lake's surface, gradually receding into the distance. Ling observed the two, who, seemingly triumphant, were sailing towards the isolated island while sipping their drinks and enjoying the gentle breeze, feeling an inexplicable sense of emotion. All right, everyone, let us head back and rest. At Ling's urging, the guests, like weary birds returning to their nests, filed back into the villa. The mist rose from the lake, and the river breeze tousled Xia Xinghe's long hair. The sky, adorned with countless stars, resembled a dazzling tapestry of brilliance. On the small boat, Chen and Xia Xinghe sat side by side, gazing toward the distant lonely island. "It's cold," Xia Xinghe said, tightening her collar and inching closer to Chen. Amidst the roaring engine, Chen felt her heart thumping in rhythm with the pulsating engine. Two entwined bodies, two beating hearts at this moment. The distance between them is infinitely shortened. Xia Xinghe's delicate face flushed slightly as she leaned against Chen's shoulder, her voice unusually tender. What exactly is love? Faced with countless harsh words and able to respond with calmness, Chen found himself at a loss for an answer to this question. What he once thought of as love had ultimately revealed itself to be nothing but schemes and calculations. After coming to a profound realization, the concept of love had become somewhat ambiguous for him. The sound of water splashing echoed. Chen turned to the elderly man steering the boat with utmost seriousness and inquired, "Sir, what do you believe love is?" The elderly man, adorned with a fisherman's straw hat, glanced at the two of them, then at the beer can in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "If you feel seasick, speak up early. It's 200 for vomiting on the boat." 5 minutes later, Chen and Xia Xinghe stood on shore, watching as the old man sped away in the boat. What a bummer. The program team had chosen an island, claiming it was uninhabited. Yet, traces of human presence could still be spotted, perhaps out of concern that the guests might actually freeze to death on the island. They had thoughtfully provided a tent and a blanket. Xia Xinghe crawled into the tent, spread out the blanket, and coldly patted it, signaling it was time to sleep. Chen set down his backpack, a playful smile gracing his face. Such a beautiful place. To sleep here seems a pity. The surroundings were eerily silent. Xia Xinghe's charming face instantly turned crimson. The live broadcast had not yet ended. Realizing this, Chen glanced at the camera, his smile transforming into one of pride. Of course, this kind of thing is much more interesting when live-streamed. The moment those words escaped his lips, it was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in the chat. "What you all doing? This isn't a bus to kindergarten. Are you live-streaming the whole thing? I swear, Chen will be my bro from now on." Haha, I knew it. I told you this show had paid content. Stop wasting time. Chen, link me up. I want to subscribe. No, I want to go for SVIP. I want to watch in high definition and uncensored. Xia Xinghe's flushed face visibly deepened to a brilliant red. Even her neck stained a shade of pink. Meanwhile, in the director's room, Zhu Delong, toothbrush in mouth, was about to take one last glance at Chen before heading off to rest. Suddenly, he overheard Chen's explosive remarks. "No, what are you doing? If you go live, this show is doomed." Wu Chang stopped Chen quickly. The echoes of Zhu Delong's shouts reverberated outside the villa. Just as he prepared to dash to the riverbank, a sharp sound sliced through the air, reminiscent of a bullet shot emanating from a monitor. On the screen, against the backdrop of the pitch-black night sky, a brilliant green light streaked across, resembling a meteor trailing a striking tail as it pierced the heavens. Splash! Water erupted. With a resounding chime, it was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement. For consecutive sounds pierced the air. Chen stood at the water's edge, rod in hand, twisting his waist and pivoting his hips, casting with grace. 5 fishing rods were neatly arranged before him. He turned to Xia Xinghe, flamboyantly flicking his non-existent bangs, and ostentatiously spread his arms in a display of boastfulness. In the deep of night, on this solitary island, it was truly a paradise for anglers. Chapter 43. Disappointment in love, triumph in fishing. Zhu Delong fixed his gaze upon the 5 fishing rods, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. I knew it. Before heading to the island, this fellow had to sneak back to the villa, Clearly, he had not contained himself well. Wu Cheng observed Su Chun, who was frantically casting his line, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If Lin Lin were to discover he had spent 100 heart tokens, inadvertently aiding a fishing enthusiast, she would likely faint in the restroom. On the deserted island, Xia Xinghe sat in the tent, watching Su Chun flaunt his catch. Clenching the blanket tightly with her small hands, she couldn't help but twist it in frustration. She wished the blanket were not in her grasp, but rather Su Chen's flesh. You may fish, but why must you wear such an ambiguous smile? At that moment, Xia Xinghe felt a deep sense of despair. Su Chun, puzzled, tilted his head. What are you doing to the blanket? Xia Xinghe took a deep breath, forcing a polite smile. I'm checking to see if there are any seams on the ground. What does that even mean? Su Chun appeared bewildered. Xia Xinghe shook her head, urging him to continue fishing. Upon hearing this, Su Chun turned with enthusiasm, resuming his efforts with the rod. He controlled the line, shook it, and began to reel it in. The essence of the lure rod was vividly displayed through Su Chen's skilled hands. Just as he became immersed in the captivating atmosphere of fishing, a slender figure approached from behind, cold eyes fixed on him, exerting all her strength to lift a large stone. One step, two steps, she gradually drew closer to Su Chun. Completely absorbed in his fishing endeavors, Su Chun was attuned to every subtle change in the rod. A fish was pursuing the lure. Now is the moment. Just as he was about to pull the rod with vigor, a loud splash echoed in his ears. The massive stone plunged into the water, sending waves crashing. Su Chun opened his mouth to protest, only to be met with a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. Xia Xinghe's small fist was clenched tightly. I wield Cupid's arrow everywhere. Yet you, my dear, are clad in a bulletproof vest. You might as well spend your life with the fish. With that, Xia Xinghe turned away with a cold expression and dove into the tent, leaving Su Chun standing in disarray against the wind. Ha! I'm laughing so hard. It serves you right, Su Chun. You totally deserve it. Xia Xinghe did splendidly. You were grinning smugly, only to showcase your pathetic fishing rod. Xia Xinghe's stone didn't hit Su Chen's head. That's already a grand act of mercy. In just a minute, I witnessed the transformation on Xia Xinghe's face from infatuation to disdain. Now I understand why so many fishing enthusiasts end up divorced. Laughing to the point of pain, Su Chun is likely the next casualty of the entertainment industry. The essence of fishing is not about the catch, but rather being by the water first. Su Chun certainly looks the part. But why do I feel he won't catch any fish? I feel the same. I haven't even seen him baiting the hook. Blind guess. He won't catch anything. One. The barrage of comments escalated rapidly, reaching 10086. After all, if not for the catch, what kind of fishing enthusiast are you? Su Chun sighed as he gazed at the tent. At this moment, an unusual movement on the fishing rod captured Su Chen's full attention. He held his breath, his expression grave. As the saying goes, disappointment in love may lead to triumph in fishing. In the next instant, Su Chun gripped the rod firmly and yanked it upwards. A 15-centimeter big crucian suddenly leapt from the water. Success. Wow, did Su Chun really catch a fish? Are the water resources here that abundant? Can anyone tell me where this fishing spot is? I'm anxious on the couch. With a vigorous tug, Su Chun flung the big crucian onto the shore and immediately seized another fishing rod. The rod trembled in response to the movements of his wrist. If someone could see the underwater scene, they would notice a luminous, lifelike bait swimming gracefully beneath the surface, surrounded by an endless stream of large fish approaching at high speed. At that moment, the fishing rod stirred once more. Su Chen's half-closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a confident smile. Fish on. With a swift motion, the rod bent dramatically. The fishing line tightened, producing a taut sound. Water splashed across the lake surface, sending ripples radiating outward under the moonlight. Unhurriedly, Su Chun turned the reel. The water gradually drew closer, and a half-meter-long fish was lifted onto the shore. Another catch. Wait, who said fishing was difficult? Do you think fishing is easy? Su Chen's skills are simply extraordinary. With his casting and control techniques, you wouldn't achieve that without decades of practice. So, Su Chun started fishing at the age of 3. Word is spreading. Su Chun began fishing at 3 years old. Did you hear? At 3, After being bitten by a fish, he mastered godly fishing techniques. What? Su Chen transformed from fish to human at age 3? Spread the word. Having caught yet another fish, Su Chen did not rush to cast again. Instead, he retrieved a small knife from his backpack and began to prepare the 2 fish by the lakeside. His backpack seemed to transform into a magical pouch, as salt, chili powder, and spices were produced one after another. A campfire was soon ignited. The 2 marinated fish gradually matured under the licking flames. Pop! 2 cans of beer were opened. Under the night sky, the campfire cast a warm glow on Su Chen's handsome profile. The enticing aroma, mingled with the smoke, wafted through the air in a delightful embrace. What a joyful scene. Wait, fishing was fine, but Su Chen, are you starting a barbecue now? Is this a joke? The production team sent you to a deserted island for punishment, not for a life of leisure. I want to file a complaint. The production team is secretly rewarding Su Chen. As Su Chen prepared for the next phase, his gaze turned towards the nearby tent. He removed his jacket and stood hesitantly at the tent's entrance for a moment, his expression growing resolute as if he had made a significant decision. I knew it. Su Chen couldn't resist. A lonely man and a solitary woman, with sparks of passion, barbecued food, and beer. Even I, a woman, feel it's unnatural for something not to happen. Su Chen lifted the tent flap, and I was filled with excitement. After waiting all night, there was indeed content worth paying for. The entrance of the tent was drawn back, revealing the coldly beautiful face of Xia Xinghe. The flickering light of the campfire illuminated Su Chen, who had removed his outer jacket, casting him in sharp relief. His chiseled profile bore a faint smile, instantly heightening the sexual tension in the air. Xia Xinghe's heart raced once more, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Aren't you fishing? Why are you lifting my tent?" Su Chen, with utmost seriousness, nodded, "Fishing is important, but so are you. Do you realize your mistake now?" Xia Xinghe's expression softened. "Yes, I acknowledge my fault, and I intend to make amends," Su Chen replied. Before Xia Xinghe could react, he suddenly raised his jacket like a fluttering moth and began to wave it energetically. "Take a whiff of this. The grilled fish is simply divine. Caught and roasted fresh, absolutely exquisite. What are you waiting for? Come out and eat." Chapter 44. Luring the dog inside to kill. Xia Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, even rubbing her eyes to confirm that she was not hallucinating. Seeing her lack of response, Su Chen waved his hands with even greater fervor. "Not a chance, buddy. Ha ha ha. I am truly astonished. Xia Xinghe might actually kill someone. This is the first time I've felt such animosity towards a handsome man. Su Chen, you're abstractly making me unable to look directly at you. In the future, when Xia Xinghe is about to give birth, honey, it's time." Su Chen, "All right, I've reeled in the fish. We can start the fire now." Xia Xinghe narrowed her beautiful eyes. Her silver teeth clenched tightly. Yet, an irresistible aroma wafted towards her nostrils, penetrating her senses. The Maillard reaction between flames and grease was akin to the seductive call of a devil. The fragrance produced by the collision of charcoal and spices stirred an innate craving within her. Xia Xinghe's mouth could not help but salivate, compelling her to swallow hard. However, she was overwhelmed with frustration. "Come and taste it, or we'll get cold soon. I even prepared beer chilled in lake water. It's absolutely delightful." "No, I cannot eat, absolutely not." The more Xia Xinghe attempted to convince herself, the more she wavered. "Just a small bite shouldn't be too shameful, right?" In the director's room, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng observed the live broadcast with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Thankfully, nothing inappropriate had appeared on screen. "But, Su Chen, have you perhaps once battled addiction? How can you endure this?" "I bet Xia Xinghe won to eat. How fragrant can a grilled fish truly be?" Zhu Delong confidently expressed his opinion. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although Su Chen has used some seasonings, they are merely basic ones. How fragrant could it possibly be?" A gust of night breeze swept from the river toward the villa. Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng simultaneously inhaled deeply. Their eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this smell?" Wu Cheng took another deep breath, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face. "I think I can smell grilled fish, but why does it smell so heavenly?" Gurgle Zhu Delong's stomach audibly protested. "What a delightful aroma. Despite having savored countless delicacies, they found themselves utterly entranced by that tantalizing scent. Another deep inhalation of the alluring fragrance made them smacking their lips in anticipation. Suddenly, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng jolted awake from their reverie, gazing intently at the live stream. Is that grilled fish made by Su Chun? It's so fragrant. Who could possibly resist unless they battled addiction? Within the villa on the mountainside, Shun Chen and Shi Yuqi wore expressions of discontent. Chun Fei's reprimands echoed from the smartphone in loudspeaker mode. Do you two have a screw loose? How can there be ghosts in this world, let alone something as ludicrous as 9 turns tai nai? I suspect your brains have been devoured by dogs. You've turned a trivial matter into mutual destruction. Do you even realize how poor your public image is right now? With Su Chun and Xia Xinghe's popularity rising, do you comprehend the price I must pay to convince Shangshi to let Xia Xinghe leave the show? Idiots. 2 absolute fools. Chun Fei wished to leap through the phone and deliver a few kicks to the 2 inept individuals. As they faced reprimand, Shi Yuqi and Shun Chen felt a surge of indignation but dared not utter a word. Just then, an extraordinarily enticing aroma wafted through the drafty window. Gurgle, how delightful! Both their eyes sparkled in unison. Chun Fei's voice fell into silence. Moments later, a labored gasp echoed from the other end of the line. Damn it! Are you two trying to drive me to my grave? What on earth? I crave your grandmother's cooking. On the second floor, Bai Yao, already asleep, stirred and mumbled slightly. With half-closed eyes, she inhaled deeply, droplets of saliva adorning the corners of her mouth. Lin, did you catch that? What a wonderful scent. It truly is delightful, reminiscent of grilled fish. At the far end of the second floor, Ling abruptly opened his eyes. Could it be that Teacher Huang is preparing a midnight snack? The thought flickered in his mind before he swiftly extinguished it. Surely, someone capable of evoking such hunger with mere fragrance could not be someone like Huang Wei. Meanwhile, Huang Wei, nestled in another bed, suddenly sat up, sniffing the air. Teacher He, do you smell that? Someone is grilling fish. Just from the aroma, I can deduce that their culinary skills rival my own. Ling, The lights within the villa, which had dimmed, gradually brightened again. The now-closed Heartbeat store reopened at the insistence of the crowd. Don't you sell grilled fish? I could spend more Heartbeat coins. The staff, upon hearing this tantalizing scent, wore a look of helplessness. This truly isn't our creation. On the deserted island, Xia Xinghe remained seated within the tent. However, Su Chun had already shed his jacket, opting instead to wave a golden-hued, crisp-skinned grilled fish tantalizingly before Xia Xinghe. Gurgle ultimately, her stubbornness succumbed to her hunger. With a frosty demeanor, she uttered a single word, "Feed me." Su Chun, grinning with triumph, responded, Xia Xinghe." At the moment the slightly warm fish meat entered her mouth, a wave of intense aroma, accompanied by a delightful spice, overwhelmed her taste buds, causing Xia Xinghe to squint in bliss. One more bite. Su Chun, satisfied, continued to feed her while she relished the offering. Su Chun inquired, "What were you saying about Cupid's arrow?" Xia Xinghe, cheeks puffed like a chipmunk, mumbled indistinctly, "Nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything." Su Chun paused for a brief moment, only to hear Xia Xinghe continue. "The arrow of love has proven ineffective, so I intend to switch to the spear of love. What does that mean? If you reject me, I shall pierce you with it." A fleeting glimmer of menace flashed in Xia Xinghe's eyes. Su Chen's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing him to feed the grilled fish into Xia Xinghe's face. Why? Xia Xinghe, have you truly forgiven him so easily? I had anticipated Su Chun would be bloody today, yet here you are, reconciled so effortlessly. What a delightful scene, as you all savor the roasted fish, sweetly indulging, while I alone feel the heat rising within me. Is it fair to deceive the dog into coming here to meet its demise? Every time Su Chun feeds Xia Xinghe, it is truly a moment of sweetness. Late at night, witnessing this makes my hunger surge and my blood sugar escalates. How perplexing. Before long, the roasted fish was entirely consumed by the two. Xia Xinghe, still yearning for more, licked her lips, which were reddened by the spices, and contentedly caressed her slightly protruding belly, as if something had blossomed within. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. It was indeed the roasted fish. Observing the drastic change in Su Chen's expression, Xia Xinghe revealed a victorious smile. At that moment of satisfaction, just as Su Chen was poised to finish the second fish, an unexpected rustling emerged from the side of the tent. Xia Xinghe instinctively froze, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Chen. Su Chen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After all, they were outdoors, not in a haunted house. Encountering a wild beast could prove perilous. As Su Chen grasped a knife, preparing to assess the situation, another commotion erupted at the entrance of the tent. In a swift motion, Su Chen raised the knife. A damp, dog-esque head suddenly poked into the tent, its intelligent eyes glistening, accompanied by a stream of drool that had traveled a considerable distance. Goodness, brother. Chapter 45, Big Brother. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Biao Ge. How'd he get here? Biao Ge offered no verbal response, merely flicking his head as if to shake off water, with a hand executing the rainfall needle technique as a retort. Droplets scattered in every direction, drenching both individuals. Bang bang. For the first time, the unspoken understanding between Xia Xinghe and Su Chen manifested vividly on Biao Ge's canine visage. Woof woof woof, big brother. It smells absolutely delightful. I can even catch a whiff from across the river. Su Chen, fearing that Biao Ge's drool might drip into the tent, casually tossed the remaining grilled fish he held, which Biao Ge deftly caught and devoured in a single go. In less than 2 minutes, Biao Ge wolfed down half a grilled fish, bones and all, then gazed longingly at Su Chen, his wise blue eyes brimming with eagerness to please. Do not look at me with such eyes. I despise sycophants. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 defense points from Biao Ge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 defense points from Zhang Chan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 defense points from Li Ming. I'm merely watching a program. Have I offended anyone? Let's just say I have a sycophant friend who has broken down. Su Chen, cease your prattling. The inexplicably accrued defense points made Su Chen rub his nose. It was unintentional, yet he would dare again. The fishing rod swung once more. Minutes later, the surface of the water erupted again. Another half-meter-long fish was placed upon the grill. Beneath the night sky, the orange flames danced, licking the grilled fish. Su Chen, standing tall at the water's edge, appeared to be an indefatigable machine, casting his rod repeatedly. Biao Ge quietly sat beside him, occasionally licking his tongue and sneaking glances at the tantalizing fish. Xia Xinghe lay on the blanket inside the tent, propping her chin and swinging her snowy white legs, quietly watching Su Chen. The firelight illuminated her sparkling eyes, dazzling like a galaxy of stars. Doesn't anyone find this scene incredibly heartwarming? I'm about to be overwhelmed by sweetness. A trio of 2 humans and a dog, a tent, a bonfire, and a summer evening filled with Su Chen. My blood sugar is rising. At this moment, I declare that Su Chen and Xia Xinghe are the sweetest couple of this season's perfect lovers. It turns out it's not that fishermen dislike taking their wives fishing. It's that not every wife is named Xia Xinghe. Xia Xinghe, the ideal of humanity. Darling, if you talk to me, I can accompany you fishing too. The comment section buzzed with sugary sentiments. Su Chen tugged fiercely on the rod. The water surface erupted once more. Yet another half-meter-long fish was pulled ashore. Su Chen is indeed having a splendid day of fishing. Wow, the number of fish Su Chen caught tonight rivals my catch over the past 6 months. I beg you, I would willingly trade 10 years of Shani Chen's life for this fishing spot. Shani Chen, how audacious of you. Su Chen's 5 fishing rods began to operate at full capacity. Each rod took turns reeling in fish, causing ripples to dance across the water. In no time, the stone-piled water hole was filled to the brim with an abundance of fish. The anglers in the live stream could no longer remain seated. Isn't it true that you have stirred up the fishing spot? I would willingly spend 10,000 for this fishing location. I am not jesting. As fellow anglers, I can hardly fathom the joy Su Chen must be experiencing right now. If I were to catch fish like this, I would gladly trade it for the chance to date Xia Xinghe. Although it was already midnight, the director's phone was once again inundated with calls. All were anglers seeking to purchase the fishing spot at a premium. Wu Chang dropped the phone, gazing incredulously at Su Chun, who was still reeling in fish, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Was that the 12th fish already? Zhu Delong, in disbelief, scratched his head. We were previously concerned that the guests would lack enough heart tokens to spend on fishing. Even conducting trials that revealed this lake was notoriously difficult for catching fish. That was why we deliberately prepared fishing rods. Yet why was it that for Su Chun, fishing seemed easier than earning heart tokens? Could it be that Su Chun was indeed a master angler, possessing some secret fishing technique unknown to others? As Wu Chang pondered, he suddenly leaped up, pointing at the screen. "Director, what is that?" The lake, once serene under the moonlight, now harbored over a dozen small dark shapes rapidly skimming across the water surface. As they drew nearer, the small dots expanded into distinct shadows. In the dead of night, on a solitary island, unidentified creatures moved swiftly over the water. This not only startled the production team, but also sent shockwaves through the live-stream audience. "Look quickly, there is something on the lake." My heavens. It seems to be heading towards Su Chun. What on earth is happening? I came to watch a dating show, not a science documentary. Having just caught another fish. Su Chun noticed the commotion on the lake. After squinting for a moment, he suddenly tossed aside his fishing rod and grabbed Biao Ge, delivering several hearty slaps to its snout. "Su Chun, run. Don't provoke the dogs." Oh no, Su Chun, you're doomed." In contrast to the excitement of the viewers, Su Chun remained surprisingly composed. Xia Xinghe, having noticed the disturbance on the lake, was about to step out of the tent when she caught Su Chen's reassuring gaze. The tranquil surface of the water erupted with sound. Amidst the mist, splashes echoed continuously. "They've reached the shore. Those creatures have green eyes. Could they be water ghosts?" As the comments flooded in, over a dozen pairs of glowing eyes suddenly surged from the water towards the shore. A cacophony of barking erupted. "Woof, woof, woof. Hey, big brother." More than 10 drenched country dogs fixated hungrily on the roasted fish by the fire, drooling profusely. "I told you, you can call your owner, but not big brother." Su Chun frowned, wondering whose kind-hearted pet was addressing him as big brother, just as he was about to reward them with a few slaps like Biao Ge. He felt a sudden push on his calf. Biao Ge turned its head and shyly blinked at Su Chun. "Woof, woof, woof. Big brother, they're calling me." With a commanding demeanor, Biao Ge squeezed in front of Su Chun. The pack of dogs instantly raised their heads solemnly, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Su Chen's expression twitched slightly. A fierce bark from Biao pierced the night sky. "Woof, woof, woof. Call for help." The pack collectively fixated on Su Chun, barking. "Woof, woof, woof. Big brother." Damn it. Su Chun was momentarily paralyzed. "Woof, woof, woof. Big brother. I'm not deceiving you. The brothers on the road are giving me face, all calling me." Biao had not yet completed his act of bravado when Su Chun seized fate by the throat, demanding, "You wish to reward your underlings with my grilled fish, do you?" Biao, caught in a chokehold, rolled his eyes in desperation. "Woof, woof, woof. I truly did not summon them. They came on their own, drawn by the scent. Woof, woof, woof. In front of the underlings, please show some face. Do not compel me to plead with you." Chapter 46. Encountering Me. "You have indeed kicked a hard stone." Su Chun gazed at the dog-faced Biao Ge for a considerable time, before suddenly releasing his grip. "Craving roasted fish?" Biao Ge appeared uncharacteristically embarrassed. "Woof, woof, woof. We can share one among us." "Haven't you just eaten?" "Woof, woof, woof. I wasn't full." Su Chun glanced at the dozen or so fish in the puddle, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Is it really worth fretting over just a few fish? If this were to spread, it would paint me, Su Chun, as quite miserly. Let us eat well, eat lavishly. If we must indulge, let be at no cost. What a surprise! I was astonished to see Su Chun conversing with a dog. Why do I feel as if Su Chun can genuinely communicate with Biao Ge? Indeed, this world has gone utterly mad, just as I envisioned. I wonder, can Biao Ge comprehend human speech? Or can Su Chun decipher canine language? Su Chun, what are you barking for, dog? Releasing Biao Ge, Su Chun strode towards the riverbank, armed with a small knife to prepare the fish. Xia Xinghe emerged from the tent, casting a wary glance at the pack of dogs, and tentatively inquired, "Are they after roasted fish?" Yes, just like you. They're all greedy little things. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of Xia Xinghe's vulnerability. A sharp pain shot through Su Chen's waist as he met Xia Xinghe's slightly resentful gaze. If I weren't greedy, how could I let you down? After speaking, Xia Xinghe pulled out a small rubber band, biting it between her lips, and tied her flowing hair into a high ponytail. Clumsily, she picked up a fish, stating, "Let me assist you." Observing her steadfast expression, only to be splashed in the face by the fish's tail, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You should remain quietly as the beautiful maiden you are. Let me handle this." Xia Xinghe frowned. "Do you look down on me?" Without lifting his head, Su Chen retorted, "It's out of concern for my good brother." Xia Xinghe, clutching the fish, froze momentarily, her ears burning with embarrassment. At least you know how to speak. Watching Xia Xinghe frolic with the dogs under Biao Ji's guidance, Su Chen quickened his pace. As a man endowed with the supreme fishing talent and the title of food god, he handled the fish with a fluidity surpassing that of fine chocolate. In no time, over 10 fish were skewered beside the campfire, their rich aroma enveloping the entire solitary island. Biao Gu, visibly moved, rubbed his dog head against Su Chen's calf. "Woof, woof, woof. Brother, you are truly too kind. Thank you for treating my little brothers so well. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, I am at a loss to repay you. If you do not shun me, I would gladly pledge my loyalty." Before Biao Gu could finish, Su Chen pressed a hand against the dog's mouth, forcefully interrupting the incantation. "You mustn't speak recklessly. If you feel indebted, just call your little brothers to assist me once we finish eating." Upon hearing this, Biao Gu bared his sharp teeth in a snarl, while the pack collectively whined softly. "Woof, woof, woof. Brother, just give me a name." Su Chen chuckled incredulously. "This is amusing. Conversing with a dog is even more challenging than speaking with Shuni Chen. Let us talk after we eat." Seizing the moment while the fish roasted, he continued his preparations. Su Chen once again grasped the fishing rod, this time unleashing the full potential of 5 rods. The surface of the water erupted with splashes as plump fish were relentlessly pulled from the depths. 10, 20, 30. Has Su Chen lost his mind? Catching this many fish? My goodness, I shall never again claim to be a fisherman. I am unworthy. My wife questioned why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, but now she sees the comfort in kneeling beside me. Su Chen is nothing short of a deity among fishermen. The barrage of comments exploded in response to Su Chen's continuous haul. Yet, Su Chen's actions showed no sign of ceasing until the water's bounty could no longer accommodate anymore. The ground around him was littered with flopping fish. Over 50? Has the tribe of fish committed some celestial offense to encounter Su Chen? With so many fish, these dogs can't possibly consume them all. Is this not a waste? Report. Report. Su Chen is squandering natural resources. Indeed, leaving these fish overnight will surely lead to spoilage. They cannot be served to the production team. The confusion within the comments abruptly ceased with a sharp, piercing cry. Su Chen, momentarily taken aback while fishing, felt a surge of excitement from the intense shaking of the rod. Nothing could deter a fisherman's resolve. The reel spun rapidly as the fishing line reeled in. Yet the shrill cry grew increasingly distinct. Xia Xinghe looked up at the lake, puzzled. At this hour, why are there still bird calls? Su Chen continued to reel in until a voice, tinged with a wailing tone, echoed in his mind. Quack, 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 what a nuisance. I merely sought a late-night snack. Which fool is fishing for me? Su Chen's spirits lifted as he glanced into the water, spotting a thrashing white figure. It's you. I'll have my revenge. The white figure suddenly leaped from the water, charging towards Su Chen. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Goodness, how did Su Chen manage to reel this creature in? Good grief. This show has reached its climax today. Haha, I feel both sympathy and amusement for Su Chen. Confirmed. Fishermen can indeed catch the most bizarre of creatures. When Su Chen finally discerned the creature before him, his scalp prickled with alarm. A large bird, approximately 60 centimeters tall, wholly white with a sharp beak and slender legs, flapped its wings vigorously, lunging at him. Xia Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. A heron! Su Chen, how on earth did you catch this living treasure? Meanwhile, Zhu Delong, watching a live stream, sprang from his chair as if scorched by fire. A living treasure. You truly are my living treasure. This show is finished. Wu Cheng gazed at the heron, murmuring in silence. A nationally protected species, classified under the second level of protection. It falls under the provisions of Article 341 of the criminal law concerning rare and endangered wildlife. According to this regulation, illegal hunting or killing of such protected species results in imprisonment of up to 5 years or detention. This is serious. Su Chun is in deep trouble now. At last, the entertainment industry is set to welcome yet another top-tier figure entering the realm of incarceration. While others may find themselves behind bars for tax evasion, or, at the very least, for indulging in romantic escapades with fans, it is quite remarkable that you managed to ensnare yourself in a fishing predicament. I declare, Su Chen's fishing endeavor has now transcended into an art form. On a deserted island, Su Chen fumbled as he grasped the white egret tightly. Caw, young man, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences. Su Chen's expression darkened slightly. I never said I wouldn't let you go. Now, the hook is removed, so you may depart. As soon as Su Chen loosened his grip, the egret cursed under its breath and prepared to take flight. However, after merely a couple of flaps, it dove back down. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether it was attempting to provoke him. The egret landed gracefully before Su Chen, proudly lifting its head. Yet its gaze remained fixated on the roasted fish not far away. Caw. Young man, a single fish shall suffice as compensation for my troubles. Su Chen regarded the egret with an odd expression, glancing between it and the roasted fish, before suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. In encountering me, you have indeed bitten off more than you can chew. The country has never claimed that denying you roasted fish is illegal. Has it? Chapter 47. Dare to challenge the sister-in-law? A man and a bird stood still, locked in a standoff. Did I just hear Su Chen conversing with the egret? Though this world is undeniably chaotic, my friend, what on earth are you playing at? It seems the egret is eager to feast on a roasted fish made by Su Chen. Excuse me, is this the animal kingdom? A chilly evening breeze swept through. Suddenly, the egret sprang into action. Caw, I want fish. With a sharp cry, the egret lunged forward, its long legs propelling it like an arrow released from a bow. Su Chen, resembling a protective hen, swiftly spread his arms to block the egret's path. A fierce battle ensued between man and bird. The egret flailed its long legs, attempting to break through Su Chen's blockade. The roasted fish, tantalizingly close, emitted an irresistible allure. Yet, time and again, Su Chen expertly thwarted its advance, keeping it 3 meters away from the fish. Caw, move aside, you little rascal. The egret, growing increasingly agitated, paced back and forth. Su Chen cast a cold glance at it. Smirking, you ignored my bait, but you cannot aspire to this roasted fish. The egret's brown eyes flickered with determination, and unexpectedly, it turned away from the fish. With its white wings unfurled, it ascended into the air. Yet, in the next moment, the soaring egret abruptly altered its course, its elongated beak twisting into a cunning smile as it dove down from above Su Chen. This egret is quite cunning. With such intelligence, can we still call it merely a bird? It rivals my boss in cleverness. Now I understand why this creature is a protected species. Do not lose heart. It is a protected animal, but you are merely a protected fool. The egret and Su Chen shared a gaze that seemed to last an eternity. A hint of amusement sparkled in their eyes. With a snap of his fingers, Su Chen commanded, Biaozi, intercepted. Woof. Thieves of roasted fish shall perish. Biaozi let out a fierce howl, and the pack of dogs sprang into action. Their gaping maws revealed sharp teeth as they lunged toward the egret. The egret's expression shifted dramatically, and it screeched, flapping its wings desperately, its slender legs thrashing in air as if trying to ignite sparks in the void. Feathers flew wildly, chaos erupted. Caw. I merely wished for a midnight snack, yet you wish to transform me into one. The egret circled above, while Su Chen remained calm, approaching the fire pit to toss several roasted fish to the pack, grinning up at the sky. This is what one might call professionalism. In no time, the dogs devoured the fish, licking their tongues in satisfaction as they too gazed skyward like Su Chen. The egret flapped its wings in alarm. extending them protectively in front of itself. Caw, caw, caw. You're driving me mad, absolutely mad. Su Chen chuckled leisurely. Driving you mad is not against the law. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of defense value from the egret. What kind of devil is Su Chen? The moment he sees a person, he can incite such fury in a bird. Though it may sound absurd, this bird truly seems to comprehend human speech. It seems that Su Chen harbors some secrets, for not only can he communicate with dogs, but he also possesses the ability to converse with birds. It is suggested that he be taken to 749 for dissection. Su Chen quips, if you wish for my demise, feel free to state it outright. The atmosphere once again descends into a stalemate. The egret flaps its wings with increasing frequency, growing more agitated by the moment. Sharp, piercing cries resonate through the night sky. Su Chen's expression grows grave, suspecting that the creature might be plotting something. The pack of dogs behind him remains poised for action. Another screech pierces the air. Suddenly, the egret dives towards Su Chen from above. With a clenched fist, Su Chen prepares to strike, but before he can unleash his blow, the egret blinks and appears directly in front of him, landing and immediately executing a sliding maneuver that ensnares his leg with its wings. In its tear-filled eyes, there's a blend of determination, defiance, stubbornness, and a solitary sense of pride as it pleads, just one bite. I implore you, do not force me to beg. This maddening familiarity prompts Su Chen to glance at Biaoge, who wears an awkward expression. Why are you looking at me? We have a new dish, charcoal grilled whole bird. He deflects. Your morals have truly shattered into pieces. Disregarding Biaoge, Su Chen regards the egret with profound intent. Do you truly wish to eat? The egret responds eagerly. Brother, dear brother, just one bite. However, I have a condition. The egret flutters its wings and perches on Su Chen's shoulder, lowering its head to listen intently. The sudden shift in tone leaves the livestream audience bewildered. Weren't we just in the midst of a bird-human battle? What is happening? Egret, you are a protected species. Where is your pride, your arrogance? Spread the word. Su Chen can genuinely communicate with animals. Spread the word. Su Chen is not human. What nonsense is this? Is Su Chen a cannibal? Xia Xinghe observes the peculiar yet endearing scene of the human and bird conspiring in hushed tones. Mustering her courage, she approaches Su Chen and gently reaches out to stroke the egret's head. Big guts. The egret exclaims, momentarily taken aback, ready to confront Xia Xinghe. But before it can react, a black and white shadow leaps up, delivering a hefty blow to its beak. Have you lost your manners? Touch my sister-in-law. The egret's beak twitches in surprise. An odd sensation washes over it, as if its fatigue has vanished, and it feels invigorated. My head itches. Could you kindly scratch it? As Xia Xinghe watches the egret present its head for a scratch, she obliges, her fingers gliding over its silky feathers, akin to the finest satin. Her eyes sparkle with delight, wishing she could possess a feather duster crafted from such exquisite plumage. You might want to reconsider such thoughts. They are quite perilous. At that moment, the clandestine negotiations between the man and the bird conclude. Without warning, the egret takes flight from Su Chen's shoulder, swiftly disappearing into the night. In the director's group, Zhu Delong lets out a long sigh of relief. It appears his position is secure. Wu Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that his career had nearly been ruined by a solitary bird. Zhu Delong, still haunted by the memory, nodded apprehensively. Just as he was about to relax completely, a sudden flurry of over 20 small white dots appeared before his eyes. The piercing cry of birds followed suit. Zhu Delong's eyes widened in shock as he raised his trembling hand and exclaimed, "The egrets have returned." Chapter 48. Is this survival on a deserted island? Beneath the luminous moonlight, a magnificent flock of egrets soared gracefully, their pure white feathers dancing between the moon's glow and the shimmering lake. The leading egret, with a glint of excitement in its eyes, squawked, "Brothers, feast on the finest delicacies, for today, it's all free." The avian assembly blinked and spiraled above the deserted island, soon diving down towards Su Chen, making the once spacious aisle feel somewhat cramped. A dozen freshly grilled fish were tossed before them, and the egrets hurriedly pecked at the delectable offerings. Another batch of fish began to roast. and yet more were flung into the midst of a pack of dogs. Both the birds and the dogs succumbed entirely to the pleasures of their sumptuous feast. Despite being different species, they all emitted sounds akin to jubilant oinks. In merely 10 minutes, more than 20 of the 40 fish that Su Chen had previously caught had been devoured. Biao Gu, as Su Chen's loyal confidant, lay contentedly on the riverbank, displaying a round belly. What more could a dog desire in life? Another 10 minutes passed, and the last remains of the grilled fish were swept away by the wind. Su Chen cleared his throat and uttered 2 words. "Let us get to work." At this cue, Biao Gu let out a long howl, and the pack of dogs swiftly scattered around the small island. The leading egret stretched its elegant neck and emitted a sharp cry. As the flock of egrets simultaneously flapped their wings and ascended into the air, laughter erupted from the audience. "Huh, I'm dying of laughter." It turns out the freeloaders don't just refer to humans. After finishing the grilled fish, they scattered like employees rushing out at the end of the workday. "Huh, it's the first time I've seen Su Chen at a loss, and it's against animals. What did Su Chen just say? Let us get to work. I can't believe he spoke to the animals like that." Exactly. Doesn't he realize that true beasts of burden aren't really animals? It certainly can't be me, Sob. As the barrage of comments continued to jest about Su Chen being outsmarted by the egrets, a sudden rustling echoed from the surroundings. A lithe figure, black and white, darted from the thicket. Biao Gu, clutching a stick in its mouth, dropped it to the ground before vanishing back into the woods. The pack of dogs reappeared, similarly carrying dry twigs, which they discarded as they left. A line of shadows emerged in the sky as the egrets began to drop lush cypress branches onto the ground. After several trips, a towering pile of firewood and cypress branches had accumulated. At this moment, Su Chen cast his rod once more, and the water erupted with splashes as he continued to reel and fish. Xia Xinghe gazed in disbelief at the industrious animals and the tirelessly casting Su Chen, her mind swirling in confusion. What on earth is happening? The viewers in the live stream were collectively stunned, staring at the screen. What in the world are these animals doing? Firewood, cypress branches, egrets. I have a bold theory, but I can hardly believe it. I knew this wasn't a dating show, but rather a spectacle of the animal kingdom. Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng, both transfixed by the screen, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. No jesting could mask the peculiarity of the scene before them, a spectacle that could easily fill 10 episodes of a science documentary. At that moment, the forest grew increasingly animated as more than a dozen farm dogs collaborated to drag forth dried wooden sticks. Su Chen, setting aside his fishing rod, turned his attention to the fresh catch, meticulously cleaning, draining, and salting the fish. Next, he approached a pile of firewood, selecting a stick of wood, roughly the thickness of his forearm and standing over half a meter tall, which he anchored into the ground. Before long, a rudimentary square frame emerged. Subsequently, thinner pieces of wood were employed as a skeleton to support the upper structure. Su Chen then laid fresh cypress branches atop this framework to serve as a roof. Upon completing these tasks, he arranged the skewers, strung together with wooden sticks, neatly within the small wooden shed. Finally, he retrieved a large roll of barbecue foil from his backpack and sealed the area around the shed. As the flames flickered and wisps of smoke began to rise, a wave of realization swept over some astute viewers. Is that smoked fish? Su Chen is preparing smoked fish. I thought these items looked familiar. It turns out he is making smoked fish. So, these animals are truly working for Su Chen. Who understands? I can even see a nationally protected species laboring for him. These birds and dog Shirley Haven T lived to 18 years. I must report Su Chen for illegal child labor. Come on, my friends, this defies logic. How can these animals possibly heed Su Chen's commands? In the director's team, Zhu Delong stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his mind a blank canvas. Wu Cheng gaped, unable to close his mouth, exclaiming this is utterly unscientific. It wasn't until the pungent aroma of burning cypress enveloped the villa that Zhu Delong snapped back to reality, astonished to realize the truth of the situation. In the footage, a dozen egrets and an equal number of farm dogs sat quietly behind Su Chen, wide-eyed as they observed him adding cypress branches to the shed. A shiver ran down Zhu Delong's spine, and he suddenly erupted, questioning Su Chen's intentions. Why is he foregoing the 1,000 heart tokens he has on him of fish, and then smoke fish? Heart tokens aren't gold or diamonds. They hold no value. Wu Cheng tugged at Zhu Delong's sleeve, hesitantly inquiring, Director, are we truly a dating reality show and not some survival series? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Delong furrowed his brow into a deep frown and confessed, to be honest, I find myself somewhat uncertain as well. At the Longhua Animal Research Institute, Director Zhou Rui was engrossed in his work, the warm light illuminating his white hair and the creases etched upon his face. Suddenly, his phone chimed. He opened the notification to hear an excited female voice. Grandpa, are you busy? Guess what I just saw? I saw a dozen egrets helping someone fetch cypress branches to make smoked fish. Zhou Rui smiled indulgently at her words, responding with a voice message. Xiaonan, once again jesting about Grandpa. Let us not mention that the night is the time when the egrets rest. Even if they are precious, protected animals, they are still creatures of the wild. How could they possibly assist humans in fetching cypress branches? Moreover, the egret is an exceedingly timid bird. Before the news could be fully conveyed, a live streaming link was shared. Zhou Rui clicked on it, and the affectionate smile on his face gradually froze, slowly replaced by astonishment. Ultimately, Zhou Rui stood up abruptly, phone in hand. Amidst a thick, billowing white smoke, flickers of flames could be seen. Get away. If you're not careful, you'll end up roasted, and I'll have to deal with a smoking sewing machine. Why won't you listen? Leave, cawing incessantly. A dozen egrets gathered around a young man, their long necks craned in curiosity as they scrutinized the small wooden shed. The cypress branches were insufficient. More were needed. Cawing again. Just moments ago, the young man had pushed the egrets aside, but in the next instant, they flapped their wings and took to the sky. A few minutes later, the egrets returned, flying in formation, each placing the cypress branches they had carried neatly at the young man's feet. The word live on the screen was particularly glaring. Zhou Rui's murky eyes were entirely consumed by excitement. Indeed, there were individuals capable of communicating with birds. He swiftly picked up the landline and dialed a number, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Director, I have discovered an extraordinarily rare phenomenon. This could be crucial for our research and the conservation of the precious and endangered egret species. Chapter 49. The door opens, police search the room. Time flows by. Su Chen meticulously arranges a batch of meticulously prepared smoked fish. He rewards the flock of birds and pack of dogs with roasted fish. The dawn light begins to break. Su Chen stretches lazily, observing Xia Xinghe curled up into a small ball, peacefully asleep within the tent. The blanket that had covered her has been kicked aside, though he cannot recall when. Su Chen tiptoes into the tent, gently grasping a corner of the blanket, intent on covering Xia Xinghe once more. In her deep slumber, she murmurs softly, unexpectedly seizing Su Chen's hand. Like a clingy kitten, she wraps her arms around him, burrowing into his embrace and nuzzling comfortably. As she sleeps, Xia Xinghe's long eyelashes flutter delicately, her exquisite features devoid of the usual coldness, rendering her even more captivating. Su Chen silently admires the slumbering figure of Xia Xinghe, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility wash over him. All right, let's sleep together, he murmurs before shutting off the live-streaming devices that have been documenting their every move. Instantly, the viewers, who had been awake through the night, were not pleased. Su Chen, I must ask, where's your conscience? Where's the paid content? What about the scenes that fail to review? Though I admit, Su Chen's roasted fish is as addictive as his horseshoeing skills. What does it mean that you've turned off the cameras now? So you're distancing yourselves from us, treating us like outsiders, avoiding even the mundane act of sleeping together. Su Chen, you rascal, release Xia Xinghe. Just the thought of Xia Xinghe asking Su Chen to sleep together is more painful than death. Ultimately, Su Chen could not resist Xia Xinghe's gentle tug and nestled into the warm blanket. The warmth emanating from his chest provided an extraordinary sense of security. As Xia Xinghe slipped into an even deeper slumber, she murmured sweetly, stirring emotions within him. Previously, he had believed you were a great star, yet little did I know. You are also a fool, Su Chen. Do you pretend to be oblivious every day? You understand everything, don't you, Su Chen? I will always be by your side. Su Chen quietly listened, occasionally responding with a soft hum. However, the unmuted microphone captured the intimate whispers of the two. The viewers, who had just expressed their dissatisfaction with Su Chen's decision to turn off the cameras, were now bombarded with a deluge of emotional reactions. It's the middle of the night, dear brother. This sweetness is unbearable so early in the morning. If you two were inappropriate for children, I might have found it more tolerable. But instead, you are indulging in pure love. Su Chen can actually withstand this? No joke, I suspect this guy has kicked a habit. Xia Xinghe is truly the perfect girlfriend in my heart. Su Chen, break up with Xia Xinghe right this moment. Let me date her. An hour later, ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully gained 20 defensive points from Wang Defa. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully gained 20 defensive points from Li Chong. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 50 defensive points from Zhu Delong. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 50 defensive points from Wu Cheng. The director's team, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, glared menacingly at a blank monitor. How infuriating. Why must the cameras be turned off during sleep? Zhu Delong slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Wu Cheng, wearing headphones, suddenly hushed him, urging, listen, they're talking again. Zhu Delong contemptuously yanked off his headphones, retorting, you continue to listen. Let those who relish this dog food indulge in it. After all, there's no fierce dragon in my household. Wu Cheng shot him a peculiar glance, remarking, right, no dragon, but you do have a Siberian tiger. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points of defense value. Zhu Delong turned to leave, as if resolved to undertake a crucial decision. Director, where are you off to? Wu Cheng inquired. Zhu Delong paused, his gaze deepening. I'm dispatching a boat to bring that brat back. Meanwhile, Su Chen, having dozed off for a brief moment, was abruptly awakened by the incessant notification sounds. The sun had already risen above the horizon, casting gentle morning light into the tent and creating a dappled effect. A rumbling sound grew louder as an old fishing boat, piloted by the 200-year-old elder, slowly approached the shore. Su Chen roused Xia Xinghe, carrying dozens of smoked fish onto the vessel. In a morning villa, the only early risers, apart from the birds, were the insects that had fallen prey to them. Rather than opting for more sleep, Su Chen promptly knocked on the door of the Heartbeat supermarket. The staff, having received prior notice from the production team, immediately became alert upon seeing Su Chen. We do not accept smoked fish, nor can it be exchanged for Heartbeat coins. What Heartbeat coins? I'm here to make a purchase. A purchase? This is unprecedented. This man, who spent 40 Heartbeat coins in just 2 days, must be having a rare moment of generosity today. With hands clasped behind his back, Su Chen wandered around the supermarket, observing the dwindling stock on the shelves. He casually inquired, I recall the director mentioning that supplies would be replenished every 3 days. It should be time for a restock today, right? The staff, assuming Su Chen was unable to find what he wanted, replied, yes, we'll be restocking soon. If you have specific items in mind, you can come back later. That won't be necessary, Su Chen replied with a cheerful smile. However, the staff couldn't shake the feeling that there was something sinister behind his grin. How about this? I'll write a list, and you can deliver it to the villa later. Su Chen leaned over to jot down a list. He then leisurely exited the Heartbeat supermarket. What is he buying kiwis and pure milk for? I think I also spotted dragon fruit and spinach oatmeal. Indeed, even with smoked fish, he cannot evade the fate of purchasing vegetables and fruits. I declare Su Chen's wilderness survival this season a failure. As he walked along the path, Su Chen's spirits seemed particularly high. What do you think is the most crucial element for survival in this show? Xia Xinghe instantly recalled the hunger experienced by Shani Chen and others. It must be food. After all, being hungry is truly unpleasant. Su Chen smiled mysteriously, not quite. The villa remained silent, as the supplies from the Heartbeat supermarket had just been delivered. A small cart brimming with an array of delectable foods totaled 300 heart coins. Xia Xinghe was still pondering Su Chen's earlier question when Su Chen, donning an apron, began to prepare the fresh ingredients that had just arrived. Can we possibly consume all this? Xia Xinghe inquired, pointing at the mountainous heap of provisions. With a playful smile and a spatula in hand, Su Chen replied, "One must be generous. Today, I shall treat everyone to a meal." Xia Xinghe was left bewildered, questioning the enigmatic nature of this man, who at times seemed inscrutable even to her. As the flames ignited and the pot heated, the villa soon filled with an enticing aroma. He Ling, an early riser, rubbed her eyes as she observed Su Chen bustling about in the kitchen. Who is this Su Chen who greets the morning with such vigor? She mused. However, upon noticing Xia Xinghe nearby, she quickly deduced the situation. It must have been that last night, Su Chen and the others endured considerable hardships on the deserted island. And upon their return, Su Chen was determined to prepare a heartfelt breakfast to make amends with Xia Xinghe. Yet, as she watched, He Ling sensed something amiss. Stir-fried spinach, spicy crayfish, and an array of dishes emerged one after another. Fruits like kiwi and dragon fruit graced the table, along with several servings of pure milk and chia seed smoothies. Could two people genuinely finish all this? Even for those affluent in heart coins, such extravagance seemed wasteful. The mouth-watering scents, having tormented He Ling since the previous night with a lingering aroma of grilled fish, prompted her stomach to protest. Su Chen, can you truly consume all this? She questioned. It's not just for the two of us. It's a feast for everyone, came Su Chen's nonchalant response, without turning back. He Ling felt momentarily disoriented, as if still in a dream. Lin Lin and Bai Yao soon descended the stairs, drawn by the enticing aromas. And upon learning that Su Chen was treating everyone, Bai Yao nearly leaped with joy, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Once all the dishes were prepared, Su Chen noticed that Shun Chen and Lu Yuan had yet to rise. Abandoning the spatula, he dashed towards their room. With a powerful kick, he knocked on the closed door of Shun Chen and Yuqi. "Hey, open up, it's a police check." Chapter 50. A fool who misses a bargain 20 minutes later. Under the urging of Su Chen's little alarm clock, the first floor of the villa was filled with guests. Even Shun Chen and Yuqi, startled awake by Su Chen's loud announcement of a police inspection, were bewildered upon seeing the lavish spread of dishes laid out before them. What on earth is happening? After a sleepless night, Su Chen has suddenly transformed and is treating everyone to a meal? I see. It must be that Su Chen feels he's gone too far in the past and wishes to mend relationships with everyone. That seems plausible otherwise. I cannot fathom what could possibly compel Su Chen to be so generous. This feast looks utterly delightful. All the puzzled gazes eventually converged upon Su Chen. Unfazed, he removed his apron and approached the dining table. "Don't just stand there, let's eat." Shun Chen and Lu Yuan exchanged wary glances, suspecting, "You haven't poisoned the food, have you?" With a smile, Su Chen shook his head. "Of course not. There aren't even any green beans in this dish, right, Teacher Huang?" Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of defense value from Huang Wei." Huang Wei grimaced, having just been insulted heavily. Shun Chen observed Su Chen with a sneer. "Don't pretend to be a good person now. Who doesn't know you are notoriously stingy, unwilling to part with even a single heart coin?" Su Chen maintained a smile. "That's an outdated perception. I have undergone a transformation. After yesterday's adventure on the deserted island, I realized that friendship is what truly matters. Wealth is merely a superficial concern." His words prompted a series of nods from Delin, yet Shun Chen and the others remained skeptical. Nevertheless, the tantalizing aroma of the food began to tease their senses. Lin Lin had already taken a seat at the table. In hushed tones, Lu Yuan and Shun Chen whispered, "I understand now. Su Chen must be flaunting his wealth and crafting a fade of benevolence." Shun Chen's eyes lit up with understanding, and a hint of derision crept into his expression. "If you seek to create an image, that is your prerogative. While I may not be able to stop you, I can certainly eat you out of house and home." Prepared to indulge in a hearty meal before belittling Su Chen's cooking, the number of diners continued to swell. Su Chen began to enthusiastically introduce the dishes before them. Pointing to a vibrant dish of stir-fried spinach, he remarked, "Do not underestimate this simple stir-fried spinach. It is rich in dietary fiber, which aids in digestion." He then gestured towards a thickly sauced dish of tomato and enoki mushroom braised beef, stating, Beef is renowned as a nutritious source of protein, while enoki mushrooms promote metabolism. Together, they create a perfect harmony. He continued, and here we have chia seed smoothies, widely recognized for their health benefits. Paired with kiwi, they not only alleviate digestive burdens, but also enhance beauty. And the dragon fruit. Su Chen spoke with the fervor of a living encyclopedia, passionately elaborating on the benefits of each ingredient. Lin Lin and others listened with great interest. Shiyuchi rolled her eyes, realizing that the invitation to dinner was merely a pretext to showcase culinary skills. How boastful indeed! Shun Yichen chimed in, knowing that this fellow was up to no good. But no matter, when there's a bargain, one must seize the opportunity. So let us indulge. Once all the introductions were complete, Su Chen took a seat beside Xia Xinghe. With the announcement of the meal, the room was filled only with the clattering of utensils. Just as Xia Xinghe was about to lift a glass of chia seed milkshake, Su Chen discreetly grasped her arm beneath the table. Try the spicy crayfish. It's delightful. Although Xia Xinghe was unsure why, she chose to comply. All right. Su Chen skillfully peeled the crayfish, soon filling her bowl to the brim with succulent meat. The spicy crayfish tantalized her taste buds the moment she took a bite. Xia Xinghe's lips turned crimson as she savored the heat, unable to resist taking one bite after another. Lu Yuan observed the sweet interaction between Su Chen and Xia Xinghe and decided to join the fun. He picked up a crayfish having peeled it and waved it in front of Li Hanyu. Hanyu, do you know what this is? Alive. What else could it be but crayfish? Li Hanyu replied sweetly. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze lingering on her, musing that there are 100 ways to enjoy spice. One is the spicy crayfish, while the other 99 are the fiery curves of Hanyu. Li Hanyu's smile faltered. If it weren't for the alluring spread before them, she would have wished to vanish into the ground. At that moment, Shun Yichen also sought the spotlight, perfectly enacting a performance of false affection with Shiyuchi. Reflecting on the breakfast Su Chen had painstakingly prepared, which served as a stepping stone for flaunting sweetness, Shun Yichen cast a provocative glance at Su Chen. However, besides Xia Xinghe, there was an empty seat devoid of any company. At the Heartbeat supermarket, the staff, having just restocked, looked on in astonishment as Su Chen pushed a small cart. Su Chen, are you truly certain about this? Once the goods from Heartbeat supermarket are sold, they cannot be returned. Su Chen confidently produced 500 Heartbeat coins. No more chatter. I want every roll of toilet paper, sanitary products, and wet wipes in this store. Can one person possibly use so much? Yes, I have a rather large household. The staff were left bewildered. 5 minutes later, the hygiene supplies that had just been restocked were completely cleared out by Su Chen. The staff stared blankly as he departed, muttering to himself. A clear sign of an overworked mind. A large household. With many behinds? Chapter 51. Your entire family is Italian canon. On the first floor of the villa, a grand table laden with sumptuous dishes had been entirely consumed. Shun Yichen, with a satisfied burp, rubbed his round belly contentedly while lounging on the sofa, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. This was what Su Chen had mentioned, to indulge in exquisite and expensive meals, and if one could dine for free, why not? Indeed, it was utterly satisfying. Lu Yuan leaned beside him, equally pleased. The pride once lost had finally been regained through the pleasures of the palate. Shiyuchi, overhearing their conversation, couldn't he help but smile. Su Chen was notoriously stingy. Enjoying a lavish meal at his expense felt like a victory. After a substantial intake of carbohydrates, their blood sugar levels surged, and the secretion of melatonin, stimulated by insulin, rendered this group, who had only just risen from their slumber, drowsy once more. He Ling yawned and stood up, suddenly overwhelmed with fatigue. I need to return to bed for a bit more rest. Huang Wei, rubbing his almost closed eyes, echoed. I'm so sleepy too. Did Su Chen slip sleeping pills into the food? Bai Yao, who had already been roused by the enticing aroma of grilled fish the previous night, was now completely ensconced in her blankets. The guests retreated to their respective rooms, drawing the curtains and snuggling under the covers. Good night, Makabaka. The viewers in the live-streaming room, witnessing the darkened screens, could no longer contain their frustration. It's Monday. Why must I rise early for work while you all sleep in? Seeing the lives of celebrities makes mine feel like boiled vegetables, bland, low-fat, and utterly dull. I get it. Su Chan must be trying to slack off today, deliberately sending the guest to sleep. This is a cunning ploy. Where? Su Chun. Why is the screen black again? Is that rascal cuddling with Xia Xinghe once more? In a corner room on the first floor, Chen suddenly discovered that the hard bed felt unprecedentedly comfortable. He couldn't resist rubbing his head against the pillow. Drowsiness enveloped him, just as he was about to succumb to sleep. The call of Morpheus was interrupted by a sudden awakening caused by a gurgling in his belly, a strong urge that jolted him into alertness. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen emerged from the bathroom with a look of refreshing relief, feeling so revitalized that he couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent room was flung open. Yuchi rolled her eyes in disdain. Did you just unleash a thunderstorm in the bathroom so early in the morning? Can't you control yourself? It's a disgrace to be paired with someone so uncouth. Chen had already harbored a great deal of frustration towards Yuchi due to past encounters. Now, even his natural bodily functions were subjected to her criticism, pushing his irritation to its peak. Yuchi, do you govern the heavens and the earth, as well as how others relieve themselves? Do you reside in the Pacific Ocean to be so meddlesome? Yuchi, uninterested in further discourse with Chen, slammed the door shut. In response, Chen rolled his eyes and staggered back into bed. The wave of drowsiness surged over him once more. As was on the verge of slumber, a sudden loud bang startled him awake, causing him to leap from his bed. Upon opening his door, he encountered who had just emerged from the restroom, her expression bright as spring. I thought was launching another attack on, he quipped. So you are the Italian Canon. S demeanor shifted from warmth to a frigid glare. You are the Italian Canon, and your entire family too. You must be out of your mind. Suddenly, felt an itch in his brain, and he retorted, yes, I am insane, but you aren't exactly the picture of normalcy yourself. They both paused, surprised, as this was a classic quote from. They exchanged disdainful glances before slamming their doors shut. However, before he could return to the comfort of his warm bed, his stomach grumbled ominously. His expression changed, and he stiffened, crossing his legs tightly. One hand clutched his belly while the other covered his backside, and he tiptoed hurriedly to the restroom. The righteous had yet to finish his business. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Are you done yet? It's not like you're hosting a banquet in there. With toilet paper clenched between his teeth and his face flushed, managed to mutter, yes, preparing your lunch. A sigh of relief escaped him. Her teeth clenched, kicked the restroom door twice, but quickly realized her movements needed to be restrained. Where did you put the remaining toilet paper? I'll need to use the restroom in another room. Our room is out. You'll have to borrow some for now. We could buy more later at. With a forceful shove, flung the door open. S' stomach churned once more. After a cacophony of sounds, he felt an overwhelming heat wash over him, his entire body reddening like a boiled shrimp. The burning sensation below made him question if someone had ignited a fire in the toilet. Overwhelmed by the tumult of his thoughts, he burst into tears and howled at the heavens. I detest. As forcefully knocked on's door, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Noticing equally pale visage, she whispered, do you have any paper left? Shook her head awkwardly. We just ran out too. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a loud thud resonated. With gritted teeth, smiled toward the restroom. Are you throwing bullets into the toilet? His muffled voice drifted through the door. This is a testament to my overflowing affection for you. Go to hell. As recognized the familiar scene, she could only turn away silently, embarking once more on the arduous quest for toilet paper. Just as all the live streams fell into darkness and silence, S. Longimer stream suddenly flickered back to life. However, the first face to appear was not the handsome visage of Su Chun, but rather a flabby countenance, trembling with agitation and adorned with dark circles beneath the eyes. Zhu Delong, having scarcely settled into slumber, was abruptly yanked from his cocoon of blankets by Su Chun. To his dismay, he discovered that upon awakening, the world had seemingly crumbled around him. The screens of all the guests in the program were engulfed in darkness. After a brief inquiry, he grasped the severity of the situation. Su Chun then thrust the camera forward, prompting Zhu Delong to exclaim in disgust, You've shoved the microphone in my mouth. Unfazed, Su Chen merely retracted his hand slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute, as if he were determined to join the party. Director, he demanded, I pose to you a singular question. Does what you utter before the camera truly hold any weight? Is it indeed the case that the supplies at the Heartbeat supermarket are restocked only once every 3 days? Chapter 52. Yes, I am indeed a wicked soul, and you are a mere mongrel. Faced with the aggressive Su Chen, Zhu Delong could only click his tongue in frustration, rendered utterly speechless. What a cursed predicament! Ever since he had discerned the peculiarities surrounding Su Chen's frugality with the heart tokens, he had racked his brain for any loopholes in the program. He even entertained the notion that Su Chen might be attempting to monopolize the food supplies of the heart supermarket, prompting him to raise the prices slightly. Yet, in a moment of oversight, Su Chen had managed to purchase every sanitary item available in the heart supermarket. Any rational individual would never conceive of such a devious scheme. Su Chen was akin to a boutique. Each time he passed through his world, it felt refreshingly novel. Gazing at the nearly 30 million viewers in a live stream, Zhu Delong felt a wave of despair wash over him, lamenting, but you can't possibly leave them without paper, can you? Slowly, Su Chen lifted his gaze, surveying the lush foliage surrounding the villa. Zhu Delong's heart raced with anxiety. No, this is too excessive. Su Chen returned his gaze with a serene smile. Director, you misunderstand my intentions. I meant to convey that life is a vast wilderness, and my heart is broader than these mountains and forests. How could I allow them to resort to using leaves? With a sigh of relief, Zhu Delong relaxed slightly. However, Su Chen then produced a long strip of bamboo, casually stating, Director, have you ever heard of something called a toilet token? My goodness! Zhu Delong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Su Chen, have I ever wronged you? His eyes reddened with frustration. This young man was undoubtedly hell-bent on making his life miserable. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Director, you misunderstand me once again. What I meant was that my character is akin to this bamboo strip, upright and unyielding. Enough, truly enough. Zhu Delong frantically waved his hands in protest. It was only when he faced Su Chen directly that he began to comprehend the immense resentment that Shun Yichen and others harbored towards him. He genuinely wished to hear no more from Su Chen. What is it that you truly desire? Zhu Delong asked, his heart heavy with despair. Stepping back, Su Chen proclaimed with righteous fervor, Director, rest assured, I have no intention of threatening you with the viewers. I merely cannot abide the wasteful behavior of the other guests and wish to implement centralized management while simultaneously earning a few heart tokens. Zhu Delong suddenly understood. This young man had circled around, all for the sake of accumulating heart tokens. A new question began to brew in Zhu Delong's mind. Can you tell me what you intend to do with all those heart tokens? Su Chen, uncharacteristically earnest, replied, Director, do you recall the fireworks in the heart supermarket? Zhu Delong gestured for him to continue. Actually, I aspire to earn heart tokens to orchestrate a magnificent fireworks display for Xia Xinghe. Upon hearing this, Zhu Delong couldn't help but regard Su Chen with newfound respect. It turned out that he was indeed a genuine romantic at heart. After listening to their exchange, the viewers in the live stream, finally grasping the conversation, awakened from their stupor. No way. Su Chen monopolized the hygiene products, exerting great effort to earn heartbeat coins, all in the name of orchestrating a unique fireworks display for Xia Xinghe. Although Su Chen's methods may be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, I find myself utterly captivated. When a star engages in such pure love, anyone who dares to suggest he would stray, I would not hesitate to silence them. Su Chen had begun saving money long ago, indicating that he had been laying the groundwork for this spectacular fireworks show for quite some time. Oh, how I envy Xia Xinghe. Su Chen truly loves her. The moment Su Chen embraced sincerity, it transformed into an art form. Zhu Delong was instantly reminded of the late nights he spent listening to their sweet exchanges. Su Chen's rationale began to sway him. Beside him, Wu Cheng was equally moved by the genuine affection reflected in Su Chen's eyes. Is not Su Chen's act of pure love perfectly aligned with the theme of their show? Perfect lovers? Zhu Delong was thoroughly convinced by Su Chen and inquired how many heartbeat coins he intended to sell to the other guests. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Chen replied, "That's my business." Zhu Delong cautioned him against going too far. Su Chen smiled mischievously. "Some spend a few bucks to make wishes worth millions, while I am investing this considerable amount. Is it excessive to earn a modest profit?" Zhu Delong was momentarily speechless, unable to counter that logic. At the opportune moment, Su Chen raised a finger and solemnly declared, "I swear I will ensure that all guests have access to toilet paper. If I fail to do so, let thunder strike me down." Zhu Delong's mind was in a whirl. Seeing Su Chen's earnest vow, he could only nod in agreement. As for the heartbeat coins, if the other guests found themselves in dire straits, he could always increase the task rewards, thus allowing them to maintain their livelihoods. In the end, Su Chen's pure-hearted actions would enhance the show's reputation, enabling the other guests to continue participating. It was truly a win-win situation. Zhu Delong silently commended his own cleverness. "Very well then, we shall proceed as you suggest." Su Chen gave Zhu Delong a thumbs up, affirming, "Director, you are wise." Yet beneath his earnest demeanor lay a triumphant smirk, more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. As he watched Su Chen joyfully depart, a thought crossed Zhu Delong's mind, prompting him to glance at the still-smiling Wu Cheng and question him with suspicion. Did Su Chen just say someone would be struck down? At the entrance of the Heartbeat supermarket, Shi Yuqi stared in astonishment at the staff, banging the counter in disbelief. "What did you say? All the toilet paper has been purchased by Su Chen?" "Yes, Miss Shi." "And the wet wipes?" "Those too." "Then, surely there must be some hygiene products left?" The staff could only respond with awkward laughter. In an instant, Shi Yuqi felt as though the sky had fallen. However, the turmoil within her stomach left no room for curses against Su Chen. In the director's office, "Director, are you not going to intervene regarding Su Chen's actions? He is simply running amok." Zhu Delong nodded empathetically. "However, I cannot refuse a pure-hearted warrior charging forth for love. After all, love is the essence that permeates our entire variety show." "Fear not, Su Chen will not go too far." Seeing that the discussion bore no fruit, Shi Yuqi could only turn away in frustration. The once tranquil entrance of the villa was abruptly filled with the electrifying beats of a lively DJ. Su Chen, microphone in hand, stood before a mountain of stacked rolls of toilet paper, passionately shouting from the south to the north, from Jiamusi to Hegong. "Don't miss out on this opportunity. Our store is grateful for your support, with all items on clearance at unbeatable prices." The thunderous commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone in the villa. Just returning from the director's team, Shi Yuqi's eyes gleamed with desire upon spotting the toilet paper. "Give me the toilet paper, please." Su Chen stepped in front of the rolls, glaring fiercely. "In broad daylight, are you attempting to rob us?" Shi Yuqi could only grit her teeth in frustration and take a step back. At that moment, Shunny Chen descended the stairs, legs tightly pressed together. Realizing the situation, he furiously pointed at Su Chen. I knew there had to be a motive behind your generous invitation to dinner. You deliberately prepared a laxative meal to make us ill and then seized the opportunity to monopolize the toilet paper." Lu Yuan, drenched in sweat, fought against the urge to relieve himself, indignantly retorting, "Su Chen, you are nothing but pure evil." Su Chen cast a cold glance at him. "Indeed, I am pure evil, while you, my friend, are a true mongrel." Chapter 53. A gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means, while a rogue values wealth without courtesy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of defense value. Faced with the piercing gazes of the crowd, Su Chen spread his hands and sighed. "Honestly, I am quite helpless." Each dish was meticulously introduced upon its arrival, detailing its benefits. "Yet now you all blame me for your sudden discomfort." He gestured towards He Laoshi. "Look, He Laoshi seems to be doing just fine." He Ling, just emerging from the villa, offered an awkward smile. His current state was indeed satisfactory, partly due to his ample supply of tissue, and partly because he had not consumed much. This was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he had not managed to secure any food against Shunny Chen and the others. "Su Chen, you have monopolized all the sanitary supplies. Surely, you can't just let them sit there?" He Ling pointedly remarked. Su Chen shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. What if I said that your stomach issues coincidentally align with my purchase of toilet paper? Would you believe me? Ignoring the disapproving glances from the crowd, he continued, I have noticed that everyone wastes a great deal of tissue. Thus, I thought it best to distribute it collectively for the sake of environmental conservation. Shiryuchi scoffed. Such eloquence. All you desire is to earn heart tokens through cunning means. Hypocrite. Su Chun, rather amused, patted the roll of paper before him. Understand me. As the saying goes, a gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means, while a rogue values wealth without courtesy. Forgive me, in the past I had no choice. Now, I simply wish to embrace my villainous side. Did I just hear Su Chun declare himself a villain? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. If possible, I too would like to be an impolite rogue. Every response from Su Chun seems to tread into my blind spots of understanding. What wrong has Su Chun done? He is merely a warrior charging forth for love. Chen felt another wave of discomfort in his abdomen and could not help but tighten his sphincter again. Let us not waste time. You want heart tokens, right? I concede this round. Just tell me the amount. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression contorted. To state how many heart tokens you desire. Have you all agreed then? Su Chen scanned the crowd before slowly extending a finger. 10 heart tokens? Su Chen, why don't you just rob a bank? Shiryuchi exclaimed angrily. However, Su Chun shook his finger in the air. No, that's not right. 100 heart tokens. Su Chun, have you lost your mind over money? Shunichen exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Exactly. Those rolls of paper cost at most 2 heart tokens. Selling them for 100 is akin to robbery. Lu Yuan shouted in indignation. Amidst the chorus of outrage, Su Chun shook his head in disappointment. He gently pinched his thumb with the extended finger and then slowly spread them apart. The stakes have been raised. I meant 10,000 heart tokens. A haunting silence enveloped the room. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving everyone momentarily blinded. 10,000? Su Chun, have you been drinking too much fake liquor? Su Chun, your jest is truly unamusing. Goodness, does Su Chun even comprehend his own words? 1,000 heart tokens. This variety show hasn't even issued 1,000 heart tokens. I see. Su Chun must be suggesting that the guests seek a loan of heart tokens from the production team. The director's team. Zhu Delong dug at his ear, incredulously gazing at Wu Cheng. If I heard correctly, Su Chun mentioned 1,000 heart tokens. Wu Cheng, with a trembling smile, nodded, seemingly affirming it. Zhu Delong suddenly flared up like a startled cat. I realize now, this rascal Su Chun is here to disrupt the proceedings. Instantly, everyone regarded Su Chun with the gaze reserved for the deranged. Good heavens! Even my ancestors wouldn't dare to demand so brazenly. Huang Wei, being part of the production team, naturally had no concerns about running out of paper. Yet, this did not hinder him from joining the fray against Su Chun. Su Chun, do you even know what you're saying? 1,000 heart tokens? Even if you sold Shunichen and the others together, they wouldn't be worth 1,000 heart tokens. Shunichen. Seeing Su Chun fall silent, Huang Wei sneered further. Moreover, I am aware that you had previously assured the director that every guest would have paper available. Their heart tokens are limited, and now you go back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being struck by divine retribution? At this moment, Zhu Delong felt as though Huang Wei was his spokesperson. Who would have thought that Su Chun, with a sly smirk, would retort, divine retribution for Shunichen? What concern is that of mine? Just watch the replay. Haha, I thought Su Chun had misspoken, but it turns out he had it all planned. Silently sympathizing with Director Zhu for a second, but enough of that. I'm about to start laughing. I knew Su Chun's words could not be trusted. Not even a single punctuation mark. Zhu Delong, what the hell? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of Shunichen-S defense value. Just as Zhu Delong was about to smack his thigh in frustration. Cursing himself for believing Su Chun's nonsensical words and preparing to step in to end this farce, the situation took an unexpected turn. Su Chun threw a flirtatious glance at the irate Shunichen. Fear not. We are all from the same company. I shall not easily strip you of your humanity. After all, I am not your great-grandmother, and there's little point in your divine retribution. Although the price of 1,000 heart tokens remains unchanged. I have decided to sell this toilet paper for Dragon Country currency. Dragon Country currency? The crowd was once again left in a state of shock. However, the lively DJ beats had been replaced by a soothing piano background score. Su Chen gently cradled a pack of tissues in his palm, his face adorned with tenderness as he proclaimed, "Go and relieve yourself, unbound by definition. Go and relieve yourself in places beyond the restroom. Go and relieve yourself with friends. And remember to wipe afterward." Everyone watched as Su Chen's tone shifted dramatically. For a moment, their CPUs were overwhelmed, akin to being burnt to a crisp. Yet, Xia Xinghe and the others, inexplicably, felt that Su Chen's seemingly nonsensical lines were akin to the inner monologue of their own sphincters, which were under immense pressure. The urge to relieve oneself surged forth like a fountain, an uncontrollable rush. The complexion of Shi Yuqi shifted multiple times, now reduced to a ghastly pale. "Very well. The Longwood coin it is. Name your price." Su Chen promptly raised a finger and eagerly declared 1,000. Upon hearing this figure, an inexplicable sigh of relief swept through the crowd. For these celebrities, their daily expenditures were astronomical by ordinary standards. The notion that a mere 1,000 could resolve the current predicament was indeed trivial. "But we have neither cash nor a mobile phone. What shall we do?" Chen Yichen inquired. Su Chen had anticipated this, producing a stack of handwritten IOUs from beneath him. Shi Yuqi was the first to stride forward, inscribing the amount of 1,000 on the debt contract. In a fit of indignation, she tossed aside the pen and extended her hand. "Give me the paper." Su Chen inspected the IOU, flicked it with his fingers, and gleefully tucked it into his pocket. Then, under Shi Yuqi's watchful gaze, he unwrapped a ball of rolled paper with utmost seriousness and gravity. His fingers paused firmly at a dashed line, and with a fluid motion, he tore it apart. Such an elegant display. Shi Yuqi stared at the solitary segment of rolled paper in his palm, her entire being succumbing to a sense of desolation. Chapter 54. He could have just taken a what? Does that mean? Shi Yuqi asked, momentarily lost in thought. Su Chen rolled his eyes, responding, "What does it mean? A clean exchange of goods and money. So, 1,000 yuan is not for a roll, but for a single sheet?" Shi Yuqi fixed her gaze on the man before her, attempting to etch his image into her memory. Su Chen, a sensation akin to being toyed with enveloped Shi Yuqi. "How am I supposed to use a single sheet of paper in the restroom?" The barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy. "I can't believe it. Su Chen, didn't you say you were earning coins to show fireworks to Xia Xinghe?" "Indeed. I said you can't trust a single punctuation mark from Su Chen." "Bro, aren't you a celebrity? Now you're starting to sell toilet paper?" Su Chen's antics are truly unparalleled. "Su Chen, you think I joined a variety show just to make money? It's about making money through the variety show. One sheet of toilet paper for 1,000 yuan? You've truly lost your mind." Come. I want to see how you use a single sheet in the restroom. Haha, this is so entertaining. I love watching this unpredictable variety show." Xia Xinghe was on the verge of losing his composure. "Su Chen, if you want to mess with people, you don't have to go to such lengths." Su Chen disdainfully glanced at the crowd, each one with limited insight and even shorter hair. How could a single sheet of toilet paper not be used in the restroom? Su Chen took the single sheet from Shi Yuqi's palm. In front of everyone, he folded it twice, transforming the paper into a small square. Then, with his index finger and thumb, he gently tore one corner of the square. The paper unfolded once more, revealing a thumb-sized hole in the center of the originally rectangular sheet. The guests watched in bewilderment at Su Chen's puzzling maneuver. If this single sheet was sufficient, they could stand on their heads and eat excrement. At that moment, Su Chen's index finger suddenly slipped through the small hole. "Do you understand now?" Su Chen inquired. The crowd. "And what about this?" Su Chen moved his finger back and forth through the paper in the air and asked again. "Now do you get it?" The crowd. Su Chen, exasperated by their lack of comprehension, finally swept all the paper surrounding his finger upward. He then tossed the paper directly into a nearby trash bin. Following that, he washed his hands, dried them, and spread his clean hands. "See? Clean and hygienic, my friends." It was as if everyone suddenly gained enlightenment. They appeared dazed. Yet, as they snapped back to reality, they collectively shuddered. Oh, right, there's one more crucial step. Su Chen slapped his forehead and picked up the corner he had initially torn off from the ground, wiping it between the gap of his fingernail. Thus, a complete circle was formed. The crowd responded with another "oh." The barrage of comments fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting. "I can't believe it. Is this a solution a normal person could conceive? I'm learning this. I'll try tonight." Haha. Miracles always happen with Su Chen. Using the torn corner to clean the fingernail gap. That S meticulous. Too meticulous. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 70 points of defense value from Xia Xinghe. Xia Xinghe's pupils trembled. She cast a complex glance at Su Chen, resignedly closing her eyes. "Can't I just buy a few more slots?" "Of course, you can," he replied, "but the previous experiment doesn't count. Consider it your tuition fee. After all, I wouldn't divulge this to an ordinary person." Xia Xinghe retorted, "Just like someone is eager to learn." Su Chen picked up the roll of paper and inquired, "So how many do you want this time?" Xia Xinghe was utterly disinclined to engage with him. She waved her hand irritably. "Do as you please." "All right," Su Chen cheerfully responded. Suddenly, he gathered his energy and shouted, tossing the roll of paper skyward. The pristine toilet paper soared like a brilliant white mist, dazzling to behold. With one hand, Su Chen wrapped the paper around his other hand, fervently entangling it. Xia Xinghe snapped back to reality, exclaiming in panic, "Enough, enough." "All right." Su Chen nodded in agreement, yet his hands remained in motion. When the roll of paper finally settled in his grasp, it had visibly shrunk. "Just enough. 30 slots, here. Sign, please." 30 slots. Xia Xinghe nearly choked on her indignation. It was that she couldn't afford 30,000. Rather, what difference was there from outright robbery? This was excessive. She glared at Su Chen. "What? Don't want it? Fine then." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively next. Xia Xinghe panicked. "No, I don't need that much. Didn't you say it was casual? But you've taken casual to an extreme." Xia Xinghe squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Su Chen shot her an exasperated glance. "Why are you so peculiar? You were casual first. And now that I'm casual, you say I'm too casual. Truly difficult to deal with." Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 points of defense value from Xia Xinghe. You are the one who is difficult. Xia Xinghe retorted angrily. Su Chen, uninterested in further conversation, coldly asked, "Last chance, do you want it or not? If not, don't even think about it for the next 3 days." Realizing the implications of his words, he abruptly slapped his own face and muttered, "My apologies, I misspoke. I almost let you take advantage." "Take advantage?" Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 120 points of defense value from Xia Xinghe. Xia Xinghe trembled with rage, wishing she could pounce on Su Chen and bite him to death. "Bring me the IOU." Xia Xinghe scribbled down a sum of 30,000 on the note, a sharp pain surging through her abdomen. With a resentful glare at Su Chen, she hastily retreated into the villa. Observing Xia Xinghe's predicament, Chen became increasingly cautious. "Su Chen, I only need 10 slots." "Got it," Su Chen replied, a pleasant smile gracing his face as he gradually unfurled the roll of paper on the table. 1 slot, 2 slots, 10 slots. Is this acceptable?" Su Chen queried. Chen, wary, nodded slowly. "All right, just this." With a swift motion, Su Chen shifted back 5 slots and tore it decisively. "Here are the 15 slots you requested. 1,005. Please sign. Chen. Ha ha. I am on the verge of laughter. Chen is questioning his very existence. The last time I encountered such a decisive cut to the jugular was with a vendor of sliced cake. A vendor of sliced cake? Even they would exclaim expertise upon seeing Su Chen. Ha ha ha. From which esteemed master do you hail? Su Chen, the cake sect. Su Chen could have easily seized the opportunity, yet he graciously offered each of them a piece of tissue. As the guests in front of the villa gradually dwindled, Lin approached with a beaming smile. "Brother Chen, regarding our situation." Before Lin could finish a sentence, Su Chen tossed a wad of tissue to Lin by Yi Yao, Su Jingwan, and Qin Yuxuan, startling them so much that they nearly discarded the paper on the spot. "We are family. No need for money," Su Chen remarked, leaving the four in disbelief as they gazed at him. "Just help out a bit." Su Chen's harmless smile warmed their hearts. 20 minutes later, in the villa's first floor, Lin Lin stared at the towering pile of paper before him, his mind racing with thoughts. He timidly said, "Brother Chen, actually, my signature is quite valuable." Chapter 55. A Gift for You. He Ling sat quietly, observing Lin Lin, Bai Yao, Su Jingwan, and Qin Yuxuan, who were fervently engrossed in signing autographs. A sense of inexplicable trepidation washed over him. Fortunately, he was the host. Had he been a guest, he might have been jolted awake in the dead of night, cursing Su Chen for his madness. Bai Yao completed yet another autograph card, pouting in a most pitiful manner as she looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, I truly can't write anymore. Even at fan meetings, I have never penned so many signatures." Click! A sudden sound caught Su Chen off guard. He discovered a Polaroid camera in his hand, just in time to capture Bai Yao's aggrieved expression. He shook the freshly developed photo and pushed it towards her. "You must sign this one too. It's a collectible that could fetch a handsome price." Bai Yao responded with a dramatic sigh. Su Jingwan pushed aside a stack of autograph cards, exhaling deeply. "No more. No more. I simply can't write any longer. Su Chen, please let us off the hook. If you continue to exploit us like this, aren't you afraid that Yao's online admirers will come after you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yao shot Su Chen a defiant glare. She was renowned as the nation's first love, after all, with a male fan base that was nothing short of staggering. "Exactly. That dog Su Chen must not exploit our Yao. I can toil like a beast, but my wife cannot. Su Chen, you had better act like a decent human being, or I will be forced to kneel and beg you." Su Chen nodded in agreement, letting out a resigned sigh. How could he not be concerned? Yet in life, one must often trade one thing for another. In acquiring wealth, many worries would inevitably dissipate. Just a bit of hardship, after all. Both Su Jingwan and Bai Yao froze in place. Damn it. Su Chen's ability to weave dreams was far more outrageous than that of their company's boss. While the boss PUAD them, this kid PUAD himself. The atmosphere fell silent once again, save for the soft scratching of pens against paper. Having enjoyed a refreshing nap, Xia Xinghe awoke to find Su Chen absent. She sought him out. Upon spotting Xia Xinghe, Bai Yao felt as if she had found savior. She tossed aside her pen and leapt into her arms, lamenting, "Xinghe, you must control your man. At this rate, I might perish from exhaustion before the show even concludes." Xia Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor, using a single finger to gently press against Bai Yao's forehead. "Do not bend. Do not disturb." Bai Yao wore a sorrowful expression. She had known it all along. Neither half of this couple was normal. Once she grasped the full context, Xia Xinghe turned her gaze towards Lin Lin and the others, her eyes narrowing in ire as they fell upon Su Chen. It seemed everyone had envisioned the scene. Xia Xinghe chastising Su Chen for his excesses, followed by his remorseful tears and their subsequent reprieve. With deliberate clarity, Xia Xinghe declared, "Su Chen, you have gone too far. Such an excellent opportunity, and yet you did not awaken me? A single tissue is priced at a mere 1,000 long kingdom coins. Do you look down upon the worth of Shi Yuqi and the others? He Ling and the others?" Netizens. Huang Wei observed the two bantering back and forth, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen used the guise of purchasing fireworks with heartbeat coins, but their true intention was to profit. Are you not incensed? After all, he has exploited you. Upon Huang Wei's words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The old artist's ability to sow discord was indeed unparalleled by that of younger performers. Xia Xinghe gazed intently at Huang Wei and inquired, "Who manages the finances in your household?" "Teacher Huang." Huang Wei straightened his back, responding with pride, "Of course it is I. Given my prestigious university education and widely recognized financial acumen." Xia Xinghe nodded in realization and tossed the small pouch of heartbeat coins onto the table with a flourish. "Su Chen entrusted me with all the heartbeat coins. His trust in me is reciprocated. Moreover, he is entirely mine, so how could this be exploitation?" She continued, "In fact, I have safeguarded all the heartbeat coins without ever considering giving him a gift. How unreasonable of me." Her beautiful eyes turned towards Su Chen beside her. Huang Wei felt a flush of embarrassment on his face, while Bai Yao looked at Xia Xinghe with hearts in her eyes. Sister Xia remains as formidable and enchanting as ever. Lin Lin and Qin Yuxuan were struck dumb. consumed by jealousy toward Su Chen. He Ling rested her chin on her hand, beaming with a maternal smile. Oh, how sweet. Truly sweet. The viewers in the live stream, who had anticipated a confrontation between Xia Xinghe and Su Chen, were instead overwhelmed by a sudden influx of romantic gestures that nearly choked them. Xia Xinghe, I'm utterly in tears. What an angelic girlfriend. If my girlfriend could trust me like that, how could I ever resort to spending money on foot massages? Why is it that Xia Xinghe reflects on not giving Su Chen a gift, while my wife constantly berates me for earning too little? Could it be that you genuinely earn too little? To the one above, perish. Su Chen's face turned crimson under Xia Xinghe's gaze. Gifts between an old couple were trivial matters, but Xia Xinghe resolutely shook her head, declaring, I shall present it to you immediately. The audience, already immersed in a sweet atmosphere, grew even more expectant. It appeared that Xia Xinghe's self-reproach was merely verbal. She had long prepared a gift. Su Chen had never noticed anything amiss with Xia Xinghe, and the heartbeat coins remained untouched. The sudden announcement of a gift stirred a hint of excitement within him. At that moment, Xia Xinghe untied the black lace scarf that had been securing her hair and wrapped it loosely around her wrist twice. Then, with nimble fingers, she fashioned an exquisite bow. With a glimmer in her eyes, she held the bow's ends out to Su Chen, her cool demeanor concealing an undeniable shyness that did not hinder the clarity of her voice as she presented the gift. Even Su Chen, who had resolutely decided to embrace life with fervor, found himself momentarily speechless. Xia Xinghe's delicate wrist adorned with the pure black lace ribbon exuded an allure that was impossible to ignore, complemented by her ethereal beauty. The contrast heightened the atmosphere to its zenith. A collective gulp echoed through the room. Even Su Jingwan, gazing at the bow's knot, felt an irresistible urge to leap forward. Who could possibly withstand this? Help! I truly cannot endure this any longer. Xia Xinghe must have been a succubus in her past life. How on earth does she manage to stir such emotions with merely a hairband? Is this something we are allowed to witness? This variety show requires a fee to view. Su Chen, what are you waiting for? You don't understand, do you? If you don't, allow me to enlighten you. Oh no, if I, a girl, cannot withstand this, how will Su Chen not be utterly captivated by Xia Xinghe? But Yao also felt a stirring within her. This is troublesome. My hands are itching. The atmosphere on site was thick with ambiguity. Xia Xinghe, with her hands entwined, playfully directed them towards Su Chen's chest. Su Chen's palms were clammy, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He grasped the knot and gently tugged. In an instant, the bow unraveled, and the delicate lace headband languidly fell beside Xia Xinghe's wrist. Although nothing had changed apart from the bow, it seemed as if everything had transformed. The heartbeat of the onlookers quickened perceptibly. Xia Xinghe slowly lifted her gaze, unhurriedly taking the headband and draping it over Su Chen's neck. Their eyes locked, and as Xia Xinghe tugged at the headband, Su Chen rose from the sofa. The two moved in synchrony, making their way towards the staircase. Chapter 56. The perils of staying up late until the figures of the two vanished completely at the end of the staircase. Everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Only the lingering air of ambiguity served as a constant reminder of what had just transpired before their eyes. What a tantalizing scene it had been, one that stirred the heart and stirred the soul with its sweetness. Seriously, I've seen some explicit content, but none could rival their flirtation. This is a variety show, not your private bedroom. What are you doing? Come back. Come back. Why is the live stream of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe gone black? Turn it back on. The production team has made it clear. The live stream must remain active except during sleeping hours. If you don't turn it back on, we'll see each other in court. Brother, just let me catch a glimpse, I beg you, even if it's in 360p. On the first floor of the villa, Bai Yao and Su Jingwan felt an inexplicable warmth on their cheeks. This girl was simply too skilled. How did a mere variety show lead to such ambiguous orientations? Lin Lin and Qin Yuxuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy. How sweet it was. Who would have thought this couple could be so perfectly matched? He Ling wore a contemplative expression. No wonder the term happy weight exists. If one indulges in such sweetness daily, how could one possibly avoid gaining weight? Lin Lin wore a foolish grin. Is this what sweet love feels like? Just as Lin Lin finished speaking, she suddenly felt a cold gaze upon her. Bai Yao, who had just been an enthusiastic shipper, huffed dismissively. Look at them, and then look at you. They share an intimacy that makes the air palpable with sweetness. And you? You only managed to strangle me with a rope at midnight. Lin Lin's lips quivered slightly. If I were to tie my hands and ask you to untie the bow, wouldn't you just kick me out of the room, calling me a pervert? Why don't you try it? Lin Lin glanced at the silk belt around Bai Yao's waist. Bai Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. I knew you were a weirdo. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points in defense value from Lin Lin. In the luxurious suite on the third floor, Su Chen was too preoccupied to notice the notification regarding the defense value. Xia Xinghe hooked the door with her foot and, step by step, led Su Chen to the edge of the bed. With a gentle push, Su Chen fell onto the bed. The lingering fragrance of Xia Xinghe, who had just risen, enveloped the space. Could this be moving too fast? Su Chen felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Even his toes silently clenched in anticipation. Xia Xinghe lay beside him, extending a finger to silence him. Shu, don't speak. Close your eyes. Obediently, Su Chen shut his eyes, his heartbeat echoing loudly in his ears. 1 second, 2 seconds. Su Chen cracked open one eye and found Xia Xinghe tilting her head, gazing at him. What are you waiting for? A nervous cough escaped Su Chen's lips. Xia Xinghe suddenly hurled a pillow at him in a fit of annoyance. You stayed up all night yesterday, yet today you appear so vibrant. Is your life worth so little that you would sacrifice your health for such late hours? Su Chen opened his mouth to respond, but she interrupted. What about you? Xia Xinghe countered. No worries. I shall retire for the night. Su Chen forced a smile through gritted teeth. Indeed, late nights can hasten one's aging process. Su Chen's expression mirrored disbelief as footsteps gradually receded. Beneath the gentle, thin blanket, he felt a surge of indignation. Absurd. This is utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, in the director's room, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng resembled two infatuated fools. Gazing at the black screen of Su Chen's live broadcast, grinning foolishly, oblivious to their own absurdity. As Zhu Delong regained his focus, he turned to Wu Cheng and said, It's about time we commence today's regular program. Wu Cheng nodded, smiling as he picked up the program schedule. However, after a mere glance, he abruptly set it down again. What is the matter? Zhu Delong inquired. Director, did you forget that the other guests are currently afflicted with stomach issues? Zhu Delong slapped his forehead in realization. What shall we do then? Wu Cheng's expression soured, suggesting that today's proceedings would be impossible to continue. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow? Zhu Delong, having shaken off the earlier sweet shock, felt a surge of resentment towards Su Chen. I fear this program is destined for ruin at Su Chen's hands. In my 20-plus years of directing variety shows, I have never encountered a situation where a single guest could bring an entire program to a standstill. Wu Cheng also appeared at a loss for words. I've never seen a variety show where profit is made through reselling opportunities. If Bai Yao's company doesn't pursue this matter, we may be fortunate. However, if they do, it will undoubtedly become a headache for us. Just as Wu Cheng concluded, Zhu Delong's phone rang in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and shot a glare at Wu Cheng. Have you cursed my luck? Upon answering, Zhu Delong abandoned his usual demeanor and began to ingratiate himself. Old Zhao, I understand your frustration, but this is an unforeseen circumstance. Yes, Yu, I will never allow such an incident to recur. I will certainly speak to Su Chen and ensure he keeps his distance from Bai Yao. Regarding the matter of the autograph, Zhu Delong's words faltered abruptly. What did you say? You must be mistaken. As soon as that call ended, another from Su Jingwan's company came through. After hanging up, a lengthy silence ensued. Wu Cheng, observing Zhu Delong's stony demeanor, hesitantly suggested, Director, perhaps I should have a word with Su Chen. Given his apparent love for wealth, I could always deduct his pay, if necessary. Zhu Delong snapped back to reality as if awakened from trance. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Vice Director Wu, I have always treated you well. How could you betray me thus? Wu Cheng, how could one as adept at enlivening the atmosphere as Su Chen have his remuneration deducted? I have long maintained that his presence is a blessing. With that, Zhu Delong promptly seized the intercom, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Logistics! Pay heed, everyone! Adhere strictly to the Program S standards and ensure the provision of resources. Sanitary products, with less than 3 days remaining, must not appear in the Heartbeat supermarket." After Zhu Delong expressed this, he pondered further, adding, "And gather all the newspapers and books from the villa. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded." Observing Zhu Delong leap out of the director's team, Wu Chang felt utterly bewildered, as if a confused mother had opened the door to a bewildered child. It was sheer bewilderment, until an assistant approached, holding a tablet. Director Wu, by Yao's agency, and Su Jingwan's agency have voluntarily relinquished 5% of their fees, hoping to facilitate more interaction between them and Su Chun. Did Director Zhu mention this to you? What? The glaring red words of trending topics on the tablet pierced his eyes. Trending. Perfect Lover program's topic heat exceeds 100 million. Trending. The secret to marital harmony, trust, and love. Exposed. Perfect Lover Xia Xinghe's hand-binding incident leads to a sellout of lace headbands on a certain platform, with 90% of customers being male. Shocking. Perfect Lover reality show features exorbitantly priced tissues. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? No, it is the impolite Su Chun who loves wealth. Chapter 57. A fiery temper on the expressway leading from the bustling city to the hillside villa. A Mercedes sped along the road. In the rear seat, Chun Fei caressed the silky legs of his beautiful secretary, his expression a mix of excitement and lewdness. Ha! As long as we successfully terminate the contract with Su Chen today, our company will ascend to new heights. Being the exclusive spokesperson for Cookie in the Dragon Kingdom is an opportunity that many entertainment firms would kill for. Who would have thought that due to Su Chen's foolishness in offending their executives, this fortune would fall into our laps? Ha ha ha. The beautiful secretary beside him wore a forced smile, her eyes filled with trepidation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted Chun Fei's laughter. He answered the call, and after listening for a moment, the smile on his face gradually morphed into a dark cloud. Furrowing his brows, he picked up his tablet. Trending. Perfect Lover discussion heat surpasses 100 million. Explosive. The perfect girlfriend, Xia Xinghe. His eyes were met with trending topics, all related to Su Chun and Xia Xinghe, alongside a ridiculous photo of Zhu Delong leaping in joy. Chun Fei slammed his fist onto the armrest, startling the beautiful secretary beside him. Have these two struck gold? Why does every good fortune come their way? What are Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen doing? Chun Fei suppressed his fury and continued scrolling. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a photo of Shuni Chen, legs tightly crossed, one hand covering the front and the other shielding the rear. Chun Fei nearly exploded with rage. The title nearly made him spit blood. Shit flows like a fountain, urgency like a flood. I had you all participate in the variety show to stir up a couple's dynamic, not to create the strongest clown duo. Shuni Chen and Shi Yuqi. You are both utterly useless. Chun Fei cursed as he tossed the tablet aside. He picked up the phone and dialed number. I made up my mind. I agree to your terms. Start the process of having Xia Xinghe withdraw from the show. On the other end of the line, Zhang Bo sat in the back seat of a rapidly moving car, nodding with a faint smile. All right. Chun Fei discarded the phone, casting a wicked glance at the secretary beside him, and yanked her hair, pulling her closer. I'm extremely irate right now. At the hillside villa, the pale-faced Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen emerged from the room, clutching their stomachs. After struggling all morning, Shuni Chen felt utterly drained. Upon seeing the sofa, he collapsed onto it. However, as soon as his backside made contact with the cushion, it felt as if he had touched a searing iron, and he sprang up, clutching his rear. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts too much. He sensed a fiery agony scorching his delicate form. Yet, the more he suffered, the brighter his smile became. Shi Yuqi had just settled down on the sofa when she began searching for Su Chen's figure. It was the usual variety show time. Where could Su Chun be? He Ling, by Yao, and others exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unspoken implications. Su Chun. He must be quite busy at the moment. Unbeknownst to Shi Yuqi, she had no idea what had transpired moments before, believing that he Ling and the others were merely trying to smooth things over for Su Chen. Upon recalling the phone call from Chun Fei earlier, as he was on his way to terminate his agreement with Su Chun, she felt a surge of concealed delight. Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Su Chun, having stirred up trouble, had run away without a hint of accountability. Such a person would hardly be favored anywhere. The few who had just indulged in sweet treats were still riding high, but upon hearing Yuqi's words, their expressions soured immediately. Bai Yao, with a touch of pride, cast a glance at Yuqi and remarked, "I find Su Chan rather amusing at times, unlike some who speak ill of others behind their backs, revealing their own narrow-mindedness." Yuqi, taken aback by Yao's unexpected retort, could not comprehend why this seemingly innocent flower would challenge her. Yet, she would not concede in front of others. With a gaze filled with unspoken implications, she glanced at Bai Yao's chest, arching her own notably ample bosom. Narrow-mindedness. Perhaps some lack entirely, she quipped. Bai Yao looked at Yuqi, then glanced at herself, her fair complexion visibly reddening with indignation. She ground her little tiger teeth in frustration. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to share a mouth with Su Chun. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Su Chun and Xia Xinghe were descending the stairs. Bai Yao, observing Xia Xinghe's unsteady gait, grinned like a sly little fox, scampering forward to pull her close. Humph. What seemed like mere particles of speech hinted at a myriad of meanings. Indeed, the blush of embarrassment perpetually shifted onto Yuqi's face. "You!" Yuqi glared at Bai Yao, silently tugging her shawl closer to her chest. An inexplicable silence fell over the scene. Wow. So it turns out that Xinghe's wife and Yao's wife share such a close bond? Wait, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Can't you all see? Bai Yao accused Yuqi of lacking integrity for speaking ill of others, to which Yuqi retorted about Bai Yao's modest bust. And then Bai Yao brought in Xia Xinghe for the final blow. Wow, I hadn't realized until you mentioned it. So, it turns out Xinghe's wife really said D. I'm not envious of the lovebirds or the immortals. I envy Su Chun every single day. Why does Su Chun look so lackluster? Being lackluster is just right. Such a lackluster demeanor. Yuqi felt a profound sense of defeat emanating from Xia Xinghe. The sight of Su Chun only fueled her fury further. A scoundrel who would stop at nothing for profit. Su Chun, still in a state of drowsiness, tilted his head upon noticing Yuqi's presence. What is wrong with having grand aspirations in this little head of mine? Chen, feeling the fiery indignation rise within, could not suppress her disdain. For such a paltry amount, you resort to such underhanded tactics. Su Chun, do you possess no moral compass? Su Chun struggled to open one eye and replied, well, perhaps I do. Hence I've decided to sell you toilet paper at 2,000 per roll. Chen, what sort of morality is this? It's simply robbing the rich to give to the poor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of Chen's frustration. Huang Wei observed Chen's defeat and resolutely mounted his horse, declaring that Su Chen's actions diminished his stature, rendering him seemingly unambitious. Life is inherently burdensome, and a lack of ambition is rather commonplace. Merely possessing vitality is already quite commendable. Huang Wei momentarily choked, contemplating how best to counter this assertion. Suddenly, Su Chen appeared to have an epiphany and earnestly stated, however, what teacher Huang said holds some truth. I ought to aspire for greater achievements. Thus, I have resolved to raise the price of the toilet paper sold to Yuqi to 3,000 per roll. Yuqi, what does this have to do with me? Yuqi was utterly bewildered, left speechless, and feeling completely overwhelmed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of Yuqi's vulnerability. Chapter 58. The two-faced vixen Bai Yao found herself nestled comfortably between two groups of people, feeling an unexpected sense of ease wash over her, as if her very essence had been liberated. She even contemplated inquiring about the price of Su Chen's lips. The previously silent Xia Xinghe, upon hearing Su Chen's decision, blinked her perplexed eyes and coldly questioned, "Do you look down upon Yuqi?" Xia Xinghe suddenly spoke again, perhaps reminiscing about old sentiments. Su Chun slapped his forehead, exclaiming 5,000. Lin, observing the grinning Bai Yao, remarked with a subtle smile. It seems the staff just cleared away all the newspapers and books from the villa. 8,000 for a roll. Su Chen, ever considerate, added to the bidding. 8,000. A roll of toilet paper sells for 8,000. Program team. You must be indulging Su Chen. Ha ha. At first, I thought Xia Xinghe had the upper hand. But then I realized Lin Lin wasn't going to let Yuchi off the hook either. This is what they call seizing the moment while one is down, isn't it? Upon hearing the price of 8,000 for a roll, Xia Xinghe felt a modicum of satisfaction. She gently patted her smooth thigh beneath her hot pants as a reward. Ready for a brief respite, Su Chen obediently lay back down. Huang Wei, watching Su Chen comfortably dozing off, felt an itch all over his body. He poked He Ling, who was happily munching on seeds in the middle. Teacher I think you should have a word with Su Chen. After all, he has caused quite a delay for the program today. He Ling's smile faltered. Talk to Su Chen? Have you lost your mind? Or do you wish for my misery as well? She imitated Su Chen and spat out a seed shell, casually stating, the director just approached me, saying to proceed, as Su Chen suggested. Su Chen, what good advice could he possibly offer? Su Chen had declared, what needs to be done today must be completed today. If not, simply abandon it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points of Huang Wei's vulnerability. Yuchi gazed at Su Chen's face resting on Xia Xinghe's thigh, wishing fervently to rush over and tear that handsome visage apart. Just then, footsteps at the villa's entrance caught her attention. Upon seeing the newcomers, her face instantly lit up with joy. Su Chen, let's see how long you can keep smiling. Zhu Delong, with a grave expression, entered the villa alongside the sullen Chen Fei. As soon as Zhu Delong stepped inside, he addressed He Ling. Teacher, it seems the live broadcast will need to pause for a moment. There's an urgent matter to attend to. Zhu Delong's countenance was anything but pleasant. Just half an hour prior, he had been preparing to pop champagne in celebration of the soaring popularity of Perfect Lover. However, Chen Fei had come to the program team announcing his intention to terminate Su Chen's contract. Zhu Delong's previously warm heart was instantly doused with cold water. Was this not a surefire disaster for the program? Fortunately, Chen Fei clarified that Su Chen's contract with the show would remain unaffected. He even voluntarily relinquished a portion of profits as compensation. Given the show's current success, Zhu Delong was spared from a court confrontation with Chen Fei. He Ling, grasping the situation's context, prepared to apologize to the viewers before pausing the live broadcast. Chen Fei abruptly interrupted He Ling's words, chuckling, there's no need for such complications. I have come today solely to sign the termination contract with Su Chen, and our Starry Entertainment is willing to provide compensation in accordance with the contract terms. So this will not take much time. The previously cheerful audience suddenly found themselves confused, their minds filled with questions. Am I not watching a dating show? How did it turn into a business channel? Did I hear that correctly? Starry is proactively terminating the contract with Su Chen? This is unprecedented. I have only seen artists requesting to terminate contracts, never a company voluntarily doing so. In an instant, all attention shifted to Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen snored softly. Zhu Delong squinted at Chen Fei. This fellow is stirring up trouble. We agreed to resolve this privately, yet you went and disclosed everything live. With the situation at this point, Zhu Delong had no choice but to look at Xia Xinghe. Xia Xinghe nodded and gently shook Su Chen. Huh? Is it time to eat? Chen Fei is here to terminate your contract, Xia Xinghe informed him. Su Chen rubbed his face. I must still be half asleep. Such good news exists? Is Chen Fei drunk on some cheap liquor? Only after speaking did Su Chen realize everyone was staring at him. He immediately offered an awkward smile. My apologies, I spoke rather coarsely. Chen Fei's intellect must have been kicked by a mule. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of Chen Fei's vulnerability. Su Chen. Chen Fei shouted angrily, striding toward him and tossing a contract. On behalf of Starry, I solemnly inform you that due to your despicable behavior and tarnished reputation during your time as our artist, our company has faced numerous client complaints, severely damaging our reputation. Thus, after careful consideration by the board of directors, we have decided to terminate our contract with you and are willing to bear the penalty for breach of contract. Su Chen, be wise and do not waste time. The penalty will be transferred to your account. Su Chen was now truly comprehending the situation. Although he was unsure of Chen Fei's motives, he was certainly pleased with this turn of events. He immediately sat up straight. TSK, TSK, Chen Fei. You've made me laugh like an old lady in bed. I have long wished to leave your pathetic company. If it weren't for that measly penalty, not even if you begged on your knees would I spare you a glance. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of Su Chen's termination, had yet to regain their composure. Su Chen's rapid-fire retorts elevated their understanding to a new level. Lin Lin quietly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Brother, this is still live. Su Chen waved dismissively. So what if it's live? Encountering such a small-minded, underdeveloped boss, it's only fitting that I speak my mind. I see. Has Su Chen ignited his spirit? Let us flood the screen with praise for Su Chen's boldness. Su Chen, who always plays the fool, is finally facing the consequences. Good riddance. Su Chen's character was already questionable. Let us see how arrogant he remains without a company. Deserved. He bullied our brother. Have you all grown accustomed to the antics of the upper-level individuals? Chen Fei is the boss. Do you believe everything he says? Sure, Yuchi felt she had finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and immediately, with a feigned sense of grievance, exclaimed, Su Chen, how can you speak so harshly of President Chen? It was he who introduced you to this industry, granting you the chance to become a star. Su Chen cast a glance her way, his amusement evident as he retorted. And who was it that brought you into this arena? Who assisted you in securing resources when you were still an insignificant nobody? And what of you? Selling out your brothers, lacking any sense of loyalty. I've encountered many unprincipled turncoats. It's quite a novel experience to witness someone so sycophantic towards their employer while feigning victimhood, all the while vilifying their benefactor. Su Chen, whom do you label as a turncoat? Sure, Yuchi suddenly recalled that this was a live broadcast, unleashing a sharp outburst. The ever-composed Xia Xinghe, for once, infused her tone with a playful edge. Of course, one can only speak of those who are currently popular. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 120 points in Sure Yuchi's vulnerability. Chapter 59. The wealthy rogue. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. From the very first day of the program, it was evident that Sure Yuchi and Su Chen harbored deep-seated animosity towards one another. They had previously encountered tumultuous confrontations, yet nothing compared to the current scene where they were face-to-face, vehemently hurling accusations at each other. At long last, this long-anticipated battlefield has emerged. What are you all focusing on? Did no one notice Su Chen's words just now? Flattering the boss, feigning pity, disparaging the benefactor. This clearly indicates that Sure Yuchi has ingratiated herself with the boss while maligning Su Chen. Good heavens! The implications are profoundly unsettling. What are you rascals talking about? Our Princess Yuchi could never be such a person. With all due respect, as I touch my heart, although Su Chen is indeed shameless and audacious, he doesn't strike me as the unfaithful type. Precisely, especially in his interactions with Xia Xinghe. Even his self-deprecation is refreshingly sincere. Su Chen, if you think I'm truly pathetic, feel free to say it outright. The other guests, eagerly observing the unfolding drama, were equally taken aback. When did a dating show become a stage for such fervent exchanges? He Ling glanced at Zhu Delong, noting that even the director was nonchalant. He then comfortably prepared his small stool and seated by Yao and He Jingwan beside him. If I may interrupt, Lin Lin suddenly interjected, capturing everyone's attention. He leaned towards Su Chen, scurried to his pocket, and with a swift motion, returned to his seat with a sheepish grin, clutching sunflower seeds. Gulme, gulme, gulme. Partake without reservation. He Ling chuckled at Lin Lin, who was diligently distributing seeds to them. Indeed, proximity breeds influence. Those near Su Chen seemed to be a touch eccentric. Ha ha, Lin Lin, what are you doing? While they're in a heated argument, you're rummaging through Su Chen's pockets for seeds. I can't stop laughing. I suspect Lin Lin is seeking revenge on Su Chen for interrupting his confession last time. And let us not forget that mountain of sign cards. Su Chen shot Lin Lin a glare, then turned his attention to the still silent Sheni Chen. Sheni Chen's eyelids twitched as he retreated behind Sure Yuchi. This was no mere skirmish with Su Chen. It could lead to more significant repercussions. Had it not been for the fruit knife's delay at the company, Chen Fei and Shi Yuqi might well have been celebrating a full month of marriage by now. Chen Fei, observing Shi Yuqi's inability to retort, abandoned pretense and stepped forward, accusing Su Chen with venom. "What are you barking about?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen retorted, "Because I am attempting to communicate with you." Chen Fei stood frozen, feeling a tightness in his chest. Shini Chen covered his face, shaking his head at the all-too-familiar sensation. After a prolonged pause, Chen Fei finally sneered, "Su Chen, I am aware of your sharp tongue. I want to engage further. Let us sign the contract." Su Chen swiftly perused the contract and promptly affixed his signature. In the moment Su Chen dropped his pen, Chen Fei immediately revealed a smug expression of triumph. "Just sign it," he declared. "Su Chen, mark my words. Your time in this variety show is limited. Soon, you shall be like a stray dog, and I wonder who would dare to take you in." After finishing his words, Chen Fei attempted to exit with flair. Almost simultaneously, a sharp screech of brakes echoed from the entrance of the villa. Before anyone could catch a glimpse of the newcomers, a hearty laughter erupted from within the villa. "Director Zhu, long time no see." Zhu Delong turned towards the voice, and upon recognizing the visitor, he immediately donned a beaming smile and hurried over. "Uncle Zhang, after all these years, you still exude such charm." Behind Uncle Zhang, Wang Quan entered the villa. With a sidelong glance, Uncle Zhang affectionately patted Zhu Delong on the shoulder. "It's been years, and now you've become a prominent director." The once authoritative Zhu Delong, who commanded respect in the variety show industry, now appeared like a dutiful schoolboy in the presence of Uncle Zhang. "Uncle, you may still call me Xiao Zhu. If it weren't for your introduction back then, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to join Fruit TV." Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "That's merely a reflection of your own talent." Listening to their exchange, Chen Fei realized he had underestimated this elder from the prosperous era. However, as he shifted his thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at Su Chen. "Su Chen, I just mentioned that your variety show won't last long. Your retribution has arrived." Zhu Delong inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what brings you here today?" Uncle Zhang gestured towards Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, indicating their significance. Su Chen frowned at the imposing elder, feeling a twinge of unease as he caught Chen Fei's sinister grin. Meanwhile, Xia Xinghe remained unfazed, casually draping her slender leg over Su Chen's and playfully pinching him. Embracing the principle that the brave enjoy the world first, Su Chen complied with his good friend's request. The silky texture of her touch calmed him considerably. Zhu Delong hesitated for a moment, pondering if it was for Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's sake. Uncle Zhang nodded and made his way towards the sofa. Seeing this, Chen Fei smiled and chimed in, "Mr. Zhang, you certainly move swiftly." Uncle Zhang, however, kept his gaze straight ahead, ignoring Chen Fei's outstretched hand suspended in midair. His deep-set eyes fell upon Su Chen's hand that was caressing Xia Xinghe's thigh. Subtly laced with anger, he attempted to communicate with Xia Xinghe through his gaze, yet she turned away, resting her head comfortably against Su Chen's shoulder. Observing Uncle Zhang's furrowed brows, Su Chen raised his chin defiantly. "Old man, are your eyes bothering you?" The term old man had not been uttered in years, leaving Uncle Zhang taken aback. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 points of defense against Zhang Lingfeng." Su Chen was startled. This elder had quite a temper. Uncle Zhang took a couple of deep breaths, suddenly breaking into a calm smile as he extended his hand towards Su Chen. "Hello, Mr. Su. You little rascal. Shake my hand." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Su Chen leaned forward, and their palms met briefly before parting. He swiftly returned to resting his arm on Xia Xinghe's thigh. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 120 points of defense penetration value from Zhang Lingfeng." Su Chen felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. He noticed that the eccentric old man occasionally glanced at Xia Xinghe. Suddenly enlightened, Su Chen enveloped Xia Xinghe in his embrace, thinking, "What are you staring at, you lecherous old man?" "Old? Lecherous? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 130 points of defense penetration value from Zhang Lingfeng." Anyone could discern from Zhu Delong's demeanor that this old man was of considerable significance. Yet, Su Chun merely continued to refer to him as an old man and a lecher. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Wang Quan, standing behind Zhang Bo, began to perspire profusely. Zhu Delong feared that Su Chun might utter some outrageous statement next. He hurriedly leaned closer to Su Chen's ear, warning, "Have you lost your mind? When I first entered the industry, Uncle Zhang was already a renowned capital agent in Dragon Country. You should keep your mouth shut." Su Chun maintained his belief that strength breeds strength in the face of uncertainty. He was defiant, impervious even to the legendary alchemist Lao Zi's cauldron. He would not tolerate any bullying directed at himself or his good friends. Su Chun let out a disdainful smile, declaring, "Oh, just a wealthy old rogue then." Chapter 60. In truth, you have always been remarkable. The once quiet scene had grown so still that one could hear a pin drop. Su Chun felt the gentle tremor of Xia Xinghe's shoulders in his embrace. "Do not fear. I, too, am without a company now. At worst, I can support you through merchandise sales in the future. You must not suffer any loss." Xia Xinghe's previously joyful countenance froze in an instant. The tranquil sea of her heart surged once more. She softly acknowledged with a hum and nestled closer to Su Chun. Zhang Bo, whose aging visage had paled, suddenly appeared flushed. "Chime!" A series of notification sounds confirmed Zhang Bo's own tumultuous emotions at that moment. He had never contemplated signing with someone as fervently as he did now. Yet, he held back. Wang Quan, unable to remain seated, promptly pushed a contract towards Su Chun with a forced smile. "I believe Mr. Su has misunderstood. We have come here to discuss a contract with you. At Shengshi Entertainment, we eagerly await your participation. This is our sincere offer." Wang Quan flipped the contract to the final page. Upon glimpsing the numerous zeros following the figure, Su Chun was left utterly astounded. "A signing fee of 10 billion. Wang Quan quickly added, "This signing fee merely reflects our sincerity, and in all subsequent revenue shares, you would retain 60%. Should you ever wish to part ways with Shengshi, we would not demand any breach of contract compensation." Staring at the contract, Su Chun felt bewildered. What distinguished this old rogue from the god of wealth, save for the fact that he lacked the ability to shine? Su Chun cast a peculiar glance at Wang Quan, then at the composed Zhang Bo. "Do you think I have not downloaded the anti-fraud app?" Zhang Bo nearly stumbled from the sofa in shock. At that moment, Chun Fei suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhang Bo, exclaiming, "What do you mean?" Zhang Bo, already brimming with pent-up frustration, found Chun Fei's intrusion unwelcome. "What do I mean? You have terminated your agreement with Mr. Su. What issue is there with us signing him? Besides, who do you think you are? Do I need to justify my actions to you?" Zhang Bo's aura surged, exuding an overwhelming presence that made Chun Fei feel as though he were facing an insurmountable mountain. However, having suffered setback, Chun Fei could not simply acquiesce. "Very well. You Shengshi think you are clever, playing tricks on me, do you?" Zhang Bo smiled nonchalantly. "You have always been the one seeking collaboration. How can you accuse us of trickery?" At this point, Zhu Delong felt his head spinning, while the other guests wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What exactly was happening? Can any representative elucidate this situation? Don't ask. Even the representative is utterly flabbergasted. So, have the entertainment giants Shengshi and Fanqing turned against each other because of Su Chun? Did I hear correctly? The terms offered by Shengshi are astonishingly surreal. But what right does Su Chun have? Zhang Bo and Chun Fei faced off, and Su Chun, reluctantly releasing his dear friend's long legs, stepped closer to the two men. 3 pairs of eyes exchanged glances, staring at one another for an extended moment. Su Chun exclaimed, "What on earth are you playing at?" Chun Fei retorted, "Despicable," while Zhang Bo added, "Fool." All 3 spoke simultaneously. Zhang Bo, unwilling to prolong the conflict, chose to bypass the furious Chun Fei. "Mr. Su, we sincerely hope to have the opportunity for collaboration with you." Yet Su Chun pointed at himself, looking at Zhu Delong. "Am I worthy?" Zhu Delong remained silent. Su Chun then turned to Lin Lin. Lin Lin interjected, "I also downloaded the anti-fraud app, so I believe, Brother Chun, that you truly do not." "All right, no need to say anything further. Su Chen pinched Lin Lin's mouth with his index finger, middle finger, and thumb. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 50 points of Lin Lin's defense value. Zhang Bo seemed to have anticipated this, revealing his cards. Mr. Su, please do not underestimate yourself. The fact that we can offer such terms clearly indicates our recognition of your talent. Upon hearing this, Shiryuchi transformed into a red-eyed monster in an instant. Haha, how amusing. I can hardly believe someone would say Su Chen has talent. Apart from that face, what else does he have to show? Zhang Bo dismissed Shiryuchi's comments entirely. To be frank, your song Xinghua has dominated the charts on various music platforms for several days. We firmly believe that your future stage will not be confined to the big screen. The music scene in Longwu will undoubtedly have a place for you. This revelation from Zhang Bo was akin to a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shiryuchi laughed. You must be mistaken. That song clearly belongs to Xia Xinghe. Is this old man misinformed? That song was sung by Xia Xinghe for Su Chen, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Su Chen possibly write a song like Xinghua? You may call Su Chen a sly one, but you cannot claim he possesses talent. Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. He glanced at Xia Xinghe behind him. Her cool gaze met his, and she nodded gently. Yes, Xia Xinghe is also one of our company's artists, which is why we are aware that this song originated from you. After Zhang Bo spoke, Xia Xinghe slowly added, Thank you for willingly giving me that song. I truly appreciate it. However, while I can sing it for you, I cannot strip you of the glory that rightfully belongs to you. You needed to vindicate yourself. Su Chen immediately understood everything. He shook his head with a smile. But that song was originally a gift for you, is my present to you. The mutual journey always evokes profound emotion. Yet, according to Murphy's Law, where there is joy for some, sorrow must follow for others. Chen Fei widened his eyes in disbelief and laughed. Fake. It has to be fake. Am I unaware of whether Su Chen can write songs? At this moment, Shen Chen also felt a breach in his defenses, for he acknowledged the value of Xinghua. The realization that Su Chen penned the song felt more unbearable than death itself. Su Chen, that song was not penned by you, was it? Bai Yao and He Ling, part of the gossiping entourage, were also taken aback. From head to toe, Su Chen exuded an air of nonchalance, hardly resembling someone with a modicum of musical talent. Facing the myriad of astonished gazes, Xia Xinghe glanced at Su Chen's silhouette, her pride nearly overflowing beyond the screen. What does it matter if no one believes in you? You, against all odds, prove them wrong. Xia Xinghe, lost in her thoughts, produced a miniature USB drive and connected it to the speaker. With a gentle press of the play button, the familiar prelude of Xinghua instantly captivated the audience, whose minds were otherwise entangled in complexities. Silently, Xia Xinghe approached Su Chen, standing shoulder to shoulder. Her cool little hand intertwined with his palm. Leaning closer to Su Chen's ear, she whispered softly, In truth, you have always been remarkable. Chapter 61. This old man exhibits neurotic traits. The music resonated in waves. The identical prelude continued until a crystalline male voice emerged, imbuing the song with an entirely different essence. March passes as willow cat can scatter, lovers hurry on. My love remains unmoved by the winds. Flipping through yesterday, warmth still lingers, dust-covered secrets of the heart. In a state of daze, I feel as though I have traversed through time. The same melody flowed. That evening, within the strains of Xia Xinghe's singing, only endless regret and solitude lingered. Yet now, this mellifluous male voice, devoid of such regrets, expressed heartfelt sentiments. It resonated like a defiant youth, scarred by life's tribulations and the tumult of love, who, while viewing everything with indifference, still harbored boundless dreams for the future. Two voices, one male and one female, one reminiscing with passion, the other healing through love. Indeed, it was Su Chen's voice. The sunflower seeds that He Ling had brought to her lips tumbled to the ground. If Su Chen's ability to compose songs had already left him astounded, then his control over musical nuances and pitch during the performance shocked him 100-fold. Undoubtedly, Su Chen's singing prowess was of a professional caliber. Lin, with remnants of sunflower seed skins still clinging to his lips, stared blankly at Su Chen, thinking, brother, With such singing talent, why would he need to borrow my quick rap for a confession? The guests at the scene were equally astonished, while the online audience erupted with excitement. No way, no way. Su Chen, you sing this well. Why not pursue a career as a pop idol? In truth, Su Chen did not choose to be a pop idol. He opted to be a seasoned artist. A pop idol who cannot sing is not a qualified entertainer. Is he? All right, Su Chen can sing. I am unfollowing. Su Chen's voice truly tells a story. I'm in love. Su Chen who can't sing, lip sync. Su Chen who can sing, my husband. Xia Xinghe could easily continue to capitalize on her reputation as a talented woman and storm into the entertainment industry. Yet she insists on proving her worth for Su Chen. Oh dear, how bitter this is. Sob. It turns out I've become a lemon. Envious of Su Chen. The song continued. Su Chen's performance remained consistently remarkable. For the first time, Zhang Bo scrutinized Su Chen closely, noting his striking features and exceptional musical talent. He considered the prospect of wanting to silence him. If only Su Chen were mute, perhaps it would enhance his allure. Until Xia Xinghe gently leaned against Su Chen's shoulder, prompting him to wrap his arm around her slender waist. In that moment, an alarm blared within Zhang Bo's heart. Let go, he bellowed, shattering the beautifully crafted atmosphere of the music. Everyone turned to stare at the inexplicably furious Zhang Bo, who himself seemed taken aback. Then, he realized with dread, a chilling intent locked onto him from a 45-degree angle. Yet Su Chen's hand remained steadfast and audacious, even daring to pinch her waist subtly. As Su Chen belatedly glanced at Zhang Bo, he inquired, Are you referring to me? Xia Xinghe languidly added, Who are you speaking of? Zhang Bo's face trembled. He longed to flee, yet escape was an impossibility. His once pallid visage had regained its color, only to flush crimson once more. After a prolonged struggle, he suddenly pounded his chest and, tilting his head towards the heavens, let out a mournful wail. Had I known my first love would end in vain, I should have let go sooner. The pain, it is unbearable. Fearing his performance lacked vivacity, he momentarily revisited the most sorrowful episodes of his life. Memories wafted like smoke, and life felt like a fleeting spectacle. At 18, he basked in the glory of being the top scholar in the province, gaining admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University. By 24, he secured a position under the mentorship of a distinguished professor for further studies. At 27, he caught the eye of the elder from the Xia family, becoming a personal secretary. By 30, he was entrusted with the helm of a billion-dollar food enterprise. At 40, he was appointed CEO of a publicly listed company by the family patriarch. Although a steward at 50, he successfully infiltrated the core of the Xia family, becoming a sought-after magnate by numerous capitalists. By 52, his children had established their own families and entered the Xia management team, while his grandchildren surrounded him, enjoying the blessings of a harmonious life. At 60, he was entrusted with the responsibility of nurturing the Xia family successor, his status rivaling that of high-ranking officials from the past. Lost in thought, he suddenly chuckled. Old man, what are you laughing at? Su Chen felt that Zhang Bo possessed a hint of eccentricity. Zhang Bo awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, reflecting on his unfulfilled love. Perhaps this was the essence of joy born from profound sorrow. Joy born from sorrow. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his mind tingling with curiosity. Xia Xinghe cast a subtle glare at Zhang Bo, swiftly picking up the contract from the table and handing it to Su Chen. Sign here, from now on. We can conspire together in the company. We will undoubtedly thrive. Although Su Chen was intrigued by why Xia Xinghe would establish a modeling agency while simultaneously being a signed artist at Shangshi, who could refuse the opportunity to collaborate with a good friend? But wait, did it seem like Xia Xinghe was plotting a coup with him? Was it typical for both the owner and artists of Shangshi to be so peculiar? Such a notion was rather appealing. Su Chen hastily inscribed his name. As he set the pen down, Zhu Delong, ever perceptive, initiated applause. Standing still, Chen Fei, listening to the applause directed at Su Chen, wished only to equally bury everyone present. His initial intent, to keep the live broadcast off, was to publicly humiliate Su Chen. Yet, he had merely shot himself in the foot. Fortunately, The prospect of collaboration with Kiki brought him a modicum of solace. After all, it was merely a mediocre song. Could Su Chen truly expect to rely on it for a lifetime? Chun Fei yearned to escape this place that made his skin crawl. As he sulked away, two middle-aged men in suits entered through the villa entrance. Upon recognizing one of them, Zhu Delong hurriedly approached and extended his hand. "Mr. Qian, why didn't you give us a heads up?" Bai Yao whispered. Could it be that he also wishes to sign with Su Chun? He Ling shook his head with conviction, declaring it impossible. Only one type of person could make Director Zhu feel as if he had a tail wagging behind him while running. Who could it be? Lin, quick to react, exclaimed the sponsor. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than a representative from the Hale's brand, which had previously established a strategic partnership with Perfect Lover. Mr. Qian and Director Zhu clasped hands warmly, exchanging friendly smiles. Director Zhu, you often forget things. Have you forgotten that we agreed to discuss the details of our collaboration today and to meet our exclusive spokesperson? Mr. Qian's gaze swept across the venue before finally resting on Su Chun, offering a congenial smile. Director Zhu smacked his forehead in realization. Oh, my memory. Cool me. Have a seat. But wait, let me introduce you to someone. Mr. Qian brought a middle-aged man forward. This is Mr. Dong, the owner of Beijing Fishing Tackle. Mr. Dong, sporting a neat crew cut, extended his hand with a smile. Hello, Director Zhu. I am here to represent Beijing Fishing Tackle to discuss sponsorship matters with you. Chapter 62. Threatening my sister-in-law? No, Air Force. Zhu Delong silently mused, a radiant smile instantly illuminating his face. No, Air Force Fishing Tackle, as the preeminent enterprise in the fishing industry of the Dragon Nation, holds an unequivocal dominion within the realm of angling. Their advertisements boldly proclaim that the combined length of fishing rods sold each year could encircle the blue planet multiple times. Zhu Delong felt as though he had been blessed with a fortuitous windfall from the heavens. Welcome. Please take a seat. General Dong and General Qian approached the sofa with purpose, seating themselves on either side of Su Chun. Their gazes, intense and eager, fixated on him. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. They spoke in unison, instinctively extending their hands. Su Chun glanced left and right, sensing that today's venture capitalists were not particularly astute. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yet, General Dong and General Qian appeared oblivious to the discomfort, their hands still suspended in midair. The others were perplexed by the unfolding scenario. However, Zhu Delong, a seasoned entertainer, understood all too well. Though these two seemed like acquaintances, it was evident they harbored significant interest in Su Chun. Yet, with the limited duration of the program, it would be impossible to satisfy both parties equally. How would they navigate this delicate balance? Zhang Bo keenly observed the scene, anticipating how Su Chun would resolve this unexpected predicament. Chen Fei wore a disdainful smirk, convinced that even if an endorsement opportunity were offered to Su Chun, he would inevitably ruin it. Zhu Delong quickly stepped forward, ready to assist Su Chun in extricating himself from the situation. Meanwhile, Su Chun maintained a courteous smile, standing between the two. Suddenly, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, simultaneously grasping the hands of General Dong and General Qian, giving them a gentle shake. Both men were momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a resolution. Zhu Delong exhaled in relief, recognizing Su Chen's cleverness. General Qian laughed heartily, remarking, Mr. Su is indeed an intriguing individual. This is the sincerity from our company, Black Race. Su Chen refrained from accepting the contract immediately. Instead, he turned to Zhang Bo, asking, if I recall correctly, the contract states that I possess the right to select my endorsements at my discretion, does it not? Zhang Bo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the decision rests with you. Only then did Su Chen feel assured enough to peruse the Black Race contract. Upon glancing at the endorsement fee, his expression reflected a moment of astonishment. 100 million? General Qian, noticing Su Chen's fleeting reaction, could not suppress a smug smile. Mr. Su, do not be surprised. This is the offer we have determined after thorough consideration. You are worth this price. Su Chen's astonishment deepened at the remark. Is selling TT so lucrative? He inquired, puzzled. General Chen struggled to keep pace with Su Chen's line of thought, momentarily lost. Wasn't the surprise stemming from the substantial endorsement fee? General Dong, observing General Chen's speechlessness, seized the opportunity to present the contract. Mr. Su, this is our sincere offer. We do not prioritize commercial value in our fishing gear. Rather, we value the individual you are. The lies of merchants flow effortlessly from their lips. For the same endorsement fee of 100 million, coupled with emotional appeal, he is confident he can win over Su Chen. Indeed, Su Chen immediately turned to look at General Dong, questioning, "Are you referring to my character?" General Dong nodded and playfully winked at Su Chen, declaring, "Mr. Su's personal charm is priceless." Surprisingly, Su Chen did not seem taken aback this time. Instead, he clasped his hands to his chest in a display of fear. "I am an artist for hire, not a commodity. Although I cherish wealth, the pain is quite unbearable." General Dong remarked, "So, my native tongue is silence. Is it possible that I was referring to your ability to catch 40 perch using our fishing gear?" Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of defense value from Dong Chung. Ha ha ha. How amusingly afraid of pain. Su Chen, do you even realize what you're saying? Su Chen's thought process never ceases to amaze me. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Su Chen truly has no regard for timing or place, creating chaos wherever he goes. At this moment, Chen Fei could no longer contain himself. Why should Su Chen be entitled to 2 endorsement fees exceeding 100 million simultaneously? Moreover, he had just terminated their contract. That 200 million should have been his. Anger surged within Chen Fei, not only directed at Su Chen, but also at Zhang Bo, who had deceived him. And then there was Zhu Delong. They had previously reached a cooperation agreement with He Lacy. Why did they not inform him that their brand still held Su Chen in high regard? Zhu Delong appeared to be grinning like a fool, seemingly too preoccupied to pay attention to Chen Fei. Zhang Bo either ignored him or regarded him with complete disdain. Under such intense humiliation, Chen Fei's desire for revenge reached its zenith. He suddenly interjected into their conversation. "General Dong, since Su Chen seems reluctant to sign, why not consider our company S. Shini Chen? He is the most popular singer of the moment and will undoubtedly not disappoint your esteemed company." Shini Chen, also coveting that 100 million endorsement fee, straightened up and chimed in, "Indeed, I believe I am a perfect match for your company." Su Chen set down the contract and looked at him curiously. "What? Are you not afraid of pain?" Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 120 points of defense value from Shuni Chen. Shuni Chen was momentarily speechless. Chen Fei shot a glare at this frustrating character. Shuni Chen was also an avid fishing enthusiast with remarkable skills. If General Dong is willing, we could settle for 80 million for the endorsement. Yes. 80 million will do. Shuni Chen eagerly agreed. General Dong looked at the two with amusement. I am afraid our primary cooperation target remains Mr. Su. Chen Fei was resolute in his determination to sabotage Su Chen's collaboration. General Dong, your interest in Su Chen is merely based on his fishing prowess. But have you considered that Su Chen's temperament may one day bring calamity to your brand? General Dong continued to disregard him. Su Chen regarded Chen Fei's relentless pursuit with a calm smile. Since Mr. Chen is so intrigued by this representative, then Su Chen boasted abruptly. Chen Fei felt a surge of excitement. Was Su Chen finally losing his mind? Then I must hasten to sign. Su Chen picked up the pen and, with a radiant flourish, inscribed his name before Chen Fei's eyes. Chen Fei glared at Su Chen, eager to retort. However, Su Chen raised a hand to interrupt him, gesturing not in refusal, but to convey that his obstinate persistence was rather unbecoming. It would be best for him to take his leave. Faced with the mocking and derisive gazes of the crowd, Chen Fei simmered with unexpressed rage. You may leave, he thought, but I shall ensure you suffer in my wake. With a sinister glance at Xia Xinghe, he provocatively suggested, why not consider joining our starry sky? I would be willing to offer you a salary thrice that of the prosperous world. This remark was intended to vex Su Chen and Zhang Bo. Yet, he underestimated the silent strength of Xia Xinghe. She lifted her cool, clear eyes and replied, save that money for yourself. After all, the underworld does not heed empty promises. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 points of Chen Fei's vulnerability. Chen Fei nearly spat blood in outrage. In his entire life, he had never endured such humiliation as he did in this single hour. The intense feeling of disgrace rendered him defenseless, and he pointed furiously at Xia Xinghe, declaring, "Very well, we shall see." At that moment, Biao Gu, who had been lingering near the refrigerator, suddenly perked up his long ears, his wise eyes turning ferocious. "Woof! How dare you threaten my sister-in-law? Woof! One may tolerate many things, but not an insult to a dog." Chapter 63. Sister-in-law's affection suddenly. A shadow of black and white darted forth like lightning, aiming directly at Chen Fei's calf with a fierce bite. With a cry of pain, Chen Fei retaliated with a punch at Biao Gu, who, having landed his strike, swiftly turned and fled, leaving only his stylish silhouette behind. The incident occurred so abruptly that by the time the crowd reacted, Chen Fei already bore several bloody wounds on his leg. "Quick, take me to the hospital," he shouted, disregarding any semblance of dignity as he limped towards the exit. The atmosphere shifted to one of discomfort. Lin, still shaken, glanced towards the direction Biao Gu had vanished and whispered, "Teacher, that dog seems to heed Su Chan's commands. Do you think it could be connected to Su Chan?" Before she could finish, Ling clamped a hand over Lin's mouth, cautioning her to remain silent. Not long after Chen Fei's departure, a dog's head peeked cautiously around the villa's entrance. Not spotting Chen Fei, Biao Gu lifted his head high, bounding back with a playful gait. Shi Yuqi and Shuni Chen, upon seeing Biao Gu, exclaimed, "Quick, get that dog out of here. It's too dangerous." Zhu Delong wore a conflicted expression, aware that a biting dog posed a considerable risk in a variety show setting. Just as he hesitated, Biao Gu approached Xia Xinghe, nuzzling against her feet with a docile demeanor. Were it not for the earlier incident, they would never have believed this dog was capable of biting. Xia Xinghe smiled slightly, patting Biao Gu on the head. "Good dog." Biao Gu leapt onto the sofa, wagging his tail in a display of eagerness. "Woof, woof, woof. If my big brother is present, I shall call you sister-in-law. If absent, then my treasure. Woof, woof, woof. Sister-in-law, let us cuddle." Just as Biao Gu prepared to burrow into Xia Xinghe's embrace, he received a gentle nudge from Su Chen's hand. "Brother will treat you to your favorite big mouthfuls. You are forbidden from scavenging for the next few days, understood?" Biao Gu blinked his striking blue eyes and smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother, you're here. Is this dog truly so protective of its owner? With this dog by my side, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. This dog is more understanding than my wife. It's utterly charming." Su Chan speaks the most caring words in the sternest tone. How heartwarming. At that moment, Su Chan released his grip, and Biao Gu darted over to Bai Yao, his tail spinning like a propeller. "Woof, woof, woof. Yao, let us cuddle." Bai Yao and Lin, having frequently fed Biao Gu, felt no fear. Bai Yao affectionately rubbed Biao Gu's head, saying, "You're amazing. Be sure to protect me like this next time, all right?" Biao Gu responded with 2 enthusiastic barks and burrowed into Bai Yao's arms. "Woof, woof, woof. So fragrant. So delightful." Lin watched the heartwarming interaction between the girl and the dog, only to have her expression suddenly shift. Goodness, is that a dog smirking? It must be a hallucination from lack of sleep yesterday. The atmosphere in the room was one of joy and harmony, a delightful scene to behold. Shuni Chen and Shi Yuqi attempted several times to interject, only to be regarded as invisible. After pondering for a moment, Shuni Chen leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered a few words. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Zhu Delong, noticing their departure, paid it little heed, as the circumstances of the day rendered further activities implausible. It was wiser to concentrate all efforts on Su Chan and the sponsors. Perhaps if Su Chan could charm the sponsors, the fortune god might bestow even more riches. During this time, Zhang Bo cast several glances at Xia Xinghe, who remained oblivious. She simply sat quietly beside Su Chan, occasionally allowing a smile to grace her lips. General Dong and General Qin delved deeper into conversation with Su Chan, discussing everything from the intricacies of a turtle shell knot to the art of catching large carp. At this moment, General Dong's expression turned serious. Mr. Su, we are now officially collaborating. I've noticed that many of your ideas are quite professional. Do you have any suggestions regarding our products? Suggestions? Suchenderli adaptid a series de mine. General Dong nodded, setting aside the endorsement aspect. Merely viewing Su Chun's live broadcasts assured that he was indeed an exceptional angler. Gaining his insights could not only enhance their selling points, but might yield unexpected benefits. General Chen chimed in eagerly. If it's convenient for you, Mr. Su, we would appreciate any advice you could provide. After all, in my years of experience, I've only seen such exquisite turtle-shell knots in the hands of Master Kato. Su Chen smiled with pride. Then I shall offer my thoughts. Shall we begin with the art of knotting? Zhu Delong, who had been enjoying the conversation, suddenly leapt up as if shocked by an electric current. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss this matter privately. We are still live streaming. He leaned into Su Chen's ear. This is a dating show. Please be mindful of the impact. Su Chen's expression soured. Do not interrupt. I have my own rhythm. Until Xia Xinghe's clear voice wafted through the air, I suddenly wish to learn knotting. Teach me tonight, especially where you learned such impressive techniques. I was ready to take notes. And now you want share? Director Zhu, you surely don't want your show to be the most complained about, right? Freedom of speech has existed for years. How can you prevent Su Chen from expressing himself? Report. Brothers, I strongly demand a director change. Su Chen hesitated, suppressing a wealth of nodding knowledge, casting Zhu Delong a reassuring glance. Then I shall refrain from discussing nodding and instead share my thoughts on the future development directions for your companies. General Dong and General Chen thought they had misheard. You asked for suggestions, and now you're preparing a strategic blueprint? Yet, seeing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, their anticipation grew. I believe that your two companies could engage in a profound collaboration. Collaborating with a seller of TT and a fishing gear provider? Su Chen, we appreciate your creativity, but perhaps suggestions are best left aside. Su Chen, can't you just quietly be an elegant individual? Su Chen replied, everyone, pay attention. I am about to showcase my brilliance. Mr. Chen and Mr. Dong exchanged glances, inquiring, then please, Mr. Su, elaborate on the potential collaboration opportunities between our two companies. Su Chen pondered, shaking his head. Your two companies alone are insufficient. We need to bring in another partner. Which company? Cadillac. The automobile company? Mr. Zhang frowned at this. It is a grave error for an outsider to advise an insider, as it often leads to ridicule, much like Su Chen's current predicament. Mr. Chen and Mr. Dong had completely lost faith in Su Chen's ability to propose anything worthwhile. Yet in front of the cameras, they decided to humor Su Chen and allow this performance to unfold. Forgive my limited perspective. Please elucidate further, Mr. Su. Su Chen smiled knowingly. Have you not considered the commonalities among the clients of your products? I shall speak plainly. In my view, anglers and Cadillac owners represent the two most harmonious and genuine groups in this world. When they meet, they exchange warm greetings and share cigarettes, humbly inquiring, do you have any? This cannot be written out explicitly. Those who do not understand may refer to the comments. As the author believes there will be clever readers who will provide the answer. A humorous precaution. Chapter 64. A conspiracy. As Zhang Bo was sipping his tea, he inadvertently sprayed it all over Zhu Delong. Apart from that, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Su Chen wore an expression of utmost seriousness. General Dong and General Chen seemed to ponder, perhaps recalling some indescribable scene. Chi-Chi's face twitched. No, brother, you can't be serious. As Zhu Delong noticed Su Chen was about to speak again, he lunged forward, landing in Su Chen's embrace in a remarkably flamboyant manner, covering Su Chen's mouth with his hand. Is this what you meant by being mindful of your influence? If you wish for my demise, you could simply say so. Xia Xinghe, with a resentful gaze, pinched the soft flesh at Su Chen's waist. Have you been there? Su Chen felt an unusual sensation at his waist, brushed Zhu Delong's hand away, and raised his head, displaying a robust demeanor. When men speak, women should remain silent. Xia Xinghe's cool, delicate face stiffened momentarily before she lowered her gaze, understanding the implications. But the next moment, Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his waist, letting out a wail akin to a mud loach that had suddenly gained sentience. writhing on the sofa. Ha ha! Earlier it was said that Su Chun, an amateur, was advising professionals. He is clearly one of them. Ha ha ha! Su Chen's performance remains consistently unexpected. I am indeed a Cadillac owner. I'm not joking. What Su Chan said is true. Our car enthusiast group chat records would need to be censored if made public, yet it is genuinely harmonious. Cadillac does not cater to passengers, but directly to sisters and models. Su Chun, truly the emperor of bathing. Su Chun is being stubborn now. Be cautious tonight, when Summer Xinghe might come for your life. At this moment, Zhang Bo's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He would rather Su Chun were an amateur advising professionals than to utter prohibited words. This scene was quickly recorded and shared by netizens. It had just climbed into the trending topics. Perfect lover. A thrilling battle for fame in the entertainment circle, with on-site tearing each other apart. The topic was swiftly replaced by a new wave of discussions surging forth with explosive intensity. Shocking. Su Chen's fierce words return. Netizens sharply critique. It doesn't seem like a joke. Exposed. The harmony between Fishers and Cadillac owners surprisingly relies on this. Perfect lover seemingly placed under the close watch of internet police. On the set of Perfect Lover, Zhu Delong scrutinized Su Chun as if facing a formidable foe. You assure me you won't speak out of turn again, and I shall release my grip. Su Chun nodded, innocently raising a finger and muttering, I swear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 points in breaking defense value from Zhu Delong. You little rascal. Swearing with a raised middle finger, are you? Zhu Delong exclaimed. Fine, fine. Let us all perish. The scene erupted into chaos for a moment. Zhu Delong and Su Chun, on the sofa, put on a display of martial arts before the live audience. 10 minutes later, Zhu Delong, gritting his teeth, glared at Su Chun, who stood 5 meters away, seeking an opening. If you have the guts, let me go. If you dare, come over here. If you're brave enough, throw away that lousy fishing rod. Su Chun grasped the fishing rod, lifting it with delicate hands, which emitted a strained creak under the pressure. The fishing line was firmly ensnared around Zhu Delong's waistband. Each time he attempted to surge forward, Su Chun would elevate the rod, the immense tension rendering him immobile. Zhu Delong's face flushed crimson as he squeezed out an enraged shout through clenched teeth. Let go. I want to fight back. I refuse. Su Chun, with an impish tilt of her face, remained unfazed. You snagged my underwear. The transformation of his boxers into a thong brought forth an overwhelming sense of oppression and humiliation, making Zhu Delong feel utterly exposed. Never in his life had he wished to harm someone as fervently as he did at that moment. Upon noticing that the fishing rod in Su Chen's hands was from his own brand, General Dong's spirit soared. He dashed over to Zhu Delong's side, eager to seize the opportunity. Before Zhu Delong could cast him a grateful glance, General Dong swiftly made clear what it meant to possess the keen instinct for business opportunities. Dear online viewers, greetings. I am the general manager of Air Force Fishing Gear. What you see here is one of our flagship products. Observe its incredible pulling power. It can easily handle weights exceeding 200 pounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of defense value from Zhu Delong. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. General Dong truly understands sales. Is this the love-hate relationship between sponsors and the production team? Director Zhu vividly illustrates the phrase, earning money is tough, and eating excrement is harder. Zhu Delong. At this moment, I wish to create chaos with everyone equally in this world. Another 10 minutes elapsed, and He Ling could no longer bear to watch. Silently, he produced a pair of scissors and snipped the fishing line, bringing Zhu Delong's humiliating spectacle to an end. Zhu Delong sat opposite Su Chun, recovering for quite some time. Suddenly, a peculiar smile crept upon his face. General Dong, feeling anxious, noticed Zhu Delong seemed poised to unleash something grand, prompting him to consider an escape. Yet, Zhu Delong leaned closer to Su Chun, whispering conspiratorially. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness as she immediately intercepted General Dong. General Dong, Mr. Chen, and my new boss, please stay a moment. General Dong, wary, inquired. The contract is signed. What else is there? Su Chen displayed a remarkably amiable smile. Nothing much, but it's getting late. and I would like to invite you all to a meal to celebrate our delightful collaboration. A set menu. Both Mr. Chen and General Dong instantly recalled Su Chen's insincere smile during breakfast with the other guests. Perhaps it would be better to decline? Zhu Delong swiftly shut the villa's front door, grinning maliciously as he draped an arm around General Dong's shoulders. Don't be polite. You've come all this way. Zhu Delong quickly reassured the three of them. Su Chan donned an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Soon, the villa was filled with the enticing aroma of cooked dishes. Su Chan emerged with 3 exquisite plates, heading towards the dining table. It is well known that exquisite often equates to small portions. She lifted the covers to reveal a mere bite-sized serving of oil-braised smoked fish. The elegant presentation, combined with the fish's unique fragrance, instantly captivated the attention of all 3 men. Even Zhang Bo, who was accustomed to indulging in exquisite delicacies, could not suppress a gulp. Once assured that it wasn't a dish of dubious quality, the 3 eagerly grasped their utensils. Please indulge yourselves, Su Chen remarked, and instantly, they lifted the smoked fish to their mouths. The flavors erupted in their palates, fresh, mildly spicy, and infused with the unique aroma of smoked fish. The trio squinted in delight, having heard tales of Su Chen's culinary prowess, yet they were astounded by the exquisite taste. However, the portion was so exceedingly scant that before they could savor it further, it had vanished. They could only gaze longingly at Su Chan. With a smile and a snap of his fingers, Zhu Delong approached, grinning. Everyone, how does Su Chen's oil-braised smoked fish suit your palate? Both General Dong and General Chen nodded fervently, their eyes brimming with yearning. That's wonderful. Zhu Delong suddenly produced a small wooden hammer from behind him, clutching it in hand. I hereby declare the smoked fish auction open. The starting bid for this delicacy is 100 Dragon Country coins. Let's hear your offers. General Chen, General Dong, and Zhang Bo were momentarily taken aback. Wait, isn't this your treat? At that moment, the comment section erupted with fervor. I can't believe it. Director Zhu is playing a clever game. Zhang Bo is fine, but General Dong and General Chen are both sponsors. If they don't bid, it would be a slight against Su Chen in the show. Yet if they do, there will inevitably be a competition. Ever since Su Chen revealed that smile, I knew he had something up his sleeve. Ha ha ha. Director Zhu is just like that. He settles scores on the spot. Zhu Delong, you all initiated this. Chapter 65. You are truly a bandit, den. General Dong and General Chen exchanged glances, both inwardly lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. It was clearly directed at them. General Chen chuckled awkwardly, mentioning that he hadn't brought much money today. However, Zhu Delong, ever prepared, produced 2 QR codes. Both the green bubble and the little blue treasure were available. General Dong shook his phone, noting the poor signal. Su Chen, with a swift motion, retrieved the IOU she had prepared for Shani Chen and the others, boldly declaring, the grand stage of IOUs awaits, if you dare to write it. I, Su Chen, shall trust it. Observing the 2 men at a loss, Zhu Delong exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Was this the essence of Su Chen's joy? General Dong and General Chen exchanged silent glances. Just then, another fragrant dish of smoked fish was presented. Zhu Delong and Su Chen harmonized their voices, enticingly coaxing. Such delectable smoked fish. Are you certain you want to indulge in just one more bite? Zhang Bo, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, suddenly found himself alerted by a dry cough from Xia Xinghe. Instantly understanding, he realized the course of action was clear. Naturally, he would comply with the lady's wishes. Casting a glance at General Dong and General Chen, he smiled and said, this smoked fish indeed has a delightful flavor. Since you 2 find it somewhat begrudging, I shall purchase it all. General Dong and General Chen turned in unison to glare at Zhang Bo. This was a disaster. They had a facilitator in their midst. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. General Dong and General Chen felt as if they were not the ones being grilled, but rather the smoked fish itself. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, General Dong relented, acknowledging, the flavor of Su Chen's smoked fish is truly exquisite. I shall lend my support. 40 minutes later, General Dong and General Chen leaned back in their chairs, contentedly stroking their bellies, yet their faces bore an expression of lingering desire. However, witnessing Su Chan savoring the IOUs with a glimmer of gluttony made them wince with discomfort. The human tendency to compare oneself to others surged forth. Often, one knows they're stepping into a trap, yet cannot resist the allure. Spending 200,000 for a mere smoked fish. They felt as if they were the victims of fate. General Dong and General Chen could only console themselves, rationalizing it as an indirect way to pay for the benefits they had received, until they stepped out of the villa and beheld their Mercedes, its four tires utterly devoid of air. Their defenses crumbled in an instant. Is this a production crew? You are truly a bandit den. General Chen clung tightly to General Dong, who was ready to charge back into the villa, offering comfort. Consider it a loss that wards off misfortune. Just think of it that way. General Dong shot him an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "This is my car, my car." By the lakeside, Shun Chen, along with Lu Yuan, Shi Yuqi, and Li Hanyu, approached the expansive waters of the lake with an air of mystery. Shi Yuqi furrowed her brow, questioning, "You say there's good news, yet you've brought us here to drink the northwestern wind? Is the breeze by the lake somehow tastier? Indeed, don't you sense the aroma of fish wafting through the lakeside breeze?" Originally eager, Shun Chen found her enthusiasm doused by Shi Yuqi's remark. Casting a disdainful glance her way, she pretended to open her mouth wide, taking exaggerated gulps of wind, only to be choked by the river breeze, resulting in a series of hiccups. "Foolish girl," Shi Yuqi silently cursed. Li Hanyu gazed across the rippling lake, her mind consumed by the recently signed 10 billion contract with Su Chan. There are two endorsements worth 100 million each, both featuring celebrities. Why is the disparity between individuals so pronounced, even more than that between a person and a pig? Lu Yuan sauntered closer to her, casually flipping his bangs. In this moment, I yearn to compose a poem. Ah, the lake is truly emerald. Ah, the sky is so brilliantly azure. Li Hanyu is at a loss for words. Brother, perhaps you should recite romantic verses instead. Poetry is not your forte. Shi Yuqi, unable to contain herself, inquired. What exactly have you summoned us here for by the lakeside? Shun Chen and Lu Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, confidently retrieving fishing rods from their bags. I have inquired with the staff. Su Chen's endorsement of fishing gear stems from his impressive catch on the deserted island yesterday. So what? Li Hanyu seemed to grasp something. Therefore, I too shall fish for the illustrious big crucian carp. Shun Chen paused before adding, "You can't possibly believe Su Chen's fishing skills are extraordinary. It's merely due to the island's favorable location. To put it bluntly, I could do just as well." Lu Yuan chimed in, "Indeed, as long as we reach the island today, we too shall achieve fame." The endorsement contract Su Chan secured today has certainly ignited their ambitions. Li Hanyu may not know much about fishing, but listening to Shun Chen as professional jargon, such as fishing spots and casting, sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. What if they actually caught fish? Even if they didn't land an endorsement, at least they could enjoy a sumptuous meal without spending a heart coin. Shi Yuqi shared a similar sentiment, but part of her frustration stemmed from witnessing Su Chan being celebrated like a star while she felt invisible. An unbearable contrast for someone who prided herself on being a top-tier actress. Gazing at the expansive lake, Shi Yuqi encountered her first dilemma. How do we get to the island? No sooner had she spoken than the distant sound of a tractor reverberated across the lake. Old Man Airby appeared, steering a fishing boat across the water. Shun Chen excitedly waved. "Old man, could you take us to that island?" Old Man Airby scrutinized the four of them, extending 2 fingers, 200 heart coins. "Are you robbing us?" Shun Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Yesterday, Su Chan went to the island for free. Old Man Airby's weathered eyes seemed to pierce through their astonishment. The director had no inkling that the young lad would catch any fish, and this morning, he had just altered the island's attributes. It now classified as a hidden map, requiring 200 heart coins as a ticket to access. Yet whatever you catch is yours to keep. The four of them realized that this island, originally intended for punishment, now required them to pay to set foot on it. Their resolve strengthened. It must have been Su Chen's luck in finding an excellent fishing spot. Their determination to prove themselves reached its zenith. Yuqi playfully blinked her sparkling eyes at old man Air by pouting, "Grandfather, could you please give us a discount? We beg you." Old Master Erbai stretched his neck, feeling stiff. "Girl, have you gotten sand in your eyes? Why does it feel like something is prickling?" Ha ha. Shiyuki has tragically encountered a defeat in the art of charm. The attributes of this deserted island have changed. Could it be that Chen and the others will actually catch fish? Is someone else heading to the deserted island? Where exactly is this fishing spot? Go, Brother Chen. You will definitely catch fish. Indeed. Slap Su Chan in the face and reclaim the contract that rightfully belongs to you. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, the four could only part with 200 heart-throbbing coins to board a small fishing boat. As the boat neared the deserted island, Shun-Chen eagerly leaped onto the shore. The remaining few observed his adept assembly of the fishing rod, momentarily filled with a sense of confidence. "I'm ready," Shun-Chen declared, gripping the fishing rod as if it were the key to unlocking a path to lucrative endorsements. With a swift turn, he drew back the rod, his body and waist perfectly aligned as he exerted force with both hands, the fishing line whistling through the air. Here we go. Chapter 66. A message from QQ Farm informs me that your crops have perished. With a swift whoosh, a fishing hook adorned with a lifelike bait hurtles forward due to inertia. Shun-Chen squints, searching the sky for the direction of the bait. In the next moment, a piercing wail shatters the silence of the desolate island. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Oh, it hurts!" Lu Yuan clutches his rear, leaping 3 feet into the air. Shun-Chen, turning with his fishing rod, remarks with irritation, "Why the commotion? You frightened the fish away." Lu Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, hops several steps in the direction Shun-Chen's rod is pointing. "You've hooked my backside." Shun-Chen's lips twitch. "My apologies, a mistake." "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter." "One event." Lu Yuan, "Your expedition ended before it began. It's painful just to watch." Lu Yuan, "First of all, I did not provoke any of you." Lu Yuan, his lips paling from the pain, hurriedly attempts to remove the fishing hook. Shun-Chen, feeling guilty, drops the fishing rod and jogs over to Lu Yuan. The hook has embedded itself halfway into Lu Yuan's rear. "Hurry and get it off me," Lu Yuan urges. Shun-Chen, glancing at the blood seeping from the wound, feels somewhat at a loss. A wild fishing video he had once stumbled upon flashes through his mind. He looks at Lu Yuan seriously. "It might hurt a bit. Bear with me. I'll count to 3, and then I'll pull out the hook." Lu Yuan, lacking even the strength to curse, can only nod in resignation. Shun-Chen bends down, gathering his resolve, grasping the hook. 1, 2. Ah! The anguished scream is heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from listeners. "What the hell? What the hell? Shun-Chen, where's the 3? I'm asking for 3. Shun-Chen, confidently removing the hook, smiles. "I read in a psychology book that minimizing the preparatory time can significantly lessen the pain." Lu Yuan trembles, his eyes red with unshed tears. "You just yanked it out." Shun-Chen awkwardly rubs his nose. "I've seen it done this way on Douyin." "What kind of nonsense is that? I'm a human being. Do you understand?" "Ha ha ha." I can't stop laughing. Lu Yuan has gone through the ringer. "Fishermen, please do not insult us. We don't yank out hooks like that." ISNT, this a real-life version of the East Shore imitation? Shun-Chen, are you even human for treating our brother Lu Yuan this way? Shun-Chen, it was an accident, good brother. Lu Yuan, who is your good brother? You cursed defendant. Lu Yuan glares at Shun-Chen, frustration boiling within him. He no longer wishes to argue. He simply wants to escape. Inside the villa, Zhu Delong and Su Chun crouch in a corner, beginning to divide their spoils. Su Chun, holding the IOUs from Mr. Dong and Mr. Zhang, starts allocating them. "You get 10,000, I get 10,000, I get 10,000, I get 10,000. I get 10,000, you get 10,000, I get 10,000, I get 10,000, I get 10,000. Zhu Delong's face darkens. "Are you trying to beg for alms?" "That was an idea I conceived." Su Chun paused for a moment, recalling that it was indeed he who had removed those 4 tires. "Very well, a game of black against black, is it?" Zhu Delong was preparing to demonstrate to Su Chun the allure of the crimson flower. Just then, Wu Cheng rushed over with fervor, whispering into Zhu Delong's ear. Initially fixated on the inequitable division of spoils, Zhu Delong suddenly exploded as if he had been jolted by an electric shock. "What did you say? Lu Yuan has been sent to the hospital. On the deserted island, after bidding farewell to Lu Yuan, Chen once again lifted his fishing rod. This time, he successfully cast the bait into the water, yet the stillness persisted without a single bite. An hour passed, concealed 800 meters away. Yuqi could no longer contain herself and inquired, Chen, are you even capable? How could a man admit defeat, especially in front of so many online viewers? After a moment of contemplation, Chen reasoned that it must not yet be mealtime, and thus the fish were not hungry. Yuqi retorted, do you even hear what you're saying? Is that a rational thought? Gazing at the calm surface of the lake, an epiphany struck Chen, prompting him to begin packing up his fishing gear. What are you up to now? Don't ask. Today I am surely going to catch a fish. Upon departing the island, Chen and Yuqi made their way towards the village. After a mere 10-minute walk, Chen halted by a pond. I recall this pond from my arrival. I'm certain it will yield fish. Look, there's someone fishing over there. Following Chen's gesture, Yuqi indeed spotted a fisherman casting his line by the pond. Chen, brimming with excitement, rushed over. Hey, have you had any luck? As he got closer, Chen noticed something peculiar about the fisherman. Despite the approaching evening, the temperature was not particularly cold, yet the fisherman was draped in a blanket, tightly wrapping his lower half. Hearing the commotion, the fisherman glanced back at Chen before eyeing the fishing rod in his hands. With a nonchalant gesture towards Chen's rear, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, fishing is prohibited here. Perplexed, Chen turned around, only to discover a conspicuous warning sign hanging from a branch. Private fishing pond, unauthorized fishing will result in broken legs. After reading the sign, Chen scoffed, thinking the fisherman was merely attempting to intimidate him out of fear of losing his catch. You're not afraid. So why should I be? The fisherman regarded him with a sardonic gaze, slowly lifting the blanket to reveal a glaring cast on his right leg. Chen's eyelid twitched. His heart raced, and he awkwardly concealed the fishing rod behind him, stammering, I'm actually here for a vacation. I'm laughing so hard. This is too amusing. Chen's worth is still on the rise. There'll always be those who believe another's success is mere coincidence, only to realize their folly when they hit a wall. Ha ha ha. Chen fishing is impressive. Chen fishing is downright hilarious. Chen returned home disheartened after an unsuccessful fishing trip. Upon entering the villa, he encountered Chen, who had just returned from the hospital. Showdown, glancing at the fishing rod in Chen's hand, let out a resigned sigh. Director, it was an unexpected turn of events. Chen began, but Showdown interjected with a nod, indicating his understanding without further elaboration. Chen, wishing only to disappear into a crack in the ground, attempted to salvage the situation. Truly, Director, believe me, I simply lack the good fortune of Chen. If someone like him can catch fish, I certainly can as well. At that moment, as Chen quietly squeezed Xia Xinghe's thigh, he raised his eyelids at Chen's words. Chen, I just received a message from QQ Farm stating that your crops have perished. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 140 points of defense value. Chapter 67. You are more shameless than Chen's silence enveloped Chen until he spoke, delivering a devastating blow to Chen. The humiliation of failing to fish, coupled with the jealousy ignited by his words, found its outlet. What are you so proud of, Chen? You merely had a stroke of luck. Do you really consider yourself a master angler? They didn't choose me. That was their loss. Chen replied nonchalantly. Chen, with indignation etched across his face, reiterated, it was their mistake to overlook me, the most suitable spokesperson. The sponsors have no interest in you. Chen interjected. You're talking nonsense. It's not that they didn't see me. They simply failed to recognize my brilliance. The sponsors have no interest in you, Chen repeated. Oh, be quiet, you shameless scoundrel. A roll of toilet paper sells for 7,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 160 points in breaking Chen's defense. With reddened eyes, Chen gasped for air. At the villa entrance, Lu Yuan returned from the hospital, limping and shielding his rear, surrounded by staff. Upon noticing, Chen hurried over, feeling sheepish. Lu Yuan, I am truly sorry, are you okay? Lu Yuan, pale-faced, brusquely swatted Shun Yichen's hand away. Don't touch me. Having just been humiliated in front of others and freshly scalded by Su Chan's words, Shun Yichen's expression darkened. I told you it was unintentional. It was just a small piece of meat. Is it really that serious? Lu Yuan widened his eyes, chuckling. Is it really that trivial? Shun Yichen, do you hear yourself? That was no small piece of meat. You are even more shameless than Su Chun. The moment those words escaped his lips, Shun Yichen felt as though he had received the cruelest curse, his temper flaring instantly. He glared fiercely at Lu Yuan. You are the one who is more shameless than Su Chun. Lu Yuan, clutching his backside, refused to back down. You are the one who is more shameless than Su Chun. You are more shameless than Su Chun. Shun Yichen roared. You are more shameless than Su Chun. Lu Yuan jumped in response. The two engaged in a childish exchange, on the verge of spitting at each other. Meanwhile, the others discreetly shifted their attention to Su Chun. Goodness, when did this person become a unit of measurement? Su Chun rose and stepped forward to mediate. Enough, enough. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again. But youth does not return. Do not inflict irreversible damage upon others in a moment of anger. Shun Yichen and Lu Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Has he turned over a new leaf? Is he speaking sense today? Let us give each other some grace. Lu Yuan should apologize to Shun Yichen first, and then he could take a piece of meat from the fishhook to balance things out, right? Puffed. Bai Yao stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. The others soon joined in, erupting in laughter. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan found Su Chen's words to be quite sensible. If apologies were effective, why we need the law? He immediately turned on his heel and strode toward the fishing rod by the door. I'm done. Shun Yichen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Lu Yuan, please calm down. What are you planning to do? Lu Yuan, gripping the fishing rod, performed a deep bow of 90 degrees towards Shun Yichen. I apologize for speaking ill of you. As he lifted his head, a blinding flash of crimson flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Awakened, the moment of the hunt. Despite his limp, Lu Yuan's speed remained undiminished as he charged forward with determination. Shun Yichen, sensing the impending danger, circled the sofa, enacting an ultimate display reminiscent of the King of Qin circling the pillar. The previously serene livestream scene erupted into chaos. Ha! Su Chun isn't planning to let Shun Yichen off the hook either. Su Chun is truly putting on a show. This is quite the livestream spectacle. LOL. The last person I saw who could run this fast on a limp was the sprinting gene. Stop fighting, please stop fighting. How can those upstairs send voice messages? The fierce showdown ultimately concluded with Shun Yichen retreating to his room. Xia Xinghe, observing Zhang Bo's reluctance to leave, kindly suggested, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late. You should head back to rest. Upon hearing the word rest, Zhang Bo's thoughts drifted to Su Chen's earlier actions towards his young lady, and the prospect of them sharing a room filled him with rage. Su Chun, rising to echo her sentiment, added, Indeed, it's late. Staying up too long can be hazardous. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of defense against Zhang Lingfeng. Zhu Delong glanced at the time and also stood to see them off, prompting the other guests to follow suit. The atmosphere had reached a point where departure was inevitable. At the entrance of the villa, Zhang Bo, with a hint of reluctance and a touch of admonition, said, I shall take my leave now. Xia Xinghe nodded obediently, Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Bo hesitated for a moment, adding, Well, I truly must go now. Xia Xinghe nodded again, Safe travels, Mr. Zhang. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Bo remarked, Young people need not retire so early. Enjoy yourselves and engage in conversation. Xia Xinghe's gaze turned icy. In an instant, Zhang Bo quickened his pace. I'm leaving now. Standing side by side, Xia Xinghe and Su Chun decided, let us return to rest as well. By the way, what type of rope do you usually use? Without a moment's thought, Su Chun replied, A true warrior never complains about their tools. I am adept with any. Bang! The car door slammed shut. As the glass rose, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Unbelievable, utterly outrageous. I have nurtured this little flower with care since childhood, and, just as it blooms, it is whisked away by some little scoundrel, and he dares to call me old man. The lament continued unabated as Wang Quan silently offered tissues. After a lengthy pause, Tranquility returned to the Rolls-Royce. A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhang Bo's murky eyes, exuding an aura of dominance. The contract has been signed. Call Selena. I want Chen Fei eliminated. Meanwhile, at a hospital in the bustling metropolis, Chen Fei, fresh from receiving a rabies vaccine, was assisted into a car by a beautiful secretary. That mad dog. He is nothing but a rabid beast. Find someone to take care of that lunatic. Chen Fei, infuriated, stamped his foot, inadvertently aggravating his injury, grimacing in pain. The phone rang. The beautiful secretary glanced over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Chen, it's a call from the head of Kiki. They must be discussing our subsequent collaboration. This rare piece of good news momentarily eased Chen Fei's distress. He answered the call, adopting a conciliatory tone. Ms. Selena, hello. We have successfully terminated our contract with Su Chen. When shall we sign the exclusive agency agreement? There was a brief silence on the other end. A magnetic female voice, speaking in halting Dragon Country dialect, exclaimed, Mr. Chen, what did you say? You have terminated the contract with Su Chen. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Isn't it your company that indicated we could proceed with the next steps after terminating our agreement with Su Chen? Selena, sensing a misunderstanding, quickly interjected. I believe there has been some mistake. Our headquarters specifically requested to collaborate with Su Chen, which is why we reached out to you. Why have you severed ties with him? In an instant, Chen Fei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, stunned into silence. His ears buzzed with disbelief. You mean, your headquarters specifically requested to work with Su Chen? That cannot be. Your representative clearly stated that we could move forward once we parted ways with Su Chen. Selena cut him off. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but I believe there is a misunderstanding here. The decision to appoint Su Chen as the exclusive spokesperson for the Dragon Country region was made after thorough discussions at our headquarters. This explanation was clearly unacceptable to Chen Fei. Yet facing the head of an internationally renowned luxury brand, he could only strive to salvage the situation. Ms. Selena, even without Su Chen, our company boasts numerous other top-tier artists. Perhaps we could. Once again, Chen Fei's words were interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but without Su Chen, our collaboration cannot proceed. I've heard he just signed with Shangshi, so we shouldn't waste each other's time. I need to contact Shangshi promptly. Selena, please listen to me. But the cold sound of disconnection echoed in the silent car. The beautiful secretary and the driver sat trembling in their seats. After a few moments of silence, Chen Fei hurled his phone away, roaring like a wild beast poised to strike. Who can tell me why this is happening? Why is this happening? Damn that deceitful witch. She's playing me. Chapter 68. Between the pursuit of wealth and love, he chose the affectionate Fortune Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 points of defense value from Chen Fei. The notification chimed, yet Su Chen was too preoccupied to pay it any heed. Within the luxurious couple suite, he extinguished the camera and audio equipment, amidst a flurry of paid requests from countless online viewers. The soft yellow ambient light cast a hazy glow, and the air was thick with a palpable scent of hormones. Xia Xinghe gazed at Su Chen with an icy demeanor, her fingers gripping a red nylon rope that crackled ominously as she tugged at it. Do enlighten me. Where did you learn this? Su Chen swallowed hard, feigning bravado. I had no idea you signed with Shangshi. Aren't you the one running a modeling agency? Xia Xinghe's eyes sparkled with a subtle brightness as she replied, Indeed. I own a modeling agency. By chance, I took my models to an interview at Shangshi, but they weren't interested in my models and insisted on signing with me instead. They only handle endorsements and miscellaneous matters for me, and I have ample opportunities to recommend my own models for collaboration. Isn't that quite reasonable? After hearing Xia Xinghe's explanation, Su Chen did not dwell further. After all, the entertainment industry was rife with unpredictable partnerships. And you? Xia Xinghe pressed on. Su Chen cleared his throat. Mine is from A Tong. Don't believe me? Ask it. Ding. The system has detected the host summons and is about to elucidate its functions to Xia Xinghe. Damn. Are you seeking revenge now? Be quiet. Xia Xinghe was taken aback, pointing at herself in confusion. Are you referring to me? No. Su Chen shook his head vigorously. Xia Xinghe cast him a knowing glance. Less of that. It's not good for your health. No, I really don't. I understand. Xia Xinghe raised her finger to hush Su Chen and casually discarded the red rope that made her heart race. After a brief silence, they both opted to change the subject simultaneously. Xia Xinghe remarked, "Shangshi is actually quite good." Su Chen inquired, "What is the internal atmosphere like at Shangshi?" Their synchronized questions and answers elicited a shared smile. Xia Xinghe comfortably rested her head on Su Chen's lap, twirling a strand of her long hair between her fingers. The internal environment at Shangshi is relatively harmonious. There aren't many dark interpersonal relationships. Moreover, the high signing fee they offer indicates they will likely promote you vigorously. Su Chen reclined against the headboard, exhaling deeply. To be honest, if I could choose to be complacent, I would much prefer that. Xia Xinghe suddenly straightened. Relying on you to support me would surely lead to starvation. Su Chen shook his head. Honestly, I believe if you devoted yourself to the entertainment industry, you would soar even higher than I would. I truly have no desire to strive any longer. Xia Xinghe narrowed her eyes, nodding coolly in understanding. I see. Between the pursuit of wealth and love, you have chosen the affectionately lucrative path. Su Chen, unfazed, chuckled softly. Who wouldn't he prefer that? Call me mommy and I'll agree to anything. Xia Xinghe teased, a rare mischievous grin gracing her lips. Is it truly this absurd? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain struck Su Chen's waist. Oh, it's not absurd, it's not. The room fell silent for a brief moment, and Su Chen tentatively inquired, "Why don't you call me daddy first?" This time, no pain shot through his waist, only the steady rhythm of Xia Xinghe's breathing. Gazing at the delicate figure curled up like a kitten in his embrace, Su Chen slowly extended his hand and gently caressed the top of Xia Xinghe's head. A smile gracing his lips, infused with tenderness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense value from Chun Fei. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense value from Chun Fei. A series of system notifications chimed in succession, reminding Su Chen of Biaoji's valiant performance earlier that day. Ding! Defense value has accumulated to 5,000 points, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like a draw? Lottery. The moment Su Chen confirmed, his defense value reset to 0. In his mind, a dazzling lottery wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Su Chen's smile faltered. Were it not for the fact that he had at least received a renowned treasure, he might have suspected he had unwittingly stepped into the life script of a crooked dragon king. I'm a star, after all. Su Chen was momentarily speechless. An overwhelming torrent of knowledge regarding traditional Chinese medicine surged into his mind. After a brief bout of headache, his thoughts coalesced, weaving various pharmacological insights into effective prescriptions. Embracing the principle of since I'm here, I might as well, Su Chen resignedly accepted his fate. He quietly extended his right hand to rest upon his left wrist. With a slight adjustment of perception, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Indeed, he was a dashing and fragrant young man, healthy in body, devoid of male-related ailments, and certainly not suffering from kidney deficiency. Soon after, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the slumbering Xia Xinghe. Well then, I shall conduct a health check for my good friend as well. Su Chen slyly extended his hand, just as he made contact with Xia Xinghe's smooth wrist. Her long lashes fluttered. She swiftly grasped his forearm, embracing him as if he were a cherished toy. Feeling the pressure of her embrace, Su Chen let out a long, plaintive sigh. What kind of man can endure such trials? He reached out with his other hand, poised to touch Xia Xinghe's shoulder, but then withdrew it. Looking down, he found himself gazing into her pure, sparkling eyes. Ahem, my hand has gone numb. Su Chen averted his gaze, embodying the modern-day Lu Xiang. Xia Xinghe nodded thoughtfully, indicating that there was no need for such stealth. Su Chen. Chapter 69. Su Chen is right. The following day at dawn. Knock, knock, knock. Su Chen, open the door. I know you're inside. Don't hide and stay silent. Open the door. The door let out a mournful creak. Startled, Su Chen sprang up, flipping over like a hawk, ready for action. I could take on 10. The familiar suite greeted his eyes. Xia Xinghe rubbed her bleary eyes, glancing impatiently at the door. Who is it? Outside the door. Yuchi stood with her legs tightly squeezed together, her face flushed, crying out, "Open the door. I'm here to buy paper." The door was yanked open. Su-chun peered out, discovering a lively scene. Chen, Yuchi, and Li Hanyu were all there. Even Lu Yuan, who was covering his backside, stood at the entrance. Su-chun scanned the group, yawning at the sight of their awkwardness. How rude to disturb me so early. Bang! The door slammed shut once more, leaving the four outside in stunned silence, gazing at the closed door in bewilderment. Knock, knock, knock. Su-chun, what is the meaning of this? Are you buying and selling? Peddling superiority? I tell you, I've already started my live stream, and your despicable actions are being witnessed by viewers. Yuchi gritted her teeth, feeling as though she might lose her composure at any moment. With a sigh, the door swung open again. Su-chun looked at Yuchi calmly. She immediately sneered. Are you scared? It's not too late to apologize now. Su-chun shot her a look of incredulity, declaring that he found making money far more important than engaging in a petty squabble with a fool. Besides, ISNT at you who is selling superiority? You scoundrel. Yuchi wished she could tear Su-chun's mouth apart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 130 points in Yuchi's defense value. The viewers, previously lethargic, suddenly perked up. Is the tension this thick so early in the morning? Director Zhu must still be asleep. The variety show has reached new heights. Delightful to watch. It's warming Yuchi's heart this early. Wow! The richness of this content surpasses even my super deluxe pancake version. Li Hanyu watched the exchange between Yuchi and Su-chun, anxiously stomping her feet. Su-chun, we're sorry for disturbing your rest, but it's quite understandable. Just hand us the paper, will you? Su-chun glanced at Li Hanyu, satisfied, noting, look at her. That's the attitude of someone asking for a favor. He promptly handed her the toilet paper. Yuchi was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, yet the pressure of the situation outweighed her psychological strain. She could only muster a strained smile. Su-chun, it was our knocking that was too loud, but it was indeed for a reason. Wouldn't you agree? Su-chun nodded appreciatively. However, internally, Yuchi was sneering. He was still as foolish as before, easily placated with flattery. But before this feigned sincerity could fully manifest on her face, Su-chun suddenly raised 2 fingers, declaring, you, 20,000 for 1 unit. What? Yuchi felt as if she had just heard the most absurd proposition imaginable. Why is it that you sell Li Hanyu a unit for 1,000, but charge me 20,000? Su-chun grinned. It's just your misfortune. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 160 defense points from Shiyuki. Are you buying or not? Su-chun inquired. Shiyuki's fists were clenched tightly, and even the pain from her nails digging into her skin offered no respite to her troubled heart. I'll buy. As Shiyuki wrote the IOU, Su-chun turned his attention to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. It seemed as though he saw 2 large dollar signs in Su-chen's eyes. At this moment, Chen was anxiously bouncing around, observing Lu Yuan standing still with no reaction. He impulsively slapped Lu Yuan on the backside. If you're not buying then? Before he could finish, a loud yelp escaped Lu Yuan, who leapt 3 feet in the air like a startled monkey. As he landed, his eyes were red with fury. Chen, are you out of your mind? Chen chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot. The memory of the previous day's humiliation resurfaced in Lu Yuan's mind, and his anger was visibly reflected in his flushed face. He glanced at the mountains of tissue paper piled in Su-chan's room and at Chen, who was protecting his rear end. After a moment's contemplation, he surprisingly patted Chen on the shoulder with a carefree smile. It's nothing. We're all brothers. Chen thought Lu Yuan was about to reconcile with him and immediately pounded his chest with sympathy. Brothers for life. Are you 2 buying or not? Su-chen asked, somewhat impatiently. Just as Chen was about to speak, Lu Yuan preemptively declared, not buying, right? Chen nodded, then looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. What? Not buying? Lu Yuan shot Su-chen a disdainful glance, asserting buying paper from him will only inflate his arrogance and exacerbate this corruption. I refuse to associate with such a person. Chen, let us go. Without waiting for a response, Lu Yuan took Chen by the arm and started to leave. Wait, I still need to buy paper. Lu Yuan ignored him. Can a living person be suffocated by a full bladder? I have a plan. Xia Xinghe's eyes brightened. Really? Lu Yuan nodded emphatically. We're brothers. I would deceive you. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinghe immediately changed his expression, spitting disdainfully at Su Chen. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Fool! Su Chen rolled his eyes and slammed the door shut. Outside the villa, Xia Xinghe stood behind Lu Yuan, feeling as though he had just tasted honey. This was the first time he had faced Su Chen without being overwhelmed. What a cause for celebration. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan stopped at the edge of a lush thicket. All right, we've arrived. Xia Xinghe was puzzled. So your plan is? Lu Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry. When we used to film outdoors, we often had to relieve ourselves in the wild. Xia Xinghe frowned. What I meant was, do you have paper? Lu Yuan patted his pocket. I've got it. Just remember to turn off the camera. After speaking, Lu Yuan immediately dove into the woods and crouched down. To be honest, Xia Xinghe suddenly found Lu Yuan to be somewhat unreliable. However, the desperate state of his sphincter left him with little choice. Xia Xinghe also turned off the camera and followed him into the thicket. The morning forest was shrouded in mist, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. The sensation of being in such close proximity to nature brought a refreshing joy to Xia Xinghe. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Lu Yuan, you must admit, this feeling is quite delightful. Where's the paper? Give me the paper. Upon hearing this, the nearby leaves rustled. The impeccably dressed Lu Yuan approached Xia Xinghe with a mischievous grin. You're quite swift, Xia Xinghe remarked. Lu Yuan shook his index finger. No. I just realized that the paper I brought is insufficient, so I'll let you use it first. What good brother. Xia Xinghe had yet to feel touched when Lu Yuan flipped his wrist and pulled out 2 fresh, verdant leaves from his pocket. Here, you can use these first. In an instant, Xia Xinghe, crouched on the ground, was left in a state of shock. Is this what you call paper? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded. Xia Xinghe averted his gaze from the 2 leaves. So, will you be using this as well? I want tea. I'll ask Su Chen to buy paper for me. Lu Yuan chuckled cunningly, relishing the satisfaction of revenge. Damn it, Lu Yuan, you scoundrel. Xia Xinghe nearly burst into tears. Without a glance back, Lu Yuan turned and left, laughter echoing through the woods, startling the birds into flight. Suddenly, a poet began to recite. Laughing heartily as I step outside, Chen finds himself without paper to abide. Revenge must be swift, as Su Chen rightly said. He is absolutely correct. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 70. Who provokes me? Who I engage? Who I offend? Who suffers misfortune though devoid of visuals? The audio equipment captured every nuance. Moreover, given the early hour, the options for live streaming were limited. Nearly 10 million netizens bore witness to the entire spectacle, from Lu Yuan persuading Xia Xinghe to refrain from purchasing paper, to presenting him with 2 leaves. What madness! Everything is better with a touch of insanity. I feel Lu Yuan is being driven to the brink of madness. It's hilarious. Everyone curses Su Chen, yet they all emulate her. Doesn't anyone care about Xia Xinghe's predicament? What else could he do? Naturally, he must host a grand event. Trending on social media. Trending. Xia Xinghe, in perfect lover, resorts to nature's call without toilet paper, claiming it's for environmental support. Breaking. In perfect lover, Lu Yuan executes a masterful ruse, enduring hardships solely for revenge. Exposed. Su's worldview continues to gain value. Within the villa, Su Chen was about to indulge in a delightful nap when a series of knocks resounded. Dragging her weary body, she approached the door with a gait resembling that of a zombie. Her expression twisted in irritation. Did they think her easy to bully? Keep your distance. And if you're familiar, step aside. A slap for the ladies and 2 for the gentlemen. Disturbing my slumber is a grave offense. With a swift motion, Su Chen flung open the door, her hand poised in the air, brimming with resentment, yet hesitating to descend. It was neither a man nor a woman, but an elderly figure. Outside stood He Ling, observing the mumbling Su Chen with a signature smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Chen remarked, "Have I disturbed your rest?" Acknowledging He Ling's long-standing role as a peacemaker with no ill intentions, she forced a semblance of a smile. "Is there something you need, teacher?" He Ling, with a hint of apology, replied, "Actually, Director Zhu wishes to discuss something with you, but he is currently occupied. so he asked me to fetch you. Very well, I shall see him shortly. With that, He Ling turned and departed without hesitation. In the director's group, Zhu Delong shared a knowing smile, having anticipated the weight of Su Chen's morning demeanor. Before long, a freshly groomed Su Chen exited the villa. Is there something for the director? She inquired. Zhu Delong nodded. Suddenly, Su Chen, on high alert, exclaimed, "The money from yesterday has already been distributed. If you're seeking me today, it won't count." Zhu Delong's mouth twitched. No money is needed. No money is needed. Let us walk and talk. Breathing in the crisp air, Zhu Delong glanced at the still yawning Su Chen and initiated the conversation. Waking you this early for a stroll must be quite a challenge. You likely aren't accustomed to rising at such an hour. Su Chen, still not fully awake, replied without thought, "I have a habit of walking my dog. Sometimes I rise early." Zhu Delong. Su Chen froze. "Director, that is not what I meant." Zhu Delong hurriedly covered Su Chen's mouth. "No need to explain, I understand." Laughing out loud. Truly hilarious. Su Chen seems oblivious, yet delivers a knockout. My sides ache from laughter. How does Su Chen manage to speak so bluntly? The responses from Su Chen always catch me off guard. It seems the only person capable of matching Su Chen is Xia Xinghe, yet their encounters remain obscured from view. Are you referring to a legitimate confrontation? The two fell into a brief silence. Zhu Delong gazed at the village, now faintly visible, and finally spoke again. "I sought you out to give you a heads up. Our production team is about to commence the rural segment. You will soon venture into the countryside to complete various tasks." "So?" Su Chen inquired, puzzled. "Therefore, I hope you can exercise caution at times. Although we have informed the villagers, should any unnecessary disputes arise, your status as public figures may render you vulnerable." Zhu Delong had pondered for quite a while before deciding to speak with Su Chen. After all, given the immense popularity of Perfect Lover, its abrupt termination would cause him great distress. Su Chen, noticing Zhu Delong's expectant gaze, readily agreed, stating, "Of course, no problem. It is well known that I possess a friendly disposition." Zhu Delong was pleasantly surprised by Su Chen's agreeable nature. However, Su Chen quickly added, "Whoever provokes me will face the consequences. Those who cross me will find themselves in misfortune." Zhu Delong. "Is this what you mean by avoiding trouble?" Zhu Delong felt utterly bewildered, sensing that he had not yet escaped the clutches of fate. Just then, a feeble cry for help echoed from the roadside. Zhu Delong perked up his ears, and his expression shifted instantly. Chen. Half an hour later, on the first floor of the villa, the guests were indulging in a variety of breakfasts. Suddenly, a furious outburst filled the air. "Lu Yuan, you rascal, come out. I must have been blinded by foolishness to have believed your deceitful words. 40 minutes, I squatted for a full 40 minutes. Chen was nearly carried into the villa by several staff members, the numbness in his legs causing him to wear a mask of agony. Lu Yuan, clutching his backside, was not angry. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. "Did I not give you paper? What is wrong? Is it not useful?" Upon hearing the word paper, Chen erupted with rage. Ignoring the discomfort in his legs, he hobbled towards Lu Yuan. In an instant, the two limping figures turned the villa into a scene of chaotic pursuit, making onlookers wonder if they had stumbled upon the Paralympics. At that moment, the program's broadcast chimed in. "A new day begins. All guests are requested to proceed to the first floor of the villa to embark on a new round of tasks." He Ling leisurely descended the stairs, only to be momentarily dazzled as two figures dashed past him. Suddenly, Milady, accelerating, was in hot pursuit of the fleeing Jean. "Ahem, everyone, please momentarily set aside your activities and attentively listen to the rules for the new round of tasks." Upon finishing his announcement, He Ling noticed that Chen and Lu Yuan showed no signs of stopping. Helpless, he cast a pleading glance at Zhu Delong, which fortuitously connected with Su Chen, who was caught between the two. Su Chen instantly understood. Then, when Chen and Lu Yuan approached him for the nth time, suddenly a leg was extended. Chapter 71, Hundreds? E300. With a sudden burst of speed, Lu Yuan found himself airborne, unable to evade the unforeseen onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a childhood ambition echoed in his mind. "Mother, when I grow up, I shall become an astronaut." Alas, he never received the joyous reward from his grandparents. Instead, he landed ungracefully on the ground. Chen barely registered the incident. All she saw was Lu Yuan springing into the air as if propelled from the earth. Stumbling herself, she then launched herself towards him in an exceedingly graceful manner. Thud! The sound resonated twice, causing the wooden floor of the villa to tremble. Disoriented from his fall, Lu Yuan was met with the sweetly brutal impact of Chen crashing into him from behind, nearly expelling the remnants of his previous meal. The sharp pain from the hook wound intertwined with the myriad aches throughout his body, and his agonized cries reached his throat, only to be stifled by another piercing wail. Pain! Pain! My leg! Chen clutched his divine right leg, his face contorted in anguish as he rubbed it frantically. Why am I being hurt in your quarrel? I am so kind, so feeble, so helpless. Chen lamented as if he were a wronged spouse. Lu Yuan, momentarily stunned, was taken aback as Chen darted forward, extending his hand. Compensation. Compensation. Lu Yuan stared blankly for a moment before abruptly flipping over and kicking Chen off him. He glared at Chen. You tricked me, and now you demand money? Have you lost your mind over money? Chen's expression turned serious, halting his lament. You tripped because of me? Are you lying in front of so many people? Your left chest doesn't hurt? Left chest? Lu Yuan instinctively touched his left side. It doesn't hurt. Just as I suspected, you lack a conscience. Chen let out a pitiful cry, then suddenly thrust a piece of paper at Lu Yuan's face. Open your titanium alloy eyes and take a good look. Lu Yuan snatched the paper from his face. Perfect villa management rules. 1. No playing or roughhousing within the villa. 2. In the event of injury to another, the injured party must bear the cost of compensation. 3. As Lu Yuan read the rules, his expression fluctuated between shades of red, white, and black. Finally, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen. You are twisting the truth. You were fishing for the director with a hook yesterday, but I didn't harm him. Chen replied, spreading his hands wide. Director Zhu Delong suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Nonsense. Has the damage you inflicted upon me been trivial? Chen, fully aware of Chen's impudence, knew that allowing him to claim the moral high ground would only embolden his audacity. Glancing at Chen's leg, he maintained a stoic demeanor. Then I shall take you to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. I can afford a little medical fee. There's no need to complicate things. Simply compensating a few hundred for nutritional expenses will suffice, Chen remarked. Upon hearing the mention of a mere few hundred, Chen was filled with utter disdain for Chen. Truly, a petty individual ensnared by the allure of money, to the extent that he would reference the villa management regulations for such a trivial sum. He accepted the IOU handed to him by Chen and, in a tone reminiscent of charity, inquired a few hundred. Consider it done. Chen pouted, revealing a dazzling smile with 8 gleaming teeth. 300. What? Beep. Congratulations, host. You've gained 150 points of defense breach value from Chen. Beep. Congratulations, host. You've gained 100 points of defense breach value from Lu Yuan. Chen's hand trembled as he gripped the pen, drawing a long, slender line on the IOU. Chen, can't you act like a decent human being for once? This isn't merely a case of asking for a lot. You're practically demanding a fortune. Haha, what? Those 2 words have become trending phrases on the show Perfect Lovers. There's no helping it. Mainly, Chen's responses are utterly unpredictable. I laughed so hard I nearly smacked my neighbor's thigh now. The girl sitting next to me on the subway insists I'm a weirdo. Last time someone bumped into my Yachty electric scooter, they asked me what D it was. I replied, Audi. What's wrong with compensating me with a Mercedes E300? He's so weak and helpless. He deserves to ride in a Mercedes E300. I've completely given up. Once I get off the bus, I'll try my luck with a big truck. Buddy, I said try it, not pass away. Lin and Bai Yao realized the humor and were already laughing so hard they clutched their stomachs. Even Qin Yuxuan, typically known for his aloof demeanor, was chuckling heartily. This show truly delivers. Not only are there monetary rewards, but also plenty of amusing anecdotes. It's entertaining, and I love it. Healing wished to laugh, but upon seeing the pitiful expressions of Chen and Lu Yuan, could only attempt to mediate. All right. It's getting late. We've already postponed the task from yesterday. Let us discuss the compensation later tonight. Sounds good. Su Chen obediently nodded. He Ling smiled at Su Chen in gratitude before pulling out the task card to explain the rules. Members of the perfect villa, after several days of adapting to rural life, I believe you have become relatively accustomed to it. We shall now officially commence the rural segment. The first rural task is titled Team Up to Earn Gold. 5 pairs of CPs will be divided into 5 groups, selecting goods from those prepared by the production team, skillfully utilizing their individual abilities to sell the products. Ultimately, the production team will determine the winners based on the sales amounts of each group. The first place will still receive a reward of 500 heart tokens, while the second and third places will receive 300 and 100 heart tokens, respectively. The good news is that there are no penalties for this episode, but a mysterious surprise awaits the first place winner. For the guests relying on heart tokens to sustain their lives in the villa, these tangible rewards are indeed the most coveted prizes. Given that the other guests have not amassed many heart tokens previously, upon hearing that they can creatively attract customers, all the stars were eager to get started. Given the current popularity of Perfect Lover, the opportunity to showcase one's diverse talents could significantly broaden one's horizons in the entertainment industry. Although Su Chen, revered as the deity overseeing the heartbeat coins in Perfect Lover, previously possessed a substantial amount of these coins, his reserve have dwindled considerably following the earlier rounds of play. It is often said that a penny can thwart even the most heroic of individuals. A deity accustomed to wielding power over others can never accept being governed by mere mortals. Thus, he attaches great importance to this task. The production team has prepared 5 items for selection: eggs, pork, beef, mangosteen, and grass carp. Upon seeing the goods, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe began to engage in a hushed discussion, deliberating on the intricate details. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen's gaze was intensely fixed on the eggs, which he deemed the most ideal commodity. After all, who does not consume eggs? Each couple has their own calculations in mind. Just as they were about to seize the moment, He Ling interjected, announcing that before selecting the items, they must partake in a small game to determine the order of selection. All guests are requested to proceed to the front of the villa. Chapter 72, Without Morality. What talk of martial virtue? Before the villa, as seasoned guests of the variety show beheld the laid-out short-sleeved shirts and shorts adorned with luxury brands, they immediately grasped the forthcoming activity. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall divide into separate groups for a fierce game of name-tag tearing. The final outcome will be determined by the cumulative scores of both genders within each team, which will dictate the order of product selection. We shall now draw lots to determine our opponents. Lu Yuan, having participated in numerous variety shows, felt a surge of confidence regarding this classic game. After changing into his short-sleeved shirt, he couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves to flaunt his well-defined biceps. Rest assured, Han Yu, I've already secured the championship for the boys' team. Feel free to unleash your prowess. We certainly won to finish last. Li Han Yu, who had often heard of Lu Yuan's dedication to fitness, now felt reassured upon witnessing his physique firsthand. Shen Chen, after changing clothes, also struck a pose, revealing his slender arms. You think you've already clinched the championship? The competition is far from over. Behold my exquisite muscle definition. Wow, Lu Yuan is genuinely impressive. I absolutely adore those biceps. Yichen, you're phenomenal. Your muscle definition surpasses all. LOL, does Shen Chen even have muscles? Calling him skinny is an insult to dogs. Now Su Chen has no tricks left. Lu Yuan, teach Su Chen a lesson. Hey, where's Su Chen? I sent something. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen, what are you up to? With a gasp from the audience, all eyes turned towards Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Su Chen had previously maintained a fitness routine, but his goal was not to bulk up. He merely sought to ensure his health through exercise. Yet, the subtle veins that slightly protruded from his forearms revealed that his physique was certainly commendable. However, at that moment, Su Chen stood listlessly in place. Beside him, though Xia Xinghe maintained an air of aloofness, her cool fingers slipped beneath the fabric of Su Chen's short sleeve, tracing the contours of his defined abs. Isn't that enough? We're live streaming. Just one more touch. Xia Xinghe's voice was crisp and clear. What on earth are you two doing? I'm done for. I'm about to faint from this. Is my lack of a boyfriend, because I can't maintain a cool demeanor while touching abs? Warning, this is a live broadcast, not your private bedroom. Su-chun, just indulge her. Xinghe, touch me too. I have abs as well. Touching your abs requires my face to be hidden. Otherwise, it's hard to proceed. Sure, Yuqi observed Xia Xinghe and Su Chen's intimate interaction with a cold glare, seething internally. Xia Xinghe, continue your charade of aloofness. When a moment comes, I will strip away your seemingly perfect facade, exposing you to all in utter disgrace. Ling felt a sudden chill, sensing an ominous energy. The drawing commenced shortly thereafter. Lin looked at the number 1 in her hand, feeling somewhat exasperated. With 5 individuals drawing lots, it was inevitable that one would be left out. Why couldn't it be someone else? Alas, misfortune had befallen her. Bai Yao stuck out her tongue, revealing her own number 1. Lin and Bai Yao. What a fateful pairing. Neither has drawn a partner. Haha, there was an inexplicable aura of adorableness about the two of them. At this moment, Shen Yiqing revealed his number plate, which was also 1. Shen Yiqing and Lin stepped forward, arriving at the center of the arena. Lin forced a smile. Yiqing, please go easy on me. Shen Yiqing, with a confident grin, struck a pose and remarked, your luck is unfortunate. I shall show you what true dominance looks like. Lin, your shoelace is undone. Oh, is that so? As Lin turned to look down, Shen Yiqing dashed forward. With a swift motion, Shen Yiqing tore off the name tag from Lin's back and triumphantly waved it in his hand. You lost. Lin stared at his perfectly intact shoelaces, lost in contemplation. Brother, that's quite underhanded. Shen Yiqing, unbothered, lifted his chin and declared, the rule is, once you step into the center, the contest begins. All's fair in love and war. Dear brother, you are too naive. No one anticipated that Shen Yiqing, who had just boasted about overpowering his opponent, would resort to such tactics. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. Only Sure Yuqi clapped excitedly, exclaiming, Yiqing, you are amazing. Not only do you possess extraordinary muscular definition, but your intellect is equally impressive. Damn it, Shen Yiqing, do you have no shame? Why is it that when Su Chun plays the underdog, I merely laugh, but when Shen Yiqing does, I feel an urge to leap through the screen and strike him? Thus, the first round of the name tag battle concluded in this manner, instantly igniting a tense atmosphere. Shen Yiqing's assertion of the rules was indeed correct. Ling had no choice but to announce the result. Shen Yiqing was the victor of the first round. Please welcome the second group of contestants. Qin Yuxuan displayed his number 2. Su Jingwan clenched her fists in encouragement. Brother, it's your time to shine. Qin Yuxuan approached the center of the arena. Lu Yuan followed suit with his number 2, a mocking smile on his face. Sorry, little brother, victory is assured for me. The name tag defense battle was about to commence. Although Lu Yuan was robust in stature, an injury on his backside prevented him from performing at his full capacity. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. In the final moments, despite the excruciating pain in his rear, Lu Yuan tore off Qin Yuxuan's name tag, claiming victory. In the second round, Lu Yuan wins. Now, Lu Yuan and Shen Yiqing will engage in rock, paper, scissors to determine who faces Su Chun first. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, Lu Yuan lost to Shen Yiqing and will be the first to confront Su Chun. Despite the fierce battle just fought, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smirk with disdain as he faced Su Chun. Su Chun, why not concede outright? It would save you some face. Go for it, brother Lu Yuan. Take down Su Chun. It's time for revenge. In light of Lu Yuan's haughty demeanor, Su Chun appeared remarkably unflustered. He raised an eyebrow. Fools find their fortune. The foolish remain oblivious. Who are you calling a fool? Lu Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. Su Chun calmly stepped back, finding the situation amusing. How ridiculous. Barking where one ought not to, and then asking me who I'm referring to. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 120 points of breach defense. Anger surged within Lu Yuan as he suddenly recalled Su Chen's magical triumph over magic itself. He forced a cold sneer. Where are you barking at, dog? Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. I apologize, but this is the first time I've encountered such a massive pile of excrement. I'm simply thrilled. Su Chen, bitch. Lu Yuan roared as he lunged at Su Chen. However, Su Chen deftly evaded him, dodging several times in quick succession. Exhausted and incensed, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "Is running your only skill, Su Chen?" Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Once more, Lu Yuan charged, and once again, Su Chen skillfully sidestepped. This time, however, Su Chen seized the opportunity and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yuan's rear. A thunderous scream echoed at the scene. "Su Chen, you lack martial virtue. Deliberately striking my wound. How laughable. I possess not even a shred of virtue, so why should I concern myself with martial ethics?" Buddha's Palm. Chapter 73. Is this your zodiac year? Su Chen moved with the agility of the wind, circling around Lu Yuan with relentless energy. Each time he found an opening, he delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yuan's backside without hesitation. The crisp sound of the slaps, intermingled with Lu Yuan's anguished cries, echoed above the villa. "I'm blind. Is this variety show serious? Is this the legendary kicking of a crippled leg? Haha, Lu Yuan's backside is turning red. This isn't a battle of fame. It's clearly torture for Lu Yuan." Several times, Su Chen could have ripped off Lu Yuan's name tag, but he refrained. Haha. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Even Su Chen, panting heavily, began to feel fatigued. Yet, Lu Yuan's cries were gradually diminishing. It was not from a lack of desire to protest, but rather an inability to do so. With his hands on his knees, he gasped for air, feeling a searing pain in his backside, while Su Chen loomed before him, eager for more. He opened his mouth, forcing out his last shred of indignation from his hoarse throat. "You bastard, Su Chen, you are truly a scoundrel. I've never encountered someone as shameless as you." Su Chen grinned widely. "Congratulations, you've finally met your match. Behold, ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 150 points of defense breach." As Su Chen prepared to advance once more, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand. "Wait." Su Chen stood alert, watching as Lu Yuan's eyes turned red. He removed his short-sleeved shirt, tore off his name tag, and hurled it to the ground with a voice laced with a sob. "Here, take it. Is that not enough for you? Take my name tag and get lost." With a shout of "Get lost," Lu Yuan covered his face and fled the name tag battleground, sobbing, "This is too much. Even my mother didn't hit me this hard during my early teenage love. Hey, don't go. I haven't even unleashed my ultimate move yet." Su Chen attempted to pursue, but He Ling quickly held him back. "Goodness, if you hit him a few more times, he might end up changing genders. Stop chasing him. There's still Shunny Chen." At this, Shunny Chen looked at He Ling, his expression filled with confusion. "Ahem, I meant to say you all still need to tear name tags." Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused and beckoned Shunny Chen with a finger. "You come here." Shunny Chen's face darkened. "Do you think I'm someone easily bullied? Today, let me show you what extraordinary variety show skills look like." The two faced each other, and Shunny Chen scoffed. "Su Chen, don't think your underhanded tactics will work on me. I'm not foolish enough to allow you to exploit my weaknesses." "Oh, Lu Yuan, Shunny Chen just called you a fool." Su Chen shouted to the side. "You're a bastard too, Shunny Chen," Lu Yuan retorted. Unperturbed, Shunny Chen suddenly wore a serious expression as he glanced behind Su Chen. "What? Is the director calling for Su Chen?" "Su Chen, the director is calling for you." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he crouched down, grasping the hem of Shunny Chen's shorts, and yanked with all his might. "Oh!" The girls, including Bai Yao, screamed in unison while covering their eyes. Shunny Chen felt a sudden chill below, his mind blank and buzzing. "Oh, it's your zodiac year, huh?" Su Chen exclaimed, his tongue clicking in amusement. Shunny Chen, frozen for a moment, instinctively shielded his modesty, releasing a high-pitched yelp. The crimson boxers, adorned with a neatly inscribed character for fortune, were a striking sight. Shunny Chen appeared as a humiliated bride, frantically bending to pull up his trousers. At that very moment, his designer label was brazenly exposed to Su Chen's gaze. "Got it, I'll take this brand," Su Chen remarked, waving the label in his hand, observing Shunny Chen's flushed face. "Who would have thought? Shunny Chen, your small stature belies a grand presence." The stunned onlookers, after regaining their composure, erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha! Shunny Chen, This truly is your zodiac year. Chen, stop hiding. It's not as if you're without underwear. Lu Yuan, who had been frowning, suddenly found an outlet for his emotions, grinning widely as he pointed at Chen, laughing uncontrollably while throwing in some mocking remarks. Ha ha ha, Chen, don't cover up. Hurry and contact the underwear brand for an endorsement fee. Sure, Yuchi couldn't bear to look at Chen any longer. Associating herself with him was a profound affront to her dignity. Chen, what are you still doing? This isn't a Victoria's Secret fashion show. Chen clutched his waistband tightly, wishing he could cover his face as well. Su Chun, with a smirk, glanced at him and teased, "Oh, Chen, you enjoy wearing thongs too?" The director, Zhu Delong, pondering how to salvage the situation, suddenly felt a tightening in his groin and cursed loudly. Damn it. Chen's trembling hands clutched his waistband. Su Chun, I will never share this world with you. Ah, are you even human? You pull down my pants. You scoundrel. Rotten egg, vile wretch. People like you deserve to be dragged out and shot with a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points in Shun Yichen's vulnerability. In response to Shun Yichen's accusations, Su Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. Surprised? This is what it means when you gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back at you. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Ah, I will kill you. Shun Yichen lunged at Su Chun, his face twisted in rage. Su Chun tactically stepped back, exclaiming, "Your pants have fallen again." Shun Yichen immediately panicked and looked down. Upon realizing his fateful red boxers were out of sight, he felt a rush of relief, quickly followed by overwhelming humiliation. You tricked me again. But where was Su Chen's infuriatingly handsome face? Only a distant figure, reminiscent of Sun Wukong surfing by the sea, was seen sprinting away, emitting a sinister chuckle. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have gained 200 points in Shun Yichen's vulnerability. Su Chun, you are inhuman. Ha ha ha. I typically refrain from smiling, unless I find it utterly impossible to contain myself. I never imagined that I would witness such a spectacle on a variety show in my lifetime. I cannot fathom the psychological turmoil that must be experiencing at this moment. I declare, is the deity of the entertainment realm. The laughter is rather unrestrained, has certainly captivated several elder souls in the hall. The exclamation of 9, because 6 has flipped, resonates, in a shocking turn on Perfect Lover, boldly showcased his underwear in public. Furthermore, unexpected revelation of a family heirloom on the variety show unveils the most traditional man in the entertainment industry. A pressing inquiry arises. Does the act of same-sex trousers removal constitute sexual harassment? The director's team is inundated by the incessant ringing of the telephone. Clutches a landline, exclaiming, "You have the wrong number. We do not sell underwear here. What is this? No, this is not a prank show. It is a dating variety show. Do not inquire further. There is no premium content involved." What did you say? Pauses, his expression peculiar as he hands a phone to. Here. It's a call seeking to endorse underwear. Chapter 74. Are you not bullying me? To avert the escalation of the situation, the master of rescue, He Ling, quickly intervened and restrained Shun Yichen. This was all an unfortunate accident. Having endured much, Shun Yichen could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing He Ling's gentle reassurances. Woo, teacher, it's not that my mentality is weak. It's just that Su Chun has gone too far. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is for a boy to have his pants pulled down in public? Woo. He Ling nodded sympathetically, soothingly stroking Shun Yichen's head. It's all right. At this moment, Lu Yuan, wearing a forced smile, approached and nodded. Yes, it's nothing. Just like when you hooked my backside with a fishing line. All mere accidents. After the whole country sees it, they'll forget your face, but will surely remember the character on your behind. Having just received comfort, Shun Yichen faltered again. He shot Lu Yuan a fierce glare, his previously gloomy expression twisting into a grotesque, malevolent grin. May you all perish. In a swift motion, Shun Yichen clapped his hand against Lu Yuan's injured backside. Before Lu Yuan could let out a cry of agony, Shun Yichen twisted again. Delightful. Once again, Lu Yuan, who had just found a moment of respite, was struck by a piercing pain. Ow! Lu Yuan wailed. Shun Yichen, I curse you. The once orderly live broadcast suddenly erupted into chaos. Lu Yuan, enduring the excruciating pain, desperately tugged at Shunny Chen's pant leg. The scene descended into complete disarray. Out of nowhere, Su Chun emerged, his sparkling, captivating eyes radiating excitement as he fixated on the entangled Shunny Chen and Lu Yuan. With fervor, he began to sing, "Who can rival me in this grand arena? With sword in hand, who can slay the dragon?" Dear audience, what you are witnessing is the live event of Perfect Martial Arts, exclusively sponsored by the Perfect Lovers Program. I am your referee and host, Su Chun. Now, let us return to the competition. The red team contestant, Shunny Chen, has initiated an attack with the unstoppable Dragon Claw, aiming straight for the opponent's vital point. Brilliant. A successful score. The blue team contestant, Lu Yuan, begins his counterattack. Magnificent. An unadorned slap that delivers a tenfold psychological and physical blow to Shunny Chen. Su Chun's impassioned commentary captivated the other guests present, immersing them in the unfolding spectacle. Ha ha ha, Su Chun, how come you're commentating now? I declare, if Perfect Lovers lacks Su Chun, I shan't watch. I strongly demand an extra chicken leg for Su Chun. Being both referee and commentator is too taxing. Just as Zhu Delong concluded a call with a brief undergarment brand, he turned to witness the chaotic scene of the dating show. Suddenly, his vision darkened. Swiftly, Wu Chang seized a heart-saving pill from the table, poured a handful into Zhu Delong's mouth, and unscrewed a bottle of water, thrusting it towards him. Zhu Delong gulped down nearly half the bottle in one go. Zhu Delong finally exhaled, weakly extending his hand to separate them, to silence Su Chen's incessant chatter. I will handle this, you need not worry, Wu Chang asserted with unwavering determination, turning swiftly to rush out in a frenzy. Please, cease the fighting. Suddenly, the live broadcast screen went dark. What on earth is happening? Why is the feed cut out? Bring back the footage. I must see the martial arts spectacle. All right, it's that time again for paid content. Take my money and show me the footage. The market is opening. I'm betting on Lu Yuan. Su Chun, the only victor shall be me. In the director's room, Zhu Delong pointed at Shunny Chen and Lu Yuan, his voice trembling. Have you two lost your minds? Why not sprout wings and soar to the heavens alongside the sun? Puffed. Su Chun couldn't contain himself. Zhu Delong immediately slammed the table and bellowed, "You better take this seriously." Understood, Su Chun replied, retracting his neck, his thumb and forefinger brushing across his lips, transforming into a quiet, composed gentleman. Zhu Delong then turned his gaze back to Shunny Chen and Lu Yuan. Do you two find this amusing? You've turned the show into utter chaos. Especially you, Shunny Chen. Do you realize how much faith our production team has in you? We went at great lengths to secure you an endorsement, and this is how you repay us? Shunny Chen, who had been sulking, immediately perked up at the mention of the endorsement, gazing at Zhu Delong with stars in his eyes. Thank you, director. I apologize. I promise not to cause any more trouble. Zhu Delong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lu Yuan. And you? Lu Yuan shrugged. He started first. Enough. Let us get back to the live broadcast. Zhu Delong waved them away. He turned to Su Chun, pushing a bottle of fast-acting heart relief tablets toward him. Look at me. I'm already resorting to this. Can you not behave for once? Su Chun nodded. Speak. Zhu Delong slammed the table again. Feeling wronged, Su Chun pointed at his mouth. Zhu Delong's heart skipped a beat as Su Chun, ever so understanding, popped the fast-acting tablets into his own mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 defense points from Zhu Delong. Get lost. Zhu Delong could no longer restrain himself. If murder were not a crime, he would undoubtedly be the first to strangle Su Chun. 5 minutes later, the live broadcast resumed its normalcy. Zhu Delong slumped over the table, soothing his chest to regain composure. He cast a disappointed glance at Wu Chang. The viewership must have plummeted after that. Wu Chang stared blankly at the data screen, murmuring, I can't believe. We've reached the pinnacle of success. Zhu Delong shot him an impatient look. What are you babbling about? He leaned in to examine the data screen. His eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. The live audience count had reached an unprecedented high, 37 million. Su Chun, I absolutely adore you. On the live set, He Ling resumed the queue process. The female competitors have been confirmed. Xia Xinghe was not as fortunate as Su Chun. Instead, It was Yuqi who had drawn a bye. In the first match, Su Jingwan faced off against Li Hanyu. The combination of a poised woman and a youthful girl made both of them particularly attentive to their appearances. After a brief, symbolic struggle, Su Jingwan successfully acquired the prestigious brand emblem from behind Li Hanyu. In the second match, Xia Xinghe battled Bai Yao. As soon as Bai Yao entered the arena, she raised her small fist towards Xia Xinghe, playfully declaring, "I want to go easy on you." Xia Xinghe responded with a cool nod. Suddenly, Bai Yao let out a charming shout and, with fervor, extended her slightly plump hand. Just as her fingers were about to graze the hem of Xia Xinghe's garment, a slender, delicate hand pressed firmly against her forehead. Xia Xinghe, with her frosty demeanor, slightly lifted her gaze and stated, "You can't reach me." Undeterred, Bai Yao attempted to push again, pouting her lips and, in a pitiful tone, exclaimed, "Isn't this just bullying?" Chapter 75. The day was bitterly cold. Much like the heart of that dogged man, Bai Yao rubbed her small hands vigorously, yet, after realizing her efforts were futile, she completely surrendered to the situation. Xia Xinghe effortlessly claimed the name tag behind Bai Yao. Yuqi observed Xia Xinghe's every move with a cold gaze. Upon confirming that Xia Xinghe's victory stemmed solely from her physical advantage, a sinister plan began to brew in her mind. Congratulations to Xia Xinghe for winning this round. Ling continued to guide the process. Su Jingwan stood facing Xia Xinghe. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Su Jingwan stomped her foot in frustration. "Xinghe, your reactions are just too quick. Who understands?" I clearly saw her about to extend her finger, yet turned into a fist right before my eyes. Xia Xinghe maintained a nonchalant expression. "After spending time with Lao Lu, your reflexes will naturally sharpen." Su Jingwan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Cough, cough, it's nothing. Just a joke," she replied lightly. Suddenly, Su Chun jumped in, whispering to Xia Xinghe, "Can we still have fun playing?" "Who says things like that about a CP?" Xia Xinghe turned her gaze, hiding a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if affirming yet questioning. But if one can't keep up with the thought process, they might soon find themselves devoured entirely, right? Su Chen looked at Xia Xinghe in astonishment. "Wait, so, you no longer wish to take responsibility?" Xia Xinghe lowered her gaze, her slender eyelashes fluttering. "Dear, what game are you playing now? This is still a live broadcast." As expected, after Xia Xinghe's remark, the barrage of comments instantly transformed into a vehement denunciation of the scoundrel. "Oh my, Xia Xinghe is so wronged. Su Chun, you truly deserve to die. Even as a fan of Su Chun, I stand with Xia Xinghe this time. You scoundrel. Woo, you must treat Xia Xinghe well. She is utterly heartbroken. I declare the Xingchen duo locked in. I've swallowed the key. Can you even take care of my wife? If not, let me take over." Angry, angry, angry. So sweet. Su Jingwan stood frozen, watching the two whisper intimately before the crowd, exclaiming how adorable they were. However, she suddenly froze in realization. "So, am I also a part of your play?" Ling wore a knowing smile, almost wishing to announce their marriage on the spot. Yuqi seethed inwardly, cursing silently. It was as if no one else could seize the spotlight. Her gaze shifted gently to Shun Yichen beside her, who was still lost in the turmoil of his zodiac year's misfortunes. His jaw clenched tightly, muscles taut. "What are you looking at? It's just your zodiac year." Yuqi quickly retracted her sweetness, silently giving Shun Yichen the finger in her mind. "I wouldn't wear those auspicious red undergarments for my zodiac year either." Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered Shun Yichen's defense for 150 points. If we don't continue the process soon, it will be dark. Ling heard Zhu Delong's anxious urging through her earpiece. She snapped back to reality. The battle continues, this time featuring Su Jingwan against the idol competitor, Yuqi. The two approach the center of the arena. Yuqi offers a friendly smile to Su Jingwan, saying, "Sister Jingwan, please go easy on me." Su Jingwan reciprocates with a smile and nods. "Then Yuqi, you must give me some leeway as well, such as the superficiality of social niceties, mutual flattery. Yet, the reality of the entertainment industry is starkly different. You'd better be prepared for defeat." As the duel commences, Su Jingwan swiftly reaches for the name tag on Yuqi's back. Yuchi appears to have anticipated this move, calmly stepping back a fraction. In the next moment, she unexpectedly lunges for Su Jingwan's short sleeve collar. All eyes in the audience are immediately drawn to their confrontation. The already loose short sleeve, upon being tugged, loosens further. Su Jingwan feels a sudden chill in front of her and instinctively covers her chest to prevent any unintended exposure, abandoning her pursuit of the name tag. With a swift motion, Yuchi tears off Su Jingwan's name tag. A smirk of triumph briefly crosses her face, only to be quickly concealed. She feigns embarrassment and approaches Su Jingwan, saying, "Sister Jingwan, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." As she speaks, her eyes begin to glisten with tears, which soon spill over. Su Jingwan coldly observes Yuchi's theatrics, yet her lips curve into a smile. It's all right. Unexpected events happen in games. However, Yuchi's sobbing only intensifies, her tears cascading down like rain on a pear blossom. This masterclass in disingenuous behavior, a textbook performance of the green tea archetype, undoubtedly stirs the audience. The barrage of comments erupts. Wow, Yuchi is clearly being deliberate. What a farce. What nonsense. Yuchi obviously didn't mean it. She already apologized. What more do you want? Look how she's crying. And Su Jingwan said it's fine, didn't she? Exactly, it was a close call. But nothing was shown. Zhu Delong frowns at Yuchi, sensing that her actions have crossed a line. Wu Cheng nods in agreement, noting that even though she claims it was unintentional, there's little that can be done about it. Our production team simply wasn't adequately prepared. In the audience, it's apparent that Yuchi has perfected the art of manipulation. Su Chen rolls her eyes and warns Xia Xinghe, "Be careful. This girl is not as innocent as she appears." Concerned for me? Xia Xinghe raises an eyebrow, tilting her chin questioningly. Su Chen, unsure of his friend's intentions, retorts, "If I weren't concerned, who would play along with me?" Xia Xinghe shoots him a playful glare. It's freezing today, much like the heart of that scoundrel. Observing the sun rising steadily, Su Chen opts to remain silent on this matter. He Ling, wishing to avoid wasting time, swiftly announces the start of the next round. Xia Xinghe and Yuchi step into the center, their mere presence igniting an atmosphere charged with tension. Here it comes. Xia Xinghe is up against Yuchi. One an ex-girlfriend, the other a current girlfriend. Let's not kid ourselves, Su Chen is certainly living the good life. How I anticipate the clash between the two of them. Where is the doctor, and where is the ambulance? Hello, is this the emergency services? I must report a potential life-threatening situation here. This is the first time Yuchi has scrutinized Xia Xinghe so earnestly. Upon closer observation, she suddenly realizes that this woman is undeniably excessively beautiful, even inciting jealousy in Yuchi, who has always prided herself on her own looks. But what does it matter? She is merely an obscure model. With this thought, Yuchi can't help but raise her head haughtily, reminding herself not to shed tears if she loses. In response to Yuchi's sarcastic demeanor, Xia Xinghe does not even spare her a glance, softly murmuring that she is indeed looking forward to it. Xia Xinghe's indifference further pierces Yuchi's heart, igniting a fierce expression of jealousy and resentment in her eyes. As the signal to begin sounds, Yuchi steps forward, intent on seizing the short sleeves of Xia Xinghe's shirt, resembling someone ready to tear it apart with fervor. Chapter 76. I feel like your brain has been consumed by zombies, damn it. Su Chen feared that his good friend might suffer a great loss. After cursing under his breath, he prepared to forfeit. After all, he had already secured the first position in the men's group, granting him a preferential status. In the blink of an eye, Yuchi was on the verge of success. However, just as Yuchi was about to touch the hem of Xia Xinghe's garment, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xia Xinghe's cool, piercing gaze. "Got you," she declared, as her delicate, white hand seized Yuchi's wrist. Before Yuchi could react, Xia Xinghe shifted her stance, advancing rather than retreating, and turned to present her back to Yuchi. Yuchi reached out to tug the name tag on Xia Xinghe's back, only to find herself weightless in the next moment, the world around her spinning. Fear enveloped her. Yuchi screamed. The onlookers gasped in horror, covering their mouths at the unfolding scene. Thud! Xia Xinghe executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending Shi Yuqi crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she tore off Shi Yuqi's name tag, which appeared as hefty as a mountain but crumbled like paper upon contact. "Practice more if you wish to improve," she remarked, as Shi Yuqi felt a sharp sting in her backside, her face flushing with indignation. "Xia Xinghe, are you out of your mind?" Observing Shi Yuqi writhing on the ground, Xia Xinghe's voice rang out, pure and clear. "Get up. This place isn't meant for sleeping." Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 points of Shi Yuqi's vulnerability. Ha ha ha. Bai Yao was the first to erupt into laughter, followed by Su Jingwan's trembling giggles. He Ling, Zhu Delong, and the other male contestants, including Su Chun, looked at Xia Xinghe with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Xia Xinghe's decisive action was nothing short of astonishing. Some of them scarcely registered what had transpired before Shi Yuqi was sent airborne. As the crowd regained their composure, they rushed to Shi Yuqi's side. "Are you all right?" He Ling inquired with concern. "Don't worry, I caught her. It won't be too painful, and besides, her backside seems quite resilient," Xia Xinghe remarked nonchalantly. Tossing Shi Yuqi's name tag aside, she returned to Su Chen's side, exuding an air of quiet elegance. Su Chen turned his head slowly, his cheeks involuntarily twitching. "Are you really that fierce?" Xia Xinghe nodded earnestly, her eyes innocent. "I fear you might become abusive towards me in the future." Su Chen, shouldn't you reflect on what you just said? Am I abusive towards you? Hello, is this the spirit world? Someone's committing fraud. In the live stream chat, following Xia Xinghe's astonishing throw, the comments erupted like a tidal wave. "Xia Xinghe, you are indeed as crazy as Su Chen. This is attempted murder, outright murder. Oh my, how much pain must Shi Yuqi be in? My heart aches for her. What are we waiting for? Hurry and take her to the hospital." To the one above, "Could you use your brain?" Xia Xinghe clearly held back and even caught Shi Yuqi. Otherwise, would she still have the chance to berate her? Well done. Shi Yuqi clearly struggled to contain her laughter, wishing to tug at Xia Xinghe's clothing, and she deserved it. "Why throw me? Such a perverse request. I have never encountered such a thing. Ha ha ha. Su Chen's future married life will surely be exceedingly harmonious. Su Chen, my dear, my latter half of life shall be akin to a barbecue." In the director's team, Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng, having confirmed that Xia Xinghe was holding back and that Shi Yuqi was unscathed, allowed He Ling to resume the cue process. As for Shi Yuqi, who still insisted on seeking an explanation, she closed her mouth after receiving a warning glance from Zhu Delong. After all, they were old foxes. What game was she playing? What exactly did Shi Yuqi intend to do, both then and now? Who could be unaware? Su Chen discreetly extended his finger, gently poking at Xia Xinghe's palm. With a sycophantic smile, he inquired, "Good brother, tell me honestly, where did you learn all these things?" Xia Xinghe turned her head, wanting to say, "Woo-woo." Su Chen quickly covered her mouth. "We can't speak of such things during the live stream. Does Su Chen have no shame? How will he navigate the world after this? Is this supposed to be judo?" Su Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. "Black belt," Xia Xinghe replied. Su Chen suddenly lost the urge to ask further. "What girl practices that for no reason?" Su Chen muttered softly, yet Xia Xinghe caught every word. "I began practicing at a very young age. Perhaps it was destined." Su Chen was somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean?" Xia Xinghe stared intently at him, explaining that certain unconventional hobbies necessitate good physical fitness and flexibility. Su Chen inexplicably felt his face flush, his nose growing slightly warm. He wanted to retort, but found no excuse. Xia Xinghe continued, "After all, you are both inexperienced and playful. Or is it that being sneaky is even more thrilling?" "Not at all. Let me explain. Oh no, I mean clarify." The dialogue between the two was soft, yet it ignited excitement among the viewers. Show me. What kind of interaction requires good physical condition and flexibility?" "Ah, can't you avoid me? Just take the key card to my presidential suite and go to sleep." A moment ago, I felt sorry for Su Chen. This moment, I envy Su Chen. In the future, I aspire to be Su Chen. I strongly request that monitoring be installed in Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's room, preferably in blue light and censored. Now, let us welcome the top-ranked duo of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe to select their items first. He Ling interrupted their conversation. Together, Xia Xinghe and Su Chen approached the selection. Their eyes instinctively fell upon a basket of fresh mangosteens. We want this. Others gazed at their choice in disbelief. Although the program did not display clear prices, it did indicate different quantities based on item costs. The basket brimmed with mangosteens, whereas items like eggs and pork weighed several dozen pounds. By all accounts, high-end fruits like mangosteens were not the optimal choice. In the village, the sale of mangosteens might encounter the predicament of villagers being unfamiliar with the fruit, leading to a lack of interest in purchasing it. Xia Xinghe observed Su Chen departing with the mangosteens and immediately leaped forth like an exuberant monkey, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Look at this fool! I choose eggs! I choose pork! I choose!" Xia Xinghe, carrying 2 large baskets brimming with eggs, boasted to Su Chen, "You are certainly destined to lose this time. I will sell every last egg, for who does not consume eggs at home?" Su Chen regarded him as one might regard a simpleton, retorting, "Perhaps you should don your red underpants as a talisman. I suspect your brain has been feasted upon by zombies." Xia Xinghe, unfazed, replied, "Do you think I care? You must be regretting your choices right now." Su Chen could not resist probing. "Have you forgotten this is a rural area?" Xia Xinghe dismissed her concern, asserting, "What a countryside! Who does not eat eggs?" Su Chen countered, "Indeed, who does not raise chickens?" At that moment, Xia Xinghe's grin faltered. Lu Yuan approached with pork in hand, stating, "Even if every household raises chickens, it is unlikely they slaughter pigs every day." Su Chen nodded in agreement, prompting Lu Yuan to declare proudly, "Thus, I am assured of victory." There was some merit to his argument, albeit limited. Su Chen inquired, "Have you all not been to the Heartfelt supermarket recently?" The others exchanged glances, uncertain of Su Chen's intent. The Heartfelt supermarket has recently stocked mangosteens, priced at 50 Heartfelt coins per pound. I am confident I can sell no less than 15 pounds, so even if I do not sell out, I will still earn more than the 500 Heartfelt coins reward for first place. Zhu Delong lamented, "Alas, this lad has found yet another loophole." Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, Su Chen snapped his fingers, raising his voice dramatically. "Our life philosophy is, eat well, eat expensively. The best." Xia Xinghe stuffed a segment of mangosteen into Su Chen's mouth and took a bite herself, her eyes narrowing in delight as she added, "Preferably for free." Chapter 77. The power of freebies. As Su Chen spoke, the other guests suddenly felt that the products in their hands had lost their allure. While they were still contemplating how to sell their goods, Su Chen had already acquired items equivalent to the first-place prize. This was akin to a marathon where they stood at the starting line, and Su Chen was already at the finish line. Wasn't this a form of bullying towards the honest individuals? He Ling helplessly glanced towards the director's team. Zhu Delong, with a look of frustration, waved his hand, signaling for the task to continue. "Haha, Su Chen, stop showing off. In such a short time, you've devoured a pound of mangosteen. Su Chen, don't you have hands? Why are you making my wife feed you?" Watching Su Chen eat makes me envy him. I want to buy mangosteen too. By the way, where can I find a wife like Xia Xinghe? Why not go home and claim one while dreaming? After all, dreams have everything. He Ling continued to cue the process, explaining the precautions for entering the village. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still indulging. Eventually, tired from standing, the two of them plopped down on the ground, continuing their display of extravagance. "All right, that concludes all the precautions. To ensure the safety of our guests and facilitate filming, we have also arranged for a cameraman to accompany you. You may now set off." As Su Chen continued to boast, a bespectacled chubby fellow jogged up to him, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Brother Chen. I am your cameraman for this event." "Oh, hello," Su Chen replied, amiably nodding. Suddenly, the cameraman's outstretched hand was filled with a mangosteen. This isn't right," the cameraman said awkwardly. "Oh, is it inconvenient? Let me help you peel it," Su Chen insisted, shoving a chunk of mangosteen into the cameraman's mouth. The cameraman's already round face became even more swollen. "How does it taste? Is it exceptionally sweet?" Su Chen inquired. The cameraman savored it for a moment. "I must admit, this mangosteen is indeed more delectable than any I have tasted before." Seeing this, Su Chen suddenly raised his hands reverently, exclaiming, "This is the power of freebies. The power of freebies." The cameraman felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as if the shackles of his mind had been shattered, leaving him in a state of clarity. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Damn it, why does it seem like Su Chen is radiating some kind of divine aura? Summoning his courage, the cameraman asked, "Brother, can I have another one?" "Of course." Su Chen handed him another mangosteen. "Is it delicious?" "Delicious. From now on, you're with me." "You won't regret it," Su Chen said affectionately, wrapping his arm around the cameraman's neck. "You know when to film and when not to, right?" "Absolutely." The cameraman nodded vigorously. "Damn it." Zhu Delong slammed his fist on the table. Cursing, "We hired a cameraman to prevent guests from arbitrarily turning off the camera. And yet, 2 mangosteens have bought you off?" The other cameraman on site watched as Su Chen's cameraman followed him, gleefully indulging in mangosteen, swallowing hard at the sight. "Why should you be the one to enjoy the world first, you wretch?" Chen pondered thoughtfully as he gazed at Su Chen. He seized an egg from the basket and turned to hand it to the cameraman. "No need to be polite." Chen, following closely, coughed lightly at the sight of the fresh egg still adorned with specks of chicken droppings. "Thank you, but I'll pass." "You fool. It's no wonder you're being played by Su Chen. He knows how to navigate relationships, while you only create mishaps." As the guests gradually departed from the villa to head towards the village, Su Chen, having satisfied his hunger, let out a contented burp. "Let's go." The cameraman discreetly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, his small eyes peeking out from behind the frame, signaling towards the side of the villa. Su Chen picked up a mangosteen and leisurely strolled over. In the next moment, the sound of an engine roared from the side of the villa. Su Chen sat upright in a small tricycle, while Xia Xinghe embraced his waist from the back seat. The cameraman, proudly holding the camera, sat in the cargo area of the tricycle. The other guests, who were struggling to carry their goods, froze in disbelief. Weren't we supposed to find our own way to the village? Faced with a crowd of astonished gazes, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement while raising a hand. "Hello, comrades." "What the heck? How does Su Chen have a vehicle?" The others were still trying to comprehend the situation when the tricycle roared to life and thundered out of the villa courtyard. Zhu Delong, watching the smug cameraman sitting in the cargo area, clenched his teeth. Traitor, absolute traitor. On the roadside, the first to set off, Chen and Shurichi found themselves in a standoff, tossing 2 baskets of eggs at their feet. Shurichi, hands on her hips, wore a look of disdain. "You're a guy. What's wrong with you carrying more? I've helped too." Chen glanced at the 2 baskets of eggs at his feet and then at the solitary egg in Shurichi's hand, unable to contain his laughter. "Am I supposed to die because I'm a guy? I carry 2 large baskets, and you only take 1 egg? What is the matter? Did you lay that egg yourself?" "You jerk, I must have been blind to have liked you." Shurichi shouted, pointing at Chen. Just then, Su Chen arrived on his motorcycle, revving loudly in front of the 2. "Oh, little sister off to sell eggs?" Shurichi shot a furious glare at the gleeful Su Chen. "What are you acting all high and mighty for?" Su Chen clicked his tongue, glancing towards the village. "You 2 are walking, right?" With that, he twisted the throttle, and the tricycle revved forward, leaving behind a stylish silhouette. Chen and Shurichi stood in stunned silence for a moment before they regained their composure. Pointing in the direction Su Chen had departed. "You're the one who's useless. Your whole family is useless." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 defense points from Chen." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 defense points from Shurichi." As the system notification chimed, Su Chen halted before a signpost. Taoyuan Village. The name indeed carried an air of a hidden paradise. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. Taoyuan Village, though modest in size, offers a glimpse of clusters of 2-story buildings adorned with black roofs and white walls. The village is enveloped by lush mountains and forests, filled with the melodious sounds of birds and frogs. Summer Xinghe inhaled deeply, savoring the faint fragrance of fresh grass in the air, which invigorated her spirit. After parking the car, the trio prepared to enter the village. However, a sudden low call from nearby piqued the attention of 2 of them. Su Chen turned to investigate the source of the sound. Beneath a flourishing ancient tree stood a humble, white-haired elder, practicing an unknown yet remarkably vigorous martial art. Each punch and kick was executed with such force that it evoked a sense of mastery. Indeed, this truly seemed like a hidden paradise, complete with a reclusive expert. The cameraman immediately directed his lens towards the elder, eager to share this rare spectacle with the viewers in the live stream. The elder noticed the trio and paused his movements, offering a warm smile. Visitors from afar, I presume? Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement with a smile. Good sir, you must be around 70 years old, yet you appear quite spry, Su Chen remarked. The elder suddenly chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Nani this year. Su Chen and Xia Xinghe exchanged incredulous glances. No need for astonishment. I have practiced hard qigong for many years. My aim is to live to 101. The elder seemed to sense their disbelief. He casually picked up a red brick from the ground and, with a swift motion, struck it with his palm. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered into 2 pieces as if it were made of paper. Incredible, the cameraman exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Su Chen blinked in surprise. Such formidable prowess from a master of martial arts was indeed awe-inspiring. Chapter 78. Go ahead and report it. Not only Su Chen, but even Xia Xinghe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shocking. A monk appears in a small mountain village. No joke, this old man can slap me into the wall. Incredible. This red brick is harder than my life, and it broke so easily? What is Su Chen waiting for? Kneel down and acknowledge him as your master. The old man brushed off the dust from his hands and gestured with both hands in front of his chest, a low and intimidating hum escaping his lips, creating an air of intimidation. Suddenly, he launched a whip kick toward a tree with a trunk as thick as an arm. Crack! The tree trembled violently, and a moment later, it emitted a creaking sound of distress before snapping in half. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but shudder. He pulled the eager Xia Xinghe back and threatened, if you want to learn this, I'll find a block of tofu to smash my head against, and leave you a widow. Xia Xinghe bit her lip, conceding. The old man smiled slightly. These are mere trifles. I have practiced hard qigong for a lifetime. Not only can I break bricks and trees, but anyone who attempts to attack me will find themselves harmed by my own qi rebound. As Su Chen listened, he felt increasingly skeptical of the old man. Complimenting you as a dozong master? Do you truly think you are Chen's great-grandmother? A pinnacle of the 9 turns, invincible in the world? The old man seemed to sense Su Chen's doubt, striking a pose and pointing to his belly. Young man, throw a punch here, but be gentle. I fear the rebound might injure you. Hit him. Xia Xinghe could barely contain her excitement as she waved her fist. Su Chen hesitated. Are we really doing this? The old man laughed nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Feel free to hit me. All right, here I come. Su Chen took a deep breath, raised his fist, and prepared to strike the old man's abdomen. Exhausted, he finally arrived. Outside, Taiyuan village. Chen huffed as he set down 2 large baskets of eggs. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, turning around, he spotted a nearby Baga vehicle, and his anger flared. Damn you, Su Chen. You're useless. He kicked the Baga vehicle several times, imagining he was kicking Su Chen. At that moment, a familiar low voice echoed from afar. It was the ancient tree, and the old man was still there. Chen was astonished, covering his mouth in disbelief. Is this old man really that powerful? An outsider, perhaps? Pointing to himself, he asked, how did you know? The old man paused for a moment and then chuckled. What kind of martial arts do you practice? It looks impressive, Chen inquired. Just some trivial skills. Nothing noteworthy, the old man replied with a casual smile, then turned and effortlessly broke a red brick with a single slap. Chen's eyelids twitched as he dashed over to the old man. Remarkable skill, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in awe. His eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable longing. If only he could learn a trick or 2 from this old man. What were Su Chen and Lu Yuan compared to him? Want to learn? The old man asked. Chen nodded vigorously. This is hard qigong. The elderly man, after finishing his words, waved his hand to channel his internal energy, his stance firm as he executed a swift kick. With a resounding crack, yet another sapling snapped under the force. Both Chen and Shiryuchi were utterly captivated by the display of skill before them. Shiryuchi instinctively thought of Xia Xinghe, rubbing her still swollen backside. Elder, may I learn martial arts from you as well? Do you truly wish to learn? The old man inquired. Chen and Yuchi nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking a grain. Haha, splendid. Come, strike me with a punch, but do not exert too much force. I fear you may injure yourself. Chen bit his lip. Is it truly my turn? Yuchi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Perhaps her journey as a female fighter was about to commence. Stepping forward, Chen aimed for the elder's abdomen and threw a punch. Bang! Ouch! A heart-wrenching wail echoed from the entrance of Taoyuan village. It hurts so much. I think I'm dying. Chen stared blankly at his own fist. Could it be that he had awakened some extraordinary ability? Until, help! Help! Someone is attacking the old man. Villagers, come and see. Ah, I feel as if I might perish. The old man writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. I didn't mean to. You told me to strike. Chen panicked. The elder's expression turned serious, and with disdain, he retorted, Would you allow others to hit you? I certainly would not, as I am in good health. Chen blurted without a second thought. Upon hearing this, the elder's cries grew louder. Not only did you strike me, but you also insulted my health. Villagers, come and witness. How could you be so cruel? Yuchi stood frozen in place, equally flustered. Seeing villagers approaching, Chen hurriedly exclaimed, Stop shouting. I'll compensate you for your medical expenses. Is that not sufficient? Compensation? The old man's spirits lifted. This is something you are offering, not me demanding. Chen gritted his teeth. Yes, I am indeed offering to compensate, but I have no money on me at present. How about? Before he could finish, 3 figures emerged nearby. No money? Come to me, I have an IOU. Su Chen waved the note in his hand. Chen, noticing Su Chen's mischievous grin, immediately realized he had been set up. This is extortion. It is unlawful. Yuchi furiously pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen swatted her finger away. With a face like a husky, you should refrain from pointing at others. Who is extorting whom? Chen is the one offering compensation. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was he who struck me. Chen felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Su Chen scoffed. Well, there are people who encourage others to die. It doesn't mean they don't live well. Never mind, if you don't want to pay, just leave. You're making us look like extortionists. The old man instantly understood Su Chen's intent. Sitting down abruptly, he cried out, Help! Villagers! Someone is brazenly attacking an old man in broad daylight. Stop shouting! Stop shouting! Chen felt as though his teeth were on the verge of shattering. Yet he couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh within. He was certain that Su Chen was in the wrong. Even if a promissory note were written, the money might not necessarily need to be repaid. In the end, they could always resort to litigation, and Su Chen would inevitably bear the brunt of public condemnation. Who knows, perhaps Su Chen could even find himself in a predicament akin to operating a sewing machine. It was a delightful thought. However, the moment Chen laid eyes on the promissory note, he suddenly lost his composure and erupted in a tirade against Su Chen. Are you out of your mind? Isn't it a matter of compensation? What on earth is a heart motion coin? You expect me to reimburse you with that? Are you even human? Damn it. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 200 points of defense breach value from Chen. Unfazed by Chen's furious outburst, Su Chen merely raised an eyebrow and replied, Then go ahead and call the police. Chapter 79. I am FBI. Su Chen's composure was akin to a sharp sword, piercing deeply into Chen's fragile heart. His rage turned to mockery. Is there still a law? Do laws even exist anymore? Su Chen, do you believe the police are powerless against you? How laughable. Don't you realize how pretentious you truly are? Ha ha ha. Look at this person. He fears not even the police. Ha ha ha. Ah, sob. Damn it. Some individuals drift apart as they walk, while others laugh only to find themselves in tears. Su Chen was disinclined to engage in further debate with Chen regarding this matter. He simply slapped the IOU onto Shen's forehead. I will count to 3. If you do not sign, then so be it. The remaining words, you can reserve for your explanation to the villagers. 1, 3. Damn, where's the 2? I asked you for the 2. Chen, beside himself with fury, pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen took out the small mirror that Xia Xinghe used for touch-ups and aimed it at Chen. Here, The 2 is right here. If you don't sign, I can leave. Su Chun turned as if to walk away. Chen grabbed him, squeezing out a few words between clenched teeth. File sign how much? Su Chun pondered for a moment. Would 300 heartbeat coins be excessive? Chen nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve, even feeling a touch of gratitude for Su Chen's sudden kindness. Let us make it 250 then. Perfect. Chen took the paper and pen, swiftly signing his name. The moment he paused, he shot Su Chen a glare. You are the one who has 250. Su Chun, you truly have no shame. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Xia Xinghe took the IOU and tucked it into her pocket, equally unfazed as she remarked. This is how we conduct our affairs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 points of Chen's vulnerability. Oh my wife is killing me. That phrase is simply stunning. Chen felt his sanity slipping away. 250 is indeed a bargain. Almost thought Su Chan would end up working a sewing machine, only for you to make Chen pay with heartbeat coins. Help. I too wish for a rivalry like that of Su Chun and Xia Xinghe, a love filled with playful banter and madness. Rascals, a pair of rascals. You truly deserve to be damned. Chen wished he could spit on them both. Yet, upon seeing Xia Xinghe, he inexplicably felt a pang in his backside. He stomped the ground a few times, howling as he gradually retreated. Useless waste. Sure, Yuchi muttered under her breath, only to chase after him. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan, shouldering a stick and balancing 2 baskets of pork, looked at the sign for Taoyuan Village, wiped the sweat from his brow, and confidently tossed his hair. So, Hanyu, don't you think I'm clever? Honestly, rather than showing off by riding in Su Chen's flashy vehicle, I believe carrying vegetables on a shoulder pole fits the theme of our rural film much better. Li Hanyu chuckled, but remained silent. Who would choose to walk if they could ride? Gurgle Li Hanyu's stomach protested with hunger, and she smiled sheepishly. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to speak. Hungry? Poverty had left her with only a single egg for breakfast, and with all the name tag tearing and rushing about, it was a wonder she wasn't famished. It was only natural to feel hunger. By the way, Hanyu, do you know what I like to eat? Upon meeting Lu Yuan's slightly curled lips, Li Hanyu inwardly lamented her plight, but facing the camera, she had no choice. She could only feign a thoughtful and charming expression. You like beef? Lu Yuan shook his head. Then is it eggs? Again, he shook his head, with a gaze full of affection directed at Li Hanyu. His lower lip curled slightly as he tenderly confessed, I enjoy gazing adoringly at you. Li Hanyu, are you still hungry? Have you been satiated by my sweetness? Lu Yuan's oily banter made her feel nauseous. Just then, a series of low chuckles reached her ears. It was as if she had spotted a savior. She exclaimed excitedly, Lu Yuan, look, there's an old man practicing martial arts over there. Really? Lu Yuan followed her pointing finger and was instantly captivated. Beneath the ancient tree, the old man practicing martial arts, keywords activated. Ding. Oh no, someone is attacking the old man. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan stared blankly at the debt note that Su Chan had slapped onto his face. Emotional coins? You wanted to compensate with emotional coins? Su Chan, I swear. So will you sign? Su Chan raised an eyebrow. Sign. Wonderful. We have another simpleton. Su Chan watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, hard work leads to wealth. It's all a deception. Xia Xinghe nodded in agreement. Of course, earning money is nowhere near as fast as robbing it. Su Chan. No, what I mean is brains. Do you understand brains? Just as Su Chan was preparing to deliver an engaging lecture on entrepreneurial ideas to Xia Xinghe, the old man suddenly tugged at Su Chan's sleeve, excitedly pointing towards the village entrance. People are coming, more people are coming. Su Chan focused his gaze. It was Lin Lin and Bai Yao. Seeing the old man about to step into the fray again, Su Chan pinched the old man's gaping mouth shut with 3 fingers. Keep quiet. We're done for today. The excitement in the old man's eyes dimmed quickly. Bai Yao and Lin Lin also spotted Su Chan and Xia Xinghe. Brother Chen, sister Xinghe. Bai Yao waved and hopped toward them. Who is this? Lin Lin pointed at the old man beside Su Chan. Ahem. I'm Sun Guocheng. You can call me Grandpa Sun or the first master of Taoyuan Village. Enough. Su Chun forcibly silenced Grandpa's son again. He was just an old man. He dismissed by Yi Yao and Lin Lin. Grandpa's son leaned in mysteriously towards Su Chun. Is there really money to be claimed? Of course, Su Chun nodded earnestly. Is it true that your family has cured meats? Who in the village doesn't have a bit of cured meat? Old man's son cast a disdainful glance at Su Chun and inquired further, if I manage to locate your organization, what should I say for them to remunerate me? Su Chun replied with a nonchalant smile, of course, it's for the meal expenses. Come, let us return home for dinner. Old man's son chuckled knowingly, his eyes sparkling with delight. Truly, it is a mysterious organization. Even the reward is not explicitly stated. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, he abruptly turned back and dashed towards the ancient tree. In front of Su Chun, he seized a saw concealed in the grass, grinning mischievously. One mustn't forget the tools for a meal. Half an hour prior, just at the moment when Su Chun was about to deliver a powerful punch to old man's son's abdomen, the forceful blow halted merely an inch away from its target. The anticipated pain failed to manifest, abruptly interrupting old man's son's incantation. With his eyes tightly shut, old man's son squinted through a narrow slit. To his astonishment, he found Su Chun grinning at him, simultaneously raising the smartphone held by the cameraman. Do you see? A camera. Extortion is a crime, old man. I shall judge you in the name of justice. I will send you to operate a sewing machine. Operate a sewing machine? Old man's son's heart skipped a beat, his head shaking vigorously like a rattle. Youngster, you mustn't deceive me. Deceive you? Su Chun scolded. Do you know which department I represent? Which department? Old man's son's heart raced like a drum. Su Chun raised her small face with an air of authority and solemnity. FBI? Chapter 80. Cuisine requires practice in the quaint setting of Taoyuan village. Su Chun entered a modest farmhouse courtyard, following Grandpa's Sunday. The courtyard was small, yet charming, adorned with strings of vibrant red chilies and garlic hanging from the red brick walls. A lazy little yellow dog basked in the sun in one corner. The main room featured portraits of renowned figures from the last century, adding to the rustic yet tidy atmosphere. Upon seeing Grandpa's son return, the little yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly and ran over. Please take a seat. We have guests. Grandpa's son called out. Soon, a youth of 17 or 18, sporting a colorful chamade hairstyle and clutching a smartphone, emerged. This is my grandson, Grandpa's son said, glancing between Su Chun and the young man. Fuxing, this gentleman is from the FBI? FBI? Fuxing replied, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. He thought to himself, did I just awaken from a dream to find my grandfather brought home an FBI agent? Just as he was about to voice his incredulity, he froze, staring at his phone in astonishment. Oh my, Su Chun, I adore you, he exclaimed. I've never encountered someone as audacious as you while working away from home. After watching your live streams for so long, I finally see you in person. Su Chun raised his hand in refusal, retracting a fan's admiration. As a fervent admirer of Su Chun, Fuxing had become captivated by the variety show-perfect lover after being let go from his job in the city. After a night of staying up late, he had just opened the live stream to find Su Chun dazzlingly present before him, prompting an outburst of excitement. Su Chun, unperturbed by the revelation, openly acknowledged his identity and recounted how he had met Grandpa Sunday. Upon hearing this, Fuxing immediately opened the live stream replay, and a rare solemnity crossed his youthful face. Grandpa, I told you to stay home and behave. If it weren't for meeting Brother Chen today, someone else might have reported you to the police. Grandpa's son scratched his head, feeling a bit itchy. So, the money for deceiving bad guys is gone? Su Chun nodded, gesturing toward the cured meats resting at the base of the wall. However, there is a food allowance. You can request it from our production team. Their address is... Director Zhu Delong, observing the live stream, was perplexed. Do we have bad apples among us? While the other guests are busy peddling goods. You start by eyeing the cured meats at a local home. With a heavy heart, he wished he could report that someone was impersonating an FBI agent. At that moment, Wu Cheng timidly inquired, Director, what about the heartbeat coins that Shuni Chen and Lu Yuan owe Su Chun? Zhu Delong groaned, feeling overwhelmed. Don't ask. I haven't figured that out yet. And where's my lifesaver? In the courtyard, the aroma of the cooking wafted through the air, with steam curling upward. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest methods of preparation. Master Su understood this principle perfectly, effortlessly conjuring 5 authentic farmhouse dishes. Upon regaining his senses, the elderly son, persuaded by his beloved grandson, came to the realization that his actions were indeed illegal, which caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Turning his gaze towards Su Chen, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Xiao Su, I truly appreciate your help today. I have become rather muddled. Gulme, let's enjoy a drink together. The homemade yellow wine from the countryside possessed a distinct flavor. At the small table, Su Chen learned that Fu Shang's college entrance examination results were less than satisfactory. Fu Shang's father, a notorious gambler, had succumbed to the pressures of loan sharks, ultimately taking his own life. His mother had abandoned the family the following year, disappearing without a trace. For all these years, it was solely Grandpa's son who had raised him, enduring immense hardship along the way. As Su Chen listened to their story, a pang of sorrow filled his heart, and a flicker of determination shone in his slightly tipsy eyes. I shall have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. Xia Xinghe nodded in empathetic agreement. The cameraman, who had been voraciously consuming his meal, paused momentarily in a gesture of sympathy. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Xia Xinghe, feeling a surge of excitement, tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, expressing her desire to drink. Su Chen glanced at his own cup, then at the eager expression in Xia Xinghe's eyes, and decisively shot her a fierce look. No, this is alcohol. But Grandpa's son said it's sweet, Xia Xinghe insisted. That may be so, but it can lead to intoxication, Su Chen replied. Xia Xinghe let out a soft "oh," yet her gaze lingered on the pale, yellow liquid with growing anticipation. Just as Su Chen and Grandpa's son were engrossed in conversation, a small hand stealthily emerged from beneath the table, both timid and audacious, and lifted the yellow wine from in front of Su Chen. Taking a gentle sip, she found it sweet, with a hint of alcoholic aftertaste, yet quite palatable. Another sip followed, and it seemed to grow even more delightful. When Su Chen finally raised his cup, he couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly drunk so much? The cup, once full, was now half empty. He cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xinghe, noticing her fair complexion now adorned with a delicate blush. "Why is your face so red?" he inquired. Xia Xinghe, avoiding eye contact, pointed at the plate of stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, exclaiming, "Spicy. If you can't handle it, then don't eat it." Su Chen chuckled, nudging the cold cucumber salad closer to her. Xia Xinghe's chopsticks hesitated over the cucumber for a brief moment before resolutely returning to the stir-fried dish, her moist eyes reflecting unwavering determination. One must practice with their food. As the effects of the alcohol surged within him, Su Chen found himself momentarily captivated by the adorable Xia Xinghe. Such an endearing companion. I wonder how long he would cry if I were to strike him. He mused for just a fleeting moment. The image of Xia Xinghe receiving a punch morphed into a graceful shoulder throw in his mind. Little Su Chen shivered slightly, feeling much more sober now. With a resigned gesture, he ruffled Xia Xinghe's hair. Noticing Su Chen's empty glass, Grandpa's son promptly poured another drink, reigniting the lively conversation. Meanwhile, that small hand stealthily reappeared from beneath the table once more. Like a cat's paw fleetingly hidden in the corner, it flashed by. A sip, another sip, the final sip. This time, it must surely be the last. The cameraman, having finished his meal, caught sight of that small hand. He coughed a couple of times, only to feel a sudden chill on his back. A pair of glistening eyes, infused with a hint of ferocity, were coldly fixed upon him. Su Chen, bilatiliwe, turned his head, only to see the cameraman's face flushed crimson, caught in a silence that spoke volumes. His neck occasionally jerked towards Xia Xinghe's direction. Su Chen narrowed her elongated eyes, smacking her forehead, and realized. The cameraman let out a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, he heard Su Chen's voice. "You cramped up, didn't you? Look at how you devoured your meal. You nearly choked yourself." The cameraman retorted, "Bah, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 points of Wu Hao's defense value." Chapter 81. The Blessings of Descendants. enjoying life. Without them, the atmosphere around the small dining table grew increasingly lively. As Su Chun and the old man's son exchanged toasts, Xia Xinghe's mischievous antics became ever more unabashed. After receiving a pointed look from the cameraman, it seemed he had muted his microphone, though perhaps not entirely. In close-up, a small hand, laden with the spirit of mischief, occasionally reached towards Su Chen's cup. Su Chen, you ought to keep an eye on Xia Xinghe. Can't you see she's sneaking sips? Help, who understands? My aloof wife is stealing drinks. Who can resist such a charming contrast? Xia Xinghe's little face is flushed. She's simply adorable. This is yellow wine. It feels delightful going down, but soon she'll be fast asleep. Su Chun clinked glasses with old man's son once more. With a cheerful glance towards Xia Xinghe, the realization dawned on Su Chun. He turned his head and found that the usually poised Xia Xinghe was now slightly swaying, her complexion resembling that of a blooming peach blossom. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, she tilted her head and giggled. What's the matter? Su Chun, fully aware of the situation, feigned indignation. Is the green pepper really that spicy? Have you gotten tipsy from it? Xia Xinghe blinked her luminous eyes and nodded emphatically. Spicy. She stuck out her pink tongue playfully, causing Su Chun to feel both exasperated and amused. He suppressed a laugh, adopting a stern expression. No more drinking. All right, Xia Xinghe replied obediently, a joyful smile gracing her lips as her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. She leaned against Su Chen's shoulder. With a resigned sigh, Su Chan set down his cup and said to old man's son, we need to find a place for her to rest. Old man's son, ever cheerful, beckoned Fuxing to prepare a bed. Su Chen scooped Xia Xinghe into his arms in a princess carry. The intoxicating warmth of her breath brushed against his cheek. Instinctively, Xia Xinghe tightened her grip around his neck, her head nuzzling against his chest. Hey, not so fast. We're still live. The cameraman quickly caught on, raising his camera. Brother Chun, if you treat me to mangosteens, I shall certainly capture this moment. In a close-up, the tender scene between Su Chun and Xia Xinghe was captured in exquisite detail. Beautiful, love it. The cameraman deserves an extra treat. Yes, just like that. Follow them into the room. This sweetness is making me feel like I might get diabetes. Please keep the live stream going. No joke. My intuition tells me that by the end of this show, Su Chen might just become a father. Su Chen followed old man's son into a side room, gently laying Xia Xinghe down on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Watching her smacking her lips, Su Chen couldn't help but pinch her nose. Next time, don't sneak drinks. You're so inexperienced. How can you navigate the world with me? Xia Xinghe feigned ignorance, gripping Su Chen's hand and tugging it towards the blanket, mumbling, let's sleep together. This. Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the clingy Xia Xinghe, finding it incredibly hard to maintain his composure. Just as he was torn between reason and desire, the cameraman scurried like a large black rat, swiftly making his way to the head of the bed. No, my friend, how presumptuous of you. Out. Su Chan pushed the cameraman away, feeling as though the mangosteen he had previously consumed had been fed to a dog. Rest well. I shall call for you shortly, Su Chan whispered to Xia Xinghe before exiting the room. As the door closed, the already slumbering Xia Xinghe trembled slightly, her tightly shut eyelids fluttering as a sly smile crept upon her face. Let little Xia sleep soundly, Su. Come, let us continue our revelry. The wine glasses were filled once more. Fuxing sat nearby, staring intently at Su Chun as if he were some enigmatic creature. Brother Chun, I too wish to become a star, Fuxing suddenly declared. Su Chun gazed at Fuxing's outrageous hairstyle, sinking into an inexplicable silence. Old son shot Fuxing a disapproving glance. What do you mean by becoming a star? Tomorrow, you're heading back to work in the city. Why should Brother Chun be able to become a star while I cannot? Fuxing protested. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. Old son gave Fuxing a light smack on the head. Aside from sharing the same humanity with Xiao Su, what else do you have in common? Fuxing stubbornly retorted, Of course I have. My friends say that when I'm being foolish, I resemble Brother Chun to a T. Su Chun was left speechless. In the distance, it seemed 3 crows flew by, cawing loudly. The cameraman couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Fuxing is determined to make me laugh to death. Is he? Is he going to inherit my Aunt Flower? You crack me up, Fu Sheng, always starting with 0 frames. Personally, I believe Su Chen is far more foolish. True fans. The fact that Fu Sheng can proudly claim to be as foolish as Su Chen shows he is indeed a true admirer. Shut up, you fake fan. Su Chen laughed awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. Give me one reason why you can become a star. I can dance. A full routine. Fu Sheng replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart sank as Fu Sheng dashed back into the room, emerging with an enormous speaker. The next moment, a vibrant DJ track blared through the air. A sinking feeling washed over Su Chen. Oh no, it's the social dance. Fu Sheng stood confidently before Su Chen, radiating an unprecedented self-assurance. However, the anticipated social dance did not materialize. Instead, Fu Sheng maintained a peculiar rhythm, his feet flying with such speed that they nearly left an afterimage. Is that ghost dancing? The cameraman exclaimed in astonishment. Su Chen found himself entranced. The dance, both rustic and trendy, exuded a unique charm, becoming increasingly captivating with each passing moment. It bore a striking resemblance to the flamboyant movements of spirited youths. 2 feet kicking through the bare walls, 2 hands shaking out a Lamborghini. This phrase unconsciously emerged in Su Chen's mind. In a live stream, viewers observed Fu Sheng's dance, while Su Chen's laughter echoed throughout the room. Su Chen doesn't want to flatter him, but he really does kick through bare walls. This lad should focus on his studies. It seems unlikely he will become a star in this lifetime. Ha ha, I am utterly amused to think one could merely shake forth a Lamborghini, as if everyone could effortlessly collect the fragments of a Cullinan. As the performance concluded, Su Chen felt as though he had traversed realms beyond comprehension, making it difficult to assess the situation. However, Fu Sheng exuberantly draped his arm over Su Chen's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother Chen, what did you just say? Su Chen, bewildered, replied, What did I say? With a vigorous kick, he shattered the barren walls of his surroundings, and with a wave of his hands, conjured a Lamborghini. Brother Chen, are you suggesting I should take an alternate path to become an internet sensation? Is that it? Su Chen hesitated, words lingering on his lips. Ha ha ha. I have come to an epiphany. Indeed, I must pen this phrase. Watching Fu Sheng dash out, Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as he met the resigned gaze of old Sunday. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to offer reassurance. Do not fret, dear sir. As the saying goes, the offspring shall find their own fortunes. Without children, I shall relish in my own blessings. Ah, no, that is not what I meant. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 50 breach points in Sun Guocheng. Chapter 82. Do you raise chickens at home? Su Chen, stroking his left breast, swore he had not intended any offense. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Old man Sun sighed, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. Young Su, you should take a break. Are you not still selling mangosteens? I will reach out to the villagers on your behalf and return shortly. As old man Sun stood up, Su Chen suddenly noticed a slight limp in his left leg, hardly perceptible at first glance. Grandpa, do you have an injury in your left leg? Su Chen inquired. It's an old ailment, arthritis, old man Sun replied candidly. Arthritis. In an instant, various treatment methods flooded Su Chen's mind. Glancing at the meal on the table and old man Sun's frail figure, Su Chen suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Grandpa, perhaps I can treat your arthritis. Old man Sun chuckled softly. Young Su, you needn't comfort me. This arthritis cannot be cured, without allowing him a chance to protest. Su Chen firmly pressed old man Sun down onto the chair. In the past, I had no choice, but now, I wish to be a good person. Young Su, wait. Don't tug at my belt. Old man Sun clutched his belt tightly, fearing that he might lose his dignity at any moment. Why does Su Chen suddenly think he can treat arthritis? If he fails, won't Grandpa be even more disappointed? Su Chen, wake up. You are better suited to be an ordinary person, not a village healer. Are you trying to swindle the old man out of his money? I might have to call the authorities. Believe it or not, Su Chen does resemble a dubious quack at this moment. Old man Sun, unable to withstand Su Chen's persuasion, reluctantly rolled up his pant leg, revealing a noticeably swollen knee. It might hurt a bit at first. Bear with it, Su Chen said as he gently placed his palm on old man Sun's knee. Relying solely on muscle memory, he began to perform a series of massage techniques. Old man Sun appeared tense, yet as time passed, his expression gradually relaxed. He could distinctly feel the sensation in his left leg, which had long been stiff and numb due to arthritis, becoming clearer. It was as if a warm current was flowing through his veins. 20 minutes later, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and attempted to take a few steps. Old man Sun, in disbelief, slowly rose to his feet. One step, then another. He felt as though he had shed heavy shackles, each step becoming lighter than the last. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Old man Sun's face was a mixture of surprise and joy, and he could not help but shed tears of happiness. This is merely the first session. After a few more treatments, and with proper care, it will likely not recur. Su Chen stated casually. Old man Sun nodded vigorously, gazing at Su Chen as if he were a deity. Can Su Chen really cure arthritis? It seems impossible. I don't see anything particularly special about Su Chen's massage. It feels just like an ordinary massage. This is clearly a scripted performance. The acting is rather exaggerated. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that arthritis is incurable, yet Su Chen claims it won't recur after just a brief encounter. One might hope the production team would invest more thought into their script, as it feels exceedingly abstract. The barrage of comments is replete with skepticism, and even the cameraman, who has been following the scene from the villa, is taken aback. If not for the continuous filming, he might have dismissed it as mere fiction. Yet reality often defies expectations. Without the affliction of arthritis, Old Sun strides with newfound vigor. He expresses gratitude to Su Chen once more before excitedly departing. Meanwhile, at the village activity square, villagers bask in the afternoon sun, engaging in card games and lively conversation. The local information exchange group is busy at work. The arrival of Shun Chen and Shi Yuqi, carrying eggs, instantly captures everyone's attention. Oh, what a lovely young lady. She must be from out of town. The words catch Shun Chen and Shi Yuqi off guard, reminding them of the last outsider who conned them out of 250 heart coins. Shi Yuqi forces a stiff smile at the older women by the roadside. Aunties, we are here to sell eggs. Yes, our eggs are very reasonably priced. Shun Chen chimes in. The villagers, who had just gathered around them, suddenly alter their expressions. The young couple appears quite charming, yet their wits seem lacking. They are deemed unsuitable for marriage. The crowd disperses in a hurry. Shun Chen calls out, "Don't go, folks. Our eggs are truly inexpensive, only 2 yuan each." The villagers hasten their departure even more. Bandits. Shi Yuqi begins to regret trusting Shun Chen's dubious words. After all, who doesn't consume eggs? Who doesn't raise chickens? Unable to restrain herself, she quips sarcastically. Unexpectedly, Shun Chen, upon hearing this, instantly recalls Su Chen and the 250 heart coins, transforming into a cat whose tail has been stepped on, exploding with indignation. My family doesn't raise chickens. What about yours? Shi Yuqi's sarcastic smile falters. Yet, facing the live broadcast, she can only clench her fists, replying, "Not at all." Shun Chen clicks his tongue, secretly reveling in Shi Yuqi's discomfort. Is this the joy of retorting? His eyes gleam as if he has discovered a hidden gem. If I can't sell them directly, I shall employ a different tactic to attract customers. With a smirk, Shun Chen retrieves a small speaker and a mini microphone from his pocket. The fans on the barrage are instantly filled with anticipation. Is Brother Chen going to showcase his talent? I'm so excited. Chen sets forth. Nothing can withstand him. He is the most handsome. What? Shun Chen is going to sing? Quick, silence him. Alas, the barrage remains a step behind. As the familiar accompaniment begins to play, Shun Chen unveils the song that can move heaven and earth, invoking the spirits of the ancients. Cancer. His previous performance had been interrupted by Su Chen. Yet today, he must bravely prove himself. As the melodious strains of song filled the air, it felt as though the warm sunlight had lost its warmth upon his skin. The villagers in the activity square, one by one, were struck suddenly by a chill that raised goosebumps on their arms. Gazing at the passionately singing Shun Chen, they perceived a fearsome apparition to be avoided at all costs. Ah, I told you this lad is a fool. The crowd that had dispersed moments ago fled the square in haste. Yet, amidst the retreating throng, there stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow. instead of displaying disdain, watched Shun Chen sing with unabated enthusiasm. He puffed on his pipe, swaying to the rhythm as if lost in a trance. As the final note faded, Shun Chen surveyed the empty square, utterly bewildered, even grappling with self-doubt. However, upon catching sight of the solitary elder, he felt invigorated, as if electrified. With newfound confidence, he declared, "I knew it. Only a select few who truly appreciate the nuances of art can comprehend the profundity of high-end music." Observing the elder approach him with eyes full of admiration, Shun Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. "Sir, you understand me, don't you?" The elderly man nodded earnestly. "Young man, your singing is splendid. It will be a pity for you to sell eggs. Come with me to handle some funerals, and I shall pay you 200 a day." Chapter 83. All roads lead to labor. Shun Chen's smile was as rigid as the icy expanse of the Arctic. He felt a surge of frustration, yet his celebrity status compelled him to mask his inner embarrassment with laughter. The cameraman beside him pressed his lips together tightly, recalling a lifetime of sorrowful memories before managing to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. Suddenly, Shun Chen inquired, "Can the money earned from funerals be considered as income from selling eggs?" The cameraman pondered for a moment and replied, "No." Shun Chen let out a sigh of relief and politely apologized. "I'm sorry, sir." The elderly man shook his head regretfully, saying, "It's fine, child. You possess talent. Feel free to reach out if you wish to pursue this line of work. The doors of the funeral home are always open for you." Shun Chen nodded with a forced smile. "Is it really that difficult for a star to earn a bit of money these days? To be honest, I am quite eager to see Shun Chen take on funeral work. Why not? There's money to be made, and he could even enjoy the seats." Shun Chen really isn't thinking straight. "I'll bet 2 sticks of candy that if it were Su Chun, he would definitely go. Perhaps he would even take on the role of the mourner. Fortunately, Shun Chen has become a star. Otherwise, he would surely starve." The cameraman following Shun Chen is quite unfortunate. That guy who hangs out with Su Chun is probably stuffed to the brim right now. Ha ha. Following Chen means going hungry 3 times a day. In the courtyard of the Sun family, after the old man had left, only Su Chun and the cameraman remained. The warm sun cast a lazy glow, and after a hearty meal, Su Chun reclined in a rocking chair, feeling drowsy. The cameraman beside him occasionally yawned widely. "If you're tired, just take a nap. You look as sleepy as a hippo," Su Chun remarked, squinting his eyes open just a crack. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 20 points in Wu Hao's defense value." "Oh no, we still have work to do." The cameraman quickly waved his hand. "Life is but a fleeting 30,000 days. Why burden oneself unnecessarily?" Su Chun gestured towards the wooden table where the camera rested. "Go ahead and sleep. It's delightful to doze off in this rocking chair." The cameraman contemplated Su Chen's words, feeling the relaxed aura emanating from him deeply influence his own demeanor. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the nondescript wooden rocking chair, which at that moment felt like the comforting embrace of a mother from his childhood, exerting an irresistible allure. Silently, he set down the camera and gradually shifted onto another rocking chair. The warm sunlight enveloped him, transitioning from a rigid posture to a relaxed recline. He couldn't help but let out a contented sigh. "Brother, you truly are like a sibling to me. I never imagined I could work in such a manner." Su Chun waved his hand dismissively, his eyelids growing heavier as he softly murmured, "No need to worry. After all roads lead to labor." Snore, snore. "Su Chun, are you really going to sleep so peacefully? Aren't you selling mangosteens anymore? What do you mean all roads lead to labor? If you keep saying that, I'm going to lose my composure." In the tranquil courtyard, the harmonious sounds of snoring formed a magnificent symphony, while 2 bodies lay peacefully asleep outside the small courtyard. A group of villagers approached the Sun family residence with great fervor. "Hurry up, everyone, keep up." A resounding crash echoed as the main door of the Sun residence was forcefully kicked open. The cameraman, as if resurrected, sprang up from his rocking chair. "Director, I wasn't asleep, I swear. I was just pretending to accompany Chun Ge." Su Chun jolted awake, his eyes wide open. He swiftly assumed an imposing stance, exclaiming, "Have you ever heard of Brusu?" The 2 exchanged startled glances, both turning to face the doorway where a cluster of villagers had formed. Each one glared fiercely at Su Chen. "Are you Su Chen?" Su Chen's eyelids fluttered, and he turned to the cameraman. "Su Chen, they are looking for you." The cameraman, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "What the hell? No, it's a misunderstanding. Please don't hit me." Just as he prepared to cower, the elderly son squeezed through the crowd, admonishing them. "What is this commotion? You all look like bandits. Let me introduce you to Xiao Su. They are all villagers from Taoyuan." He continued, "They heard you cured my arthritis and are clamoring for your assistance." Su Chen smirked. "Why didn't you mention that earlier? Look at how frightened our cameraman is." The cameraman lamented, "I might actually faint." However, turning back to the villagers, Su Chen pondered, "But I still need to sell my mangosteens today. What if I run out of time?" The elderly son chuckled, confidence radiating from him. "Xiao Su, I have devised a plan for you. You will treat them, and in return, we will purchase your mangosteens as payment for your services. This way, you can treat their ailments while selling your fruit, an endeavor that benefits all parties." Su Chen contemplated this, realizing it was indeed a sensible solution. After all, selling the pricey mangosteens in the village posed its challenges. "All right then, if the treatment proves effective, you may buy some mangosteens. Price is no issue. Who wants to go first?" As he asked, the crowd parted to reveal a plump woman in her 60s. Clutching a young man in his 20s, rushed forward, wailing, "Young man, please take a look at my son. He constantly complains of discomfort and can't sleep at night. He just got married this year, and now he is sleeping apart from his wife." Before Su Chen could respond, the elderly son interjected, "Aunt Fu, aren't you making a fuss? Xiao Su can only treat arthritis. How could he possibly remedy your son's peculiar ailment?" Fat Aunt was momentarily taken aback. Her recently ignited hope extinguished in an instant. "Grandpa's son, let me take a look first. Perhaps I can remedy the situation." Su Chen beckoned to Fat Aunt's son to take a seat. Extending his hand, he said, "Allow me to take your pulse." Fat Aunt's son, in his early 20s, appeared somewhat emaciated, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly a sign of prolonged insomnia. While taking his pulse, Su Chen scrutinized him. After a brief moment, he inquired, "Do you often feel cold in your hands and feet?" The young man hesitated, but promptly shook his head. "Do you experience weakness in your lower back and knees, along with a general lack of energy?" Again, he shook his head. "Do you frequently feel drowsy, your mind clouded?" This time, the young man did not shake his head. Instead, he rose abruptly and pulled Fat Aunt up, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Mom, he hasn't accurately identified a single symptom. Let's leave." Upon hearing this, the other villagers immediately began to murmur among themselves, casting doubtful glances at Su Chen. After all, he was quite young. Which renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner did not sport a beard and have a head full of white hair? The audience reacted similarly, expressing their disbelief. "Oh dear, it seems we found a true villager this time, only to witness a debacle. Su Chen, it's fine to deceive yourself, but do you genuinely believe you can fool us? This is utterly absurd. Grandpa's son's arthritis is merely a joke, and it's obvious this is scripted. Su Chen, heed the advice and accept your limitations. Traditional Chinese medicine truly has no connection with you." In the director's team, Zhu Delong tapped his head, his expression a mix of complexity. Su Chen, this young man, merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck by alleviating Grandpa's son's arthritis. Yet he genuinely believed himself to be a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement, turning to glance at the data, and exclaimed in alarm, "Director, the live stream's popularity is plummeting too rapidly. They are accusing us of staging a script. The back-end report rate is soaring." Chapter 84. "Doctor, my heart feels unwell." Zhu Delong was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. The popularity of the live broadcast was akin to his lifeblood. He fixated on the data screen, witnessing a staggering drop of nearly 100,000 in less than 2 minutes. "Hurry, quickly call Su Chen's cameraman. He must not continue masquerading as a wandering doctor." On site, the plump aunt sighed helplessly, gazing at her son's downcast expression. "Wait," Su Chen called out from behind them. The plump aunt immediately furrowed her brow, fearing he would insist on making a purchase despite the circumstances. Su Chen waved his hand, directing his attention to her son. "I can cure you." "Impossible. The symptoms you describe are clearly before the young man could finish. Su Chen interrupted. Trust me this once, but I need everyone to step aside. Seeing this, Old Sun quickly sweet-talked, ushering everyone out. Su Chen cast a glance at the cameraman. You two leave. The cameraman had no choice but to comply and exited through the door. The next moment, a realization dawned on him, and he hurriedly turned back. Su Chen had already shut the door with a resounding thud. The cameraman raised his hands in the air, his face twitching as he muttered. The camera is still inside in the small courtyard, with the door firmly shut. Su Chen's gentle countenance suddenly turned serious. The young man, meeting Su Chen's gaze, instinctively lowered his head in shame. Come, sit, Su Chen commanded by tapping the table. The young man complied unusually well this time. Without even glancing at him, Su Chen seized a piece of paper, writing as he spoke. I understand there are many people, and you feel embarrassed. However, you must realize that your condition is rather grave. You are a typical case of kidney deficiency, with both yin and yang in imbalance. Apart from the symptoms I just mentioned, you likely also experience dizziness, frequent night sweats, and inner turmoil. In your youth, as a craftsman, you must pay the price after marriage. The medication I prescribe must be taken punctually. As Su Chen spoke, he looked up at the young man, his eyes widening in surprise. The spot where the young man had just sat was now completely vacant, devoid of a single strand of hair. In the next instant, Su Chen felt a gust of wind rush past him. The young man had slid to his knees, halting right before Su Chen, his eyes brimming with tears as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, divine doctor. Su Chen's face twitched. Are you being so dramatic? The audience in the live broadcast was left in shock. What is happening? So Su Chen was right. He really knows traditional medicine? What a surreal scene. Are you kidding me? I admit, I not only failed to predict the beginning, but also the conclusion. Could this be scripted again? Judging by that young man's reaction, it doesn't seem so. He truly appears grateful to Su Chen. I can't believe it. Su Chen, you really understand traditional medicine? This is more shocking than abducting Xia Xinghe. 5 minutes later, the young man carefully safeguarded the prescription Su Chen had provided. He strode confidently as he opened the large gate of the courtyard. Son, how was it? Did it work? A crowd surged forward, encircling the young man at the center. The young man patted his pocket with satisfaction, proclaiming, "The divine doctor is truly remarkable. All my symptoms were accurately diagnosed. I shall return home to take my medicine." A gasp of amazement rippled through the crowd. The plump aunt gazed at her son, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. "Old son, fetch me a mangosteen." Upon receiving the fruit, she tossed a 100 yuan bill into the bamboo basket. "Please convey my gratitude to the divine doctor." Old son nodded, causing an uproar among the crowd. "I want to buy a mangosteen. Give me one. I want one too." Various denominations of currency were eagerly tossed into the bamboo basket, and the quantity of mangosteens diminished before the naked eye. 5 minutes later, an elderly man rose from his seat, tears of excitement still shimmering in his eyes. "My years of suffering from arthritis have improved significantly. I can even dance now." The courtyard became increasingly crowded, with many villagers arriving out of admiration. Some young ladies, upon noticing Su Chen's exceptional medical skills combined with his youthful handsomeness, were instantly captivated. It's my turn. A graceful young woman squeezed through the crowd, trembling as she took her seat before Su Chen. "What seems to be the problem?" he inquired. The woman, with a captivating glance, covered her ample bosom and spoke in a soft voice. "Doctor, my heart feels quite uncomfortable. Shall I prescribe you some medicine?" Su Chen replied casually, the phrase feeling oddly familiar. The woman suddenly looked aggrieved. "My wretched husband has taken a mistress outside. He becomes violent when I confront him. I've had enough." Su Chen inwardly lamented, realizing the trouble he was in. Old son sprang forth, exclaiming angrily, "Yaji, you've been a widow for 3 years. Has your husband risen from the dead? Get lost and stop causing a scene." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The graceful woman's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she shot a glare at old son before tremblingly retreating from the crowd. Ah, such prodigious talent. Truly magnificent. Su Chen could not help but marvel. Is it pleasing to the eye? A calm voice drifted beside him, chilling him to the bone like a biting winter wind. "Is indeed beautiful," Su Chen hastily replied, feeling a sense of foreboding. Xia Xinghe, holding a vibrant green cucumber, squinted at him menacingly. With a crunch, she bit into the cucumber. Su Chen felt an inexplicable tension in his lower body. "Why is cucumber on your mind?" Xia Xinghe chewed loudly, her tone indifferent. "It was originally meant as a medicinal catalyst for your patients, but it seems it won't be needed now." Su Chen's mind raced for 2 seconds before he forced out a couple of awkward laughs. You certainly have a knack for humor. Laughter. This is an absolute delight for the live stream. I'm laughing so hard my stomach aches. If the entrance of the young woman was a spectacle, then Xia Xinghe's arrival is the icing on the cake, and the cucumber as a medicinal catalyst has now become an art form. Haha. Xia Xinghe's wit never disappoints, especially in encounters with the opposite sex. Her combat prowess doubles. I'll bet Su Chen will be kneeling on a washboard when he returns home today. Chapter 85. Encountering a star practicing medicine, the appearance of Xia Xinghe stirred quite a commotion among the villagers present. After all, her beauty was undeniably striking. Many young girls who had harbored secret affections for Su Chen found themselves retreating upon witnessing such an attractive figure beside him. This inadvertently led to a more orderly environment for medical consultations. Numerous arthritis patients, having received Su Chen's therapeutic massage, felt rejuvenated. Other patients departed in high spirits, satisfied with their prescriptions after Su Chen accurately diagnosed their ailments. The bamboo basket of mangosteens dwindled, replaced by a burgeoning pile of cash. Gradually, the online community transitioned from skepticism to a state of half-belief, and ultimately, to fervent admiration. Why would Su Chen remain a star when he possesses such skills? He could effortlessly establish a medical practice and amass wealth. I've already booked my flight. I am heading to see Su Chen for treatment. My family hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and I'm not joking. My grandfather remarked on Su Chen's adept techniques. Step aside. I'm a true fan. Su Chen must attend to me first. Su Chen is remarkable. I'll pay any consultation fee. Is this what they call the benevolence of a healer? Many netizens even uploaded clips from Su Chen's live broadcast to short video platforms. Those who had never paid attention to the reality show Perfect Lover were suddenly ablaze with excitement. Having seen stars engage in the arts, witnessing one practice medicine is an entirely different spectacle. The comment section exploded with fervor, soaring to the top of trending topics. Su Chen showcases his medical prowess on a variety show. Is it scripted, or does he truly possess skill? Exposed. Su Chen's capabilities in traditional Chinese medicine astonish many. Numerous netizens are rushing to the scene. Astonishing. Following the top angler, Su Chen has now earned the title of miraculous doctor. In the office of Star Entertainment, Chen Fei sat despondently, nursing a drink in silence. Faced with the orchestrated machinations of Sheng Shi and the humiliation from Kiki, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. All his pent-up fury was directed towards Su Chen. You ungrateful wretch, a traitor, collaborating with outsiders to conspire against me. Don't think that your departure from Star Entertainment renders you untouchable. Chen Fei's eyes glinted with resentment as he glanced at the trending topics list before him and saw Su Chen's popularity surging once more. He felt as though he might explode on the spot. If Su Chen can practice traditional medicine, then I shall eat my words live. With a gleam of clarity breaking through his bloodshot gaze, he scrutinized the trending list and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you truly are a legal ignoramus. Chen Fei tossed aside his glass, seized his phone, and unhesitatingly dialed a number. Hello, is this Yao Ling? I wish to report a case of unlicensed medical practice. At the activity square in Taoyuan village, Shenny Chen gazed despairingly at the two untouched baskets of eggs. With a defunct mini microphone and speaker beside him, he spat in frustration. A group of individuals who cannot appreciate the arts. Do they even realize how much a ticket to my concert costs? As you perform now, it is utterly disheartening to witness your indifference. This is nothing short of a desecration of art. Xiu Qi, with her stomach pressed against her back, squatted to the side, expressing her dissatisfaction. I said, Shenny Chen, even if we cannot sell them, Can we not exchange some eggs for food? I am on the brink of starvation. The cameraman, burdened with unspoken grievances, felt as though he had found a savior upon hearing her words. Who understands the suffering of our families? Enduring the torment of Chen's discordant melodies is one thing, but to endure physical hunger is another. Yet, upon meeting two pairs of longing eyes, Chen seemed to resolve himself. It is impossible. I must find a way to sell these eggs. Not a single egg can be touched. Just then, a few individuals hurried towards them. The leading woman, upon spotting Chen, broke into a friendly smile. You were the young man singing just now, weren't you? Chen's spirits soared. Finally, someone who appreciates my art has arrived. 5 minutes later, madness, sheer madness. I refuse to accept any more futile tasks. Nor will I play the dirge, nor can I blow the suona. Damn it! Chen stomped his foot, agitated, yet a flicker of temptation ignited within him. At that moment, Lin and Bai Yao approached. The burgeoning excitement in Chen was abruptly extinguished by his own hand. Have you sold all your grass carp? Xia inquired, astonished by the empty bamboo baskets in front of them. Bai Yao gleefully boasted, indeed, Lin is quite remarkable. He recounted a story in the village that captivated the elders, and they bought all the grass carp, even asking where we would perform tomorrow. Lin humbly smiled, attributing it all to good fortune. How are your eggs selling? As Lin began to speak, he noticed the 2 baskets of eggs at their feet. The atmosphere immediately turned awkward. Just as Lin struggled to break the ice, a large group of villagers suddenly surged from the other side of the square. Hurry, hurry! Old Sun's house is just ahead. You wouldn't believe it. That young man named Chen is incredible at treating illnesses. The crowd came in a rush and left just as quickly. Once the commotion subsided, the 4 stood bewildered in place. Did I mishear? Chen treating illnesses? Chen vigorously rubbed his ears. No mistake. They are indeed saying that Chen can heal. Bai Yao exclaimed, somewhat exhilarated. Xia, already famished, found such an absurd joke even more irritating. Do not jest. How could someone like Chen possibly treat illnesses? He must be using some deceitful tricks to fool the villagers. Lin wished to speak, but thought better of it and remained silent. For some reason, he felt an infinite potential within his brother Chen. Chen sensed the futility of selling the eggs. Yet, with a mindset of facing doom together, he resolutely declared, let us go and see. If it truly is Chen deceiving the villagers, I shall expose his vile charade. A few minutes later, the 4 of them followed the villagers to the vicinity of Old Sun's small courtyard. At the intersection, they also encountered Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, who had come to join the excitement after hearing the news. There were also Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan. Upon their first encounter, Lu Yuan and Chen exchanged glances, scrutinizing the bamboo baskets each held. Fortunately, neither had sold theirs. A sigh of relief washed over them both. Their gazes locked, yet words eluded them. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lu Sun once remarked that when 2 individuals maintain eye contact for more than 2 seconds, it typically culminates in either a kiss or a brawl. Yet today, an unexpected third outcome unfolded. Chen is deceiving the villagers, Chen asserted with conviction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us set aside our differences for now, Lu Yuan replied with a narrowed gaze. The 2 reached an unspoken agreement, discarding their eggs and pork, and approached the small courtyard with wicked grins. Chapter 86. Enforcing the law with empathy and striking with strength. What are you pushing for? Form a line. Look at your young age. How can you lack public morality and cut in front of the elderly? At the entrance of the Sun family courtyard, the ambitious Chen and Lu Yuan had just arrived when they were unexpectedly shoved and kicked out by 3 septuagenarians. However, a fleeting glimpse into the courtyard left them utterly astonished. Within the modest courtyard, a throng of people was crammed inside. Chen sat solemnly at an octagonal table, diligently taking pulses and diagnosing ailments. It was indeed Chen. How despicable. He actually deceived the villagers. Let us expose him. Finally, Chen and Lu Yuan managed to squeeze into the small courtyard. Chen, embodying the spirit of justice, kicked over Chen's table and furiously exclaimed, Chen, How could you deceive the simple-hearted villagers? Do you possess no humanity? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. How did a tranquil tea session and patient consultations suddenly turn into a bandit confrontation? Upon recognizing Shunichen and Lu Yuan, he could not help but chuckle. Oh, look who it is, two dimwits, what a rare sight. Before Shunichen could fully process the situation, he blushed and retorted, "You're the dimwit. Who are you insulting?" Su Chen swiftly produced 2 IOUs. "How many heart tokens do you owe me?" Shunichen's lips twitched in silence, while Lu Yuan was fuming at the sight of the IOU. "Su Chen, you scoundrel." Unashamed, Su Chen nodded in agreement. After all, it is the unscrupulous who first enjoy the world. Two fools, repay your debts. Confronted by their creditor, Shunichen and Lu Yuan's bravado diminished. Lin Lin's eyes sparkled with insight. Brother Chun's words are profound. The shameless are the first to revel in the world. The unprincipled are the first to indulge. The despicable are the first to partake. This is simply a universal truth. She jotted it down eagerly. What is the story behind these IOUs? Lin Lin tugged at Su Chen's cameraman. The cameraman quickly recounted the events, leaving Lin Lin's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Whose subordinate is this, to be so audacious? After briefly being subdued by Su Chen's commanding presence, Shunichen and Lu Yuan quickly recalled their purpose for being there. No longer glancing at Su Chen, they turned to the bewildered villagers and shouted, "Villagers, do not trust him. Su Chen is a fraud, specifically here to swindle your money. Indeed, he has no medical skills whatsoever. If you truly feel unwell, seek a hospital." Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately bristled, especially those who had just been treated by Su Chen. Who could speak more authoritatively about the results than they? Who are these two brats to slander young Su? The villagers surged forward, encircling the two. Really, he is nothing but a charlatan. Shunichen attempted to clarify, but an old cloth shoe came hurtling toward his forehead. Do we not know whether Su Chen possesses medical expertise? Dare to defame Su Chen, and I shall not hesitate to strike you down. The scene erupted into chaos, as rotten vegetables and foul eggs rained down upon Shunichen and Lu Yuan like a tempest. Su Chen smiled faintly and retreated behind the crowd. Do not throw the eggs at the entrance, and absolutely do not hit them with sticks. Su Chen's words, though initially unremarkable, instantly drew the attention of a group of elderly women to the 2 baskets of eggs at the door. Yuchi turned pale with fright, hastily attempting to shield the eggs. "Hand them over," one of the women shouted. The eggs flew through the air like bullets aimed at class enemies, bursting against the foreheads of Shunichen and Lu Yuan in quick succession. In the director's group, Zhu Delong was observing the recovering livestream data, preparing to commend Su Chen. However, he was taken aback as he witnessed the villagers pelting Shunichen and Lu Yuan with eggs. He immediately leaped from his chair. "Oh no, this is a disaster. What are you two thinking, provoking Su Chen like that? Quickly call the camera crew." Simultaneously, the phones of the 5 camera operators began to ring. They hurriedly set down their equipment and formed a protective barrier around Shunichen and Lu Yuan. The viewers in the livestream chat were going wild. This is captivating. Who else has a dating show that turns into an all-out brawl every day? What? Is the 2nd season of martial arts wind starting again? With such fervor, who can rival me? With a keen sword in hand, who can slay the dragon? Haha, Su Chen truly knows how to stir the pot. This is beyond entertaining. No internet celebrity can match your audacity. The primary role of Shunichen and Lu Yuan is to prove that this livestream has no script. Finally, the scene was brought under control. Yuchi seized the opportunity to criticize Shun-Ichen's disheveled appearance. "Su Chen, enough is enough. Do you not feel any semblance of humanity watching Shun-Ichen suffer? You possess none of the grace or stature of a star. Individuals like you are a disgrace to our profession." Su Chen, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found himself in the spotlight. He calmly glanced at Yuchi and replied, "I am unfamiliar with your concept of humanity. All I know is that our kind-hearted villagers, when faced with wicked slanderers, act with warmth in their enforcement, strength in their strikes, precision in their punches, and swiftness in their steps." At his words, silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an uproarious cheer. An elderly man in his 90s excitedly waved his cane. "Back in my day, I fought off chickens in the same manner. The crowd erupted once more. Shiryuchi's face flushed crimson, yet, faced with the exuberance of the crowd, she dared not retort. Amidst the cacophony in the courtyard, no one noticed a yellow and black striped snake, about a meter long, descending from the corner of the wall. In the chaos, the snake was accidentally kicked towards Shiryuchi. In the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her calf as someone exclaimed, "A snake! There's a snake!" Looking down, Shiryuchi saw the snake hissing and flicking its tongue beside her leg. She shrieked, jumping in fright. Sun Laotu stepped forward, grabbing the snake by its tail and flinging it over the wall. Chen, who had been momentarily stunned, was jolted awake by the commotion. "Shiyuki, you've been bitten by a snake." Two bloodied puncture wounds marred her calf, still oozing crimson. She felt her legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground. Her face drained of color. That appears to be a venomous serpent," Chen exclaimed in horror. Shiyuki felt as though the heavens had fallen upon her. The old man's son had acted too swiftly for the others to discern the type of snake. Panic ensued among the group. "Hurry, we must take her to the hospital. The distance to the hospital is too great. We will never make it in time. But we have Dr. Su here, don't we?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Su-chun. Shiyuki clung to her last hope, pleading, "Su-chun, I beseech you, save me." Su-chun retorted with a cold smirk. "I am but a fraud. Are you not afraid that I might inadvertently end your life?" "I'm not afraid. I am not afraid," Shiyuki cried, shaking her head. "My apologies, but I am frightened. I fear you might exploit me." Su-chun calmly sipped his tea. The looming threat of death left Shiyuki in tears. "Su-chun, I admit my wrongdoings towards you. It is all my fault. Please, will you save me? I implore you." Chapter 87. From Arrogance to Humility. A reflection that provokes laughter. Shiryuchi was already a striking beauty. Now, with tears streaming down her face, she appeared even more pitiable. Some villagers, perplexed by the situation, began to plead, "Dr. Su, this young girl is still so young. Please save her." "Indeed, Dr. Su, she looks quite unfortunate." The barrage of comments surged like a tumultuous sea. At such a critical juncture between life and death, Su-chun should let go of past grievances and save Shiryuchi just this once. This is a human life. Su-chun, do not hesitate. Although I too despise Shiryuchi, I believe her crimes do not warrant death. Goodness, such a dilemma is unbearable for anyone. Su-chun was oblivious to the live comments and disregarded the villagers' pleas. Suddenly, he let out a laugh. "Shiryuchi, do you consider this retribution?" Shiryuchi's face turned pale as she gazed at Su-chun with a complex expression. "Retribution. Su-chun, I beg you. For the sake of our past love, please save me." Su-chun's smile gradually morphed into an icy demeanor, ultimately leaving only indifference. To refer to their past affection as love was a grave insult to the term. "Have I ever abused you?" he asked softly. Shiryuchi bit her lip, remaining silent, her eyes pleading towards Chen. Startled by her gaze, Chen exclaimed, "Sister, don't drag me into this. This is a matter of life and death." Seeing Chen's reaction and glancing at the blood oozing from her calves, Shiryuchi despaired, closing her eyes and shaking her head. "No, you never abused me." The villagers remained unaware of the underlying story. However, the expressions of the guests had shifted. Not long ago, Shiryuchi had publicly accused Su-chun of domestic violence before a throng of reporters. Now, the situation had dramatically reversed. Netizens were in an uproar. So, Shiryuchi's earlier claims of abuse were fabrications? Goodness, Shiryuchi truly deserves her fate. What a shameless person. Stop barking upstairs. Yuchi must have had no choice but to say that. Exactly. Yuchi surely compromised to elicit Su-chun's help. The fervent fans could perish. I had previously stated that Xia Xinghe could never be the mistress. I'm a prophet. Wang Yuxing beams with pride. The director's team. Zhu Delong was already jumping up to watch the live broadcast. He realized that Su-chun had no intention of saving Shiryuchi. A death in the first season of a dating show? He could scarcely fathom what awaited him if Shiryuchi were to perish today. Quickly send someone to the hospital. Communicate with the cameraman and Su-chun. If there is any chance to save her, it must be done. He is not merely saving Shi Yuqi's life. He is saving mine. Bring me the fast-acting heart remedy. Hick, director. Besides all this, do you have nothing else to say? Su Chen inquired once more. Xia Yuqi's body trembled lightly as she grasped what Su Chen wished to hear, merely the sordid details regarding Chen Fei. However, should Chen Fei's wife become aware, given her formidable family background, it would undoubtedly lead to her utter despair. Xia Yuqi found herself ensnared in a dilemma. A foreboding sense of doom seemed etched upon her forehead. A feeling akin to waiting in vain for an execution at the marketplace enveloped her. Just as she wavered, Su Chen suddenly cast a glance towards the door. Several staff members hurriedly rushed in, bearing a stretcher. On it lay the weary Zhu Delong, weakly extending his hand towards Su Chen, pleading for salvation, for her sake and his own. Outside, the production team's vehicle stood ready, poised to whisk Xia Yuqi away should Su Chen refuse. In a sudden motion, Su Chen grasped Zhu Delong's hand firmly. Rest assured, director, I shall not allow your illustrious career to falter at my hands. Good brother. Zhu Delong's despondency vanished as he sat up, invigorated by a surge of hope. Xia Yuqi's once despairing eyes now sparkled with renewed possibility. Xia Xinghe narrowed her eyes, pondering if this was a moment of nostalgia. Su Chen glanced back at her, playfully winking, before adopting a serious demeanor. Gentlemen handle their affairs. Ladies should refrain from interjecting. I have my own rhythm. Xia Xinghe's brilliant gaze flickered, and she refrained from further commentary. Su Chen shot a cold glance at Xia Yuqi. I can save you, but it cannot be without recompense. Xia Yuqi instantly comprehended. I shall write you an IOU. Whatever medical expenses you incur, I shall repay. No, it sounds as if I would be extorting you. I have no desire to tread on delicate matters. Perhaps you could purchase a mangosteen instead? Su Chen chuckled lightly. Zhu Delong sprang from the stretcher. Wait, Su Chen. If you can set aside personal grievances for the sake of the production team, they too shall not forget you. I represent the team in offering you a raise of 5 million. As for this 5 million, Xia Yuqi, you understand, right? Xia Yuqi's expression stiffened momentarily. So the wool is still taken from a sheep? It will be deducted from my salary. Is this acceptable to you, Su Chen? Xia Yuqi gazed at him with eager anticipation. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Compared to your current state, I prefer the rebellious version of you. The abrupt shift from arrogance to humility was almost comical. Xia Yuqi could only force a dry laugh to mask her embarrassment. Step aside, make room for me. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he approached Xia Yuqi, brandishing a boning knife he had retrieved from Old Sun's abode. He focused intently on the 2 wounds and spoke earnestly. I know this is your first time, but do not be anxious. It will be over swiftly. You can do this, you can. Xia Yuqi initially believed Su Chen was offering her encouragement and felt a flicker of gratitude. Yet in the next moment, she was taken aback, weakly stating, I am Xia Yuqi. Su Chen, you must have mistaken my name. To her surprise, Su Chen merely glanced at her and replied, I am aware. I am merely boosting my own morale. Xia Yuqi, is this your first time treating such an ailment? Poetry. Yuqi gazed at the bone knife in Su Chen's hand, a chill running through her entire being, as she watched Su Chen wield the knife. Tracing it along her calf yet appearing indecisive, a shiver crept down her spine. Su Chen fumbled with the knife for a moment before casually tossing it aside, muttering that it was not quite to her liking. Yuqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, in the next instant, she let out a piercing cry of anguish. Su Chen transformed into a fierce figure, her fingers resembling iron pincers as they viciously twisted at Yuqi's wound. This is to expel the toxins. Bear with it. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Yuqi's wail echoed throughout the courtyard. Su Chen's movements grew increasingly rapid, her expression turning maniacal. Revenge was exhilarating. 10 minutes later, Yuqi resembled someone just pulled from a water tank, drenched in sweat, her face as pale as parchment. How do you feel? Su Chen inquired with gravity. Better, much better. Yuqi weakly nodded, the pain in her wound having subsided. After all, her entire calf had nearly swollen from Su Chen's grip. Wow, Dr. Su is truly remarkable. Indeed, she can even counteract snake venom. Zhu Delong marveled, unable to contain his disbelief. He had anticipated a desperate gamble, but it turned out Su Chen possessed genuine skill. Wow, she can neutralize snake venom? Su Chen is incredible. Could it be that Su Chen is a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family? But can merely squeezing the calf really counteract snake venom? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. Just then, the elderly son, who had been absent for a while, returned with exuberance, dragging along a black and yellow striped flower, snake measuring over a meter in length. Oh dear, it was all a misunderstanding. Everyone, please remain calm. This is merely a flower snake. Non-venomous, non-venomous. Chapter 88, The Battle Song Rise. The fervent scene seemed abruptly frozen, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Everyone stared in bewilderment at the mottled snake in the hands of the elderly son, still flicking its tongue. Not venomous? Zhu Delong stood in astonishment. Shi Yuqi's sobs ceased, yet her mind evidently remained in a state of confusion. What have I just heard? By Yao Lin Lin. And others glanced from the snake to Su Chen, ultimately fixing their gaze on Shi Yuqi's swollen calf. Xia Xinghe wore a confident smile, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Su Chen silently withdrew his hand from Shi Yuqi's leg, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Not venomous? That's splendid, ha ha ha. Congratulations, Shi Yuqi, you are safe. Su Chen chuckled while shaking her shoulder. Shi Yuqi appeared suddenly drained of all energy, swaying her head along with the motion of her shoulder. Not venomous? After a moment of quiet murmuring, she abruptly lifted her head, staring intently at Su Chen. You knew all along that this snake was harmless, didn't you? No wonder you were so kind to save me. It turns out that the snake posed no threat at all. My leg, my leg. Ah. Shi Yuqi looked at her calf, which had been painfully squeezed by Su Chen, and let out a piercing scream. She could hardly fathom the whirlwind of experiences she had endured in just 20 minutes. Before the live stream, she had confessed to fabricating accusations against Su Chen of domestic violence. The persona she had painstakingly constructed over such a long time was on the verge of collapse. From the very start, she had fallen into Su Chen's trap. Simple curses could hardly encapsulate the fury boiling within her. She harbored a deep-seated desire to annihilate Su Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 points of Shi Yuqi's vulnerability value. Su Chen, you are utterly inhuman. You are a demon, a beast. You deserve to be torn apart. Unfazed by the accusations, Su Chen merely grinned, his expression darkening. Food could be consumed recklessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly. How could I possibly know that snake was venomous? Besides, it was you who pleaded for my help. Dare to slander again, and beware of my wrath. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained another 400 points of Shi Yuqi's vulnerability value. Shi Yuqi felt a constriction in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Help me. This feeling of being unable to counter the insults, of being unable to win the argument, truly drives one to despair. A torrent of grievances surged within her, and she suddenly burst into tears. Zhu Delong glared at Su Chen, his complexion fluctuating between hues of red and black, changing faster than a neon sign. What on earth is happening? I am here, moved to the brink of tears, increasing your salary and acting as your guarantor. And yet, you turn around and present me with this calamity? I trust you, and you shove me into a pit, don't you? Director, although you have raised my salary, I remain unyielding. Your gaze upon me is of no consequence. Su Chen, epiringaterli un confernet. Left Zhu Delong feeling as though he had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. He took a couple of sharp breaths, a heart-saving pill, and a stretcher. Director, this is madness. Perfect Lover has completely lost its mind. The complexity of this variety show has left me bewildered, unable to discern whether I am watching Martial World or closer to Science or Legal Online or Animal World. This twist is more thrilling and cerebral than anything I've encountered in Detective Conan. With this tactic, Su Chen has directly ensnared Shi Yuqi into revealing the truth about domestic violence, pocketing 5 million in the process, while simultaneously tormenting her. I declare Su Chen's triumph to be on a cosmic scale. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Shun Chen exchanged glances. Suddenly, They felt trivial compared to Shiryuchi, as if a mere thrown egg had rendered them insignificant. The righteous path in life is fraught with tribulations. Stay away from Su-chun for your own well-being. Alas, you scoundrel, bullying others. Su-chun, I shall loathe you for a lifetime. I shall loathe you eternally. Shiryuchi wiped her tears, glaring at Su-chun with venomous disdain. Very well, you insist on antagonizing me, do you? Su-chun scoffed. Indeed, I wish to see you build your lofty towers, host your guests, and then witness your downfall. What of it? Shiryuchi clenched her silver teeth, unleashing a sound that resonated with the strength of her era. Su-chun, I see an MD. Is this the extent of your fighting spirit? Su-chun raised an eyebrow, but was met with Zhu Delong's pleading gaze. He gestured an okay sign. Rest assured, I am a person of decorum. How could I possibly resort to cursing during a live broadcast? With that, Su-chun tossed a remark and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Old Sun family residence, he bore the enormous sound system of Fu Sheng upon his shoulder. May I borrow your phone? Su-chun requested of the cameraman. In the next moment, a melodious harmony filled the venue. The dynamic rhythm began to crescendo. Others gazed in confusion at Su-chun, who had his eyes tightly shut, nodding to the beat. The song became increasingly powerful. Suddenly, Su-chun opened his eyes, filled with fervor. The lyrics rang out perfectly. On the journey of dreams, I leave my home. The burden on my shoulders carries my aspiration for the future. Like you, I hail from afar, doing ordinary work while yearning for home. Su-chun's complexion flushed, veins bulging in his neck, as he pointed at Shiryuchi, his voice booming. The live stream was dominated by the passionate anthem, Drifting North. Yet, from Su-chun's exaggerated lip movements, it was evident that the lyrics were laden with intense emotion. Thus commenced a thrilling battle for the preservation of their lineage. Their strength, their dreams, their struggles, only they understand. I drift towards the north. Viewers initially witness Shiryuchi's flushed retorts, until Xia Xinghe joined the fray, instantly securing victory for Su-chun. Countless viewers in the live stream gaped at their screens, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Dude, are you seriously muting that? Haha. If I ever die laughing, I will certainly hold you accountable for damages. In this brief 5 minutes, the frequency of me calling for my mother has surpassed anything in my lifetime. This is hilarious. Su-chun and Xia Xinghe